Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Welcome to the weekend stream. It's an exciting weekend stream. I'm looking very much forward to it. I hope you're all doing great. Hope you all had a good start to your weekend. It's an exciting one because we have not only one, but technically multiple tournaments going on, or about to be going on with the new format, with the new ban list, the new set, everything. Exactly. That's what it is. Andrew, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. We have YCS Providence starting in, the countdown is running here over on the other monitor, 8 minutes and 20 seconds until the coverage begins. Apo G1, thank you for the full year of support. I appreciate you. Welcome back. We have that going on, which is the primary reason why we're here. But the cool thing is, if there's ever a downtime in the stream, or if we ever have some other stuff, like whenever we have some free time, there is also the Austrian Nationals going on right now. I have them up here on another monitor. They have Regenesis Kashtira on the feature match right now, so that's exciting. It's up against Blue Eyes. But yeah, the Austrian National Championships are happening, which I am not entirely sure. Maybe you guys know whether this is a 1-day or 2-day tournament. I don't know how big they are even. But that's going on as well. That's been going on for a couple of hours as well. So like I've been checking it out every once in a while, like earlier today, but I've only seen a very few of it. Like I think I saw some of the first round, and then I just saw this was going on right now. But that is going to be basically what we're doing today. We are going to be focusing on YCS Providence, because that is just the bigger tournament, and obviously that's what we're gonna check out. But whenever there's downtime, the Austrian Nationals is going to be a nice little thing to take a look at as well. Probably gonna not follow it live, but rather just check out certain feature matches that I'm interested in, and then just pause them and go back to them later or something like that. But that's what we got. We got some other stuff to talk about as well. I think there's a new OCG metagame report that we can take a look at some point, but yeah, basically that's what's been going on. Blue, thank you for the 22 months. Welcome back. Appreciate the support, everybody. So yeah, make yourself comfortable. We have a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh that's going to be played this weekend. I'm going to try to be here for the entirety of YCS Providence, which because of the time zone difference, it's probably gonna end at like 3 in the night for me or whatever. I'm gonna try to stay up all the way for day 1 and day 2. We'll try our best to give some commentary alongside the official YCS stream, of course. So I hope you guys are gonna have a good time while we check out the tournaments together. Expectations. Expectations, obviously, I have uploaded a tier list for the new format if you've been checking it out on YouTube. If not, you can go ahead and check it out later. But Malice, Mitsurugi, I think are pretty solid in terms of representation. From what I'm seeing, I think both of those decks are going to be very popular. Malice probably be the most popular deck, I would assume, for YCS Providence. At least that's what I'm predicting. That's what I'm expecting. So I do think we're going to see a fair share of that. But I do think there is like enough other decks that are good enough to see play that we're not going to have like a super one-sided coverage. At least that's what I'm hoping, right? Like, I mean, Malice probably the best deck right now. Mitsurugi probably a close second if I had to guess. And then there's a lot of stuff that's like somewhere behind it, but still playable. You know, Memento, Mermail, maybe some Ryziel variations, some Fiendsmith Brews, all that stuff. You know, there's a decent amount of things they could showcase. New White Forest cards as well. So yeah, because day one of the YCS is usually where some of the more funky stuff is happening. I have a little bit of hope that they're showcasing some more niche strategies, maybe from Alliance Insight, that probably don't have the best chances at making it into day 2 or even Top Cut. Like, I don't know, like some of the more rogue stuff in Alliance Insight, like the Regenesis that we're seeing over on the Austrian Nationals. I'm not looking at this right now because I kind of want to check out the full feature match later. That's why I'm not like, that's why I don't have it open. I don't want to get spoilered by it because we don't have enough time to check the full match right now. But Regenesis Cash Tira is something I definitely want to take a look at. Oh yeah. Malice only looks crazy if it establishes a full board. That mostly doesn't happen. I mean, that's what I'm gonna try and find out as well, right? Because this is also basically the Austrian Nationals is kicking off the European National Circuit as well, right? There's this is the first European National that's happening, and we're gonna have a ton of national championships happening over the course of the next couple of weeks. Which, by the way, a lot of you guys might have already noticed that, but they did announce the Master Duel World Championship qualifiers to be the same weekend as the German National Championships, which is a bummer, quite frankly. I was already completely booked for German Nationals. I had my ticket, I had my hotel and everything. And I am probably going to go to a different national now because I don't want to miss the Master Duel qualifiers, which would be the very first. This is going to be the first time since 2010 or something that I will not be attending German Nationals, which is kind of sad. But I really don't want to miss the Master Duel qualifiers. So yeah, it is what it is. But I don't know. I don't know why, but yeah. Basically, all that just to say, this is a very relevant tournament, at least from my perspective, because I feel like this first weekend of Alliance Inside tournaments is going to somewhat lay the groundwork for the format for national season, right? Like, this is where people will see what the kind of like standard decks are. This is what you're going to look at. If your national championship is next week or in 2 weeks, I think these tournaments are what you're going to look at if you're deciding what kind of decks you're trying to respect in your main deck, in your side deck, right? Like, if the top cut is full of Malice decks, I think people are going to tech accordingly. But if Malice does not actually deliver what everyone is expecting, then maybe you can build your deck a little bit differently depending on what else we see at this tournament. You know, will we see Malice and Mitsurugi dominance? Will we see one of the two definitely outperforming the other? Will we see maybe something else that's completely a surprise to people take over the thing? I think there's a lot of possibilities for this tournament, which is why it's so exciting. Of course, there's some things that are basically guaranteed. I think with the current hype around Malice and Mitsurugi, I think they are going into this tournament with a huge numbers advantage, right? Like, it is that's something you have to realize about Yu-Gi-Oh! a lot of the time as well, is that not every deck has the same chances at winning a tournament because there's significantly more people playing the decks that people think can win, which even further exaggerates their chances. So with like everyone believing in Malice and Mitsurugi, I think they're going to have a lot of representation, which leads to an even higher chance to take down the tournament. And I hope they provide us with some numbers throughout the day of like deck representation, top cut breakdown tomorrow and all that. I'm really looking forward to seeing that from both tournaments, the Austrian Nationals and the YCS in Providence. Why is it not live? Oh, we were 10 seconds behind. Okay. But yeah, that's basically what we're looking out for today. Let's hear the introduction on the stream.
It's time.
Oops.
Hello and welcome, duelists from around the world, to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Providence. We're at the dawn of a new format with Alliance Inside bolstering established decks, introducing brand new strategies, and posing the question in every duelist's mind, which deck will reign supreme? On stream this weekend, you can follow along the Advanced Unlimited format where over 1,500 duelists have registered, but only one will leave a reigning YCS champion. Theories have been crafted Deck lists are submitted, and all that's left to do is duel. I'm Kangas, and I'm honored to once again be hosting live from the show floor, but with the duelists around me raring to go, let's throw it over to the casters to kick off the show.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas.
Let's go,
So
Billy and
excited to be
Asala.
here at YCS Rhode Island. It's been a month since we had YCS Houston, which was a lot of fun, but we have a new Forbidden Limited list and a brand new set release this weekend, right, Asala?
Absolutely. Alliance Insight is going to be the name of the game for this tournament. A lot of new strategies and a lot of old strategies getting just bolstered, right?
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing from Alliance Insight is that all these like strategies that have been around for a while, like maybe something like Dragon Rulers, as old as like 2013.
Yeah,
I
show me
believe.
some Dragon Rulers,
it's
Billy.
Don't tell me how long it's been. But yeah, now brand new cards at Alliance Insight. Some of the top decks like Malice and Raziel also got some new tools. Mitsurugi, the World Premiere theme, got that second wave of cards. So where now we've seen players just playing pure Mitsurugi. But of course, the Mitsurugi Raziel strategy is going to be one to watch this weekend as well.
Yeah, live twins. There's so many decks that just got support here, whether it be directly or indirectly through like related cards. That's going to be really interesting to see what comes out on top, especially like after Houston, where there were so many surprises. I couldn't really expect how that tournament was going to end.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited to see what happens here.
Yeah, will Memento still reign supreme? We're going to have to find out, but it's going to be a long weekend. So let's go and talk about the format that we're going to be dealing with here at the YCS Asala.
So
Of course,
1,500.
Day number one, we'll be playing 9 rounds of Swiss.
1,500 players is not that big, I feel like. Maybe it's fine for, I don't know. It's hard for me to tell with US YCSs because some of them get so big and some of them don't, depending on the region they're hosted in. What's a good benchmark for Rhode Island?
About time in the finals, or more than likely,
we hope so. We hope not.
For East Coast, it's not that high. Yeah,
11 rounds of Swiss
what I thought. Apparently the location is stupid expensive to fly into. Maybe it's just that might be a genuine issue. Yeah.
But there's going to be a lot on the line.
Providence is an extremely inaccessible part of the USA. Okay.
Available for first place if someone manages to win the entire Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Rhode Island this weekend. One person will walk away with these awesome prizes. And it is going to be an ultra rare YCS prize card, another Versalaria, one of the last chances to get your hands on that beautiful prize card.
Oh, that is old. Thank you for the 32 though. Where's Switch 2?
I still would love to get my hands on one of those. A Steam code for...
I don't know what chat is smoking. 1500 is very good for that location. Okay. See, I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know anything about that. I don't know exactly where the big YCSs happen. So what is the big locations that they have where you would expect 2K plus?
So that's going to be really exciting. And there are the trophies, the prize cards. So beautiful, but only one duelist will be able to walk away with that amazing trophy, and of course the ultra rare copy of another Versalaria.
Anaheim, Pasadena,
one of the last chances here, the last chance
Cali,
in
Philly.
North America
Okay.
to get this trophy.
Definitely going to be an exciting one. The people are going to want to walk away with that YCS win before the NAWCQ. This is going to be...
Yeah, maybe 1500 is good for Rhode Island then.
I mean, we had the surprise win in Houston with Pascal Manigat being able to win with Goblin Bike Memento.
Watch some Austrian ads. We are going to. We just had a feature match between Cashier and Genesis over there, so I kind of want to see that.
Are we going to see one of these new strategies? The biggest thing is, will Malice finally be able to win? Now they have these brand new Attic Nister cards from Alliance Insight.
Dude, I'm just hoping Malice doesn't win, because it'd be so funny if Malice never won a YCS.
I don't think it will. I do not think it will win this YCS. I think it will take the majority of Top Cut, but I do not think
I want Malice to just be in the finals, go first game 3, and open no Malice monster.
That's right, 10 duelists were selected that are going to be able to get packs as they accumulate wins to the tournament.
That's what I want.
We have Nicholas, we have Tucker as there as well.
I'm manifesting it.
Of course, Pascal and Dominic over there versus Michael. Oh, not versus, but Michael, Tavion, Mario, Landon.
Allure of Darkness, discard hand. Oh yeah, that'd be peak.
Each other, but they are versus each other in terms of trying to win the entire tournament. So the bounty duelists will be able to get 2 packs for every win, and they bank 2 packs with every win as well. And then if the first time they lose, whoever beats them gets to take all those packs from their bank. So the longer they go undefeated, the better chance they have of getting more booster packs and also accumulating a bigger prize for whoever is eventually going to be able to defeat some of these previous YCS champions and others that have made our bounty duelists. But we're really excited for this tournament. A lot's on the line. I don't know What's going to happen? Which deck's going to come out on top? You don't think it's going to be Malice? I mean, I think this has to be the weekend for adding Mr. Malice to take home.
No, Billy, it won't be.
We'll be back very shortly with our first round of Swiss, so don't go anywhere. It is just
All
minutes
right.
away from YCS
Well, we won't go anywhere. At least we're not going far. We're just going to check out some Austrian nationals in the meantime while we're waiting for round 1 to start. Let us take a quick look at what's been going on here between the rounds. And we're going to go back to this repeatedly over the course of the day. Basically, we're going to be on 0 downtime when it comes to Yu-Gi-Oh content this weekend, because the Austrian Nationals has already been going on because of the time zone shift. They've been playing for like 6 hours or something. So we can always go and check out some of their content mid-round. I want to go to the beginning of this round's feature match, because I saw, before I started stream, I saw that this feature match, no, not this one. Where is it? What is Emre doing there?
Und in Master Duel habe ich 2023 die Weltmeisterschaft gewonnen und wurde
Where? Okay.
2024. Ich habe Exorcist und Labyrinth gespielt. Da das Format dort ein bisschen anders war, mussten wir uns mit meinem Teamkollegen, also musste ich mich mit meinen Teamkollegen abstimmen, welches.
Okay.
So, ist der Dice.
Okay, it's Regenesis Kashtira versus Blue Eyes.
Oder eine 9. Das ist
Das
auf
war eine
jeden Fall.
6, das ist weniger.
Okay, that's German commentary. I'll just mute that because most of you won't understand it. So we have Regenesis Kashtira, which is an interesting one. Maybe I'll speed it up to 1.25, and I'll just open the YCS stream on a second tab so I know when that's going on. Biohazard, thank you for the 420. Yeah, I mean, Vanquish Soul is looking to be pretty good actually. So as a Vanquish Soul enjoyer, I think you're gonna be pretty happy about that. Okay, we have a unicorn. It looks like the deck names are switched. It looks like the Regenesis Kashtira is actually at the bottom here. And we are going to start with a unicorn that gets impermed, and then we use Regenesis, which is the Rhoda for Regenesis monsters, essentially, right? I think it is you pick a Regenesis monster from your deck and either add it to your hand or send it to the graveyard. And then it also has, I think, a graveyard effect in the following turn. All of the Regenesis cards have crazy good follow-up. Maybe I'll go over here so you guys can see both players' faces while we're watching the Austrian Nationals. I don't know how the layout is going to be for the YCS. Let me get some music in here while we watch Austrian Nationals. All right, so, ooh, talents. Oh, that's a pretty mediocre prosperity. I mean, you can talents look at their hand, but you basically, there's no extender here. No Regenesis monster, which is maybe what they were hoping for. What deck is Blauäugig? Blauäugig is Blue Eyes. I mean, at this point, you're just taking talents, right? You're taking Unicorn? Why are we taking Unicorn? Maybe we need one to reveal for Regenesis Archfiend? That is what it is. Okay, Regenesis Archfiend. So, all of the Regenesis monsters can summon themselves if you have a 2500 monster on the field, either attack or defense. The only difference, the only exception is Regenesis Archfiend, which requires you to reveal one with 2500 from your hand, which is very good because otherwise, basically the deck has a problem with getting the first 2500 monster onto the field to summon all the other ones. And that's what Regenesis Archfiend is supposed to fix. It's also what Kashtira Unicorn is kind of fixing for the deck, because then you can just summon it out and then you can summon out all the other ones. I think if I don't know if I got my Regenesis names down 100%, but I think the blue one is Regenesis Sage. Correct me if I'm wrong at any point, please. And Regenesis Sage, I think, is the one that negates anything by sending a different Regenesis monster. So we are choosing to access the Regenesis engine over taking a Talents to take a look at the opponent's hand. I see a Ghost Bell, I see a Wishes, I see the mandatory Blue Eyes in the opening hand, as well as a Lordly Load, which is a pretty solid start for Blue Eyes here. 2 hand traps into Lordly Load plus Wishes is not bad. We're starting with the Lordly Load, and we are considering, I guess, whether we want to negate this with Sage or not, but we let it happen. Is Regenesis playable as a pure deck? I mean, what you're seeing here, unironically, is for the most part what this deck is trying to do. It just summons a bunch of big bodies, right? And that's all it does, which I think is not bad on the one side, but kind of underwhelming on the other side. The good thing about this deck is what it does in the long run, right? Because all of these Regenesis cards will add themselves back to the hand in the end phase here for Simon. Basically, in Simon's end phase, Kevin is going to get back all of the Regenesis that were sent to the graveyard this turn. So the deck really shines in the long run, right? So the Wishes here resolves. Grabbing Maiden. Grabbing Maiden here probably to play around Imperm on Sage a little bit, so I don't mind that. I think we're just getting Roar here. As long as you survive your opponent's turn, the Regenesis cards should close out the game. Yes. Yeah. Oh, you can't normal. Oh, yeah. I missed the, of course, the Ether Barrel has been normaled. Yeah, of course. Fraser V1, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Remember, guys, we're going to be live for probably like 20 hours this weekend. So if you plan on hanging out, Prime sub is free and will support the channel, and you will not have any ads during the entire weekend. Dragon Rulers on feature round 1. Ooh, okay, we're pausing the Regenesis.
Format's never been the best strategy, but it's always been like potent, playable. You know, it can definitely win games, and it's going to be interesting to see how it poses off against like, a big end.
So I'm sorry for switching around, but that's going to happen a little bit over the course of the weekend, so we don't have any downtime and we can play Yu-Gi-Oh! Watch Yu-Gi-Oh! The entire time. I do want to put full focus on YCS Providence whenever I can, but whenever there's downtime between rounds for YCS Providence, we're going to check out some of the action of Austrian Nationals. I have been told that one of these two players might be playing one of my favorite decks of all time, which is Dragon Rulers. I'm very happy that they are featuring Dragon Rulers in round 1, because I don't know how often they're going to have the chance to do so for the rest of the days. The deck is in a rough spot right now, even though I do love the new cards. I do think the cards are really, really fun, and I'm actually very glad that someone decided to bring it to the YCS. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a prediction real quick. Who wins the round? And it's going to be between Nicholas K and Steven C. Now, the thing is, I do not know which of the two is playing Dragon Rulers. I don't even know whether that would want to make you bet for or against them, to be honest. But I'm just excited because I feel like there's a lot of different ways you can take the Dragon Ruler deck. So let's see what they've been doing.
That may prevent your opponent from special summoning.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of options when it comes to using those effects that are like essentially just previously forbidden cards, right?
All right, prediction is up.
Like Monster Reborn,
also, thank you guys so much for the Prime support. Nexo Gamer, Wilebski, Athene's on Fire, and Omni, thank you for the 34 months as well. Appreciate you. Thank you all so much. And let's get this round 1 YCS Providence started.
But even just looking at this deck list, I think it's just a lot of power. And I wonder if a deck that's like opposing with just the Fiendsmith, the Bystials, and Horse, that's just trying to keep your opponent like really low to the ground. I wonder if it's going to be just kind of a war of play styles and see what kind of comes out on top here.
Yeah, you think like the Horse.
Leo Ganda, thank you for the 2 years.
Amount of Dragon Rulers being summoned to the field. I mean, they're able to.
Okay, I have a suspicion. I have a suspicion here who's playing the Dragon Rulers, because on the left here we have a big pile of cards.
Well, it's game number 1, so we're going to go ahead and jump into the game before I give you my thought on Dragon Rulers. But they do, as we mentioned, the attributes are very important. You're able to banish the same attribute.
Dragon Ruler
as the Dragon
Tenpai
Ruler
against
summon
Horus
itself.
Bestial
You can actually
Fiendsmith.
use all of
We
the
can beat that.
properties, Meows,
Let's go.
Brillia and Fualos, and the attributes of them actually make them.
Let's
quite
go. We won
useful
the
advantage
dice
in
roll as well.
your Dragon Rulers,
Let's
or
go,
even
Dragon
discard
Rulers.
alongside a Dragon Ruler to get that in-hand effect as well.
Look, there's
they're never
Tenpai cards in the
really
deck,
dead,
but I can
effectively
forgive
used
that.
for
I
some
forgive you.
point of the game, right? They're not
Unless you're
strictly
blinding
there for their
second.
own
There's no
effects,
way you do
have
that,
some
right?
use within your actual strategy. And a lot of the power in Dragon
Ooh,
Rulers
I see some
versus
Dragon
the-
Rulers.
years
Let's
ago
go.
Was how strong their resource game was. They're able to just
Molcharmy,
play over several turns
Purulia's
quicker
fine.
than
We can
your
live with
second hand.
Purulia.
But I
Purulia's
think
okay.
The way the game has structured itself lately, every deck kind of does that. So I wanted to see if it can actually keep.
Purulia
up
has no
as far
problem.
as resources go with these other decks.
Normal summon Dora
Honestly, he's
Dora.
going
Draw
to,
one for the opponent.
Take the lead here.
Dude, the shaky camera is back. How did they not fix that? How did they not fix that? That's
But it
crazy.
looks like there's a Perilia there that came down from Steven, and now the Dora Dora is going to be summoned. This is actually like full combo here for Dragon Rulers because you can actually use the Tenpai Dragon engine.
That was
to
like
get
the
access to
worst
multiple
part
level 7
of the last
dragons, so
stream.
you can get
Everyone
to
said it
the
like
Shazma.
every minute there was like a billion comments about it and they didn't do anything about it.
Alliance Insight. It's a cool one.
I mean, all the Dragon Rulers are pretty cool. Like I feel like one of those archetypes that just had crazy art from the beginning. That just, everything about the deck was just so cool, and that was when I started getting really competitive. So it means a lot to me to see it here right now. But
What would even cause that? I think it's either the table that's shaking or it's the camera that's shaking. I don't know.
Probably fine, right?
Yeah,
Not the worst thing in the world.
Flawless is definitely the scariest Molcharmy to face as a Dragon Ruler player.
It might just be that the camera is on a like on a I don't know what the word for it is. Like the camera being
Another burner here.
not very
Yeah.
stable.
So the baby rulers.
He had such a fire dragon.
All right, we're using a burner, discarding another burner. Not the greatest sign. We get ashed on it, which is not that bad. We just continue with more baby rulers. Okay.
But then he's gonna have steam to be able to discard another dragon. It looks like it might be a Redox alongside to special summon a title from the deck. This isn't
Special title from
this is
deck.
5, and we're using the baby rulers to summon the big
That is a Redox we discarded, so we're gonna use Redox. This is making me happy right now. I'm in my happy place right now.
That Redox, and now we have 2 levels.
I'm in my happy place.
All right, well, let's summon that Draco Sack.
Like I said, Gonzalo, this is 2025, not 2030.
If they're activating Super Rejuvenation right now,
They fly high when they finally,
I'm the happiest man on earth. They won't do that.
And it looks like he is going to go with the other Dragon Ruler first.
Ooh, we're going for Eclipses first. That targets one of our banished Dragon Rulers. It targets, so Eclipses targets one of the banished baby rulers to summon back, summon one of the corresponding big Dragon Ruler from the deck. Which is pretty good, actually. And it's a spell trap negation.
From stuff like infinite impermanence, which is a key card against Dragon Rulers if you're trying to stop them from.
And it recycles the baby as well, so pretty cool.
What other monster you choose that will be locking out a special summoning?
All right, Link, is that Seals?
Like Drago. But now we're going to see a Link summon Heretic Seal of the
Okay, Seals plus rank 7 pass.
Yeah,
I see a Fenrir in Steven's hand. I'm already concerned about the situation.
You're gonna summon Hieratic Spirit, and it's
I'm already
going to
concerned about the situation because there is a Fenrir.
Seals pass,
And
sorry,
I
has
don't
the
know.
strongest endboard.
I don't know. That might be a problem.
But
The
now
Fenrir
back
might be a
up.
problem. Offect, thank you for the 10 gift subs. I appreciate that so much. Also, everyone else that's subscribed, thank you so much for the support. We're in for a fun weekend. Thank you.
Oh, it looks like that was a powerful draw for Steven here.
No, Fenrir! No, stop! Brandon regained!
Okay.
Ooh.
Not a bad card to start with. Then special summon Kashtira.
Dude, Fenrir's not fair, dude. This deck's from 2013!
Start.
How dare you, Fenrir, a deck from 2013?
Unicorn, so he's not going to want to use that seal to return the Fenrir to the hand.
I feel like usually in a situation like this, the good stuff deck, as we want to call it, would how would
Wait, where does the unicorn come from? What the hell? Okay.
he had birth on
Oh,
the
they
field.
thought it was... He thought it was Birth.
But not quite. You can't do that right now.
It does kind of look like Birth. Oh, there it is. Okay, he does have Birth. Okay.
I
wonder
Okay, I see.
Played the regain first. He had the wrong continuous spell.
That is 100% possible. I would have done it. I would have done it. I've made mistakes like that before. Like, just put the wrong card down, you look down,
I mean,
that's not.
dude, it's rough out here.
Still be able to pay off for him. Something gets banished, or he could have been trying to bait.
Yeah,
Yeah,
trying to
the
see
negate.
what could happen here with the hieratic seal.
It's rough out here.
Normally, you would just try to enter battle phase.
Normal unicorn. Here's the thing. On normal summon unicorn, you can actually now bounce the Fenrir if you want to, because it can't come back anymore. They don't have a normal summon anymore. So we could bounce the Fenrir. Maybe we're happy about that.
Definitely not. They're not short on being able to summon a lot of dragons.
But you can't bounce the unicorn, I don't think. Bouncing the unicorn just activates the Fenrir.
New dimension because your graveyard became your hand. Because you're able to summon those monsters from the grave, and the resources are replenished, and that still comes
Okay.
to this day. So yeah, it looks like now that the unicorn's on the
Well, they're playing Horus, Bestial, Fiendsmith, so I wonder what that deck's about, really. I wonder what the... I mean, there's also Kashtira cards, which is not even in the deck title. Horus, Bestial, Fiendsmith, Kashtira. How is that deck not a 60-card pile?
I think so, especially because
Why is it just the Dragon Ruler deck that looked so thick?
that can lock you out for special summoning.
Ooh, we have another Ash for the seals. Did not activate Unicorn, it looks like. We are not taking a little gander at their extra
The
deck.
only concern is, I mean, you still have your battle phase, right? Whatever seal is going to summon is still 0/0, so your unicorn.
So the thing is, Eclipses is bigger than Unicorn.
Maybe just worried about like Bestial Magnum or something to help him put him in even better position.
Wait, you're crashing? Oh, you're crashing to get the Fenrir out again. Okay, sure. And Birth can bring it back anyways.
Gonna banish one card face down. It looks like he's eyeing
one of the 10
Couldn't Ash and Unicorn?
Talking about dragons.
Oh yeah, because Seals is mandatory. You're correct, yeah.
Those are just fire dragons that you can access very easily with dragon rulers.
yeah, just like a bonus. You have the dragon.
So the thing is, we can still special Fenrir in main phase 2.
This is a pretty cool interaction, actually, because the Fenrir was added to hand.
Hello, Sam, not Samuel. Appreciate you. Thank you for the 29 months. The blue blurb. Thank you for the prime. Obsidian. Thank you for the tier 1. Welcome, welcome.
We're starting off with a cool match just from the beginning here, and let's see if that is exactly what Steven's gonna do. We do see the Fenrir come down again.
All right, there's Fenrir.
Back Unicorn, but it looks like he might.
Oh, we're negating Birth Effect to revive. Does it negate and destroy? I actually have Eclipses in my hand right now, because I ordered some of the Dragon Rulers from Alliance Insight and they arrived today. Detach 2 materials from this card, negate the activation, and if you do, banish that card even. Okay.
Sitting on a unicorn and a branded ring gauge.
That's neat.
Not a lot in terms of defense.
I mean, it's a Fenrir.
It's a Fenrir.
Like, the Fenrir is fine in this position. I mean, he did have to lose the Eclipse, just activating it to stop the Birth here, which I think was...
Well, the good news for all the Dragon Ruler fans is that it looks like...
Oh, that's grass.
Well, we've also just drawn the grass looks greener after our opponent has used 2 Ash Blossoms, but most importantly, it looks like Steven is just operating on Kashtira cards right now, nothing else.
The grass always falls up. That grass looks greener.
And we know that was straight from the top.
Oh, yeah, he would have used that turn 1 for sure. This is going to send...
Yeah, grass is good against... grass is good in Dragon Rulers. Hit some dragons! Okay, Blaster, Burner,
I'm not gonna go
Armies, Badra, Blaster,
16 maybe.
Uva, Magna.
Full of dragon rulers and
The thing is, every monster we hit is technically good, because we can just bring back all the Dragon Rulers by banishing them, but we didn't hit that much here. Dude, why do we have all the floodgates in this deck, by the way? Koakimiru Drago and a Morphage Goliath? What the hell?
cool aspect of using like the Tempai dragon cards alongside the dragon rulers is at any point you just banish Blaster to summon one of your other dragon rulers.
Anything on
Bam! There's your Tempai dragon engine. You're able to search for a fire dragon. I think we even saw like pure Tempai dragon decks playing Blaster, the dragon ruler of Infernos in their deck as well before. But it's really cool to see these two strategies work well together.
Yeah, a lot more efficient when you're able to banish Blaster for actual dragon ruler effects and just be able to generate more...
All right, we start banishing, and we banish a Blaster first action. So the cool thing about this is that we can search Tenpai cards with Blaster, which is actually quite scary from Steven's perspective, I feel like.
Crimson Blader. Oh wait, no. We're 2025, not 2013.
I mean, both decks have only been summoning level 7 monsters so far.
Crimson Blader could make a comeback. I'm just saying. Not every deck's gonna leak summon. Just most.
You can left arm offering a handful of big rulers and go plus. You could do that, but then you your left arm offering probably for grass, and then you are
a bit more of a high impact summon. I guess this deck doesn't really have
thinning out your deck a decent amount, right? If you're banishing like a couple of Dragon Rulers. I don't know if that's the way you want to approach it.
I love Dorador. It's kind of like Snake Eye Ash, but for Tempai Dragon.
And if you get ashed on left arm, you're probably still losing, even if you get like a Dragon Ruler Search or two.
There's that value you get from playing the Molcharmi.
So the only thing that Nicholas wants to be careful of here, I feel like, is you don't want to banish the seals for your Dragon Rulers, because if you do that, Branded Regain just gives Steven a card for no reason.
Of having Dragon Rulers in their deck, so getting the maximum value here. And there is
Steven's deck looks very much like a Fiendsmith control deck, just with some Horus teched in, because like Bestial, Kashtira, Fiendsmith is a pretty known concept. It's just we're putting in Horus as well. Maybe Horus is in here. I'm just trying to guess the thought process. Horus might be in here to increase the ceiling of the deck a little bit, but also to make use of, because we're seeing main deck Charmies, right? And Charmies are very good in this format going second, and they might be necessary in people's main decks because they are one of the few things that actually stops Malice from full comboing, right? But if you're playing a deck that normally wants to choose first, it feels really bad to play upwards of like 6 or 9 Chummies in your main deck.
Because all he has to do after that is just normal summon.
So the Horus cards might be a way to discard those cards.
Okay, it was another copy.
Because one Imseti lets you discard a couple of dead Charmies. No problem.
So now, if there are any other Dragon Rulers that he can use,
so it seems like Steven's deck very much has the concept of just play a bunch of hand traps and pair it with very, very efficient one-card starters that are like solid grindy engines, right? Kashtira, Bestials, Fiendsmith, and even some Horus cards.
Dorador is gonna let him add a Fire Dragon. Like I said, this is similar.
Which seems good, yeah.
As Genroku is similar to Snake Eyes Pop.
The rank 8 pool is also nasty. Coach King and Sanafond. Sanafond is an interesting choice in this format, right? Because of what's it called?
I mean, normal summon Snake Eye Ash is still normal summon Snake
Mitsurugi,
Eye Ash.
right? Sanafond is pretty good against Mitsurugi.
We have the Dorador grabs the Genroku. Not even going to use the Genroku effect to go for Hydra. Just go straight into Biden.
There is a Genroku in the grave that has been sent to the graveyard after grass.
All right, we bring back Genroku with Fadra here, and at this point, there's only a Fenrir in the way of the opponent's life points. They did banish the Transcendent Dragon with the Kashtira Unicorn, if I remember correctly, though. So I don't know if we can easily go for game here.
Oh, he can still go into Shazma here, and Shazma gets in Tempest to grab him another Dragon Ruler if he so needs to.
I mean, the needs to is truly the question here, right?
Yeah, when I get in these kind of positions, I'm just trying to figure out how fast I can get to 8,000 damage using. Okay, 23 Shades of 2013, and number 11 Big Eye coming
Dude.
down.
This might already go down as my favorite feature match of the day. Oh yeah, we were locked into dragons.
We're in 2025 now. This is all new kind of.
But we're just seeing so many cards that make me happy.
But this is what I'm talking about. You don't want to fumble at the 1 yard line. Like you need to figure out how you get to 8,000. You're in the driver's seat. You got nothing to worry about. Just
realistically doing too much here. Like we know that Chandra attacking has been enough to end the game. So.
I mean, bro, I was not expecting to see a Dragon Ruler deck today. I went into this YCS expecting Malice, Mitsurugi, maybe some Regenesis, maybe some White Forest from Alliance Insight. I was not sure we would see I was not sure we were gonna see Dragon Rulers. And so I am very happy about this. And even like at this point, even the Tenpai cards I think are fine in this concept, because as you saw, they won the dice roll and they chose first. Like this is still a this is not a traditional Tenpai deck, and I don't really hate the Tenpai cards if they were used in this fashion.
But I appreciate it. You gotta make sure the ink doesn't run dry.
He needs to make that last.
Because at this point right now, the Tenpai cards are just helping Nicholas finish a game that's already over anyways, right? Like this game is lost even if we don't kill this turn, but whatever.
Interesting. You know, I'm also more of like, these are also the times if you're in a tournament, you want to consider like conceding just to save time, because you know the clock isn't always your friend and you don't want to end up going to time. And even though Steven knows it's over.
I think he just wants to see
Oh,
what
where
other
it's
options.
going.
Yeah, like at this point, I mean, what he's seeing here is just.
All right, and Steven has seen enough.
It's still good to know
1-0 for Nicholas and the Tenpai Dragon strategy. Honestly,
finish the game.
I think this game was
Maybe he made that slight misstep trying to
a little harder than it needed to be because we went first. Because looking at Steven's hand, it didn't feel that good going first.
saying a reason not to concede.
But,
Just sitting on
alas.
regain. Like, I don't know if there's even a draw, even if he leaves you with some life points that'll get you back into
Dragon Ruler's one step away from greatness. Greatness in this case being winning round 1 of the YCS, which is more than I ever dreamed of in the year 2025.
Definitely going into the side deck, even though Dragon Rulers are probably flying under the radar a little bit, a little unexpected in the tournament. There are some side cards that line up really well into some of the top decks of the format that also hinder the Dragon Ruler strategy.
Steven just added so many traps. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, right? I think the way decks are going to be constructed in this format, at least for this weekend, is the trends that I've been seeing is a lot of Molcharmies, right? We've talked about it before. Molcharmies are one of the few ways to actually stop Malice from full comboing, because like the fair hand traps, quote unquote, are not very consistent at doing it. I literally saw I tuned into Austrian Nationals for like a split second, like 2 hours ago or something, and the situation was literally Malice was going first. In the opponent's graveyard, there was Imperm, Valor, Ash Blossom, and the Malice opponent was still cooking, had like 4 monsters on the board, and was still playing, right? And I feel like that encapsulates exactly why I think we're gonna be seeing a lot of Charmies this weekend, because they just kept going, and I think if you see a lot of people main decking Charmies, then it's just a matter of, like, I mean, it's logical that you have to side in a lot of stuff for going first, because you have to take out all these Charmies when you're side decking, right? While they're side decking, I can see if I find the moment where that happened real quick, just for reference, because I'm not making that up. This is it this match? No, it was not this match. Was it this match? No. This? Where's Malice? It was this one. It was this one. Hold up. Yeah, this. Bro thought Valor Imperm Ash was gonna do shit. What the hell, dude? Oh, man.
Because you can have a large number of cards to be able to put in, but if you, I mean,
that's why people Charmy this deck, basically. That's why people Charmy this deck. Beast of Talvar currently on feature. Wait, hold up.
Und Nikita genießt einfach gerade.
Where? Well, the bottom just says Fiendsmith. Is there... Oh, it's Mermail against Pure Fiendsmith, and they are on Beast of Talvar? That's based.
You have to get the cards for that new set. You have to like practice against those cards as well. And I know a lot of people went to the premiere event at their local OTS in the past week.
Do you think that the way Malice plays, it's better to focus on Charmies and board breakers? I mean, it's easier said than done, but I think the best way to beat Malice in a hypothetical world would be to use any Molcharmy and then have, like, because under Charmies, I think it's most likely that they can just end on the Malice stuff, right? And if you have cards that pair after you Chummy, you need cards that deal with the Malice cards, right? So, I don't know. But some people have also been saying that, like, under certain Charmies, Malice can just go full combo. I don't think that's real, though. Personally, I don't think that's real, because I think for that, cards like Nibiru are way too popular. I don't think you can just full commit to full combo under, like, 1 or 2 Charmies.
Most people like build their decks in a way to where they want to go first, at least one of the games to the tournament, but it could be a bold move that would catch Nicholas off guard and pay off huge Steven.
DJ Gaming, they would have 12. Do you think Gordian Slicer is better in that meta than if you play like 6 or 9 Charmies and get a lot of draw? I think Gordian Slicer, or whatever it's called, is a good card, but it is very, very restrictive in which decks can use it, right? Because I think in order to get full advantage of it, you have to like banish, what, 12 extra deck cards? Maybe like Regenesis can play it. I don't know. Labyrinth, yeah. But the problem is it still doesn't deal with the Malice setup, right? Did you see Austrian Nats did a card breakdown and more people are playing Droll than Lancia? 73 main deck Droll. I mean, people are respecting Mitsurugi, yeah. People definitely are respecting Mitsurugi. And I mean, it's basically, people are agreeing, I think, for the most part, that Droll and Lockbird, while not being insane against Malice, is at least okay against it. So I'm not super surprised that people are willing to play the card that is like, not insane into Malice, but like fine. Also, Malice itself can also use Droll and Lockbird to counter Charmies. Yeah, that's a thing too.
All right, not a bad start here for Steven.
All right, well, we go in with some Kashtira cards once again.
I would like to see some non-Kashtira cards.
Normal summon Ash Blossom to pivot into Fiendsmith. Not ideal. I think we're hovering a Molcharmy Fuvalos there. They are going to take a look at the extra deck if we do that, but I think we will still do that.
Nicholas, he looks like he's thinking.
Yeah, that is a Molcharmy Fuvalos, a QCR at that. All right. Powerful move. No secondary Ash Blossom in the hand of Steven. We're going to take a look at the extra deck. I would be shocked if... I mean, Nicholas is going second, so I think we're just taking a Tenpai card here. Taking the Biden Dragion, which I think is a 2 of... So we're taking the Transcendent here. Okay.
Yeah, Transcendent here, which is usually a 1 of.
But no, instead of Baron, I mean, if the Fallout didn't come down, Steven here could be looking...
So that is going to be Moon of the Closed Heaven. So we're going to see access to the Fiendsmith cards there.
Yeah, looks like what Steven is considering just an SP pass, perhaps. No, you can't go straight into Requiem. You'd have to go into Moon into Requiem.
I think we're forgetting the Closed Heaven right now.
That would be a bold decision. Maybe you could consider, oh, he's playing that grass. The more cards he draws, less cards he has to send to the graveyard.
Okay, well,
skipping a step.
Wait, but wonder, yeah, what? Hold up.
His situation here, yeah, like giving up 2 draws is rough here, but I think because you have the birth, you...
Yeah, I was about to say, we're under Fuva. Why are we committing for Fiendsmith? I don't know.
We have some powerful trap cards, it seems. Birth is going to summon back that Unicorn in defense mode, and looks like we're just going to be passing back, giving 1 draw for the Fulos here. And we'll see how Dragon Ruler...
Did he draw 2 cards? I don't think so. No, he's on 6 cards.
But there are 2 sets there, and set cards, you know, generally post-side set cards are...
Which is what he should be at.
Oh yeah, a lot of could be some of the solemn traps, but all right.
Ooh,
to see Spectral come down.
Spectral, let's go.
Alongside a dragon, he's gonna be able to add 2 dragon rulers from his deck to hand.
Please do not counter the Spectral. Thank you. Do not counter Spectral. Let it resolve. Okay, nice. Okay, Spectral Dragon Ruler of Flickers is the light baby ruler that you discard alongside another dragon or light, and it lets you add 2 dragon rulers.
Looks like we're going to be adding Tempest.
Pretty nice. Pretty nice, actually.
There's just more cards you draw. It's like 2 additional cards you get from Super Rejuvenation while you're getting everything online as you go. So it looks like he's going to add React in, which will get him access to Redox. The Dragon Ruler of Pebbles. And Tempest, Dragon Ruler of Storms. I love the baby ruler names. Like, they're little... Pebbles is my favorite.
Yeah, Pebbles is pretty good.
Pebbles is Billy's favorite.
Pebbles, the boulders.
Okay, so we're using Kashtira Unicorn here to deal with both level 10 synchros of the Tenpai side of the deck. So this is, I guess, where we're going to find out whether the Dragon Rulers on their own can handle this situation. I mean, the board is very much beatable, right? Like if you're, I feel like if your deck cannot handle SP Unicorn Birth Pass with what seems like maybe I mean, maybe there's a Solemn there or an Imperm, but like for the most part, you should be able to at least do something into this situation.
Yep, exactly.
Has barrier. Ooh, D-barrier on Xyz is good. I mean, but like the thing is, against Fiendsmith control, which is what this deck is, if you can just run over the two monsters here, and then they barrier call Xyz, and you just make seals pass, there's a world where you can just survive off of that. It's not like the end of the world if you get barriered by Fiendsmith. I think that's a Baldrake in hand for Steven, if I saw that correctly.
I could have opted to use SP Little Knight here to get rid of the Tempest, but it doesn't, need to do that.
Yep. Dragon Rulers, you can either summon them or use their effect that adds once per turn, but only one of the other effects. So if you did use that SP Little Knight, you wouldn't have gotten the add from it, which would have been useful. But he knows that Dora Dora is bound to come down, and there is another copy of Dora Dora being added to the hand here of Nicholas. And then...
Ooh, we have Thrust. Now, Thrust is a little annoying here because there's a Kashtira Birth on the board. So, the Kashtira Birth is going to banish some material that we would love to have in the graveyard. But,
get as many resources as possible. Or maybe, honestly...
Is Dragon Ruler expensive? I don't think so, no. Ooh, we played Duster, that's good.
Nice call. He does have the two face downs and Kashtira Birth. Maybe he already has that Grasser. You truly don't need it if you have Dora Dora.
He has like 7 cards in hand. I'm sure you don't need that much more.
Harpy's Feather Duster has that beautiful quarter century secret rare from the early days collection. If you got your hands on that, but this is going to be activated. It looks like it might be an ultimate rare version.
Yeah. And Duster's gonna force out something here.
All right, well, I'm sure we're gonna chain D-barrier if he actually has it. I haven't seen it.
Something does happen.
But you guys said it was there, so someone must have spotted it.
If he had a couple of them, he would need to have
Looks like there's no Solemn. Oh, there is Solemn. Okay, never mind. Well, actually, I guess thinking about it there for a second does make some sense. Even if, like, because I'm thinking if the other set is Dimensional Barrier, do you really have to Solemn here to protect the barrier? Because that's chainable anyways. At the same time, you are also protecting Kashtira Birth, which is very relevant to your follow-up in this situation. Okay, we're gonna use Reacta and discarding Title for a Redox from the deck, and just like that, we have assembled all the colors of the Dragon Rulers on the first turn, and we can start cooking a little bit. Now, the only big Dragon Ruler effect that we've used so far, I think, is Blaster.
Couldn't be me. But yeah, definitely going to continue the onslaught of dragons. Redox is now coming down thanks to Reactin.
Bestial Baldrake is going to hit the Spectral out of the graveyard, which takes away a fodder to banish, and also puts up a little bit of a threat to accessing your extra deck. Now, the thing is, Chasma is a quick effect, right? So, even if you Baldrake it here, you have to tribute your SP Little Knight, and then they can still chain the Chasma.
Okay, Baldrake is going to be getting rid of the Little Knight to try to banish the...
You're going to summon the 4600 attack towers? Disaster? I don't know if... did we see Disaster even in their extra deck? I'm not so sure. It might be there, but they were playing a pretty big 10-pipe package in there as well.
Using the Baldrake effect, tributing the SP Little Knight to banish the Chasma, but the Chasma is a quick effect, so he's going to be able to chain it to still resolve.
Yeah, it's not negating the summon of Chasma, so he will be able to use the effect here.
Yep, it's going to be able to send any Dragon Ruler and copy the effect that would get if it was discarded.
So we'll see which one he goes for. Gonna go for Blaster. He's gonna be able to destroy that set card.
He's trying to clean up. He knows his opponent is only at 4,000. He knows he paid half his...
All right, Chasma to send Blaster for cost is going to turn it into...
Yeah, that looks like Steven's
a
reading
pump.
Quite understand. It's a cool card. I think it is pretty underrated going into this tournament. No, I mean, just because you don't know what all the Dragon Ruler effects are doesn't mean, like, oh, I didn't know you could send Blaster to this. You have to only respond to the effect. It's on you to know what the Dragon Ruler effects are.
I thought it was vanishing this. That's why I said it's okay. So.
What?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know about that.
Am I allowed to?
No, you cannot respond.
You cannot. I'm sorry, you can't change your barrier.
what happened. I think Steven did not realize that Chasma would pop the barrier, and so he wants to chain it now.
No, this shouldn't even be a question. Yeah, he didn't chain it. It should just go straight to the
To be fair,
graveyard.
I didn't even consider that that's how that. You cannot. It is resolving already after sent the blaster. It is not like a new chain that blaster activates. Or unless his opponent just allowed him. Like,
I think what they're misunderstanding here right now is that Chasma sends the guys. Chasma sends blaster from the deck for cost when you're detaching, and that's what they didn't realize. That's why they're taking it back, because Steven was supposed to see which Dragon Ruler effect Nicholas was attempting to do when he activated the Chasma. Because it works like circular, basically. So like you detach and send a Dragon Ruler from the deck for cost. That both happens before resolution, and so that's why they I don't think they played it clean in this instance, because I think Nicholas just detached the material, and then Steven chained the Baldrake to it, and so on and so forth. So you just resolve. That's not exactly what happened. So
yeah, I think you have to call synchro when you know that. I mean, there's Dorador in the hand.
is this 60 card dragon? Yes, they were playing grass earlier. They also resolved grass in game 1.
What happened?
I think you tried to summon Tempest, but he'd already summoned.
So it's okay for Dragon Rulers to have a circular? Bro, if it's on a rank 7 that they have to get to first, yes, it's different.
A little swamped here, but we're gonna tighten up the screws and continue on.
I mean, I think
It's round 1. There's a lot of nerves in the first round of the feature match, so it's okay. So please be kind and gentle. Looks like both players are happy. They're just trying to figure out.
It's alright, we're ready for Dragon Rulers to 2-0 the first round. Easy clap.
reaction to summon it.
So, but hold up. Where did Kashtira Birth go?
To get rid of the
Did they not call Xyz with D-Barrier? Oh, they made me they call Synchros.
Kylo will be able to search a
Bro, why did you... Okay, hold up. Why did you D-Barrier for Synchro if you used Kashtira Unicorn to take apart your opponent's Tenpai cards? Why didn't we do Unicorn to banish the Exceeds and then Barrier for Synchro? Or the other way around? I feel like now we're using... I don't know. I feel like you could have done that a little bit more optimally.
We are just eliminating.
We are still scared because we're on 4,000, but I feel like in this instance,
There is no follow-up. There is no cards in hand here.
Blaster popped it. Yeah, I know. I understand Blaster popped it, but like if we called Exceeds with D-Barrier, we would have stopped it from doing that,
For the stream here.
right?
Another tie
Or does D-Barrier only negate on the field? Is D-Barrier skill drain?
Put the unicorn attack. Yeah, you're able to attack over the Baldrake.
Is D-Barrier is skill drain, right? Ah, okay, because the Baldrake... Okay. Because the Baldrake banished the Chasma. Because it's not the Blaster that's popping the card, it's the Chasma that applies the effect of the thing. That's why I was confused for a second. Because I thought they called Exceeds with Barrier to protect the birth.
Goes to the graveyard, not the deck. Let me double check. Graveyard banishment. Oh no, it goes into the deck. Okay, it shovels back into the
Chaining 1 Baldrake, chaining 2 rank 7, chaining 3 Barrier. Oh, okay, so they did call Synchros. Yeah, they did call Synchros.
check.
Because we can make the Eclipse, obviously. We call Synchro, yeah.
Field.
But the thing is here, right? We're on no cards in hand.
Opting to normal summon the door.
We are on no cards in hand, and we're just getting cooked by good old Dragon Ruler plays now with Exceeds, right? Like, I mean, yeah, okay, we're not getting killed by Tenpai cards this turn.
And that just
But
sets you up a little bit, right?
we got no cards, no guaranteed follow-up, and the opponent is just full on Dragon Rulers, 8,000 life points.
Like Chandra into Vajra.
And this is the point in the game where it doesn't even matter that we might not be finishing it this turn, because Dragon Rulers, I mean, it's been 12 years, but Dragon Ruler follow-up is still pretty clean.
Both monsters this way.
With if you have a full graveyard, all 4 Dragon Rulers in there, easy clap.
Yep, so we're going for the Genroku.
Mr. Fam Squad, thank you for the 4 months. And Epic Art YGO, thank you for the full year of Prime support. Thank you.
That he was summoning Genroku. like I said, this is round 1, so this is like the first.
Do they not have to target the card when sending the blaster? This is something that I actually don't know. If I think yes. If you go Chasma, send Blaster for cost because you're trying to apply Blaster's effect and Blaster's effect targets. I think you choose a target. I think it's like using rollback. Because if you use rollback to target a trap that targets, you also have to select a target. Yeah. Because you're trying to apply an effect that needs a target.
The unicorn here, I don't think he has a way to get over the Baldrake, which I mean is fine. It's not that much of a threat.
I mean, just leaving a monster on the field though gives him access to stuff.
Then they shouldn't be able to pop the birth. I mean, in the world where the D barrier called exceeds.
Yeah, so
That, yeah, I mean, if they targeted the barrier, yes. Either way, yes. But it looks like they targeted the birth.
okay.
Because I don't know, the Chasma, they did not resolve the Chasma very cleanly. I don't know exactly what happened.
I don't think so. Yeah, that's what I was.
Did Fiend Smith have a good Evil Swarm matchup in 2013? No, Evil Swarm Ophion actually pretty cracked against Fiend Smith Engraver.
An Eclipse, which can negate a Speller Trap versus a Baldrake on the field. Part of the cards here for Steven.
Actually a problem.
Off the top.
I mean, you can try to enter battle phase, going to force out the seal. Put the Baldrake in the hand, assumingly, which will not be, which could be chained to try to remove something after the fact.
How did Baldrake survive all this?
He have to go for one of his own cards. He could choose to get rid of his own Genroku.
Ooh, we drew Magnamood. That's pretty sick.
Looks like start of battle.
That's pretty broken, actually. Magna on the seals before it activates?
Yeah, Genroku for Pydra here is not bad at all.
Going to tribute itself off the field, spell summoning a Tempai Dragon from the deck. It's going to go for Chandra.
That's also fine. Like,
Oh, and yeah, you attack here,
now you just use your
and
on your own card.
that brings out a Fadra, that brings back whatever, and then we're just,
Mainly, I just do not want to give the Baldrake back in this position.
There's a Primite Evil Swarm deck being played in Master Duel. I saw that. I did see that, yeah.
Considering what stack, yep, going to go after the seal. Going to prompt him to use.
Okay, so Fadra, does Fadra protect dragons or fire dragons? I'm pretty sure it's fire dragons, right? So like the seal could be destroyed by battle, even if we bring out Fadra. So we kind of still have to use seals onto the Baldrake. We do not chain Magna onto the seals is criminal activity.
You know, there are, unfortunately for Steven in this match, we haven't got to see any of the Horus cards that he has in his
Criminal activity, not chaining Magnamood onto the
He has
seals.
Speedsmith, he has Horus cards in there. There's so many other engines, but he's only seen like a Baldrake plus all the Kashira cards.
I mean, that's the problem with this good stuff deck. There's not really that many things that bridge. It's like whichever ones you see. The only bridge is how, I mean, how Fiendsmith works. But even then, when you're facing down with Wallace, you're not even able to commit into that. Especially when if you're normal summoning an Ash Blossom into a position like that, it's truly not what you want to see. It's been a rough game for Steven.
Oh yeah, he's been trying to do the best he can with the cards he's drawn. Still in the battle, looks like he's going to banish the seal.
Baldrake banish
Summon
seals.
Baldrake from the hand.
Alright, because we opted for Pydra, we will be able to attempt to attack over one of these, but Pydra is going to be able to use its effect in the battle phase to quick synchro.
All right.
So that will
We don't have Fadra in rotation unless I missed it last turn, which means that this is just going to be
interesting. There's nothing
bring back Chandra. I mean, there's no level 10 synchros to go into anymore, right? With Bident plus a level 3. Because we lost both level 10s to Kashtira Unicorn. I don't think we have more than that. So the Baldrake can just attack over... The Baldrake does not continue attacking. Okay.
Going to banish SP Little Knight, summon from the hand, allow him to add a dragon at the end phase. Yeah. But now he can actually attack the Fiendsmith part of his deck and send the two monsters to the graveyard to link summon Moon to the closed heaven.
I'm not missing anything, right? We could have just attacked this Chandra.
Get some Fiendsmith stuff online.
Am I wilding right now?
Field already though, with all the resources that Dragon Ruler is going to have on the follow-up.
You have the graveyard set up as well.
Scared of declaring 3 attacks? No, you don't have to be. There's nothing in the graveyard, right? There's nothing in the graveyard that punishes a third attack.
The deck to the graveyard.
Chandra didn't use effect yet. Oh, yeah, the seal summoned the Pydra. No, you're right.
I
Yeah,
think he's just trying to play the card.
Chandra summoning Fadra was
I mean, maybe he'll summon back an
gonna
engrave,
punish
figure
that.
out the
Fair enough.
flips with equipping Requiem, but then he can't go into Necro Equip Princess, but he can still go into Sequence and make a Desiree.
So how do we? I mean,
Probably better than a rank 6 in this position anyway.
But he
how is one rank 6 gonna save us here? I don't think it will.
I don't think.
happen.
Does Engraver care where it's equipped to?
Oh, I thought it had to be equipped to him, but maybe not.
So Engraver can pop even if the equip is on another monster, so we can still use it here
On the Biden. Okay.
to do some cleanup.
Interesting.
You still have a potential sequence into Desiree, into Link with the Desiree, into Agnum Day if we play that. But I don't know if they have room for Agnum Day in this extra deck because they're playing Horus and Bestial cards, so there might be some rank 8s, also some dragon-related stuff in the extra deck, like maybe Seals.
Hydra was summoned off of the Hieratic Seal, so Chandra had not actually activated its effect yet.
Right,
Okay.
right.
So it's, I mean, because we decided to use the Requiem to pop something, we have to make sequence. We can't make a rank 6 right now.
Link summon here for Fiend's Fist.
So it's got, ooh, Chaos Angel maybe,
Chaos Angel.
but it's only light Chaos Angel. There's no way just light Chaos Angel is good enough, right?
It'll be able to clean up the Chandra.
Banish the Chandra, sure.
This is solid.
Dude, leaving the Eclipses up is also insane, right?
Or,
Yeah. Would be a shame if someone were to take it.
Oh, man.
So light Chaos Angel is just can't be destroyed by
actually,
battle, right?
Is its light is unaffected by monster effects?
Oh no, unaffected.
Activated
Is
monster
the
effects?
battle? Is the Dark One the battle one?
Dark one might be the battle because Dark one's usually the easier.
I always mix it up with Chaos Angel. I always mix it up. That's why light and dark is my favorite Chaos Angel, because then you don't have to think about it. You just know it's both.
Which also-
Light is unaffected. Okay. So light is unaffected by monsters, which means that we have to summon a monster that's bigger than 3,500.
Getting well, actually no, both level 10 monsters are.
You
gone,
just
right?
need
Cornez-
a bigger monster than 3,500.
Might be a little harder to
well,
navigate.
actually, it's pretty simple. We have to Biden summon back and then. pop
Disaster is GG, bro. If they make Disaster right now, I'm gonna be so happy. Oh, he's playing Disaster. He's reading it.
Speller trap.
Yeah.
That's crazy behavior, but
So the writing's there.
I like it.
Getting
Dude. Make Disaster. I'm gonna be so happy. Make Disaster attach all 4 Dragon Rule, please.
Banishing 2 dragons to summon.
I need that in my life right now. Do it.
Just some blanks from banishing there, so no additional.
Do
effect
it!
from the banish zone. Gonna be activating that second summoning.
Back to add. Yeah.
Looks like we're gonna be grabbing a copy of.
The problem with Disaster
It seems.
is that it's only unaffected after it has successfully attached the other 4, right? Because what is Disaster you make by overlaying 2 rank 7s, right? And then on summon, it attaches the other 4 Dragon Rulers from Grave and Banished. And if it has all of them attached, it's just a 4,600 towers, right? So the problem is on summon, it can still be affected. So if they set up Fiendsmith in Paradise, they can still Paradise the... They can still... Dude, the shaking is insane. They can still Paradise the Disaster, right?
Lacrima doing the dance that we've seen, and then Lacrima's on the field, able to trigger. Gonna be sending that Fiendsmith in Paradise likely from the deck. Yep, there it is.
What do you think about Soul Release against Malice?
Fiendsmith Paradise will be able to send that Desiree. Can Eclipse negate an effect?
So yeah, it's effect. Yeah. They can stop Fiendsmith in Paradise.
It doesn't work since the removal is... Oh, yeah, no. Paradise is in 2 steps, of course.
Game number 1.
No, you're right. Because on summon, they would use Paradise. That sends Desiree, but then it already has the materials attached. I'm tripping. My bad.
Field again.
They have to do it here.
Let's see which effects he opts.
If they don't do it here, it's actually Disaster time. Do it! Do it!
Make sure it doesn't take too long. Want to keep the pace of play up. We are running down
Summon Disaster!
here as the round.
Yeah, the only
Okay, we're using the
thing
effect
with
first, fair enough.
Is if he takes too long.
Jared doesn't find a way to get over that Chaos Angel, but with Redox, yeah, he could. Oh, he's gonna
He's going for Tempest. He's trying to search. This adds any dragon, so...
Okay, we add any dragon. We add Spectral, Dragon Ruler, Flickers or something.
I feel like he might not see the line with the Biden because he's overcomplicating this by a lot.
Could be the case, but okay.
Let's go!
Oh, okay, here we go. He's gonna overlay both for the
Yeah! Yeah, you better read that thing. Yeah, you better read that thing.
Another way that he can attack over Chaos Angel. I can't believe we're actually getting to see this. I didn't know if they would actually utilize, like, in order to get
It's a disaster!
overlay with the 2 new rank 7, so you get the light and dark. And then it can add all, it can attach all the other 4 Dragon Rulers underneath his materials.
Okay, he did the absolute coolest way he could. Of doing, he gains 4,600 attack.
And he's unaffected by card effects. If he gets all the different attributes.
How big will it be?
46, 46, assuming it gets all the material.
This card is truly the apocalyptic dragon. It is the disaster.
No, nothing you do matters, Steven! Disaster struck!
But the attributes he has are not bestial.
Sure.
Yeah,
Dark.
the light and the dark are naturally going to be under him. It's the 4 elements that go under.
Earth.
Oh my
water,
god.
Wind, fire. With our powers combined, we are going
Imagine
to
he just doesn't have Tempest.
absolute
Okay, there it is.
devastation on our opponent. I really didn't know if the Dragon Lord players were going to utilize this card, and seeing it in action here at round
Boom!
1 Providence is so exciting. Oh man.
Yeah, it'll banish everything.
Hello! Show me
You
disaster!
know, your Chaos Angel's a boss monster. I'm gonna raise you one. Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's enough.
Boom!
They're gonna have no cards left. Facing down the
gamed
biggest
this
Dragon Ruler of all.
It's unaffected, and that's just gonna be enough. Just ending the game
dude,
there in
I
the
love
most
that.
epic way possible. Nicholas,
Chances are we've already peaked, everybody. Chances are the best feature match of the weekend has just happened, and it's just over. But dude, show me whatever, how many Malice mirrors you got now. I don't care. I'm happy. Thank you, Nicholas. We've seen Dragon Rulers. We've seen Chasma in action. We've seen Eclipse in action. We've seen Disaster in action. I'm happy. I don't care no more.
Play Dragon Rulers. This isn't about 10.
It's done.
Yes, I mean, he doesn't. I wish he was the Mist House there too. It's the only one we didn't get to see.
Oh
You
man.
go for efficiency, right? You don't need all of them in this position.
Oh, but it's nice when you do, and you see all the attributes combined to unleash
Dude.
an absolute disaster
Greatness.
of all apocalypses. What a way to start off the YCS here in Providence, Rhode Island, with Dragon.
Guys, do you see how stable the table is, by the way?
You know, when I got here, I was like, I know
The table is not shaking. I'm telling you that much. It's not the table. It is not the table.
I would hope it would pay off big, and it did here. It was a back and
They
forth
got
game.
that camera like they got that camera like on a freaking, it's hanging on a thread just above the thing.
It did seem like he was just playing like a pure Kashkira deck up until that very end there when it was just too late. And yeah, the whole time he had the Eclipse to protect himself from the Fiendsmiths in Paradise, but by the time he was able to get the Eclipse off the field, it was for, could he could have still chained the Fiendsmiths in Paradise to the summon the Apocalypse? Oh no, but
yes,
the Desiree would,
yeah, it's
would
an separate
activate it.
chain.
By the time the
It's far too
Desiree,
late,
yeah,
yeah.
would have got down, it would have been unaffected there, so there was no hope. The end was nigh, and yeah, Nicholas brought on the Apocalypse.
I mean, this was one of my fears going into this feature match. Is like, I want Dragon.
It might be the
Rulers to win.
tripod, and when the judges walk on the stage, it makes it shake. I mean, yeah, I know there's explanations for it. It's just, at that point, maybe get a different system to attach it to so it doesn't touch the stage or something. If people are constantly walking there, maybe you have to like get like one of those steel cages or whatever that makes it more stable.
But just the layers of push that Dragon
Like,
has is
yes,
so
you're providing, there are explanations,
all for free.
but at that point,
I was gonna say,
especially if you can explain it, why don't you fix it?
between the deck then and now,
Because there is
are
also
some
ways to
clear
fix it.
similarities that the initial board that Dragon Rulers put up, even when they
I
were the
feel like-
dominant deck that was the deck to beat, they weren't that devastating. It was like a Draco sack. But
It
what
really
was,
wasn't much of anything. Like,
Yeah.
it's comparable to what Malice does. Like, let's say, okay, well, I'm giving it a little. No, I'm not giving enough credit. It was really sticky. the board was there, it kept you alive, and then you had a bunch of monsters that came back on the following turn, and that is exactly what it's doing right now, but just with a little bit more interruption, right? Seals as well as the Eclipse.
You know the coolest part is about Dragon Rulers? I feel like, as someone who really liked Dragon Rulers back in the day, the deck very much still feels like Dragon Rulers. And I think that's the coolest part when they make legacy support. That's the best kind of legacy support, when the deck still feels like the same deck. Just like better and more like more up to date, right? And it's the same. Also, the Orcust support, by the way. I've played around with some of the new Orcust cards already. And it's basically the same thing with that deck, right? Like the new Orcust cards make the deck more powerful, but it still really feels like Orcust felt in 2019.
Still good in 2025. It will never not be good.
Very cool whenever they can do that.
Going back to your hand, it's summoning any dragon from your deck. That's pretty good. A lot of those, usually when a monster summons any card from your deck.
Necros I could believe as well. I haven't tried as much of the new Necros cards, despite I really like the deck. But like the new Necros cards also feel very much like Necros cards, yeah.
What's more iconic than Dragon decks and Yu-Gi-Oh?
You know, that's what we're here for. And now with the Abyss Dweller gone, this deck has a really it's found its time, I guess, with this release to be able to do something like this. And
do you think Orcust is YCS topping viable with the new support? Yeah. Before, but with the new support, I think so, yeah. When is the new Orcust support out? It's like middle of June, I think, when the set comes out, the Battles of Legends thingy. It's not that long anymore. It's like somewhere in June. The reason why I've already looked at it is because I recently started testing for German nationals, and now I'm not attending German nationals anymore, which is kind of sad, but...
I have Nicholas on stage. Congratulations on your feature match victory with Dragon Rulers. I want to start with that. Round of applause from the audience. They were going crazy for you. Why Dragon Rulers at this event? What made you want to play the deck?
So for the local people who know me, I've obviously been a huge collector of Dragon Rulers. I have an entire binder that has just been filled with secrets for like the longest time. I'd been picking them up for ages. I was super happy where they all got quarter centuries. When they were announcing rarities for this set, I'm like, I hope that they're all hollow so I can get quarter centuries of all of them. Hopefully by the end of this event, I'll have quarter centuries of all the new stuff as well. But I'm really happy. I've always been a big fan of the deck. It was actually the first
Dragon Ruler
I started
Giga
playing was 2013 March. Prime Dragon Rulers. Tachyon had like just came out when I had started playing. My very first round ever at any local was against like the top player playing Dragon Rulers. So he just goes Super Juve, draw 4, Draco Sack, pass, and he's like, oh man, I just lost because I'm on like this like terrible like your first local ever little Timmy deck. So
we've all been there. We've all been there. But now you're going to be the one doing the Dragon Rulers. Disaster Dragon Ruler, the big one. You summoned it. Did you think that you would get to use him in this event, let alone in the feature match stage?
Nah, honestly, that was like I was debating not even bothering playing him, but when we were in testing, we found the deck really has no out to a Chaos Angel because all the monsters are too low to punch over it, and if it's unaffected, you can't like remove it in any way. But with Disaster, it makes a towers that's really hard to get rid of, and it can punch over Angel. So even if you're like lower on life, you can just keep punching over Angel. And arguably, the Disaster Dragon with the unaffected is harder to clear than an Angel because without like they need like an underworld goddess or something because like Malice has no answers to it. YCS has like no real answers to it either. So they can sit on it for forever and just be fine. I mean, 46 is a huge stat line to punch over for sure.
Yeah, huge body. Awesome to see that was how you closed out the duel. But I gotta say, your first feature match ever in your history. How you feeling now after picking up a win?
Man, this is great. This is a great feeling. I'm excited. Hopefully I'll be back for more feature matches in the future.
Hope to see you again. Thank you so much, Nicholas, for the interview. Congrats on the win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
All right. Thank you so much. You're the crowd.
You know what? You want to know what the saddest part about Disaster is? The saddest part about Disaster is that he's actually too small. And that's like, that's annoying because if it was just a little bit bigger, it would actually be a legitimate win condition for the deck, of course. I mean, unaffected win condition is kind of cringe anyways, but like, and also it makes sense that it's 4600, right? Because in case you've never noticed, 4600 is the sum of every single Dragon Ruler's stats. So every single Dragon Ruler's stats combined are 4600, the big ones. The main deck ones and also the new extra deck ones is all 46 combined. That's why it's 46. But it's like it's just slightly too small to be a real win con, especially in this format, because Access Code Talker is slightly bigger and it's big enough to beat over it. And also like Malice, whatever Cryptor, when it doubles its own attack, I think is 5,000. And then it's like, what's the other big thing? Agnum Day with Desiree is, how big is Agnum Day Desiree again? I forgot. It's also 46, right? Exactly 46. Yeah. But yeah, it's fine. That's not even what I wanted the win con of Dragon Ruler to be, but it's just like one thing that like stops the deck from being absolutely insane. Because if that thing was like slightly bigger and it would actually be a win con, at least against like some matchups, right? At least against some matchups in the format. Like if it was big enough to be like to beat Malice or something, like then it'd be an interesting deck to look at. Because then you could also potentially look at it as a win condition, like through Charmies or something. Like your opponent goes Huva, you go like, okay, I'll just push through it and make this huge thing that you can't deal with. The problem is, in the format, you can't do that. But yeah. Disaster is better as a going second tool or turn 3. No, that's... Yeah, exactly, yeah. Dude, this playmat, I'm gonna need that playmat. I'm gonna need that playmat fast. Fast, you hear me?
And Eclipse, the Dragon Ruler of Catastrophes. So if you want to get your hand on this beautiful top 8 game mat and the sweet top 4 card case, you're going to want to go to our yugioh-card.com, go to events and find a regional qualifier that is located near you, and make sure you get your invite.
Art Market, is it already on there?
Takes place this July. That's right. This is
dude, if it's already on there, I might just cop it.
20 seconds, so make sure you check out
How much do regional mats go for these days? They're not that expensive, right? Copium.
Our bonus feature match that you guys are going to be able to watch before we come back for our second round of Swiss. So make sure you
40 to 60. That's all right.
Feature match, and then we have a lot more dueling to come here in day 1 at YCS Providence, Rhode Island.
It is a nice playmat. All right, so they did say something about a backup feature match that they're going to throw on in a second. Now we do have the choice between... Oh, Austria is over? Or did the stream die? Oh, it's over. Okay. What was the last round? What was the matchup in the last round? Oh, the Mermail against Fiendsmith Primate was the last round of Swiss. Okay. 7 rounds on day 1 only. Okay, I mean, I don't mind checking it out. Whatever. Let's okay. I don't want to watch Mermail. I mean, they're going second here, and Mermail going second is a lot more fun. Oh, we just passed to an Ash Blossom on Fiendsmith Tract. So we got a lot of non-engine, no Primate, unfortunately. We use Abyss Shrine, discarding Infantry. That's just going to special Poseidra. And then we're going to use Poseidra. And it's a funny thing because you have to activate heavy infantry here because it is mandatory, but there's no target for it. They just started the backup feature on the YCS, by the way. So the backup feature of YCS round 1 is round 1 of the YCS. They're just replaying it. Okay, cool. That's one way to do it. Right, Raku, thank you for the 6 months. Look, it happens to the best of us. It happened in my most recent YouTube video as well. There's the wrong Caesar in the video somewhere because I just say Caesar. My editor just put Caesar. It happens. Why are American YCS stream lower quality compared to EU streams? I mean, I genuinely don't even think that anymore. I think it used to be that way, but they have stepped up their game big time. Nowadays, there's even some things in American YCSs that European YCSs don't have, which is, for example, the backup feature matches. I mean, it's a bad timing right now because for round 1, they didn't have one apparently, but like usually there's like a backup feature, which is really nice when you're watching the tournament, because I think one of the... Ooh, there's Beast of Talvar in the deck. One of the biggest things in watching a YCS is like downtime between rounds. So that's huge that they added the backup features. Right now, my only problem with US YCS is literally the camera. The camera quality and shaking is like the only thing that is stopping NA YCSs from being basically pretty much perfect. And vice versa, the only thing that is missing, I think, from European YCS is the backup feature match, right? If European YCS had a backup feature, then it'd be dope, right? But yeah, I mean, the camera here, even for Austrian nationals, is better, right? The setup, like it's much better. Okay, this was a very funny Mooling Glacier because it discarded Fiendsmith in Paradise and Beast of Talvar. So this is basically the one thing I feel that's holding Fiendsmith Primate back is the amount of bricks it plays, which is really annoying. And we got hit by this in round 1 in game 1 here for round 7. Yep, there's those showing the thingy. All right, what other decks out of Alliance Insight you think we're going to see on stream today? Because I think their focus for day 1 of this YCS is going to be showcasing different stuff from Alliance Insight. Obviously, at some point, we're going to see Malice and Mitsurugi. That's a no-brainer. But like, what else would you guys like to see from that pack in today's feature matches? I would like to see how Regenesis puts up with the field. I would not be shocked if we saw some White Forest. As well as, yeah, Life Twin Fiendsmith, you guys are saying it. Yeah. Regenesis is based, but I know it's terrible. But I mean... It's not bad cards, right? Like, it's still something that if enough people play it, there's going to be someone who can have a decent run with it. It's terrible is the wrong word, I think. It's like not optimal in the current format. But the cards are good. It's pretty good quality cards. All right, there you go. That's your commentator duo for Austrian Nationals. Skip ahead to game 2 real quick. Okay, we were hit with a Molcharmy Perulia, and then we got impermed on the Ether Barrel. We use Ether Barrel's effect to tribute it. and pass. What is the give me some info on Austrian nationals. What's the, like, how big is it? What kind of tournament structure are they using? Like, is this a bubble match? Is the loser of this game out, or what's happening here? Because they're both 5-1 right now. 9 rounds, top 16. 9 rounds, top 16, 380-ish players. So I'm guessing 7-1-1 is top cut and 7-2 is like likely out. Or is like 7-2 is not guaranteed, right? In top 16. I feel like that's not guaranteed. This is one of the worst matchups for Fiendsmith Control, by the way. Which is why I'm not a huge fan of it in this upcoming format, because a lot of decks are like this. Fiendsmith Control does not have a lot of really good matchups coming up. Like, I think Mermail is a bad matchup. I think Malice is a bad matchup. Memento is also not great. Like, every deck with a very high ceiling is a pretty bad matchup against Fiendsmith, because the Fiendsmith Control is all about, like, stopping your opponent from reaching their ceiling, and with these kind of decks, it's just very hard to control them. At that point, it has no good matchup. That's not true. There's a lot of rogue decks it's going to be very good against, which is a quality in a format, to have a deck that can be very solid against all the rogue decks. The problem is you're still going to face a decent number of these decks throughout the tournament. And yet, like, the thing is, bad matchup does not mean you lose to all of them, right? You can still maybe beat a couple, but I think the problem with this concept then becomes once you reach top cut with a deck like this, which is possible. But once you hit top cut, at a certain point, you're just going to run into one of these matchups where the deck just has too much ceiling for your deck. So, yeah. Also, I said it earlier, and some of you guys were asking about it. I am not attending German Nationals this year because they just announced, like, 2 days ago or something, or 3 days ago, I don't know exactly. They announced that the Macedool World Championship qualifier, the regional qualifier, is happening on the same weekend as German Nationals. Also, UK Nationals are on the same weekend. And so I'm going to be going to a different national. I'm not sure which one yet. But like I have some tickets to other nationals just in case. Which one I want to go to, I don't know yet. And but I am going to prioritize the Macedool qualifier because I really want to try and go back to Macedool Worlds, so I'm just going to be playing in different nationals. It is annoying, though. It is annoying, for sure. Okay, so we've drawn Beast of Talvar in Game 1 and Game 2. I'm just going to say, wouldn't have happened with Summon Skull. Would not have happened with Summon Skull. That Mermail Graveyard is shiny. It is shiny. I think it's Platinum Secrets. I think. Don't you go to Macedool World with Quantal? I mean, I would, but Quantal is also not qualified yet, so... I did see Alberto's tweet, yeah, Agora. I did see it. It was funny. Does the Ice Jade discard for cost as well? Or does it like, is it one effect? Yes? Hmm. So we're using Shadow Squad to make everything level 7, right? And that's going to be overlaid for either the Gaios or the New Abyss rank 7. That is the New Abyss rank 7. That adds a trap card, right? Like on summon it revives, but you can also detach to add a trap, right? Spell or trap? It can add a spell too? Like it can add the equip spells? No one ever uses the trap. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? You can't search spells with it, right? It's just traps. But the thing is, in Mermail, I guess, the logic that people are applying, if you want to play a searchable interruption that's basically a brick, why play a Mermail trap when you can play like a barrier statue or whatever? Which, like, worst case, is still a water monster you can discard for your effects, right? So it's not even an interrupt that says draw cards. Okay, to be clear, I think it is a pretty good card still. But you are right, not being an interrupt doesn't matter in 2025. It's still pretty insane for what it's worth. That like you get to just draw 3 cards after your setup, but then you just don't need it anymore, right? That card would have gone hard though in initial Mermail back in the day. The trap is there to help with draw lines potentially. Wait, does the rank 7 not add it? Does it set it? Does it play through draw at least? It sets. Okay, that's neat. That's at least something. I mean, at this point though, right? At this point, isn't the better trap, hear me out, isn't the better trap to potentially play in Mermail Abyss Sphere? Because that's at least an interrupt if you play infantry. Because you can like special Poseidra and then send for cost the infantry from your deck. So that it's at least a disruption. Whereas the trap card is not actually. You can't special Poseidra. Oh, is it? Oh, because it's not a Mermail. Oh, yeah, my bad. Yeah, okay. Isn't there also the Icarus trap? Yeah, but that's not, that's not a Mermail card or Abyss card, right? That's a La Virtue stream that you add with La Virtue Dragon or whatever it's called. But I think that's off the table in Mermail, right? Right now, because there's no Bahamut Shark anymore, so how can you really do that? I guess you could make a rank 3 at a certain point in the combo, like right here. You just Xyz summon it? Okay. Interesting. Abyss Sphere negates the monster effect, so it wouldn't work either way. No, but they sent for cost. That's the thing with the Atlanteans and Mermails. That's their entire thing. That's why it would work. If you send heavy infantry for cost. It works with Pike, but then you have to have infantry in hand, right? I mean, yeah, dude, this feature match is like a combo deck versus a Fiendsmith control deck. which is already a hard matchup, and then the Fiendsmith control goes first both games and just draws an awful hand both games. So yeah, they just get swept here, unfortunately. Not that much going on in this other than just, yeah. I mean, specifically the Super Poly is not a bad interrupt against Mermail, I feel like. I mean, it depends on what they start with. It can be bad, but the fact that we just can't play through a single imperm here in game 2 is kind of annoying. Like, we didn't break, but it was just like we drew our vanilla game 1 and game 2, and both of the times we just passed to a single hand trap. Game 1 we passed to Ash, game 2 we passed to imperm, and then we had a couple of non-engine cards in hand both times, but they're just not good enough against Mermail, right? So yeah, that was last round of the Austrian Nationals. What other feature matches did we have? I remember we were in the middle of a Regenesis feature earlier, before round 1 of Providence started. I think this one. Does Perulia have synergy with Mermail? I mean, yeah, it's a water monster, so if you dead draw it, you can at least discard it. You refresh this. This is not Regenesis. This is Memento. Wait, where was it? Memento. Here. This is round 6. We're just watching it backwards. Okay, so the point we stopped earlier was they went first with Regenesis Kashtira, game 1. They got impermed on Unicorned, ashed on the Regenesis Rhoda spell, and then they still prosperityed for another Unicorn, so they had something to reveal off of Regenesis Archfiend. That grabbed them Sage, and then they passed. That was the situation, yeah. And then it's Ether Barrel Normal Summon. And if I remember, this is the point where we switched over to YCS Providence earlier, where they used Sage to negate and destroy the Ether Barrel, and then they used Wishes to add Maiden. And that's when we left. Has there been any Mitsurugi? YCS Providence, we're only on round 1, so there was no Mitsurugi yet. In Austrian Nationals, it was definitely in round 1. I think it was the winner of last year's Austrian Nationals that played Mitsurugi Ryziel in round 1 of the Austrian Nationals, and they did defeat Malice. It was like, I think it was Mitsurugi went first game 1, beating Malice, and then game 2 I think Malice just bricked. So yeah. Way too dank, thank you for the 8 months. Also, Bogan Boy, thank you for the 8 months. Was Mermail a deck you ever considered playing? I mean, I played it a lot back in the day, but I don't think that's what you mean. Nowadays I am considering it for national season, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna prefer it over any other deck, really. Like, I think it is a strong deck right now. I don't think water is bad. But yeah, it is a consideration though. Like, even though, I mean, you guys know I'm not a huge fan of combo decks, but if I genuinely don't see another way, if I don't like any other deck for nationals, I am gonna pick a combo deck. Like, if I'm just not happy, because right now, Fiendsmith Control and all the likes of those kind of decks that I would really like to play. If I'm not happy with them, I might just play a different deck. You know, like I might have to go with combo this year for nationals, because it just feels like the format for it. To be fair, I have been classifying Mitsurugi as a combo deck, and I think it does count as a combo deck. It's pretty combo-y. Pure is more similar to Fire King. It depends what cards you decide to run. But if like, look, if you're playing the Memento Trap and you're setting up like, because that's an Omni Negate you're setting up board wipes, you're setting up your opponent to have to like force them to discard a couple cards from their hand. It's pretty combo-y, I think. But yeah, it's definitely not combo in the same way as Mermail is, right? Like the pure Mitsurugi end board, even if it is pretty strong, it still lets your opponent like play into it without immediately packing up their cards, I feel like. Oh yeah. It's definitely not as blatantly combo as some other decks. What happened with Crystron? I don't know. What did happen with Crystron? Crystron is fine right now, isn't it? We just haven't seen one yet. Blue Eye Spirit Dragon is actually pretty good against Regenesis, right? Because it stops the follow-up here in the end phase of adding the Archfiend back. And then it also negates Regenesis here. So that's actually really annoying, right? That just got rid of two cards from Regenesis were just outed by one Spirit Dragon. And it still tags out into Ultimate Spirit. Everyone says Crystron is really good, but I don't see it. Sako and Santoli rated it in top 5. I don't know if it's top 5. I rated it a little bit lower than that. I do think Crystron is one of the decks that is held back a little bit by its low representation. Because that's the thing with certain types of decks you have to realize in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like, even if Crystron is a pretty capable combo deck, if people perceive it as weak to Lancia and just slightly worse than other combo decks, a disproportionate amount of people are going to choose the slightly better combo deck, right? So like, yeah, essentially there might be two combo decks in the format that are almost the same quality. If one is just slightly better than the other, most people are going to play that one. So, all right, we got some Regenesis follow-up anyways here through the Ultimate Spirit, so there's some hope here. Special summon Regenesis Archfiend because Regenesis Sage is on the field, and that is the one that adds on summon. Another Regenesis monster. The thing is, I don't actually know how good Regenesis are at dealing with huge defense monsters, right? Like, how easy is it for Regenesis to deal with this? Because the thing is, you don't really want to link them off, right? Because then you don't get them back. If any of the Regenesis hit the graveyard on your turn, you don't get them back. What happened with this Regenesis Archfiend right now? Oh, they negated the Ultimate Spirit with Sage. Is Sage both turns? I thought it was opponent's turn. Sage is both turns. Okay. That's interesting, at least. This is Austrian Nationals. All Regenesis cards are both turns, only the add-backs. Okay, then I got it mixed up with that. I thought it was a lot more about the opponent's turn. Mm-hmm. Which one was that? Regenesis Warrior? This is a 2-day national, and we're watching replays right now because their first day is already done. They only played 7 rounds on day 1, and they are already done. So we're just rewatching some of the more interesting feature matches. Yeah. All right, it is Regenesis Warrior indeed. And Regenesis Warrior is a quick effect. Tribute this card. Target a monster your opponent controls. Return it to the hand. So basically a mini... Yeah. Like a quick effect. Yeah, quick effect bounce. Which is good. You know which nationals you will go to? I have a ticket for Netherlands. But I actually found out I also can't go to Dutch nationals. Unfortunately. Okay, Regenesis here, once again, showcasing some of the cool parts about the deck, but also some of the flaws. The ceiling for the deck is not the highest, so they weren't able to deal with the Blue Eyes setup here, even if it was a Blue Eyes setup without Primite, because we were able to stop the Primite with the Sage Negate, but we're not able to break the Spirit board. Regenesis went first, but didn't have the craziest opener. All right, let's fast forward to game 2 real quick. Okay, game 2, we start with Kashtira Fenrir into Kashtira Unicorn. Fenrir is an awkward card in this deck, unfortunately, because initially, before I got super familiar with the Regenesis cards, I thought that Wraithsoth plus Fenrir would make it so Fenrir is 2500 attack, so you can summon out your Regenesis cards. However, the Regenesis cards specify 2500 original attack. So Fenrir never makes your Regenesis cards live, unfortunately. Meaning that if you start with it, it's a very good card, but it doesn't get Unicorn onto the field, so it doesn't enable other Regenesis monsters other than Regenesis Archfiend. We do have Regenesis, the spell here, but we get Ashed on it, and this might once again be a huge problem, unless we have Regenesis Archfiend in hand. Okay, we have Pot of Prosperity here. So that's hopefully going to get us out of the situation. Druid Worm, Extravagance, too late. Imperm, Called by too late. Regenesis Archfiend. Okay, that's what we needed. That's exactly what we needed. That's probably what we were going to get off of this Regenesis spell anyways. So Regenesis Archfiend now basically can reveal the Kashtira Unicorn in hand, summon itself, and then add another Regenesis from the deck. The question is, can we do more than this, or is this all we've got? Is this the entire plan? So Regenesis Archfiend, reveal a monster from your hand with 2500 attack or defense, and then special summon itself, and then it can add a Regenesis monster from deck. So we're adding Regenesis Sage once again. This is the same thing we did in game 1. The difference here is actually kind of significant because in game 1 it was Unicorn that was next to the Regenesis cards. In this game it's Fenrir, which I think is a little bit better, all things considered. I think an Omni plus Fenrir goes harder, and we have Warrior as well. So this is basically what Regenesis does, right? You just slap down a bunch of big dudes and pass turn. Don't really go into your extra deck that much, which is why they play also Extravagance, which is neat, I think. However, it is a relatively low ceiling here because, I mean, we just have quote unquote, right? We have Sage, negate, warrior, bounce out of the Regenesis cards. Not too much. Not too much. We imperm Primite Ether Barrel. Now, do we not prevent the Link Summon? We do not prevent the Link Summon. Okay. I was thinking that was a pretty good target to Fenrir banish face down. Instead, we also use the Sage negate on it instead of using Fenrir. That's kind of crazy. Barrel got Omni plus Imperm. Yeah, that should never have happened. That should never have happened. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's something like if you're not gonna deal with the Barrel with Fenrir, you should not use Imperm on it. Like, why not just use Sage? Oh, that's Imperm column, isn't it? I'll be damned if that's not the Imperm column. Okay. Hello, Imperm column. No, they didn't. I thought they noticed it because they put it away. Oh, now they noticed. Now they saw it. Okay, the judges are correcting it. Oh, that's so funny. That is so funny. I like that. Okay. They did notice it. Okay. Okay. Simon, do not put this True Light in the center column. Okay, thank you. Did they just Fenrir the True Light and they didn't chain it? What is happening? All right. We are shotgunning Moltrami Meowls against Blue Eyes. What do we think about that? What do we think about that? I don't know. Is it really like, are we playing around one of talents in TCG right now? I don't know. Neo Kaiser Seahorse. Link into the Link 1. Get the field spell and send a Blue Eyes from deck to grave. I mean, yeah, this Meowls is actually not bad. The Meowls is doing some work. They might just pass here, honestly. I see 2 Effect Veilers in their hand. I see 2 Effect Veilers and an Imperm. I think this Meowls is going to get 0 draws, which is why I'm not so sure about shotgunning it. Like, Blue Eyes is a deck that has a lot of non-engine available. And with the right hands, your opponent is just not going to give you any draws. And all you did that was just to not get a not get talents by one of. All right, there flies the first Veiler. Nils, thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate you. Welcome back. I got no response. It resolves. This Regenesis deck is not looking too hot, I'm not gonna lie. I think it just doesn't... Yeah, the ceiling is just not quite there, right? Or maybe the ceiling is there, but just not consistently enough, right? Because it seems like something is always missing. They're never, like, popping off. This is a Regenesis deck? Yeah, exactly. Druid Worm is good here. I mean, Bestials also have good synergy with Regenesis. They don't have great synergy with Kashtira, but Imperm the Fenrir. All right, Simon, there is an Imperm column. Be careful. Next round is up. Oh, we got Providence continuing. Okay, I mean, to be honest, this game is over, right? Like, this is I already know who won because I saw the winners interview earlier. And it is obviously Blue Eyes taking this round. There's unfortunately not enough that the Regenesis deck can put up here to deal with the Blue Eyes follow-up. Looks like we have Yassine here on the feature for YCS Providence. Regenesis versus Mitsurugi Ryziel. Okay, we got two new decks from Alliance Insight.
New Regenesis from Alliance Insight.
Definitely an international affair here with some great new cards. And it is funny that we were just playing the Regenesis card effect, so I do expect everyone to know what they do. But the great thing is you can really build whatever Regenesis style of deck.
All right, let me get a prediction out there for round number 2. Who wins this round? We got Yassine versus Cody. We've got Mitsurugi versus Regenesis here in round number 2.
First came out and everybody was excited to see, oh, what's the third ritual, right? Because it's in the name, Mitsurugi, me being 3, and Yassine being very, not necessarily.
Now the thing is, I'm just excited to see what version of Mitsurugi we're talking here.
Cards are that good.
And I know a lot of players have been hyping up the pure version of Mitsurugi for this event, but I'm sure Ryziel is just as good as it was back in Supreme Darkness format.
I think it really is. A lot of people with the new Forbidden Limited list were concerned that maybe you couldn't play your Ryziel deck because obviously there were what are called consistency hits, right? It's a certainly different package, a different sort of...
Oh, no, I meant, did I say Mitsurugi? I meant the Regenesis. What that's paired with.
Very powerful deck, and Yassine also going
yeah,
to
I misspoke.
Hold reliable with the new spin, using all the new cards. Thinking about, man, everything that has come out in Alliance Insight upgrades and elevates the format that we currently have.
Oh, I know every single time I see Habakiri get resolved, I'm going to be like, oh my goodness, that once per duel effect is a very well-deserved once per duel effect.
Absolutely, definitely. When it says once per duel, you know, it's like, oh, yeah, this is pretty good. Certainly a lot of duelists around the world are gearing up for this new Alliance Insight format. I think we've got nationals in like Austria, Chile, Colombia, Brazil. So shout out to anybody who's joining us there. Any names I forgot, my apologies. But it shows you that, you know, it's one world playing this game, and I'm so excited to see
the once per duel is so annoying. Dude,
oh yeah, nothing like playing
the once per duel on the Mitsurugi ritual, I feel like at first I thought it didn't matter, but the more I play with and against the deck, it actually is such a big deal. Yeah. I do think it matters, because the deck, especially the pure variation, really cares about the follow-up and stuff like that, and I think it's actually good balancing on that card, because the effect is really good, and the fact that you have to just like basically what it makes you do sometimes is sometimes you try to not use it when you're going first, so that you because you might not need it in certain hands, so you try to reserve it for a follow-up turn. Which is a cool decision-making process, I think, if you can.
Obviously, they have the ability to maybe banish a spell or trap, bounce a monster, etc. The issue is,
I feel like
grind game, Yassine has a great plan to himself. And speaking of games, let's go ahead and get into game 1 here of round 2 of YCS Providence.
Awesome.
What happened to the light? Holy shit!
Playing with for this event, which is very exciting to see.
What did they do?
So we got Yassine rolling a 9, and we've got Cody rolling a 3.
You choose who goes first, so it's you, huh?
Just strong stuff, so he's going to choose.
Cool. So we can start.
It's not shaking at the moment, though.
Great sportsmanship.
Yep, there we see Cody going first there. Looking like he's going to be starting off with some really fun things. Oop, got the standby phase. Perulia coming down from Yassine.
Okay, so maybe they switched cameras or whatever, and this one's just much lighter?
The classic name of the card. This will allow him to either...
Oh my god, is this Perulia against Regenesis? That's so bad for this deck. Oh my god, this is the... I think this is the only Charmy that's good against Regenesis, and it's really good against Regenesis.
Big ups on the scene there, just double checking for himself, make sure he knows how that card
Dude,
works.
literally, I feel like the camera is not shaking anymore. Also, it's definitely less pixelated than earlier. Now, literally, all you need to do is make it a little less light, and then double Perulia against Regenesis Cashiera. I'm losing my shit.
Maybe taking a U-turn here. Cody does have the option effectively to pivot into just bringing out maybe a Kashtira monster. You probably want to do something. Unicorn obviously feels great. There are Regenesis monsters.
There's no way you summon anything here. There's no way you summon anything.
Normal summon it with the Kashtira burst.
Actually, I think he's got a Droll and Lockbird in hand. Is that a Droll and Lockbird?
Yeah, at this point, I'm sure Cody's probably thinking...
There is a Droll and Lockbird. But you can't Droll yourself in this deck. Oh, don't do it! No! Oh my god, no! Bro, you have a Super Poly and the Droll and Lockbird.
It was super polarization. Yeah. What?
Why are you not using your Unicorn?
Crazy right now because one of the Regenesis trigger if you discard it with Super Poly as well.
As long as your opponent's turn, yeah. During the end phase, you'll add it back to your hand. I like to call the end phase of your opponent's turn the Regenesis phase.
It's our end phase in this match.
I don't think he has
All right, but here we see
the target in hand. Bro, oh god. I think that's an X-Trizeal.
Hey, sometimes you just
I think that's an X-Trizeal, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that's an X-Trizeal.
Ever since the Forbidden and Limitless update back from Houston.
A lot of duelists are terrified to see Kashtira Unicorn because
okay, that's a Sword Ryzeal. I know that.
Powerhouses like Ryzeal.
I'm just gonna say it before anyone else does it, but I did not know they released Ghost Rare X Ryzeal. I don't know where that came out, but
and there are new Ryzeal cards too.
Okay, Droll and Lockbird is pretty good against Mitsurugi Ryzeal though. That is a pretty big one.
Coming up from Cody, going to be stopping Yassine from adding more cards from his deck to his hand.
Yassine sort of processing there what to
Drolled
do
on
next.
Sword. Wait, he drolled after Sword?
Might be more than the disruption that Cody needs to kind of stymie.
He drolled after Sword. That's crazy.
Any more Ryzeal combos.
Definitely a really heads up.
I mean, to be fair, maybe Cody just didn't see the X Ryzeal happening because of the lighting, so it just happened too quickly.
It includes my field.
Just double checking the power increase right there. So yeah, right now the unicorn to 27. Gonna be swinging with that 3000 detonator here. Take 300. Really heads up if you're seeing how to summon another monster there because you could have been playing.
Oh, it's fucking storming outside. Hold up, I'll be right back.
Very smart there.
And he just passes. Look at this. Yassine showing a lot of restraint. He's like, I think a 3 material detonator is going to be more than enough to stop Cody. I'm not going to waste my ice effect for no reason.
Good enough for last format, good enough for this format too. Looks like Cody drew Regenesis Birth there. So powerful trap card that we may get to see used.
Can I just read Alpha, please?
Yep, so we revealed Alpha, the Master of Beasts, to summon this Regenesis Archfiend, which is really cool because Alpha does have 2500 defense. And you're seeing just double checking here how Alpha works. It's been a while since this card. I think it came out back in what? Not Phantom Rage, back when Zeus came out.
Yes, definitely a while ago, but all you need to get up Regenesis Archfiend is just to have a card in your hand that has 2500 attack or 2500 defense. And so, yeah, Alpha the Master Beast does have that 2500 defense.
Sure. And Yassine's like, nope, I don't want that Archfiend to stay in the field. I'm just going to detonate or get rid of it when he tries to activate the search effect here. Cody will still get the search here, but will not have a Regenesis still in play, which can make summoning his other Regenesis monsters a little difficult because some of them require them to have 2500 attacks on the field, not in the hand.
That's correct. That's correct. Actually, pretty much every other one.
Hey, I just had to close some windows because quite
Just
windy
before
outside
I
and
saw
raining.
eye it for just a second, it is the sort of big old boss of this deck. Gets 5,000.
Okay, someone please tell me what monster we have at the bottom there, because I, for the life of me, cannot tell.
But doesn't look like he's going for that. He's going for Genesis Sage for the negate here.
I do see the birth in his hand. Did he draw that for turn?
He did draw that for turn.
Detonator?
I
Okay.
can't wait for him to kind of get more active resources.
Alpha?
And then you see the Alpha coming down, which will probably allow him to summon the Sage now.
Yes.
Does get the Sage in defense mode here. A little worried about the effects of Ryzel Detonator, or maybe just its attack.
Cody's nervous.
Considering whether to bounce.
I mean, yeah, we've been over this, right? This happens in YCSs. It's okay.
One of the cards on the field whenever you activate a card or effect.
Yep, so Cody's just clarifying here how the timing of Detonator would work in response to his Alpha's effect.
Battle phase, yeah, still, I want to tell you that if you try to destroy one of my Xyz monsters, Detonator can protect it either from battle by card effect by detaching material.
Yassine doing a great job of following the tournament policy guidelines, not just telling a portion of the effect, really explaining his cards to his opponent. A great example to follow.
Right, Detonator has so many effects, it can be hard to remember. Not only it can protect and stuff, but he can also like just...
Alpha does have 2500 defense, which I think is the reason for including it in Regenesis. I'm a little bit curious about the decision to main deck it in a deck that wanted to go first, apparently. But, I mean, it does quite help with the deck's ability to special out all of the Regenesis monsters, I suppose.
Battle phase, and because of the race off, Alpha is stronger than Detonator. He went battle phase, dealt some damage, and now the Detonator used its material to protect itself. Got it.
That makes sense.
I was like, I didn't hear Cody say a single word, but yet stuff happened, and I'm like, oh, okay. Here we're just clarifying.
So it has to be hand or face up field.
Face up field, yeah, cool.
Yep, so just clarifying how Sage can use its effect.
Yep.
Sage is a really interesting and excellent card, but without very many resources. Oh, and you see he is going to keep that in the hand. Makes sense because you need to be able to discard that Regenesis Birth. You're not going to be able to keep it face up on the field with Ryzel Detonator's quick effect.
Yeah, and right now he values that ability to negate rather than the extra body or the book that you would get from Regenesis Birth.
Absolutely. Shows you the one Ryzel Detonator still enough.
A little better.
The Ice Ryzel coming down that you've seen search last turn. This will go ahead and get him back into his Ryzel.
I mean, they must be aware, right? They must be aware of whatever.
Board that Cody has here.
Whatever's going
A
on.
lot of different choices. Let's see if he goes for something.
It's a little bit better. Oh!
Or just goes for the old.
Oh! Almost.
Looks like
Click
the
that
sword.
button one more time.
Sword. Haven't seen any of his Mitsurugi
Click that
cards
button
so
one
far.
more time.
Rocking with the Ryzels Classic.
Just one more.
Yeah, if you were Cody, you wouldn't know that any reptiles were coming.
So here we're gonna go into.
I mean, it's already like it's already fine, I guess.
King of Barrelums himself gonna be able to search for any reptile in his deck. We're gonna chain the effect of Sage here, and then we're gonna chain Detonator to destroy the back row. Unfortunately, we cannot chain it because we have no cards in hand to activate.
Oh,
Super
it is that super polymerization, and I don't think there's the right.
Bro, why is he checking fusions? You don't have anything to discard.
You seen doing that, like being like, I want to make sure I have all known information, and then oop,
No
there we
graveyard
go.
effects, right?
Nothing at the moment. End phase, anything I've got. Actually, no, there is nothing.
Okay,
Sorry.
cool.
Yep, you're seeing just
Nothing else
clarifying that nothing else is going to be kind of sneaking up on him here as he goes throughout his turn, maybe thinking of going for game potentially.
And that's,
But doesn't Sage destroy the imp? Yeah, okay, it does.
Oh, so he's going to negate. Okay, so we did go ahead and get rid of that.
Yes, Sage does in fact negate and destroy there. We already used Ice. I don't think we have any other. We have another X in hand, I believe, that we searched off the sword.
But with those additional cards from earlier, the Mulcharmy's effect resolving, I think Yassine's got everything he needs as he starts with X Ryzel sending likely
Resolution is
I
crazy.
imagine.
I mean, whatever they've done, they have solved the shakiness of the camera. Maybe they've switched to a different camera. Maybe, hear me out, maybe the reason why we didn't have a backup feature for round 1 was that they swapped the camera setups between the two tables. Like they brought over the backup feature setup to the main table, which is like, I mean, why did the backup feature have the better camera setup to begin with? But alas,
basically 2 for 1.
maybe that's what happened. Maybe that's why we didn't have one. I don't know.
Dual drive and use the dual drive modulation effect on the attack points, and that can maybe make your.
But now that they fixed the lighting a little bit, it is significantly easier to watch. I wish the image was a little bit sharper, but that's all basically, right? Now it's a lot better. Because the shaking was kind of making me crazy, go crazy.
And now we're gonna go for the duo drive here.
So it's okay, I guess.
What Yassine's doing
I rate Nia. I think about 31 months.
Make sure he has access to every kind of engine he could possibly have before he goes in for any big plays to try to go for game. Having Habakiri as well as the full Ryzeal cross plus the ice special effect is going to be super awesome for him.
These snakes are about to bite down.
Yep,
We finally get to see it resolve once per duel, so it's the only time it's going to happen this turn.
Yep, so we're going to summon from the deck, and then we're going to tribute the Pharaoh Imps to resolve the effect fully, and now we're going to use Saji to search for Mitsugi Ritual.
Peepo Shake was still a thing earlier. Yeah, Peepo Shake was here for the entirety of round 1.
Search Prayer, sorry. We already had the Ritual in hand, because we're built different.
You see, like I said, just drawing all of those cards. Didn't start with a bonfire, didn't even have to get anything.
All right, we're tributing the Serpent and the one that adds back from Graveyard here. And then we reactivate Ritual to tribute the Habakiri from field, I think, to summon out this. That's going to destroy the entire board. And I think at this point, that is going to be game 1 for Mitsurugi Ryzeal here. No matter how this goes, I don't see a world where Regenesis Kashtira takes this game. If it even is Kashtira, we haven't seen a Kashtira. Oh, actually, there's Wraith Sauce. It is Kashtira, yeah. So Daigusto Emerald shuffles back some of the main deck names here. I think that's a very important card in Mitsurugi Ryzeal because you play small packages for both engines. So sometimes you just have a bunch of one of Mitsurugis, a bunch of one of thingies, yeah. And that is Ryzeal Mitsurugi taking game 1 from Regenesis here, even going second.
But I don't really think Habakiri was turning the tide on that duel. I think Yassine would have.
Yeah, we should not have summoned that unicorn. Under double Perulia, it is, to be fair, it is unfortunate when you're playing Regenesis. The only Molcharmy you care about is Perulia. And getting hit by double Perulia in the main deck game 1 when you're playing Regenesis is very annoying. But it is, it does go to show here, the first 2 rounds already at this YCS, the trend of main decking Molcharmies has been very, very obvious so far already. It's basically what everyone is doing right now, because it's the only thing that appears to be at least stopping Malice from going super crazy.
You're probably thinking to yourself, man, I kind of didn't get to show off a lot of what the Regenesis.
It's just the kind of thing that like combo decks do to this format over like what in previous formats would have maybe been like Imperms and Effect Veilers and Ash Blossoms and so on and so forth. It's just now people main decking all kinds of Charmies.
Like 3 different inherent summons in that first turn, but he's like, I'm not going to give my opponent 6 extra cards.
I wouldn't either. I mean, the deck is good, but not so good that you could play through all of that. You know, no deck is safe from these Molcharmies lurking around, and you're right that Perulia, who was well known for dealing with like Ryzeal, perfectly matched against Regenesis. So we'll see if Yassine's patented luck pays off in this next duel.
It's going to be really interesting to see if there's been any sort of updates to each other's decks from the side deck. Like, I'm not sure necessarily what fun cards you would play to counter Regenesis, because it's doing a very unique thing, but we can see.
Yeah, you know, the format has obviously changed. You're not really... I mean, it's not a Molcharmy Meow's like weak deck, right? Because you're not.
They finally figured out Maxi Light is good. I mean, the cards were always good, but like in an ideal world, you wouldn't want to main deck those cards in decks that want to go first, right? Like it is not. I can tell you from my perspective, it's not a great feeling to feel forced to main deck Charmies. I think those cards are at its best in the side deck, and you can't really. It's just that you do kind of want some sort of a chance when you're going second against Malice and so on and so forth. Because it's also not every deck can main deck Charmies. Like Chad is saying right now, there's some decks that if you go first and you open 1 or 2 Charmies, your engine does not produce strong enough boards to comfortably just have 1 or 2 dead cards in your hand. Which is awkward.
We'll have a handshake and Cody clarifying, yes, I am going first. Best luck to you guys.
Let's see what that hand is. All right. I see the number 2500.
That's all we need.
All right, there is a unicorn in hand. Is there? And there's the Regenesis spell card. We might be off to a good start here. No Perulia immediately. So Kashtira Unicorn hits the board. And then we follow it up with the Regenesis spell card. There is an Ash Blossom in Yassine's hand. However, if you do use that, you are at risk of losing an extra card, which it looks like Yassine does not want to risk at this moment.
And I love
You don't have to shuffle
I
it
love
because
summoning the
you're
unicorn
going back.
before you go into the Archfiend, because now if Yassine does have some form of non-engine that's a monster effect,
So we're gonna special.
bye detonator.
Exactly. So we are going to activate Regenesis.
That was a
Go ahead
very
and search the
complicated
Archfiend
way to
for
reveal a
in order
card to your
special
opponent.
summon. It looks like we're putting in defense mode this time, using the effect of Archfiend to add, and I would assume you would grab the Regenesis Sage if you didn't already have it.
Also, not using the unicorn effect allows you to dodge, draw, and lockbird too, which is pretty cool.
I think Cody is looking good this game because we've got a Droll and Lockbird behind all this as well. It's neat.
And that makes sense because technically you're not doing a whole lot with the Regenesis Archfiend.
Do we not play Birth? I mean, yeah, maybe it wasn't a misplay in game 1. Maybe it was just a
But what you get in exchange
maybe it's just we play Unicorn because it's 2500 and takes apart extra deck. We just don't play Birth. It's a possibility. Take out the brick.
That's not the case for Cody this duel.
Yep, and here we see
Maybe.
checking that card, making sure he knows how strong it really is. And there we see the Sage, the card that he revealed off of his Archfiend.
What does Lord do again?
And then we got a Lord coming down, going to be banishing that Archfiend in order to summon it to the field. And like you said, going to be searching for a spell and trap to set directly to the field.
Now, Sage is great here because if you're worried about Nibiru the Primal Being, you're fine, right? You could go ahead and just pitch one of your monsters.
Search is a spell trap,
and
I
the great
believe.
thing about the Regenesis cards is it says 2500 original attack. And yes, certainly that's to prevent shenanigans of like copying attacks, but it also means you can boost a monster's attack and still use your Regenesis effects for cost or summoning conditions because it's original attack.
And there we see the Birth being chosen by Cody to set using Lord's effect. That card basically allows you to send a Regenesis card from your deck to the graveyard.
There's a freaking thunderstorm going on outside, man. Monka Christ.
Or anywhere actually.
Yeah, and it's multiples at the same time, which is really cool.
We
But
had
that
such
book
good
moves
weather
out,
for the
like,
last
giving
2 or
card
3
face out is
days.
Really important because remember, you don't have a face-up monster, you're not going to conduct an Xyz summon. So Yassine may have his work cut out for him at least this duel.
Yeah, this is one impressive turn 1 board here from Cody, and not a single monster from the extra deck.
Yeah,
involved in it at all.
What extra deck? That's extra. All right, so Yassine about to commit his first card here.
I'll go with Harakiri.
And what a one card it is. Habakiri no Mitsurugi is going to be using. This
Okay,
allows him to search for
so
Mitsurugi monster from the deck.
Yassine here decides to not use the Ash Blossom at all during Cody's turn. Maybe because we're afraid of getting Kashtira unicorned. But ultimately, this does mean we didn't stop any of the things the opponent was doing. I think there was a Nibiru in Yassine's hand as well, which didn't actually get to resolve because we didn't summon 5 times. I think Nibiru is one of the cards that Regenesis is really good into because it just doesn't summon that often. So, yeah, and we still get to use the unicorn here at some point, unless there... Ooh, there is a forbidden droplet. Okay, so we can still make use of that Ash Blossom and the Nibiru here in some way, shape, or form.
Ooh, wow. It makes sense. You've already kind of
So we stop Sage and Unicorn here with this forbidden droplet.
Built-in Sage.
Yep, and I believe we targeted
We
both
still...
the unicorn with that.
Droll!
They're not going to be bothering us for the rest of this.
Droll! Okay, did not forget about Droll this time around. That's big against Mitsurugi Ryzeal. I mean, there's the Ritual Monster left in hand. There's a Tachyon in hand. I think it's a Sword Ryzeal as well. So not the best hand into Droll and Lockbird, but we do have the Mitsurugi Ritual spell.
Choose either summon from hand or from deck. We're going to summon from hand, which means we're going to send from the deck to the graveyard. Or sorry, tribute.
What does the Regenesis trap do? Let me...
Because we've had things like advanced ritual art and
let me read the Regenesis trap real quick. We added Regenesis Birth. Send the Regenesis monster from your deck to the grave. Target a face up your opponent controls. Change it to face down. During your opponent's turn, you can send this card to the graveyard. Special as many Regenesis monsters as possible with different names from hand, grave, and or banishment, but send them to the grave during the end phase. Okay, so we can basically, because we haven't used Sage yet, we could summon another Sage and use that one, right?
Spelled the end for Cody, giving that sort of Raigeki-style destroy all monsters on the field effect. Scene still working through, but yeah, we're going again.
Yep.
But it's still not looking too bad for Yassine here. The thing is, you cannot bring back the Mitsurugi monster from the graveyard, right? Because you cannot add.
Wow, that Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi doing work.
We're going to chain Imperm on the Murakumo to make sure that our card...
Imperm is going to be good here on the Murakumo. That is going to stop it from...
So if you can't discard a card, it just gets negated.
Yep, then there we see the
But there is obviously no card in hand to stop it from just negating this thing.
it is worth noting that during the battle phase, Lord will be 5,000 attack points. But
it does gain 2,500, that's right.
But it's going to be destroyed by the time the chain resolves. So
I feel like that is what's coming now.
You still have to imperm it though, because otherwise it can just negate the other effect that you're trying to use. So the thing is, Regenesis Birth is pretty powerful here, right?
Yeah, it just lets you...
Regenesis Birth
You need a way to get rid of it on his own board.
can just summon back all of the Regenesis monsters now if you want
And I don't
to.
know, the only thing, flipping something face down certainly will help get you back into the game. I'd love to see a great end phase where you just get to add and add and add, but I just don't know if it's the card you're in the cards.
Well, I mean, without being able to access his Ryzel engine, I don't believe Yassine has the damage he needs to go for game. And it is worth noting he didn't bring back the Habakiri because I believe he couldn't do it under Droll because he can't add to his hand.
That is right.
Which effect are we using? Are we using it to book?
Yeah, so Cody's going to walk off scot-free here.
So you foolish and then it gets booked?
Nope. So it send it for cost.
Yeah.
Oh, he's doing the other effects.
Send it for cost and then reborn any Regenesis from hand, graveyard, or banish.
Yeah.
Now, the reason, if you're asking yourself, why didn't he flip it down and then summon the other ones, you only get to use one of the effects once per turn.
That's
so you do have to pick between the Book of Moon style effect and this soul charge level. It's hand, graveyard, or banishment.
Yeah.
It ignores the summoning conditions?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Let me double check that actually.
I believe it does ignore the summoning conditions.
I think it's just it's improperly summoned already.
I guess he's just asking if it can summon Lord.
Incorrect.
Okay. No worries.
Can you summon Lord with
Yeah,
it?
Lord is the only one it cannot bring back.
Correct. It must be special
No.
summoned by banishing.
Yeah, I cannot bring back Lord.
If you want to just split,
Yeah,
double
yeah.
check.
Yeah, that's fine, that's fine.
Yeah, their
but
effects
it
are still
resolves
fine to my knowledge.
Can you remind me? Did I use Stage's effect this turn? I don't think I
To
did.
negate? No, you haven't.
So it's live again. Yep.
Well, but you can just attack the Sage now because we didn't take the damage.
Yeah, normally the way you use Birth is like...
No, you're under Droll!
Then during your turn, you send it to summon all your guys back.
Wait, whoa!
But right now, we
have,
just
like,
need
no
bodies.
protection, so whether I attack them or whether I pass turn...
Correct.
Whoa!
But I will clarify, in end phase, if they're sent to the graveyard this turn, they all add one...
Yeah.
Or can Archfiend Foolish instead?
Yassine said go to the graveyard this turn. They're still all going to come back because they were sent to the graveyard during the opponent's turn.
And here we got Archfiend searching for Warrior, I believe. That's a really good one to grab here.
Yeah, because of the bounce effect. And then
No, don't add!
Against a ritual deck because you're forcing your opponent to pay
No,
those costs again, but
Cody!
paying costs is what Mitsuri likes to do.
Yes, it can. Can
I'm really
it?
impressed here with how you
Can it foolish?
this matchup that I'm sure he's not as familiar with, given that these cards came out yesterday for a lot of players.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
No, you cannot. It does not add it. You're just making things up.
Oh, I guess we weren't able.
Bro, if you don't know, just don't say anything. No, it cannot send instead.
They got their eyeballs open.
It does in fact affect both players.
Good catch.
Certainly difficult for all players, duelists, as experienced as Yassine and Cody, and judges who have been playing this game for a long, long time. Remember, these cards did just come out yesterday, so we're going to explore this format together.
And again,
Got no responses.
The Murakami should be in defense now.
Baguska here to end
Even
his
that
turn.
one has the recursion?
Check that out, Regenesis.
Yes.
Because I don't remember.
To my knowledge, Lord does not.
I
bring
think
himself
Lord is
back.
the only one that does it. Yeah, Lord is very special. That's why he's a Regenesis Lord.
And that's why Birth doesn't bring him back either. Yeah.
Okay. So just those two.
But that's still good.
But
I mean, you've
I
got
think
everything.
Regenesis has a huge problem under
Special summon the
Baguska.
Archfiend, and then go ahead and special summon the Sage and Surge. And
Should have booked the ritual. Absolutely, yes. Absolutely should have used that effect of Regenesis Birth, not the other one.
Special summon a fallen Regenesis monster. Don't have to wait till your opponent's
Would have probably still gotten Baguska, but I think it would have been a better spot.
And another monster means he can go for the Archfiend play this turn, but unfortunately it won't activate due to Baguska.
Bro,
Oh, that is Baguska.
how are you? This revealing technique needs to be studied.
Put it in defense mode, so...
This applies to me as well.
It's just a question of maybe this could be a rare time that Cody goes into his extra deck here to try to find an answer to this board texture, but I'm just going to see him set a card and say pass.
But that Baguska may not stay here for long because it only takes another level 4 monster in order to set up for Eclipse Twin. That's what's so wild about the modern Baguska, if that's a thing, is that you used to have to kind of wait it out or link summon it off. Now you could just be like, no, this is an Xyz material.
Now, while the Baguska is, it's funny because it's a little stare down. While the Baguska is in defense position, the Sage negate is turned off. But as soon as the Baguska goes to attack position, Cody does have an Omni negate again,
Negate one of his cards. That could be a little hard for him to play through, I think, this.
which is interesting.
Really could.
What you
be.
could do though is you could just maybe set up, like, I mean, you can just turn Baguska to attack, and then the Murakami can go to attack as well, and then it can attack over the Archfiend, Sage, or Archfiend actually is both.
The Master Classic, revealing, I believe, C104 Masquerade to search for Ice Rise Heal, and then putting a card on top of the deck. That is more than enough for your scene here.
We'll go battle phase.
Turn to attack mode.
Straight to battle phase. Very impressed.
And start a battle.
What's so interesting though is that it's and another Regenesis person. It's gonna be such a grinding duel.
That's pretty good actually, right? We're gonna book the Murakami now. Baguska.
Minor for the illegal adding of a card under Droll and Lockbird.
Wait, what is it?
Don't worry, that's just a warning for people who are cheering on for.
Oh,
Cody,
he just negated it. Oh, he just negated it.
Especially when they are brand new.
100%.
He just negated the effect with
I believe sending the Sage.
Murakami. But why did you not? What is happening?
Maybe out of names, or maybe didn't want to reach back into the deck, or maybe just really wanted to make sure to get that Sage.
Why didn't we use Sage on Murakami?
Duo drive using the effect here to attach. Going to be adding the Sword Rise Heal. And then
This game is very confusing to me.
Nodes, cross, everything we need.
I mean, ultimately it's okay. I think Cody is just kind of nervous, and these cards are very new.
Honestly, Yassine is getting it done
But
just fine, relying mostly on the.
I don't think this is doing Regenesis justice. I mean, the deck is not that great, and I guess we are seeing some of that here at the same time. It could be better than that, I think. But that's okay.
We are seeing some great play here, but Yassine taking a moment just to think, where am I going next with this?
I believe we are out of our battle phase too, so
we are.
Revive back. The sword.
The interesting way to get Baguska off the field. But sword hits the field now, and we're going to see summon now.
I thought it was better as an engine. I do kind of have that feeling too. It's just like, I feel like Regenesis is not that easy to use as an engine, because every Regenesis card requires you to have other Regenesis cards. So like,
Ooh, and being able to equip the
not to summon itself, but to even use its effect, right? Like, for example, Regenesis Sage, right? If you draw Regenesis Sage in another deck that isn't Regenesis, if you don't have it alongside another Regenesis card, it is not that good. The only one that's good to draw alongside other cards is like Regenesis Archfiend. That's the good one to draw, basically.
This deck is very resilient, if nothing else.
We are going to cross negate the Sage, because I believe they do activate in the end phase.
They do activate during the end phase. That's
negate
correct.
them at resolution.
Yeah.
But he can still use the Regenesis in his graveyard for this very occasion. For when you get Regenesis monsters stuck in the graveyard for whatever reason. If Regenesis is in the grave, but it wasn't sent there this turn, you could banish it just like Cody is now, and try to special summon.
I believe he's
adds it back from graveyard to hand.
Sorry, hold on.
Yeah, just clarifying here.
Sage is the only one. Warrior and Dragon tribute themselves. I think you might be right, but the thing with Dragon is that it just does it's a spell trap pop, right? Like, who cares about Dragon? Unfortunately. Warrior is okay. Quick effect bounce. That's decent. I like that one.
Thought so, but that does.
But like, they're all like,
Sage, since the Lords of the graveyard.
Yeah.
Banish, not pop. Yeah, but that's not what it's about. It's about spell trap.
Such an amazing looking card there.
It's not about popping.
Regenesis, classic simple.
I guess banishing a spell trap can sometimes be good even against some other decks. Like, if you can banish the Mitsurugi ritual spell, it could be decent.
Destroy the birth? Question mark? Was what he targeted?
I think so. Even though it looked like he was gesturing towards the Archfiend, I do. Oh no, it was the Archfiend.
It is the Archfiend. Both are kind of heads up. He can still use the birth effect.
No, it's just destroy. Yeah, it's just the destruction effect.
Yes.
Back.
It doesn't summon.
Oh,
It
sorry,
summons.
sorry.
Yeah,
summons.
So it does summon. We're good now. We're all on the same page.
Depending on what Cody drew, it was... Oh, is that
It is Regenesis Dragon.
Very nice. That'll allow him to summon another monster to the field.
Certainly helpful. And the Regenesis effect of Regenesis Dragon, you tribute, and you could go ahead and...
They're all level 8, right? Is there anything cool we can do with rank 8s here?
Just making sure Cody understands how the detonator can impact this board texture and protect Yassine's cards.
Everyone's at 25? Correct. Yep.
I think rank 8s are decent in Regenesis, right? Because the thing is, what you don't want to do with the Regenesis monsters is you don't want to like link them off or synchro with them or something, because you don't want them to go into your graveyard on your turn, right? But if you make a rank 8 with them, and then your opponent deals with that rank 8 on their turn, they will still be in your graveyard from that turn, so you can still get them back. So like something like, I don't know, the number, which one's the one that negates spell traps? Number 38 or whatever. That one's like okay to make in Regenesis.
It's worth noting.
So you cannot use that to rush in.
Oh, what was that?
Definitely. Probably just clarifying.
Sage and Warrior are 7s. Yeah, but Sage and Warrior are the ones you would want to like keep on the board anyways, right? That's the bounce and the Omni negate. You don't want to use those.
It is difficult to navigate the situation though, because the
but yeah,
Mitsurugi's
it's
negation
rough.
effect, you know, Cody is so
Typhon is decent here, I
low
guess.
on resources as Cody, because you want to be committing all your Regenesis monsters to the field for additional advantage.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like, you normally don't mind discarding all your cards because that leads them to more likely being in your graveyard or banishment to use up birth and stuff, but that leaves you open to things like Murakumo. But with Typhon, Murakumo can activate now, so now the birth can be protected.
But you're not able to summon anymore this turn.
Yep, and we're going to go ahead and cross-negate the effect of bounce here.
Oof.
Alright, cool. I go.
So Yassine is going to go ahead and draw.
But it is worth noting that I believe Cody's birth is now protected thanks to this Typhon.
It is kind of interesting how I feel like we are playing it somewhat suboptimally, but we're still not like that far behind of Mitsurugi Ryzeal here. I think ultimately we're gonna end up losing here with Regenesis, but it is worth
by destroying it.
Noting that I also think, does the cross put to the bottom?
That really helps keep that card just safe.
I feel like cross puts to the bottom.
Yep, so they got the X Ryzeal here, going to be sending ads
and not
to
shuffle.
To
but
send the aggregator. We're probably going to need. We're probably going to need to chain here with the birth.
Oh, that's difficult.
Yes, Cody saw though. He's a heads-up player. We respect that. Going to be using the burst effect here, sending itself to summon back every Regenesis monster in our graveyard and banishment, which I believe is all of them except for Warrior and Lord.
And the Dragon actually is so crucial right now because you could use it to go ahead and get rid of the Ryzeal Cross, but unfortunately without having any cards in the hand, they're all going to defense mode. This may just be to keep Cody's life points as high as they are.
But now we have Sage though, so like Sage can stop the Murakumo and protect the Dragon's effect.
True.
So
that's a lot of resources.
We have like a negate warfare going on here between these players.
All right, looks like we're going to drop a 7th Tachyon down. Revealing
Masquerade. Yeah. Gonna search for a light level 4.
wait, did we not activate Sage?
Grabbing Ice Ryzeal.
I mean Archfiend?
So you have the center cost?
Yep.
Yeah, I'll
Who was that drag? Yep, cross negate. Oh, we also had cross negate as well. I totally forgot about that.
That's the difficulty there. Ryzeal Cross, such a great card. Just incredible there. Because it doesn't matter if your monsters are negated. They got Xyz materials. That's all you need.
Yeah, it's once per turn, actually.
Okay.
Oh, wow. Yassine just straight up showing, yeah, no, I'm not putting this ice back on top of my deck. It'll be a different card.
Trading that out to keep the plays going.
It's pretty much out of effects.
Okay.
Normal ice effect.
Does Cross have protection?
Definitely see why duelists were excited to see the full Mitsurugi package on display. We've gotten to see almost, I think, everything except Wosu.
I mean, this game is basically over.
But Yassine's extra deck is getting a little low here. Besides going for like a Eclipse Twin play, I'm not sure how much more he can do here to start recycling this detonator because it has 0 materials and that's the only one he has.
Well, if it fell to the graveyard, you could recycle it with Ryzeal Cross and try again.
How is this event looking so far? I mean, what I always like about day ones of YCSs, and this one is no exception, is that they try to showcase a lot of the new stuff, which I find very enjoyable. Round 1, we saw Dragon Rulers win a feature match. We're seeing Regenesis here in round 2, which I was very happy to see. Unfortunately, it's not going well for them, but it is what it is. They seem a little nervous. I think they could have done a little thing here and there better, and potentially even won. At least this game, I think, was definitely winnable.
Considering his options, but I think
but it is what it is.
Build the overlay network. What rank 4 shall we see now?
We're gonna see Duo Drive again.
It's, from what I've heard, it's relatively big for Rhode Island standards. It has 1,500 players, which at first glance doesn't seem that big, but people have been saying that it's a pretty hard area to get to because flights are very expensive and complicated and stuff. So I think 1,500 is actually a pretty decent turnout.
I'm not sure. Did we attach the other duo drive? We did. Okay, great. And then we're going to overlay into Eclipse Twin here using the rank 4 detonator as material.
Sorry, what?
Just asking a clarification of how the match playing played through here.
But it says actually on the top of the deck.
I need Tram. Thank you for the 17 months.
Yeah, just clarifying where the card went back.
Yeah. Yeah.
7 Tachyon technically
Those I shuffled, I think.
relatively new.
Sorry.
But it looks like the deck was shuffled and it wasn't placed.
Yeah, sorry. Cross, actually, I forgot that you had to put back on the bottom.
Yeah, they just found out about the cross incident.
Yeah,
Which, I'm gonna be honest with you, first of all, there's no way that's intentional, because, dude, who cares? And it also does not change the outcome of the match here. I mean, like, there's no way he did that on purpose.
Put the card on top and then summon dice.
Because, I mean, to be fair, I also sometimes, when I use those types of effects, I also sometimes go back and double check, because I forget, like, some of them shuffle back, some of them are bottom of the deck. You know, that's like, it technically, very, very technically it matters, because the difference between putting a card to the bottom and shuffling it into the deck is that you can theoretically immediately draw the card again if you shuffle, right? Like if you let's say you put, I don't know, your only Ice Ryzeal to the bottom of the deck, you can't draw it. But if you shuffle it in, there is a very small chance, but there is a chance that you draw it. So that's why it makes a difference technically. Practically in this game, it does not make a difference, because it doesn't matter what card he draws there in this instance, for example. It really does not matter. But yeah, I mean, sometimes in Yu-Gi-Oh! You have these kind of recycling effects where some of them put to the bottom, some of them shuffle into the deck. You can get it mixed up. It happens. I think they're just probably going to give him a warning for it. But I would be shocked if it was anything more than that.
Yep. Yeah, again.
Yeah, the cross was definitely
So it looks like we're going to go back in. Play is going to resume. We'll let you know if there's any penalties that came off of that, but it's likely just going to be a warning, so don't worry, because we are going to get to continue this duel.
so it gets a second attack on monsters. Okay.
Yeah, I will say all the cards that are...
Did he shuffle the Ryzeal? Yeah, exactly. He activated Cross earlier and shuffled the Ryzeals into the deck and then drew a card instead of putting them to the bottom. Which has basically no effect on the outcome of this game, but it is something they just gave him a warning for, I'm pretty sure, because, I mean, it is not correct.
Eclipse Twins has 2,500 original attack and defense. You could build some kind of crazy Ryzeal Regenesis, right?
So does Duo Drive.
Oh, yeah.
It is what it is. They got it figured out, and it's not going to change the outcome of the game in any way, shape, or form, so...
We're here to talk dual monsters, so after we attack here, Yassine considering what to go for next.
So, this is actually where not having another detonator can kind of come in handy for Cody, because, I mean, if this is not game, maybe this is one of those instances where we see the Regenesis grind game actually kick in, because I think there's like 3 cards we're adding back to the hand in the end phase here. Maybe this game is not as over as I thought it was.
Yep, 28-35.
Big numbers.
But I believe Cody is still in the game, though.
And now, like, imagine what would be happening if we played this optimally from the Regenesis end, right? Like, imagine we played it perfectly. We would probably be up another card or 2.
Regenesis monsters back that were destroyed this turn, which is all of them.
Yeah, Regenesis.
Yeah.
It's pretty sick, isn't it? We just get 3 cards back, draw a super poly for a turn. Hold up.
Is
that good? Is that super poly?
Play through here, but I don't know if Cody has a way to get back
Was
to
that?
the Lord. That's definitely the thing I think he's going to be looking for here, and he's got to be careful.
Yeah, he's looking at fusions now.
Once he gets rid of it,
Step 1, draw super poly. Step 2, check if you have a fusion monster that fits.
For the cards being shuffled instead of being sent to the bottom of the deck. So just be careful when you activate your Rise Sail Cross. It's not a big deal, but you want to make sure you
Bro,
don't get
just
into the habit
put
of
the
that.
card on the table you're showing. You at this point, you're going to show him your hand every time you do this.
Upgrading his field as he goes ahead to bring out Genesis Archfiend.
Okay, I think we activated the Mitsurugi ritual effect there, and they just discarded the Super Poly because they don't have a target for it, I think. Because it's what? Eclipse Twin is a light, Duo Drive is a fire, and the Mitsurugi is a dark, so...
Meaning if we clear this Eclipse Twins, does the detonator come back?
No, because
add Regenesis.
other monsters there, so yeah, there wouldn't be enough.
Add Regenesis from deck to hand.
It can't recycle itself because we'd be here all night.
Yeah, but it is currently pretty big, and all of his Regenesis monsters are...
Special Summon Sage, Omni Negate online. Dude, the thing is, like, with clean play, I feel like you can definitely turn this around. Because the Regenesis spell can get you Regenesis Warrior, and Regenesis Warrior being a bounce is really good against the Eclipse Twins, right?
That's Eclipse Twins Cosmet, right? Or is that
So we did get out both dragons, so we have the Spell Trap Banish, and we did get out the Sage there, so we do have the sort of built-in negate there. Now for Genesis.
But right now, they're not big enough to necessarily do anything because those are some big monsters from his board.
He might be going for Regenesis Warrior then. Remember, it's going to add to the hand or send to the grave.
There's Warrior.
Warrior is the monster bounce.
This one's the return of monster.
Returning it back to the hand.
Ooh, but that could be a little dangerous because the most ideal thing to get rid of would be the Duo Drive, but that puts another Duo Drive in Yassine's graveyard, which then could trigger the Eclipse Twins. So you
It is a quick effect, though, so you could do Order of Operations. You could attack and then bounce before anything happens.
Ooh.
Return to the hand. Got to get out of the habit of saying bounce, but there is more bounce in the outs of this card for sure.
Gotta read some,
Ooh, but I think he's eyeing, is that Coach King Giant Trainer?
There are some level 8s in this deck.
They are big.
What level 8s? I mean, Giant Trainer does not seem that good here. I mean, drawing 3 is good. Maybe it's good, but like you're detaching all your stuff. Also, you don't even have 3 level 8s right now. Isn't Warrior and Sage a level 7?
No, Duo Drive is Duo Drive. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's just clarifying where the boost is coming from. Yeah, this is a little awkward here because you want to clear the Eclipse Twins first, but if you do that for the Duo Drive, now there's another Xyz monster for Eclipse Twin.
Yeah, but you could negate it technically with the Sage.
That is true. You're so right. So yeah,
So
we
we
just...
all die?
Yeah,
And
so
then
we're gonna...
Twins effect.
Oh, you're gonna let
What do you mean, sure?
Maybe not worried about it?
What do you mean? Why did you clear the Eclipse Twins for them if you couldn't answer it?
Oh no, did we have King of the Paralymps this game? Oh, we had Baguska too. Never mind.
Yeah,
Twins,
that's right. Okay, Twins was always live.
Twins was always live.
Don't pay attention to us, chat.
We were never playing around.
Ah!
Oh, and there we see Cody scooping it up. That turns out Yassine did have access to a second detonator through his Eclipse Twins, and that was all he needed to lock this one up for himself.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. With a deck like Regenesis, right? You're always gonna be like, you gotta be incredibly clean with a deck like that. When you're trying to outgrind your opponent, you have to like squeeze every little bit of advantage out of every little interaction that you can. And they were just not, unfortunately, they were not doing that here in this match. Like they were just like
the slowest Yu-Gi-Oh is the best Yu-Gi-Oh, right?
They were not super clean with it, and they just I don't know. I feel like they played multiple turns and sequences slightly suboptimally here, which just ends up like, because I do think the Regenesis deck actually kind of showcased some of the nice things about it. I mean, it felt like Yassine was cooking the entire time, and still somehow we were in that game for multiple turns, because the longer the game goes, the better it is for the Regenesis deck, and they really showcased that. And I feel like there was definitely a win there in that game if you played it a little cleaner with the Regenesis cards there.
Or on the Regenesis stuff, do you stick with it?
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Regenesis is basically a deck that you have to either you have to kill them or you have to manipulate their graveyard. Unfortunately, for Regenesis, the meta decks right now are pretty good at doing these things, right? Like, against Malice, for example, even if you cannot kill them, Malice can still banish all the Regenesis monsters from the graveyard with Whitebinder, which is a huge pain in the ass when you're playing Regenesis.
There's a lot of cards out there. I mean, think about that first round that we had. The Dragon Roller match was just insane. If you haven't seen that, please rewind on the VOD.
All right, I'll leave you guys with the winners interview for a second because I gotta give Charlie some food.
Is there anything that you're still hoping to see out there that we haven't gotten to see yet?
Oh, I
So
love
I'll be right
some
back.
Heraldic Beasts. I would love to see an Heraldic Beast Ryzeo player or just some fun rank 4 toolbox that goes into the crest cards. That'd be so fun to see.
That's right. Among us, you probably are, like, among the commentators, the biggest Zexal fan.
Zexal is the best anime season. I will debate anyone on that topic and probably win.
Catch this guy high-fiving the sky anytime I'm not looking, just like... But it shows you that, like, there's a lot to look forward to. There's a lot of interesting stuff out there. You can play some of your old decks. There's a lot of cool new things. But speaking of cool, I do have somebody to talk about.
Yeah, let's go ahead and send it over to Steven to talk to Yassine about his impressive victory.
Thank you very much. I've seen here on stage. Congratulations on your feature match win. I got to put you on the spot, though. Before coming up here, you said, oh, this is going to be over in like 10 minutes. I think it took a little longer than that. So what's up with that?
Yeah, maybe just a little longer. My bad. The Regenesis trap card is extremely annoying, and I didn't interact with it really well. I should have destroyed on his turn, even though he can chain to like Book of Moon and send cards. I still should have done it because the annoying effect is the one that happens on my turn, and I can't really interact with it because it sends itself for cost, so I can't chain Detonator to destroy it. So that was the misplay. And the second one, I summoned Sword off of Ice. I used the effect, and then I looked at my deck and I was like, yeah, I shouldn't have done that. I only have 2 Razor monsters anymore, so do a Drive Cat Search. So yeah, and also like, I did a bunch of things wrong. The Duo Drive attaching so that Typhon and Twins don't have the same stats, so I can't crash to revive back the Detonator. That was another one of my plays that I wanted to do. Everything went wrong.
It's easier to know after the moment when you're on stage doing it. How many feature matches have you done so far?
This is my first one in North America, and I've only done one in Europe. And yeah, I don't think it's like the pressure of the feature match. It's just like the Regenesis cards are, yeah.
Newer cards, hard to learn. Well, I know that you have a lot of people out there cheering you on. You've helped out a lot of people with Yu-Gi-Oh! So you want to give a shout out to the fans?
Huge shout-outs to everyone who's following and supported me. You guys are the best. And huge shout-outs to everyone who's out there at YCS Providence, Rhode Island today. You guys are the GOATs.
Absolutely. Thank you, Yassine. Congratulations on your win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
Really awesome to hear from Yassine there talking about not only how the match went well, but kind of how the match went poorly, how he himself could be a better player moving forward. Always love hearing people talk like that. That's what separates, the best duelists from the even bester duelists who can go, oh, I know how I can adapt moving forward, or I can just like take the lessons even from victories.
I know there's a lot of Seto Kaiba fans out there who are like, yes, I won and I dominated, but it was nice to see Yassine take the humble Yami Yugi approach, like, this could have been worse. I need to do better. And he did a great job, but he'll keep on working on that, so good stuff. But speaking of blasts from the past, right? We have had this Time Wizard tournament stuff going on, and there are some really cool prizes that you can win. So taking a look at this beauty there.
Oh, Reborn Tengu, one of the classics from the Tengu format, 2011, that I know a lot of people love. And it's going to be really exciting to see people taking down public events this weekend, not just taking down the main YCS that we're watching right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff to do at a YCS, and I'm also looking forward, of course, to the NAWCQ, which is always the biggest hotspot for public events. And if you come here, you can win this prize, but the only way that happens is if you join us for those Time Wizard tournaments.
Oh, 100%. They're always super exciting. I know if I was going to play one right now, I'd be playing April 2010 with 6 Samurais. And I would love going 0-2 in those.
I was a big hero stan. I kept it going. I'm just like, I don't need a Synchro. I could Fusion Summon. I don't need to Xyz Summon. I could Fusion Summon. And eventually I caught up with the rest of the stuff. But it's nice to see that the Time Wizard format gives a home for duelists that, like, they really want to play those old school formats from their best years. Your best year is 2025. You can still use the old cards. So it's good stuff. Good stuff.
Yep. In this event, not only do we have the Alliance Insight newest set, but we also have events like Time Wizard where you can celebrate the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! As well.
Well, speaking of the history of Yu-Gi-Oh!, we got to take a quick break here. We'll be back before you know it. But don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
See ya.
Hello everyone, Billy Break here, and I'm at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. That's right, the YCS. Everyone knows there's a main event and trying to get their hands on that ultra-rare YCS prize card, but there's so much more that goes on at our Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series. We have public events that go on all weekend, Saturday and Sunday. And one of those public events, one of my favorite, is the Time Wizard. You can spin the wheel, go back in time, and play some of your favorite formats from the past. That's right, even like April 2010, for me, it would be October, September 2011, back when I was able to win 2 in a row. And I get that opportunity to play those old formats now at a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series with our Time Wizard public event. That's right, you're able to play on the old Forbidden Limited list for awesome prizes like game mats and even more. So if you're at a Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, you're gonna wanna make sure to check out the Time Wizard public events.
All right, here I am. Took a little longer because while I was at it, I made myself some food as well because it's getting late, I realized. I mean, not that late, like 7 p.m., but about time for some dinner, so here we are. Also, I think Charlie is mad at me because he wanted to go outside, but the weather is terrible right now, so I didn't let him. It's like storming and shit. Yeah. Okay. Was there a backup feature ever, or was it just because it was too long? Because I think round 3 is already in progress here in the background. Is Charlie an outdoor cat? It's like somewhat, not entirely, but he has like his own little area outside that he can go to. Yeah. All right. I don't know how much sense it makes to switch over to something else right now because round 3 is already being played in the back. So I don't think we're going to have a long break in between. Where were we at with Austria? Oh, we saw the end of Regenesis losing the game to Blue Eyes. So here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. We've seen Regenesis twice now across the 2 different tournaments. Austrian Nationals and the YCS. And in both cases, the deck has not seemed that convincing. Because, I don't know, on the one feature match, it was like, well, you're playing against a deck with a higher ceiling, so you're constantly, it feels like playing from behind, and it takes a lot of, like, it takes a lot of effort to make other, like, combo decks play at your pace. But then when you're playing against mid-range decks, like here on the Austrian Nationals channel, the issue both times was they throw some hand traps at you, and your board, even Blue Eyes, was not stopped by the Regenesis cards, right? Even though, to be fair, in this deck, there was no, or at least we didn't see the Regenesis trap card. Maybe that could have made a difference in this one. But, yeah, alas. Then you trade the trap for another disruption. Yeah, if you have to search the trap, you're gonna miss out something else. Some people wanted you to read. Yes, I already have that open. I just don't know if we have enough time to do it right now. Because I really want to do it thoroughly and not have a break in between. But yeah. Speedrun it. Oh, the music is, if the music changes to a different track and they don't go to the other overlay. Okay. All right, sure. We have Road of the King, metagame report number 4 from after the release of Duelist Advance, as well as new product release, Prototype Skystriker Ace Amatsu. I believe that is the link 1 for Skystriker, or maybe it's the link 2 that searches Engage. I don't know. One of the link monsters is one of them is in Duelist Advance. The other one was the promo card. So now they got it all. So I want to see some Skystriker. Oh, well, okay, it's on here. It's 5.7, not that bad. Okay. I hope they include a section to it, because other than that, I mean, of course, Draco Tail Yummy are sharing the top spot, followed by Malice. Then we've got Vanquish Soul. It's making me so happy, dude. Vanquish Soul makes me happy to see in these. Vanquish Soul is also a good pairing with K9. I don't know if this is what they mean by this, if that's classified as pure Vanquish Soul at this point in time. But yeah, dude, I mean, OCG metagame is looking pretty healthy. Even if I'm not a fan of every single one of the decks in the pie chart, it still looks like a pretty healthy spread at the moment. If only they didn't have so many floodgates and Maxi and stuff like that. But other than that, it's pretty based. Let's take a look. I hope they include, even though it's only 5.7%, I hope they include a Skystriker list so we can see what they're trying to do. I wonder if Skystriker is going first or second in the OCG as well. But yeah, so we see the Draco Tail lists here. Actually using, is that K9 cards? That's K9 cards as an engine, right? The K9 cards have been getting more and more popular as an engine as well. In other decks, because of this kind of like, it's kind of like a gamma driver situation. Which is, I mean, can be pretty decent, I suppose. But yeah, it's pretty cool. The Draco Tail deck. In this one, we don't see any ways to outplay Retaliating Sea, which is something that we've looked at in previous metagame reports in the OCG. They've been showcasing some ways how the decks can outplay Retaliating Sea. This one is not choosing to do that. It is just a relatively standard, I would say, Draco Tail deck with some K9 cards as hand traps as well. Which is interesting. Yeah, we're playing some rank 5s, of course, in there. We also get to access the big werewolf, and we get to access Zeus with it. And then just in case, we can play Seals as well. Pretty neat. Yummy is they also are all using new cards from Duelist Advance, right? Duelist Advance is bringing some new stuff in here. Like here we have Sacramentum Dragoon is a new fusion monster. This is the one that's also really good against Draco Tail, though, right? This is the one, I think I remember reacting to this one where I thought this one was particularly weird because it's the one that's like really good against the deck as well, because it kind of like floodgates the mirror match. So that's something I wasn't so happy about seeing. Then we have Yummy over here with the new Starham, the new Synchro monster is pretty neat. They also are playing that. That's good. Other than that, it is just pure Yummy. However, they are starting to use some Skystriker packages here. Just 2 engages, not 3. They could play 3. It is at 3 in the OCG. But they're just choosing to play 2 with just 1 target as well. So like, there's not that much reason to play triple engage, I suppose. But Yummy is going strong. Malice is main decking Retaliating Sea at this point. I mean, okay. And there's Vanquish Soul, which I really wanted to take a look at. What kind of new cards are we seeing here? Okay, it is Vanquish Soul with a K9 engine. The K9 cards are pretty good in Vanquish Soul because they also have exactly the attributes that you need. You got Earth and Dark, which I think are the most important attributes for Holy Sue. We are just playing one of the field spell, which might sound crazy, because the field spell is kind of a consistency card for a deck. I say kind of because you have to have another Vanquish Soul already for the field spell to work. And if you don't, it's not going to be combo on its own. But it is most of the time just what you're adding for free off of the Mad Love anyways. So I think in that sense, I think all that matters is that this card is somewhere in your deck so that Mad Love is a full quality starter because it can now get you to Raisin. You don't actually have to draw this card for it to be that important. It's just basically now that Mad Love equals Raisin is the important part about this card, right? So that's pretty cool. Round 3 of the YCS is starting, so I kind of want to go a little quicker here. They are not including a Sky Striker deck directly here. I'm sure we could find it if we looked through all of these. Somewhere there's going to be Sky Striker lists, but we are going to jump back into the YCS shortly. So just, yeah, I mean, Sky Striker, I would be mostly interested in whether they go first or second now in the OCG, because the OCG feels like it's not impossible to go second in the OCG right now. I mean, Draco Tail and Yummy, I don't think are super oppressive. So, and Vanquish Soul also, I mean, it probably can make some pretty good boards with the new cards, but I think a well-built Striker deck could go second into it. So I think that'd be a possibility. But also with the new cards, they do help some. They do help going first a little bit as well. But I'd be more inclined to believe they go second with Sky Striker, but I'd have to see the lists and play the format first before saying if that's actually the way to go. But yeah, OCG is looking cool as always. Nothing too crazy here. Vanquish Soul coming up has been I've seen that around on the internet, and Sky Striker getting a placement here as well is pretty cool to see. Overall, OCG looking healthy at the moment. But as soon as you look into the lists, of course, you will still find, you know, Maxi in every list and some floodgates here and there. But overall, I'm looking forward to both Duelist Advance as well as the deck built back Justice Hunters for us as well. Okay, let's jump back into YCS Providence. We have our first Malice. This is not Malice. What the hell is going on here?
Looks like Swap Frog is special summoned after the fact to send another copy of Swap Frog from the deck.
Bro.
Surprising. That usually means I guess you have Mirror Mage in hand already.
Okay, I have two questions. I have two questions right now. First of all, why does it say Ignister Malice and there's Nimble cards? Second, where did that camera quality come from?
It's just a more efficient way to summon Totally Awesome. Like Swap Frog by itself.
What the hell happened? Where was this? This is crystal clear, Chris. What the hell?
Totally Awesome.
There's no shaking, and you can see all the cards clearly. For a sec, do you know what? You know what? For a second, I thought I clicked the wrong tab, and this was not YCS Providence, because the camera was this way.
Okay, so there is a Ghost Ogre on the effect of Gigantic Sprite. Will Flay choose to use the effect of Toad?
I mean, on the one hand, we are not getting what's on the screen, right? We're not getting Ignister Malice. So they lied to us. The good news is we're not getting Ignister Malice because they lied to us. We're getting Sprite, which is much cooler than Ignister Malice. It looks like it's Sprite against Odeon Fiends. They're still calling it Tomb Keeper. I won't call it that. Can't make me call it that.
Interesting. Okay, I assumed Toad would be used there, but it looks like we're just going to be able to. Oh, right. Gigantic Sprite can detach from anywhere. Sometimes I forget about that. He detached from the Toad here. The Mirror Mage is going to be able to add the Freezing Chains because it was sent to the graveyard, and Sprite Jet is able to add the Sprite Starter.
I think
and then special summon Sprite Blue.
Sprite is not very well positioned in the format right now because of all the Charmies being very good against it. However, we keep talking about Malice, but we haven't even seen a Malice deck on stream so far, which don't let... Okay, the deck types have been changed to Sprite and Primate Blue Eyes, so I think they just got both of the decks wrong for some reason, maybe.
Looks like now, obviously Toad
you know what?
going to be one of the key.
This is the backup feature, isn't it?
Going to go into the sprint. We've already used the effect.
Also, looking at the background between the two, I think this is the background feature. I think the main feature was supposed to be Malice against
that will get
Odeon. But the setup is this is the backup feature setup, right? Bro, I swear to God, if this is the backup feature that they're showing because there's something wrong with the main feature, maybe there's like a technical difficulty or something. If we go back to the old camera quality on the main feature match,
to bring out IP Masquerena.
Okay, classic.
That's gonna be
can negate anything. Red
annoying to say the least.
That is red.
Why is this camera quality on the backup feature? Dude, at this point, just make it the main feature. I don't care, man.
The biggest threat that Adam can have
the main feature can be the backup feature at this point. Just swap them.
Totally awesome again.
I mean, they did.
Arrow that he can find here. But it looks like we're going to be adding, was that Druid Worm off of the Magma? Or was it, it might have been Barrel Dragon, actually.
Was there an introduction of the duelist beforehand?
Let's see how Jason's going to navigate this.
There was, okay.
Fearsome board.
Yeah, it's, you know, nothing small here. We have Totally Awesome. We have IP Masquerena, which, you know, threatens SP Little Knight at any point. We have the Sprite Red. Another copy of Ghost Ogre. Jason was very prepared for the mirror match here, but, you know, can be useful against...
What do we think of Ghost Ogre in the format right now? I was thinking about it, and I felt like it was not that good. Because
like we're going to be using the effect of Sprite Red, negating by attributing.
It's like not good enough into Malice, right? It can help, but is it ever enough against Malice? I feel like the answer is no. Because the best thing that Ghost Ogre used to do against Malice is like hitting one of the Link 2s when they try to link climb. Like let's say Splash Mage or SP Little Knight or Haggard Lizardos, right? That using Ghost Ogre on that is kind of neat because it might cut them off of the ability to link climb all the way up into 3. The problem is that was not good against every single line. Like some lines, they did not need to do that. And at that point, it was just basically useless. But yeah.
Jason really contemplating his options here.
They have so many extenders now, Sag. That yeah. Most I think it's difficult to like if they have a backup Addignister, maybe it's just irrelevant.
Able to get, I assume the only thing you'd want in this position is going to be Pixies. Okay, well Blue can just grab Pixies.
Okay. Oh, yep. Sprite Pixies, you know, not a sprite that was used too much in the sprite's heyday, but it's definitely useful when you're trying to protect something by battle.
Pixies?
Not only will it boost the attack of your level 2 monsters, your Link 2s as well.
Pixies broken!
And there it is, the Sprite Pixies.
2s all around, and now the battle phase has been forced. Got 0 value here. Magma is not going to be able to attack into anything.
Yeah, Sprite Pixies works kind of like Honest, so it'll gain the attack. I believe. Cool card. Not one of my favorites, though. I have a lot of favorites.
He's just all right.
He's solid. He's good enough.
Come on, Billy.
Included in the main 40. All right, so
now we go after the red. It's already used, so not really that big of a concern. We're going to use the Pixies anyway to keep it alive. Might as well, I guess. The Pixie's not going to do much at this point.
Went out of his way to call a Sprite card not his favorite. I feel like I'm offended by that.
All right, Jason still hasn't actually committed any of his resources of the turn. He has his normal summon. He hasn't used any Blue Eyes effects yet. He still has to get through the IP Masquerena as well as the Totally Awesome. We're going to be starting with the normal summon of that Barrel Dragon. Totally Awesome looks like it's going to be chained here, getting rid of the Swap Rock.
Barrel. Yeah, you kept saying Barrel Dragon. I'm like, there's no way he's using Barrel Dragon, but you mean Ether Barrel. Okay. Literally, I was like, I'm not going to contradict you, Asala, but I don't think he's playing Barrel Dragon. And Barrel Dragon's also a machine that you can't add with Magnum.
It's right there. Look at
him. Dude.
Okay. Probably had another Ether
Barrel Dragon.
In my head the whole time, I was like, what is he talking about? Barrel Dragon. This is not Bandit Keith. But no, it looks like Adam is, you know, navigating his turn 1 well enough to at least hold off Jason thus far. But here comes the Maiden of White being discarded to place the True Light face up on the field. Now, True Light can either
I mean, the
summon a
thing
Blue Eyes
here
from
is,
the hand or
right,
the graveyard,
we are
or
in
it
main
can
phase
set a
2.
Blue Eyes Speller Trap
So
from your
it
deck.
is not
I
that
wonder
easy
if Adam
for
is
Blue
just
Eyes
going
to
to
deal with this board.
Try to set up
And
a
when I
deck
say
that
not
is
easy,
good.
I mean probably not possible, right?
I mean, at any point, because it's a trap, our True Light
And
can
that
back
means
to
you're
go
just
ahead
gonna
and
start
set
your turn with a
additional
crazy
deck,
board.
from here, so it looks like we're going to be starting with that.
No, you should go with Roar.
Interesting.
Maybe there's not a card
You
he wants
could
to discard in
SP
his hand,
this
or one
Roar
of
right
his
now,
cards in
right?
hand is already the wishes.
I feel like
But
that's a
the
good
cool
thing to
about Roar
do.
is you can still summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from your deck, and when you summon that Blue Eyes, it'll trigger the Maiden of Light to be able to summon back. But it looks like Adam might be trying to go after that face down Roar before it can be activated by using the IP Masquerade to summon something like SP Little Knight, and then you can just banish that face down card before it can be activated.
Yeah, I assume this is something that Jason considered. So we'll see what he has to follow up.
Yeah, and it being banished is huge too.
Bro
The
has no
graveyard
follow-up.
effect of
It's
Roar
cross out
being
in
able to
Majesty.
Equip fusion to your Blue Eyes is huge because it's an easy way to access Blue Eyes Timer Bridge Dragon, which I think is one of the reasons why Blue Eyes is such a powerful deck because of that card. But Typhon is going to be the last action here from Jason. He's going to be able to go into it since Adam summoned from his extra deck more than twice per turn. But he's going to chain the SP Little Knight to
Very nice
protect his
SP,
totally awesome SP Little
forcing
Knight
him to,
damage for the turn.
bounce the Sprite
will return
red.
to the hand.
Extremely favorable trade for Adam there. He got essentially loses nothing.
Essentially, yep. And then at the end phase, the totally awesome comes back. The SP
And
Little
start
Knight
your turn with an
back on the
Omni Negate
field.
now.
Totally awesome will be
Here's
able to
the
negate
thing
one of
about
those two
sprites.
cards that Jason
And you
put
can
face
see
down.
this in
I
this
don't think he was
game
able to get any
very
Blood Red
clearly.
into his
This is what
graveyard.
separates
So,
them from other
Majesty
more
will be
recent
as
meta
impactful,
decks.
won't
The
have
follow-up for
anything to
that deck
destroy
is
that one of those
non-existent.
face down cards that Jason
No
has.
guaranteed follow-up
We're
whatsoever.
going to see a special summon of
Nothing.
Sprite Red.
Do we have any way to extend further?
I mean, you could overlay for like Gigantic with SP Little Knight in red.
You don't really want to do that.
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Oh,
But,
this is not bad.
Okay,
The
Forbidden
freezing chain's
Droplet.
already used everything it needs to. We can go ahead and half and negate the Typhon here. Might just be a battle phase angle.
Oh, no, he's definitely going for Gigantic, yeah. Oh, but you like go into Gigantic, just go battle and attack over maybe, but... Now he has a 3200 Gigantic Sprite. It's not small Sprite, it's Gigantic now, since there is an extra deck monster underneath it as a material.
He's going to stay Gigantic by keeping the material here. We're going to get that Sprite Blue again. Sprite Blue is going to go ahead and likely grab the Sprite Jet. And then I wonder, do you play Gamma Burst here?
Oh, there's no way in 2025 you're playing Sprite, you don't include Gamma Burst in your deck. It is just so much damage so quickly. It was I love that card.
I mean,
Can Gigantic? Of course they can Gigantic.
Yeah, all them 1400
They
attack,
use
I believe,
Forbidden
right?
Droplet
All
to
your
negate
level 2s,
Typhon.
Rank 2s, Link 2s, all gain 1400 each, so that's an extra like 6,000 damage on top of what he already has on the field. The Typhon's halved by Forbidden Droplet. Jason's already at 6,200. Adam should be able to clean up pretty easily here. He still has to be cautious of those two face downs that Jason has, but he's going to attack Gigantic Sprite, damage step, activate Sprite, Gamma Burst.
That's way more than enough
So
damage,
that's going
dude.
to put Gigantic Sprite to 4,600, attacking over half of 29, so 1,450. But yeah, this is going to be way more than enough, unless Jason has... You'd have to have a card to stop...
Bro, this is almost enough without the Gamma Burst.
One time?
I mean,
The hell are
one
they
of those cards
calculating,
you
bro?
expect in a Blue Eyes deck.
3200 Gigantic over 1450 Typhon is 1750. Plus Toad, plus Jet, plus Blue is
done the math,
like...
seen the damage, and is going to go ahead and concede. And
But that was game without Gamma Burst.
The Primite Blue Eyes deck with his Sprite strategy. Keep in mind,
That
this
was
is
game
round
without
3.
Gamma
Both
Burst.
players have won their first 2 rounds. I don't think either of these players received buys.
We just Gamma Burst
like, if you're wondering
for
if this is
style
just like
points.
maybe an off chance Sprite got lucky this game, well, he's already gotten lucky at least 4 other games.
Right? Because,
you know, he can continue
hold
getting
up,
lucky,
Gigantic
only a few more
over
times before he can
Typhon,
get into that top eight.
1750,
Yeah, like,
right?
A lot of these YCSs we get
32
to see, like,
over
what's
1450, yeah,
going on on the table, which
1750,
decks are
plus
playing, and
Sprite
not all
Jet, which
the
is
decks make it onto
1300,
the live stream.
is
But
3050,
Sprite,
plus
unironically,
1100
that's been
off
one of those
Blue
decks that there's always
is
these, like, 1 to 2
4150,
where they've been
plus
floating around, like,
2200 from
X2
Toad
or
is
X1 at the end of day one,
6350
like, right there on the outside looking in,
without the
making
Gamma
top 10.
Burst.
In fact, I think we even had Sprite
They
top
didn't
10
need the
for
Gamma
past,
Burst.
few months.
because the
Which is one of
opponent
my
was on
favorite parts about
6200.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, your cards never get like old. I mean, at some points, like certain cards will get forbidden or limited, and maybe the deck's not as strong as it once was. But you can still use your favorite strategies that you know tried and true, as long as you find a way to incorporate them into like the current meta game, and you can find picks and ways to still take on the best and newest decks with your tried and true strategies.
Yeah, there's a lot to really pay attention to in Yu-Gi-Oh! Especially, you can never count out a bunch of these old strategies, mainly because they always find an opening, right? Anytime what they do becomes applicable again, you just could shine in a situation like this. I think there's a lot that's kind of working against Sprite. Mainly, I want to say the Molcharmi Perulia. I think any of the Molcharmis can be really hard. I guess Meowth is not that bad, but
outside of Meowth, but Fual is
such boring sleeves. That's a crazy thing to roast someone about.
Them already a few times here in the feature match.
That's a crazy issue to have. Because your opponent has plain carded sleeves.
And then we saw just how powerful that can be going second because of cards like Gamma Burst.
Yeah, I mean, Sprite, it's not, they can put a lot of monsters on the field really quickly, and then, yeah, on the backs of something like Gamma Burst, it can easily win going second.
And we also just saw how powerful Totally Awesome can be. That card was extremely popular even in just the last format. Now that Bahamut Shark is gone, this is the only deck that can truly efficiently put it out.
Look,
yeah, no, it's definitely cool to see decks being able to still capitalize on trying to find a way to. I
like a cool pair of sleeves, you know, like a cool cool Yu-Gi-Oh artwork or whatever. But there's nothing wrong with just using plain sleeves of whatever color you like or your favorite color or whatever, dude.
With like one other swap frog, so there are still ways to cheat out the Totally Awesome in Sprite, but
Normal Summon Swap Frog is pretty efficient. Yeah. Like, it gets there.
Swap Frog is still one of the best ways. No Ronin Totem, unfortunately, so not super easy to get to Totally Awesome. But with the Mirror Maiden of the Ice Barrier, there's plenty of ways to still get to that Totally Awesome. And I think it is totally awesome that Adam brought Sprite here to the YCS, and now he can win this next game, and he will moving on with a 3-0 record with Sprite. But Jason gets to go first this time. We're going to see what the Blue Eyes.
This is definitely not the main stage, by the way. They are definitely the backup feature. So it looks like the camera on the main feature has issues, which I mean we saw. We definitely saw. But yeah. I mean honestly, at this point, you can question the decision to have a better camera on the main stage than on the side stage. But you gotta give it to them. I still appreciate the decision to make the swap. You know, I very much appreciate the quality we're getting now. You know, they've realized that they have kind of solved the problem. Because what do we care as viewers? What the stage around them is? We can't see it anyways. What we care more about is what the image of the board looks like, and this one's clean. So give me that all day.
Restricted to, okay, you have to have a vanilla monster in your deck. You have to have a normal monster.
Yeah, it definitely has like a little tougher of a requirement to be able to activate, but and then the fact that it just keeps coming back, right? Like if you just control a Primate monster, you can just reset it onto the field every turn, which is really useful when you're going second, because you're able to use it like proactively to negate something that's trying to slow you down, and then you can reset it and have it as a defensive maneuver during your opponent's turn.
Looks like we're going to be starting game number 2 here. We're going to be leading with Sage, one of the strong starts. No interactions here. This is one of the...
There's no hand traps on Sprite's end, so...
In its heyday is
I mean, look, Sprite,
we don't have any just
back in my day, it's a crazy thing. It's crazy that I can say back in my day about Sprites.
Definitely, Sage is one you want to stop.
Sprites came out 3 years ago. Is that crazy? Anyways, Sprite used to be a deck with decent board-breaking capabilities as long as you could stick a level 2.
Face up onto the field.
Don't say old. It was 3 years ago. Y'all were all there. Shut up. You can say that when we're talking about friggin' the hat format or some shit.
Online right away, because the Wishes Eyes Blue is going to get you 2 cards that mention Blue
Not when
Eyes.
we're talking about Sprite, okay?
Level 1 Light Monster plus a Speller Trap that mentions Blue Eyes, but it gets you a card that can special summon Blue Eyes, or if you already have access to it, you can get the trap card Majesty.
Just anything that you need, right?
Yeah,
like,
it just does so much.
All. And look, you were right. He did have a second copy of Maiden to discard for that Wishes. We're going to be adding another copy of Sage, because remember, Sage is not once per turn. It's just whenever it's normal summon. And when he's going to eventually link away that Sage, he's going to be able to add Mausoleum with the Spirit with Eyes of Blue.
Yeah, so you could just like straight up add Effect Veiler because it's level 1 Light Tuner, but why not get that extra normal summon in? Get that extra monster on the field that you can use to either
Sprite can play Impulse? Technically, yeah.
Go into like a Hermetic Seal.
They're they're all fire and dark, so yes, they could technically play Impulse depending on what you pair them with. Also, the water Nimbles, yeah, Sprite kind of has the perfect attributes for Impulse.
You're gonna be making 2
because the Nimble and Swap Frog and stuff is all water, the Sprites are all dark and fire. You can still use IP and SP, you don't care, Gigantic works, yeah. You could.
So here comes that Spirit with Eyes of Blue. That'll let him add the Mausoleum of White, as you alluded to, Asala. The cool part about the Mausoleum too is the effect.
All right, Charlie is plugging me. I let him. I'm gonna let him out now because the storm has stopped. Give me a second.
Level 1 tuner onto the field, whichever one you need, because it lets you target the Maiden and trigger the effect.
The deck has a bunch of tricks now, which I think a lot of the previous Blue Eyes strategies I thought were extremely linear. Like if you compare it to Blue Eyes from 2016, it was so heavily reliant on the non-Blue Eyes cards, just like any kind of Reborn spell. But now the deck is just so self-contained. It's able to just do it all very quickly off like one summon.
Yeah, Structure Deck Blue Eyes White Destiny really changed the game for Blue Eyes players out there. But we're going to see him use the Mausoleum of White to target the Spirit with Eyes of Blue to send a Blue Eyes White Dragon. Now he's going to use the Spirit with Eyes of Blue effect to tribute itself to summon back a Blue Eyes White Dragon from the graveyard. And now that it's no longer on the field, he's not locked into dragons, so he can bring back that Maiden of White if he so chooses.
It looks like that's what's happening now. Activating the Maiden in the grave. Will this trigger potentially a Bestial? Nope, it looks like it's going to be resolving here. And okay, this is surprising. This is not what I thought was going to happen. We're going to be activating Sage, targeting the Maiden. Maiden is able to use its effect now.
Oh, so he's going to use the Sage from hand to trigger the effect as opposed to the Mausoleum. Interesting. So yeah, we can either summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon or the level 1.
I mean, I guess that works, yeah. Like,
does it?
So now he's going to have a Blue Eyes White Dragon.
Getting both Blue Eyes out of the deck.
Did we still have a normal summon?
He still has his extra normal summon, right?
Yeah. If he has another one to use. I wonder, like, if you didn't.
Why didn't we normal summon the Sage and grab an effect, Mela?
Why search Roar? I guess your play, because you had to get wishes off of the True Light, you were very weak to a Bestial, so Roar gave you some kind of security against that.
Oh yeah, so Wishes is the one that you can banish to equip from the extract. So he's going to banish the Wishes. Roar is the one you banish from your graveyard to conduct a fusion summon, but you can't use that effect in the same turn. Misspoke there in the last matchup, or the last game of this matchup, but it's okay because now he's going to Synchro Summon for Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon.
He can make Tyrant Dragon here with those if he so chooses. I think he's going to leave it in the extract, or is he going to leave both of those on the field? I doubt
Why not Roar for seals?
He's just going to pass here with the Blue Eyes equipped.
Interesting. Okay, I wonder why he wouldn't synchro with that one.
Yeah, because the Neo Blue Eyes in the graveyard gives you targeting protection for your Blue Eyes. Yeah, interesting. But we'll see what he's going to end up doing with this Blue Eye Spirit Dragon.
I imagine he's got a plan. Like,
yeah, I'm assuming he at least has Majesty of the White Dragon set, which will let him
maybe
2 cards on his opponent's side of the field since he has 2 Blue Eyes White Dragons.
Maybe Jason
and Sprite
just purchased the wrong spreadsheet.
Removal. You need those level 2s on the board.
Because with all those spreadsheets on the internet, you never know which one's the real one, which one's the real deal.
Swap Frog is going to be able to send a level 2 Aqua from the deck. Will Jason have a response to that? Looks like he's considering.
All right, looks like no effect to Swap Frog, or he's chaining Sprite Starter.
I'm not quite sure why you would. Oh, okay. I think maybe so you're chaining Starter to... well, okay, I was going to say he might put out Sprite Red to negate the Blue Eye Spirit if he opts to negate the card that you send off Swap Frog.
No, we're chain blocking the Mirror Mage.
But we'll see what happens here.
Chaining one Mirror Mage, chaining one blue, chaining 2 blue. It's actually smart.
Mirror Mage chain link 1, Sprite Blue chain link 2.
That way the Blue Eye Spirit Dragon can't negate the graveyard effect. Smart stuff. It's kind of chain blocking there.
Doesn't Majesty just cook Sprite?
Adam
it's pretty good against it. Pop 2 is pretty sick.
He knows how to play his Sprite deck. He knows what he needs to do to get his effects through.
Sprite Blue is going to add Sprite Red.
Once he's able to put red on the field, he's able to protect himself from any of those monster effects. So he probably wants to prioritize putting that down. Considering
why not Carrot?
Looks like we're just going to overlay.
I feel like we need Carrot right now.
Looks like we're link something.
Maybe trying to go into Sprite Sprint, but the Nimble Angler is not going to be as effective versus
Uh-oh.
Blue-Eyed Spirit Dragon.
Yeah,
I'm surprised he didn't summon the red first.
Ooh.
Oh,
Okay.
that's interesting.
Yeah, but still, if he had that Sprite Red on the field, he'd be able to negate the Spirit Dragon, negating the True Light effect. Oh, but he has Effect Veiler anyway, so the Nightmare Phoenix, so True Light is going to be safe.
And he gave up the Jet for this? That's kind of expensive.
Yeah, I would expect that he would have another one if that's what he discarded, since he hasn't summoned from his hand quite just yet.
I mean, up to this point, Adam's always had a plan. He's been really meticulous about his play here. So I think he at least accounted for the scenario. We're going to be activating the Freezing Chains now. We're going to be able to summon back that Mirror Mage from the graveyard. Let's see if Jason ever chooses to use the Effect of Spirit here to tag out.
Looks like he's still holding on to it, trying to get that graveyard negation alive still.
Do we know the set is Majesty?
Yeah, Sprint is still available. Still not summoning that Sprite Red either. I guess he just knows, he doesn't want to play it into the Majesty that he knows is there. Like, or at least he assumes, you know?
That could be the case. That could be why he's trying to navigate
called by- oh, okay.
as few cards as possible while still holding back on his resources. But it's called by the grave. It's not even a Majesty of the White Dragon.
Wow, playing around the Majesty up to this point could be really punishing here. So we'll see what happens if the Call by the Grave is likely activated on Sprite Jet, just because it hasn't been used this turn. I can't really see what he targets, but I would assume that's the best card here. And it looks like that was Jet.
I mean, yeah, you probably assume they have another Jet
correctly
if
this
they
turn.
discard
We're
one
gonna
for
be
Nightmare
special
Phoenix.
summoning Sprite Red because you control a Link monster. A Link level 2. Or Link 2, sorry. You know what I mean.
The number 2 is involved. All right, and then here comes the Jet. No effect, so yeah, you can presume that he banished the Jet with Call by the Grave. Assume.
We can go ahead and make Gigantic here.
Does look like what he's thinking about. Nope, it's gonna be another Link summon for maybe a Link 3 or a Link 2.
Yeah, we activated Starter this turn, so we are locked into 2s.
Oh, that's right.
We're going to be finally going for that Sprite Sprint. Going to be able to send that Nimble Angler. Sprite Red is online right now, so you can negate the effect of Spirit at any point.
So Spirit effect negate, Red negates Spirit.
Effect of Spirit to try to negate the Angler. Forces you to use, or it doesn't force you to use Red, but you're going to likely use Red. Oh, actually.
Oh, we just got foolish for another Angler.
Because if you did use Red, he could always just chain it to tag out. And now we're prioritizing keeping the Red available to make sure it doesn't tag out into anything that's even more threatening. But now we can send another Angler here. Angler's able to resolve. That'll get all well, not all of them, just 2. And then
that's all you need.
Yeah. I suppose. 2 is enough where you're able to make Gigantic here.
The big thing is that Called by the Grave on the Sprite Jet is huge because it's going to mean Adam can't access something like Sprite.
You know what's crazy?
To really try and finish
the newest card we've seen from Adam so far
we'll see if you can find
is freaking Mirror Mage of the Ice Barrier.
Gigantic will be at least bigger than one of them.
But that's the newest card we're using.
But it looks like we're not doing that. We're going to be...
Mosquito? Mosquito is not quite game here. Mosquito is not game.
Okay, it looks like we are going for the Gigantic Sprite. What do you think is left in the deck to summon at this point?
I think it's just another monster to have on the field, and then maybe he'll just go into another...
Wait, you're not trying to tag out with the Spirit?
I don't know, or he's going to look for another, like, rank 2, like... I don't know, it's been a while, but there's a lot of good ones, like Sky Cavalry, maybe? They're just trying to return the Synchro.
I mean, yeah, you're not even able to go into Zeus anymore, so... I wonder what he can do to really stop Jason from just doing everything he wants to on the following turn.
Just gets bounced? I mean, now...
Like, building a wall doesn't really make sense against Blue Eyes.
Now he can't tag out with Spirit anymore because Gigantic resolve.
Yeah, I really think that Called by the
He
Grave
can't summon both at the same time.
very
Oh!
Just cutting off Sprite Jet is...
Wait! Dude, no, I think you're right. Dude, no one ever cares about that effect of Spirit Dragon, but yes.
The Blue Eyes equipped with the version on the field because he can just make
Bro,
Tyrant into this board and attack.
Dude, I don't blame anyone for not realizing that, because I feel like no one realized that except for maybe like 2 people in chat right now. Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon. So, because Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon was a card that was basically designed... Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon is one of the most blatantly designed cards to just beat the meta at the time.
I mean, he has to prioritize.
So Blue Eyes Spirit Dragon has a couple of effects, right? And remember, this card came out during like Pendulum and Burning Abyss format, basically, right? And so it was like neither player can special summon 2 or more monsters at the same time. This was just to counter Pendulum, and then the Graveyard Negate was to counter Burning Abyss, basically, right? So, but this nowadays, this effect almost never matters, but in this particular instance, it did matter. About the Angler. Yeah, no, you're right. They should not have been able to summon out 2 Nimble Beavers at the same time because Spirit Dragon was still there.
Gigantic.
Yeah, it is the only Xyz monster that can utilize a Link as a level 2, but...
No, we're just going to concede. There's nowhere to go.
Yeah, so yeah, it really came down to that call by the Grave on the Jet being...
Okay,
like,
they lost anyways. They lost anyways. It's whatever.
The and force things out, but
I see what Adam was doing. He was very much respecting the Majesty. He saw that Jason did the line that puts as many Blue Eyes in rotation.
But still, yeah, that's actually, so it's very funny because you don't really think of that effect ever being relevant anymore. I mean, what's some other examples of Yu-Gi-Oh cards that stops at the moment? Like, where does that effect matter? I guess it would matter against the Regenesis card.
But I mean, Jason opened up
the trap that we saw earlier that summons back all your things. It matters against Flamberge, Ritual Beast.
It seemed to be just enough.
Mitsurugi. When does Mitsurugi summon 2 monsters at the same time?
Like that can like kind of get into your head a little bit. You're like, well, normally I would do this. I'd end on like Seals plus Spirit Dragon. Maybe thought, well, with Sprite, I'd rather have
the new Code Talker. Sure.
On the field, but.
The thing you do have to realize with this sort of effect, I think, is it's very down to like the wording of the card. Because for example, please correct me if I'm wrong, because not 100% sure on it, but I don't think it affects Nibiru, because Nibiru is worded in a different way where it summons the 2 things after each other. That's why Max C on Nibiru draws 2 cards in Master Duel as well, because it's first summon tribute, then summon token, right? So it does not stop Nibiru, the Spirit Dragon.
Adam will be able to take first in game number 3 here. Really show how Sprite is able to...
There's not actually that many cards that Spirit Dragon still stops, I suppose.
They're all just on the field.
Spirit stops Wizard Addignister. Does Wizard Addignister specify like summon them at the same time? It could be.
That's why historically Sprite has been really weak to cards like Dark Rule no more, which aren't popular anymore.
Can't Gamma? Yeah, Gamma is 2 monsters at the same time.
Powerful spell cards now that don't cost you essentially your whole battle phase, like not really your battle phase, but the ability to do damage. So you want to be able to end the game. So cards like Ultimate Slayer have been more popular, which could be a reason why Sprite has been able to take advantage of this metagame. But I think there are still a lot of cards that can just target down cards on the field and remove their effects. So
how does it work with Zelantis? I think because Zelantis just says summon as many as possible, I think you can still do it.
Result that we saw in game number 1,
but I'm not like 1000% on that.
And we're about to find out, will Sprite be able to take down the meta contending Blue Eyes deck, or will Blue Eyes find a way to bounce back?
You can only summon 1 back. No, I mean, no, so Zelantis like would banish the spirit, and then when the spirit brings back, like when Zelantis tries to resummon the monster, spirit is no longer there. So I think you just summon back everything. Because the spirit would also be banished by the Zelantis itself. So when the Zelantis tries to summon back, I think the spirit is no longer
I don't know. I still want to make sure
the lock of the spirit no longer applies, right?
Which is probably the reason why I wouldn't play Blue Eyes for this.
But I do think you can activate Zelantis, because Zelantis does not have to bring back everything it banishes. It's just as many as possible. It's the same reason why you can also Zelantis when you're locked into waters, even though your opponent has a monster that isn't water. So Zelantis knows on activation that that card cannot come back, but you can still activate Zelantis. It's just a weird lawyer game moment because Zelantis has a different wording and says as many as possible, and that's different than
3 here.
just summon all. If Zelantis said summon all of them back, nothing else, like just summon all of them back, then I think it would be different.
Normal summoning Beaver.
Bro, normal summon Beaver is insane because at that point your deck's weak to every single Charmy in the game except for Meowls, I guess. But
Nimble Anglers. That way, if you use Nimble Angler later on in the turn with Sprite Sprint, you'll be able to special summon your other 2 copies of Nimble Beaver from the deck.
I wonder if you're going to go straight into your sprint, but looks like we're just going to be overlaying into Gigantic here. Adam knows that Jason does play Ghost Ogre, so that could be really strong here, but looks like
no Ghost Ogre.
Immediately able to detach
Huge.
that Nimble Angler. Going to be able to summon Sprite Blue from the deck. Blue is able to trigger.
All right.
Do you think there should be a Mole Charmy for other types of summons? I mean, I thought there was a chance they would keep going and do more Mole Charmies. At the same time, which location is even left? Like, what kind of Mole Charmy would you make?
Considering some options here.
Because it looked like they were doing Mole Charmies for like all the attributes, like they did with Ash Blossom and so on and so forth, right? They did like a Ghost Sister for each attribute with different effects. But with Charmies, I feel like they just ran out of places to do it. Special from Spell Trap Zone. I mean, yeah, you could make a Charmy for Special Summon from Spell Trap Zone, but that card is just unplayable because that's way too niche. That is way too niche. At this point, I think you'd have to make a Charmy that draws for a different kind of action. Not for like summons, but rather other actions, right? I thought maybe at some point I thought they might make a Charmy that's kind of like a reverse Drolan Lockbird. Instead of stopping them from adding cards from their deck to their hand, it's like it's kind of like Shared Ride, but as an old Charmy. That's what I thought. Activate spell traps or that, something like that, right?
Left in it. Going to be some form of interaction.
Yeah, some defensive.
I think that Charmy, like replacing Drolan Lockbird, could kind of be interesting.
We'll see what Jason opens up with.
Right? Because it would be a similar thing. Like Drolan Lockbird is another thing where Drolan Lockbird feels the most unfair when your opponent uses it when they go first, right? They go first and have a Droll behind their board. I think is one of the most toxic things about Drolan Lockbird. And I think with a Mole Charmy that kind of imitates Drolan Lockbird, it would be.
That's a great one.
I think that'd be an overall fairer card.
To see if you could
I'd rather be Drolled than that. Depends on your deck, honestly. And I think if your deck really cares about that Charmy, your deck's probably a problem.
Well, you can't think too long. That looks like it will be resolving here. Oh, no, he's still thinking. Okay, no, okay. It looks like it has resolved now. Gonna be able to grab that Maiden.
I mean, Sprite Carrot. Sprite Carrot goes kind of hard against Blue Eyes, doesn't it? Sprite Carrot, negate and destroy True Light? Kind of sick.
Maiden of White will still be able to get True Light onto the field since it places it, but will not be able to.
Oh, Jason's hand is kind of nasty, though.
Looks like he has the Lordly Load.
We got Lordly Load, Skill Drain, Majesty,
search cards in his
Sage.
right now.
Yeah,
but the Maiden is good enough, right? Getting access to True Light will get you access to Roar, and that's really all you need. But you also just have access to Mausoleum and Sage already on the field.
But Droll is good here, yeah.
You just have to deal with the potential SP Little Knight that's going to come down.
Yeah, he's going to have to make sure he times this IP Masquerena perfectly, so...
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem from Adam's side here is you can't really confidently go SP Little Knight banish this
he would just be able to change it. So instead he needs to wait until the True Light's been used, and then...
Because if you don't... dude, it's rough. I think the best way is to Sprite Carrot the field spell here, unironically.
Carrot yet either. Carrot being able to potentially negate and destroy True Light could be huge.
I think Carrot, destroy the field spell, stop it from sending Blue Eyes to the graveyard is kind of good.
I mean, the way he was thinking, you can kind of assume one of them would be infinite impermanence. Okay, looks like we're going to be activating IP Masquerena here.
Gonna link away the Sprint. with itself to summon SP Little Knight.
This is super risky, but it's gonna pay off here because Jason has no normal summon in hand. It's super weak to an extra normal summon here.
I think so too. Just because he's under draw, so True Light can only summon a Blue Eyes from the hand.
Or you banish the field spell with SP actually. Okay.
It can get access to Roar.
Sure.
Okay, I went for the Mausoleum. Because, okay, so that way.
And now if True Light wants to set Roar, you can use Carrot to negate and destroy it.
Dragons for what it's worth, but and we're activating
okay.
True Light, so he's going to be activating the effect of Sprite Carrot to negate and destroy. True Light's going to be able to trigger in the graveyard.
I don't hate that actually. That's pretty neat.
Spirit with Eyes of Blue. All interactions that are known from Adam used now, but still under that Drone Lockbird.
Yeah, if he has the Lordly Load, he'll still be able to summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon. At least it will stop him from activating.
There's no normal summon to punish any of this in Jason's hand.
Be able to get monsters on the field.
And we're under draw, can't use Lordly Load. There's a Skill Drain set though, so Skill Drain is potentially good here.
It was, yeah, I think he's just...
Because you can just activate it and call Blue Eyes White Dragon and summon one.
Yeah,
right?
which will still let you summon the Maiden from the graveyard, which I think that's part missing. Like,
yeah.
It only negates the effects on the field, I believe. Or like, it says you can't.
The thing is, Blue Eyes might still be winning this if we can't handle the Skill Drain.
Here, but now he's only has
right, because it's Sprite and it's too fair. The thing is, Jason, I think, does have to shotgun the Skill Drain, right? Because if you put something next to the Carrot, all of a sudden we can negate the Skill Drain.
I didn't see the last one.
Right? But it doesn't look like we're shotgunning.
This is the position that you're in. But at the least, there isn't actually anything going on for Adam. It's just a Sprite Carrot. Until we summon...
Normal summon Mirror Mage. Carrot negates effects. Oh yeah, we have to do it before they hit an extra deck monster.
Very few cards, but if you can access something like Gigantic Sprite, you can get your whole engine online again and start summoning all those level 2s to the field.
It looks like
but the thing is, under his own Skill Drain, Jason currently also cannot play, right? Because actually no, we can go Wishes for Roar next turn, and then we're cooking.
I imagine he sided it out.
Going first?
Dude, it's not looking good for Sprite, actually. I hate to say it.
All right, we're gonna overlay these two
I hate to say it, but it's not looking good for Sprite.
Yep. Not gigantic this time, just regular.
He's a Sprite.
Regular Sprite.
I think we just get cooked here by Skill Drain.
Didn't see that one. The one when he did it.
No, you don't detach. You don't detach. You don't detach. Yep.
This keeps the Mirror Maiden underneath the Gigantic Sprite. So
Tumo Q, thank you for the 5 gifties. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Glad you're enjoying the watch along. Appreciate the gifties.
Skill Drain. If you thought Blue Eyes was an old card, so is Skill Drain. Pay 1,000. Now we're on equal playing field. Now it makes even more like sense if you
have. What do you mean equal playing field, Billy?
The Lordly Load from last turn.
I think just tunnel a little bit as to what the load actually does for him. Yeah.
Or he decided he could have made the decision that he didn't need the Blue Eyes on the field, but really wanted to access
very equal playing field. So your deck of level 2 monsters with 1,000 attack versus my deck with a vanilla that's 3,000 attack under Skill Drain.
Having access to the Ether Barrel.
It's equal.
All right, well, we made it to the next
It
turn.
is equal now.
Flipping up the Skill Drain anyway. Then, let's see.
Will Skill Drain be enough to balance the tables for Blue Eyes to come back?
Bro, Wishes for Roar is disgusting here.
Start off with the Wishes here. I feel like if what you expected to happen.
No, man. Oh, dude, we're just being Skill Drain out of the game, man.
You can see what happens.
It's so rough when you're already you're playing a rogue deck. You know, you're playing a deck from 3 years ago. You're up against one of the current top decks in the game, and you're about to win, and then you get floodgated out of into oblivion, dude. Oh man. Zeus in defense. We should have made Zeus in defense. Yeah, that's a good call. Zeus in defense was a win condition, but they have Majesty, so it wouldn't have worked either way.
There it is.
Lordly Load. Summon a Blue Eyes every turn now. Sick.
You can't activate Lordly Load? Is the adding optional? So you can't activate it if you're under Draw and Lockbird? That could be the case.
Oh, okay, yeah. Is it mandatory to add? That could always be the case, yeah.
But either way, Jason knew what he was doing because he had that Skill Drain. He had no reason to be worried. I think it is mandatory.
Yep, it is mandatory.
Okay, so that was the
It's
case.
probably just 2 imperms face down as well.
Load, even just to do the other effect.
That's on us, yeah. He would have if he could.
You just make Tyrant run over Zeus anyways? I mean, yeah, they could have outed it, but they didn't know they had Wishes set, right?
Now the Roar is gonna
they did not know there was a Wishes face down, so.
and now he is going to special summon. Oh, he's using
Tyrant. If Tyrant hits the field now, it's still negated, right?
We don't have player audio.
This is a Jinzo versus skill drain situation, right?
We're gonna be activating Majesty. Gonna be able to clean up the field here.
It's like whichever card is on the field first is like wins, basically, right?
Gonna go after the two.
Oh man, what was that spell? Oh, Droplet.
Droplet. Okay.
Droplet and Karma Cannon.
Very interesting.
Bro, you didn't chain Karma Cannon? Bro, wait, whoa, wait. What?
Gonna equip one of those.
You had Karma Cannon? Adam!
And then we're gonna be.
You could have made Zeus.
Into Tyrant.
You could have made Zeus and activated the effect and chained Karma Cannon.
It is unaffected by trap cards. Skill drain already on the field before.
Oh, bro, we had all the answers.
On that too.
Yeah.
No, we had all the answers. We could have dodged the skill drain. Oh, we had it. Oh, we had it,
Still a very big monster. 3,400 attack, even if it has no effect.
Bigger than how gigantic Sprite can get.
Oh, we had it. I'm so sad, man. None of this would have happened. We would have gotten the Lordly Load Ada there as well. With the Zeus.
Big monster skill
they would have had no Blue Eyes access. What was the card they drew for turn? What did Jason draw for turn? They discarded it off of wishes. What was it?
Yeah, it looks like on
Droll.
the back
Droll. Oh,
Jason might be able to clean things up and win the back.
it was a dead draw too. We just would have won.
Oh, that's right. Mirage only searches when it's sent to the graveyard. So Mirage is able to trigger here,
dude,
add the freezing chains.
Droll isn't dead. It was dead in this instance because they had no Blue Eyes in the graveyard and no more field spell in the deck. The field spell is banished and there was no Blue Eyes in rotation, so the Droll was dead.
Going to be able to synchro summon into.
I guess it could have made a Typhon, but that's a much more winnable scenario. You're up against just a Typhon, right? So any play next turn, you just cook.
And then we're drawing for turn. And I mean,
now it's just Giga over.
Find a way out, but there is
oh man! Oh!
Oh! Takes the game here with his Prime Eye Blue Eyes deck.
That was a good match. I mean, we got to see Adam do Sprite things. He was able to at least win game number 1 with Sprite, but Jason showing in the end the Blue Eyes deck is just too much. And Droll Lockford actually just an incredible card against the Prime Eye Blue Eyes deck if you hit them at the right time, especially now that we know that Lordly Load is a mandatory to add.
I think deep down I knew that before, but I tunneled onto like trying to get the Majesty live in my head too.
Yeah, but
that's definitely come up before.
Dude, on the one hand, I hate when that happens. On the other hand, I love when that happens.
He played it well, and I mean, Skill Drain is that one. But he was smart enough to, I mean, I'm assuming he doesn't main deck, but there is always a chance it isn't his main deck. But he was smart enough to side in Skill Drain while he was going second there in game number 3.
I mean, one of the most powerful, like, if you're talking about continuous traps that can play into a field, Skill Drain is one of the best ones. You can force a lot of things out. Playing into, especially a board like Sprite, where they're all...
Dude, I'm sad, man. I love Sprites.
Have powerful effects.
I love Sprites, and I feel like we may have had it. I mean, it wasn't guaranteed. But I think we probably had it there.
Once we said, like, yeah, it looks like Sprite doesn't have a lot going on. They only have like a couple monsters. But once that gigantic Sprite summons a Sprite Blue, which gets you a Sprite Jet, which gives you a Sprite Starter, which summons another monster, which gives you a Sprite Sprint, which sends an Angler, which summons 2 Beavers, and all of a sudden there's just level 2 monsters everywhere. You know, you're kind of like,
it can get crazy, but I think what we really saw here, demonstrated in game number 3, is that lack of really powerful interruption. It's really generic. We have the IP Masquerena. We have just...
No, the thing is, Sprite interruptions are good. But the thing that's actually balanced about Sprite interactions is that every single Sprite interactions takes away from your board. Right? Like the fact that Jet and the fact that Red and Carrot and Smashers all remove a card from both sides of the equation, basically, just makes them way more fair. Of course, they're negates, but like a negate that takes away from your own board is weaker, and it does make a huge difference in these sort of scenarios, because against other decks,
be able to
you can't
establish
just go
themselves
second and have like a skill drain in hand, and that's just enough, because other decks just go like use their stuff and they still have a big board, so you flip skill drain, you just die. But sprites, they use all their interactions, they got no board left.
Finish me off because we have no monster effects, and once there's no monster effects, it's like every card is on even playing ground with Blue Eyes White Dragon. Like,
Absolutely.
I don't have a monster effect, neither do you, but now how are you going to deal with this awesome engine of destruction? Few have faced it and lived to tell the tale. At least that's what I hear.
And another one down. That won't be telling the tale anymore.
Yeah, definitely not. But he is also one. It is Swiss, so maybe we'll be able to see Sprite make a comeback. You can get a couple of losses, but I think Kangas is standing by with our Blue Eyes White Dragon winner, so I'll go ahead and toss it to you. Take it away, Kangas.
Thank you very much. I have Jason on stage with me. Congratulations on your feature match victory, Jason, with the Blue Eyes Primite deck. Talk to me about why you wanted to play that deck, because I feel like it was very popular. A new set comes out. Unsure how many people would be playing it.
Yeah, so the fear with Blue Eyes is that we got a recent ban list, right? And that hit the top decks of Malice and Ryzio, so Blue Eyes can kind of sneak in there, and I know that Malice has new support, so...
Bro, do you know about Alliance Insight? Because I feel like that was the case before the set.
Pretty good on a competitive standpoint here.
How'd you feel about the Sprite matchup? Did you expect that one? Did you have any texts for that?
I was definitely surprised, and I drew cards that did nothing against Sprite, so that was fun.
Well, you were able to pick up the win, but I want to talk about the stress of being in the feature match. Did you feel additional pressure knowing that the camera was on you, knowing eyes were on you?
Not really. I was just focused on the match all day, trying to keep my head cool and play as well as I can.
All right, cool, calm, collected. I like to hear, Jason. Any shout-outs that you want to give to anybody at home who might be watching?
Yeah, so shout out to my boys on Toxic Fable Discord. This was for you.
All right, thank you very much for the game. Congrats on the win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. You know, great to hear from our winner there, Jason, with his Blue Eyes deck. Moving on 3-0. It's going to be interesting to see how many Blue Eyes or Primite Blue Eyes decks make it into that top cut.
It's going to be difficult.
So it is,
really difficult road right
it's
now,
a 1500 YCS, so we are going to have a top 32 cut, not top 64.
In the meta, so we'll have to
and
see
it's only 11 rounds of Swiss.
Definitely can't complain. Probably the best start you can have to a tournament through 3 rounds. But before we go, let's talk about something awesome that is going on right now. And that's right, it's going to be...
Dude, that mat is also so fire, man.
That you can win. It's going to feature Atlantean/Fire King. Beautiful art.
Bro, they're making too many good playmats recently. I'm not gonna lie.
Had it for years, and now you can get that beautiful artwork of the new cards.
I'm not gonna lie, there's too many good mats going on, dude. I want them all and I don't have any use for that. Like I have too many playmats that I can't use regularly. This one's also so sick, man.
YCS anytime soon. Make sure you get your hands on this beautiful game mat. But I'm Billy, this is Asala. We're going to be back a little bit later. We have so much more action, so much more to do, so many more rounds, 6 more rounds today, 2 more Swiss rounds in the morning, top 32, top 16, top 8, top 4, and then the finals. Lots of exciting stuff. It's going to be time to duel all weekend long. So if you want to watch Yu-Gi-Oh, stay with us, and we're going to have more Yu-Gi-Oh action coming up. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have some cool stuff for you. Stay tuned.
What's up, everybody? Kangas at YCS Providence on the floor. I got some cards I brought with me for my collection. Let's see who can guess them before you do.
Okay, let's go.
All right, I got Lucas here. You got 60 seconds to guess the card before chat does. Go.
Okay. Is it a monster?
No.
Is it a spell?
Yes.
Is it a normal spell?
No.
Is it a quick play spell?
No.
Is it an equip spell?
No.
Field spell?
No.
Ritual spell?
Nope. I think there's one left.
Continues.
There. Yeah, you got it.
Awesome. Can it be used to add a card from deck to hand?
No.
Can it be used to add a card from grave or banish to hand?
No. It can't do much.
Can it increase it or decrease attack points?
No.
Is it any sort of meta relevant in the last couple of years?
I would say no.
Awesome.
Yeah.
I'm not getting this card. I'm so sorry.
No, you keep going. You got this. Think time periods.
Time period. Was this in the last 5 years?
No.
10 years?
Dimensional
No.
Fissure.
15?
No.
I'm cooked.
15? Dimensional Fissure.
We like to give you the hardest ones, Lucas.
That's not fair.
Temple of the Kings. Oh, yeah.
5 seconds.
Oh, Temple of the Kings is
message you
also
want to
meta
give your
relevant.
fans?
Prohibition?
Well, here's my message. Spirit message I.
Oh,
Everybody.
come on.
There we go.
Dude,
Was anybody
that's
able to get
impossible.
it? Maybe?
What the hell? Who's
All right, I
guessing
have Charles
Spirit
here.
Message
Charles,
I?
you have
That's
60
mean.
seconds to guess the card before chat does. Go.
All right. Can I get any hints?
No.
Please?
It was a yes or no question.
It's hard. None of your friends believed in you. That's your hint.
Can I get a color of the card?
Yes or no questions.
Is the card a monster?
No.
Is the card a magic card?
Yes.
A magic
Spell
card?
card, Charles. Well, technically it is a magic card, but it's a spell card.
Monster Reborn?
No.
Dang. All right.
Dang, that's all I had.
Graceful Charity?
No.
Dark Hole?
No.
Grand Diffusion?
No.
Red Ice Fusion?
No. Just go
Well,
right
if it
into the
says
individual
magic
cards.
card on it,
All right,
it's
think
gotta
about
be
what type of
yugioh.
spell
Is
it
it
is.
spirit? Okay, this one's Spirit Message.
No.
L.
Field?
No.
Counter?
Counter spell?
It's a counter spell.
Charles.
Let's go. That is a magic card.
10 seconds. Come on, Charles. We're all rooting for you.
I don't know. Mystic?
No, it's not. It is Spirit Message I.
Dude.
Do you think anybody's going to get
Don't
this
hit me
today?
with the
We're
same
0 for 2
one.
right now.
No.
All right. Well, thanks for playing, Charles. All right, I got Rayhan here. You have 60 seconds.
It's
Guess the
Spirit
card before
Message
chat. Go.
I.
Okay, so is it a spell?
No.
Monster?
Damn.
Yes.
Is it an extra deck monster?
Yes.
Is it an Xyz?
No.
A Synchro?
No.
Fusion?
No.
Link?
Yes.
Will people be playing it this weekend?
I would guess no.
No, okay. Is it a Link 4?
No.
3?
No.
2?
No.
1?
Yes.
Oh my god, okay.
Link
is it
one.
Rapid fire.
What's a
light
Link one that no one
No.
plays?
Dark?
No.
Appliancer? They have Link
fire.
ones?
Yes.
Link 1.
Fire.
Cybers.
No.
Not Balinks.
Link 1, Cybers.
What's a Fire Link one that no one plays?
Fire Link 1, Cybers. Warrior?
There's
Everyone in chat's got it. No.
Beast
Dude.
Warrior?
No.
Fire Link 1, not Cybers?
I mean, it's not Almirage, guys. It's not
Is the
Cybers.
attack under over 1,000?
Yes or no?
Oh, is it over 1,000?
Yes.
Oh, it's over 1,000.
I'll give you
Bro,
one
Kaga-
hint before you have to guess.
The thing is, Kagari
Support's
is
coming out.
mean because he said no
Monster
one's
Reborn?
playing it.
No.
Hello.
All right.
What was it?
Graceful Charity?
No.
Dark Hole?
No.
Huh?
Brand Diffusion?
No.
Red Ice Fusion?
No.
Oh, it may be the
It's going right into the
Infernoble.
individual cards. All right, think about what type of spell it is.
Quick play?
No.
Equip?
No.
Field?
No.
Counter?
Counter spell? Charles.
Why are we rewinding? Am I not live anymore?
10 seconds. Come on, Charles, we're all rooting for you.
Dude, it says live,
No,
but
it's
I
not.
can
It is
double time.
Spirit Message I. Do you think anybody's going to get this today? No, it's not. It is Spirit Message I. Do you think anybody's going to get this today? We're 0 for 2 right now.
No.
All right, well, thanks for playing, Charles. All right, I got Rayhan here. You have 60
Bro.
seconds. Guess the card before chat. Go.
Chat.
Okay.
I bet it's a
so
Link
is
one
it
Fire.
A spell?
No.
Monster?
Yes.
Is it an extra deck monster?
Yes.
Is it an Xyz?
No.
A Synchro?
No.
Fusion?
No.
Link?
Yes.
Will people be playing it this weekend?
I would guess no.
No, okay.
It's got to be Charles,
is it a
right?
Link 4?
It has to be
No.
Charles.
3?
Because it
No.
says
2?
no one's playing
No.
it.
1?
If it's
Yes.
Kagari,
Oh my
that's
God,
mean.
okay.
People are definitely playing
is it
Kagari.
Rapid fire.
Light Attribute?
No.
Dark?
No.
Fire?
Yes.
Fire Link 1.
It has to be
Cybers.
Charles.
No.
Link 1, Cybers. Oh my god, Fire Link 1, Cybers? Warrior?
Everyone in chat's got it. No.
Beast Warrior?
No.
Fire Link 1, not Cybers? Fire Link 1. Is the attack under over 1,000?
Yes or no?
Oh, is it over 1,000?
Yes.
Oh, it's over 1,000.
It's got to be
I'll
Charles.
give you one hint before you have to guess.
Did he ask
Support's
Warrior?
coming out soon.
Support's coming out.
Support
is it
coming
Rock
out
of the
soon.
Vanquisher?
Sky Striker,
It is
Ace,
Dude, nah,
Kagari.
that's mean.
There we go.
He
Do you
said
think anybody
no
in
one's
chat got
playing
that?
Come on,
All right. Thanks for playing, Rayon.
Because like when
All
you're
right, we
at
have Stason here. You have
1,500 people
60 seconds. Guess
YCS,
the card before chat. Go.
Oh, is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it
Someone's
a
got
main
it.
deck monster?
Yes.
Is it a fire?
No.
Is it a light?
No.
Earth?
No.
Dark?
No.
wind,
Is it
water.
level 4?
No.
No, Jude. Oh, I
You're
hate
switching
when
up
they
the
do that.
questions on me, Stason.
I am.
Finish the
is it water?
attributes.
No.
There's 2 left. It ain't no divine, I know that. Wind?
Yes.
Level 4?
No.
Level 2?
No.
3?
No.
5?
No.
1?
No.
I'm so bad at this.
You're bouncing around it quite well.
I am. 7.
Yes. 15
Okay,
seconds.
Bro skipped
Dragon.
6 for the
No.
speedrun stat. Speedrun strat, we skip 6.
Cybers.
No. 5 seconds.
I mean, Unicorn, Avion.
Last guess.
I'll say it was level 7.
Tempest, the
Earth.
Dragon Ruler.
Wind.
Wind.
Come on, chat. Let's power them up together.
Chat, help me out. Help me out.
Bro, just name a level 7 wind.
Dang, I have no clue. Wow.
It's Cashier Unicorn.
Oh my
I
god.
guess
Oh
that, yeah.
my
This card's
god.
really good right
It is-
now.
it is
Yeah.
insane right
Are you
now.
playing it?
I am not this weekend, but I love that card a lot, though.
All right. Shout out to everybody who got it. Thanks for playing, man.
Of course, thank you.
All right, I have Kevin here. You have 60 seconds to guess the card before chat. Go.
Is it a monster?
No.
That's
Spell
drip.
card.
Yes.
Normal spell.
No.
Quick play spell.
Yes.
Was it released after 2020?
No.
Was it
Book of Moon. Enemy controller. Mystical Space Typhoon. Twin Twisters.
before 2010?
Yes.
Ooh. Mystical
Was it
Space Typhoon.
released within the first 5 sets?
No.
Ooh. That's
Very
not
specific
MST then.
questions, though. This is good.
Enemy controller.
Was it released before?
Emergency teleport.
Yes.
Before what?
Does it?
I'll give you a hint. It's still played today.
Super Poly.
Does it remove cards? Does it destroy cards on the field?
No.
Does it remove cards from the field?
No.
Oh, not
10
Super
seconds.
Poly.
It's a quick play.
It's emergency teleport.
Oh god, still played today after the first 5 sets.
Come on, your friend. Let's cheer him on. Your friends believed in you.
Oh boy.
Maybe
Quick
enemy
play spell, you said?
controller.
Quick play. You got time for one guess. What do you think the
But
card is?
enemy can remove a monster from the field, right? It removes your own, technically.
Book of Moon.
You got it!
Oh,
right
nice.
at the end.
Okay.
Let's go! Congratulations, man. All right,
Dude,
I'm live
it's
here
funny
with
because I
Mitch,
think Book of Moon was
and
the
you have
first
60
quick play
seconds. Guess
spell
the
I
card.
said.
Go.
Karibo.
No.
Wait, can I ask you any questions?
Any yes or no questions?
Is it a monster?
Yes.
Is it an extra deck monster?
I like
Yes.
it. I like
Is it a synchro?
No.
Is it an exceed?
Yes.
Is it a exceed rank 1?
No.
Rank 2?
No.
Rank 3?
No.
Rank 4?
Yes.
Gaga Cowboy?
No.
Utopia?
No.
Does it have Utopia in the name?
No. That actually eliminates a lot of cards.
King of the Fair Olymps?
No.
Does it search for cards?
No. 20 seconds.
Get the attribute,
Does
bro, please.
it negate effects?
Yes.
Ooh.
Is it number 106 Giant Hand?
No. You had the number down, though.
Is it a number?
Weller.
Yes.
Ooh.
That negates cards as a rank 4.
A number
Does it
rank
5
for that. It's
seconds?
Baguska, right? It's gotta be Baguska.
Yes. Last guess. You got to get it here.
Oh.
Chat, can he do it?
A rank 4 number. Is it?
It could be Masquerade.
Mitch, how much energy you got right now?
I took a red-eye flight. I'm really tired, honestly.
Pretty tired? Well, I think you match with this guy. We got the terribly tired Tapir, everybody. We got Baguska.
Oh my god.
Dude, that's one of the
Thanks
easier
for
ones.
playing, Mitch. That was
Just like
awesome.
me, for real.
Hopefully you get some more rest before the weekend.
Right, that's the plan.
But dude, imagine if it was Karibo. Imagine if it was Karibo. That'd be insane, dude. Okay. It looks like round 4 is already happening, so we shouldn't be too long until the next feature match. Spirit Message I was crazy though. I think out of all 1,500 competitors in that room, a minute to guess that card. Honestly, it might. Nobody might get that. Spirit Message Eye is that's evil. Spell, continuous spell, anime, old anime. Like, how would you even... I mean, yeah, like, the thing is, no... The problem is, for me at least, I feel like asking about, like, is it in the anime or something is, like, so vague as well. And I wouldn't even know that many. Like, it wouldn't even help me that much. Is it? I mean, technically it's not, but, like, that implies that you know all the stuff that's in the anime or what's not in the anime. And also, Kangas would have to know whether it's in the anime or not in the anime, which is also not something that's always guaranteed, right? I mean, of course, for Spirit Message, it would be easy for Kangas to know, but, like, I don't know, some older random spell traps are just, like, you don't know if they're in the anime or not. Like, do you know if Book of Moon's in the anime? It could be. I wouldn't know. It is. See? I wouldn't have known that. Kite plated in Zexal? I mean, see, that's even worse when it's like... Because when I'm thinking anime, I'm thinking like the first 2 seasons or whatever, or maybe GX included. But yeah. Imperm was in the anime? Imperm was in the anime? See, it does not narrow it down. It does not narrow it down whatsoever. Is it an iconic anime card, maybe? Yeah, I mean, sure, I guess. But at that point, you are... at that point, you're basically asking questions that are not even objective anymore. Because what's iconic? Okay, but that's nerd behavior. The spirit board in the anime spelled death, so technically Spirit Message I was never in the anime is crazy. If you hit someone, if they ask you, is this card in the anime, and you say no, and then you reveal Spirit Message I, and you say, well, it's spelled death in the dude, nah. Nah. That's a crazy thing to actually someone on. That's insane behavior. Kodachi, thank you for the gift sub. I appreciate that. Thank you. Ido was in the anime? Yes. I guess. I think so, yeah. At this point, unironically, you're not going to believe what I'm about to say, but at this point, I kind of want to see how Malice is doing in this tournament. I wouldn't be opposed to a Malice feature, even though at the same time, we're probably getting enough of that tomorrow. I feel like with Malice being the biggest benefit, like the deck that benefits the most from Alliance Insight, I don't know. But maybe, actually, maybe not. Maybe because we're gonna get so many tomorrow, I assume, where they won't have a choice. I want to see some suboptimal Malice builds in the early rounds. Let's see some cool techs. Yeah, sure, maybe. But okay, name a funky Malice tech right now that some people are using that is probably not optimal. Like, what's even like... What's there? Mathmech? Okay, sure. Some people are playing Circular and Malice. That's crazy. TB11? Bro, if... I mean, I agree with you. TB11 is probably not optimal in Malice, but if that's the spice you're looking for, that's insane. If the spice is, oh, they played the Malice trap card number 3, that's not that spicy. All right, I do recognize some players in the room. We have Christian Urena playing over on the right in the second row. We have, I think, Rico Eichelberger there. Pretty much in the middle. But I think we are about to continue. Let's go.
Dual fans, it is a beautiful afternoon here in YCS Providence. My name is Steven. His name is also Steven, and we are here hoping to bring you guys round 4 of this great event.
And I can't believe it's already round 4. It's been a blistering pace, seeing some really phenomenal duels, crazy decks.
What do you mean already round 4, dude? We've gotten 3 rounds done in 4 hours. This is not good pace. This is an hour and 20 minutes per round. At this pace, I will be out of here by 3 a.m. or 4 a.m.
For our 4th round feature match in the blue chair from Nashville, North Carolina.
Okay, there's Malice. I kind of regret saying what I said 30 seconds ago. Because now that I've gotten what I asked for, I have changed my mind. Wait, dinosaurs?
Duelists are already on stage. Duelists are back to the casters.
Dinosaur? Dinosaur Fiendsmith. All right, let me get a prediction in there.
Dinosaur?
We've got Dean versus Avery here for round number 4. Prediction is running.
But dinosaurs haven't gotten nearly as much support in recent affairs.
What the hell does Dinosaur Fiendsmith even mean?
Dinosaurs doing dinosaur stuff, but both duelists are undefeated so far, so obviously that deck has something going on.
Yeah, this is definitely one of the most interesting matches we have for you guys today. We have the deck that everyone's afraid of, everyone's been talking about. Alliance Insight is essentially the Malice set, even though there's only like 3 or 4
Maybe is Dinosaur maybe super weak to Nibiru and they're using Fiendsmith to make Caesar beforehand or something?
I guess not, but for whatever reason, you know, we've taken that DNA test here for Stacks, and
it might be.
Dino DNA because he's gone really far in the
We're back on the main stage. Oh no, we are back on the main stage.
We'll have to see, but wow.
Oh my God! Please, the camera quality. No.
And it'll be exciting to see how this works.
Yeah, and
I don't want to be on the main stage.
I'm not as familiar with them right now, but I'm sure there's plenty of ways to get extra bodies.
I don't want to be on the main stage, please.
You can make Moon of the Closed Heaven. If you can make Moon of the Closed Heaven, you can make Fiendsmith combos.
Certainly can, and we have had, you know, plenty of formats where the dinosaur cards have been very strong, and historically they haven't had too many hits on the Forbidden Limited list other than Miscellaneousaurus, so they've usually got that.
Okay, I mean, so far we have not swapped over to the other camera. Maybe it's not that bad, Copium.
We'll have to see it. I don't know where
maybe it's not that bad, guys. We're not about to get flashbanged.
Our opponent has not read Misk when they try to grab it and read it. That'll be a fun, legendary moment for the chat, I'm sure, if that happens.
We promise we will read Miscellaneousaurus for you word by word. But jokes aside,
It's crazy that Have You Read Misk is still a reference that people make, by the way. Insane how these things sometimes just stay forever.
Is certainly a good pilot of it, but it's going to be an interesting series of interactions because, you know, Malice does a lot of banishing. Some dinosaurs appreciate being banished. Some dinosaurs can work with that. So it's just I'm just stunned. You know, me flabbergasted, who would have thought? But it does show you there's a lot of different stuff out there. We have seen some dinosaur decks out there. There are some newer ones too, like yugioh dinosaurs are floating out in the tournament as well. So lots of different players. You know, we've got over 1,400 here just rocking out whatever it is they feel like, and it's nice. This is a cool format where there isn't like really a one clear favorite. There's a lot of different stuff out there.
Yeah, and there's just so many things that can work too, you know, like we've had powerful dinosaur decks ever since that amazing structure deck with UCT came out all those years ago, and it's kind of a flexible archetype, you know, only like the really newer dinosaur cards like Xeno and stuff lock you into dinosaurs, so I'm sure it'll be really fun to see how Avery sort of blends everything together in this match, because like you said, it can work, it has worked, that's why he's here in round 4 undefeated, so let's see
I think the synergy is Necro-equipped and discard Misk to draw one card. Sure, I mean, I like drawing cards.
Nice to be able to showcase what everyone's excited about, because some people are like, man, you know, no Malice Duelists are in the tournament. No, trust me, fam, Malice Duelists are in the tournament. But we haven't gotten a chance to showcase what makes this deck so unusually strong, so it'll be neat to see these Cybers sort of crash against, right, Cybers being very new, internet savvy, against Dinosaurs, very old and ancient. Speaking of that clash, it is game 1 here, round 4 at YCS Providence.
All right, looks like we have both players eyeing each other out, set up, ready to go. I don't think we've decided who's going first quite yet, but there is the dice roll.
We could do high roll. I'll go first.
Looks like we got Dean rolling, Avery rolling first here, getting F5. Not the best start. I believe they're rolling for high. At 6, just good enough.
That'll get it.
I'll take first.
All right, and Dean has chosen first, which means Malice is going first. That could be pretty huge there for sure.
Certainly can. So
All right, let's see it.
Really excited to see this. Please show me what these dinosaurs do.
I'll do my best to quiet my salivating as I see the beautiful Malice combos before us.
Stand by?
Yes. And Mania.
I see a name there, as well as maybe backup Adagnister in.
Bro, the hand's insane.
Start off here, but
The hand's insane. It's Allure, Malice name, Ignister.
And what an amazing ultimate rare that is, just like the circles upon circles. But looks like it's good. Gonna go ahead and draw 2 cards. Banish.
Draws roll and roll. Okay, at least. No, I think no Malice card to banish for Chessy Cat.
Another monster on the field.
That Allure does look nice.
And again, a huge shout out to our production team here. Malice, your Malice cards are going to be going everywhere during this matchup, so be ready for that.
All right, so gearing up, giving our duelists just a moment to write down. You do have to keep track of the life points on paper.
And this is sort of the first like inflection point for a lot of Malice matchups where your opponent is like, do they activate Chessy Cat? Do they not? If they do I stop it? Do I wait for the thing that comes out?
I will link Chessy Cat away.
Ooh, no declaration of Chessy
No
Cat.
effect of Chessy Cat. They don't have a thing. The fact that they play Lingeribo now,
We're going to Lingeribo, but in response on summon.
which makes Imperm even worse sometimes. Okay, we Fuva here.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
Okay.
very heads up play there from Avery, waiting until
Or
someone's submitted, because Malice is definitely one of those decks where like if you shotgun the Fualos, they can just go make hard scripters, set a bunch of back row and say your turn, and they still have plenty of ways to interact.
Speaking of interacting, we're going to go ahead and reveal the backup Adagnister there. The sort of spiritual successor of backup secretary.
They might droll themselves, yeah. They might go for a droll themselves situation.
Able to summon from his hand, and then on summon he can search for a dark side
Under
monster,
Fuva,
and
we'll
his hand
see.
and discard at resolution.
Be very powerful to go ahead and set up an additional Malice play if he happens to get access to the Malice.
This is one of the things, by the way, that makes me a little scared of playing Mitsurugi, is when all the Malice players are playing Droll in the main deck because it also counters Charmies. I feel like that's kind of weird.
Taken care of. Just debating here between getting the Wizard. He is going to choose to get Wizard Adagnister, another new card from Alliance Insight. This card essentially reborns under the Cyber.
Alright, Wizard Adagnister is added. We have to discard a card, which is just going to be another Droll and Lockbird.
We're getting discarded. Dean's like, I got plenty of these. We don't need any more birds.
But that's so cool, because now from Avery's perspective, he thinks, oh, he doesn't have a Droll and Lockbird because he discarded it. Well, maybe that redundancy.
Mitsurugi Fiendsmith plays really well into Droll. I wouldn't say really well. I would not go that far.
Player, you know, like I have to like take everything they do as
I would really not go that far.
Because their hand can be so powerful.
Having access to Fiendsmith Engine helps a little bit, but it's not good.
All those options are scary, but it really affects my way of playing if I'm on Avery's side.
Well, let's see what Dean does next. He goes ahead and performs the link.
Alright, we're going to go into Splash Mage, it seems like, which is going to give Avery a draw.
Malice combos kind of start off because it just allows you to get quickly into your Red Ransom, which can get you things like Mouse in the Mirror access, which is really awesome.
And then we droll.
Oh, and there's the Droll and Lockbird, so that'll definitely help. We're going to go and burn that now.
It's definitely interesting that we droll ourselves, but we still discard the other copy of droll, so we don't want a droll for the opponent's turn.
He can just full combo and not have to worry about anything because he doesn't really need to add cards to his hand anymore.
But okay, well, the thing is, drolling yourself in Malice against the Charmy is good. However, you still have to like think of it in some ways. Like, Avery still has the full 5 cards now, right? We still have the full 5 cards, as well as Dean lost the Droll and Lockbird for that exchange. So it is still a -1 in that regard. Also, being underdraw for Malice does have some implications.
Yep, so there we see the Red Ransom. It will not get its effect on summon because
Red Ransom, no effect. For example, you don't get the ad off of this Red
There
Ransom.
we see Gold Sarcophagus.
It still is the card of choice here, the rank 3 of choice.
So there's the Dormouse getting banished there. About to hear those life point chimes once again. -300 to have Dormouse appear back on the field.
This could be a really good gambit for Dean here to go for something like add Dormouse, use Dormouse's effect to banish the brand.
Dormouse effect, banish White Rabbit.
Then use March Hare to banish the Red Ransom and get access to all your bodies that way.
No response.
March Hare is such an unusual card, right? You know, some cards would say other than itself.
Banish White Rabbit. White Rabbit comes back.
Turn here and grab the Malice P White Rabbit. Get a little bit of
Nibiru would go hard here, yeah. That's the thing with Nibiru. I think Nibiru alone is difficult against Malice to just be enough, but Nibiru paired is potentially, I think, really, really strong. In most circumstances I've seen, I feel like a paired Nibiru is very impactful. The problem with Nibiru is, basically there's multiple problems. The first problem is pairing Nibiru is hard when you don't play that many hand traps that pair well with Nibiru, because most of the hand traps that pair well with Nibiru are not that good on their own, like Imperm Veiler, Ghost Ogre, so on and so forth, right? So like that's difficult. The other thing that's difficult is that Nibiru is not equally good in every matchup, and even though Malice is considered the best deck in the format, it is not the only deck in the format. So like, yeah.
And who are we grabbing from the grave?
We're gonna get the Chessy Cat, I believe. Yep, just putting that back. And then we're gonna use
And the thing is, like, it's just so difficult to use Nibiru. I mean, even here, right? If you Nibiru after the Red Ransom here, it's still gonna be a March Hare in hand and a backup, like the Adignister in hand, right? So
crawling through this field, but showing how resilient this deck still is, even though the Forbidden Limited list did change things just a little bit for it. Don't cry for Malice. I think it's doing just fine as Malice P March Hare finally hits the tournament tables, banished. And let's pay 300 to grab it back to the hand.
Dean might have gotten his hands on this card yesterday, but he's playing it like an absolute master. You can tell he was ready for this card to come out.
You're good to summon?
It doesn't actually summon it. Adds the hand.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a brand new card, and that's what's really interesting about March Hare. It's got a sort of bestial flavor to it, being able to banish those Malice names from the graveyard. As a quick effect, too, which is insane.
Yeah, for the longest time, Malice has had like a really big problem of drawing too many names, but now having an in-archetype bestial, essentially, you can really utilize all those names because Malice P March Hare can banish from the graveyard or from the hand, which is just amazing.
All of a sudden, you don't get like clumpy hands anymore. You're able to just sort of like, dislodge it, I guess? Yeah, dislodge it with that Malice P March Hare. But speaking of which, I think we are going to go ahead and link.
There's Impulse in hand, yeah.
It's going to be all three of our main deck monsters.
This is feeling like a White Binder play to me, just so we can have that GWCU access during Avery's turn.
Took a quick look at the Allied Code Talker there.
I don't think he can summon that with a Link 3. He would need to get rid of the red.
Have we banished Chessy Cat yet? I don't think we have, right?
How can I get there?
Chessy Cat came back off of the...
White Binder is in play now.
Chessy Cat came back off of the Link, the Splash Mage. Oh, we started with a lure, right. Yeah.
There's really no need to necessarily banish right
so
now.
we did, the thing we haven't done yet is we haven't normal summoned, right?
To use my White Binder banish until after I summon it back, using its own effect. But Dean might not be doing that for the rest of this game.
Now, there may be some sense into getting rid of the backup Adignister there, because maybe you just don't want to Called by the Grave to hit you later, right? If it's not in the graveyard, it's
This is just playing around Dark Charmer, right?
Yes. Yep, so now we're going to use the Ignition effect of White Binder to reset the trap card GWCO 6, just give us our follow-up / our extra disruption that we have on during Avery's turn. Yeah, unfortunately, I think Dean is kind of leaving himself with not that much place to go from here, because unless he's playing things like Access Code Talker, or Firewall Dragon, he's not really going to have like the best things to end on, because he's already...
Wait, this is still... What are they talking about? This is nuts, isn't it?
It is worth noting that he hasn't used the March Hare's
You still get the Allied Code Talker as well.
There's nothing really to banish, because unless that White Binder hits the graveyard, it's not going to come back. We still have the Wizard, I believe, as well, that we searched earlier off of the backup.
Yeah, hasn't happened yet.
Like I said, I think he's going to try to figure out a way to put both these Link 3s in the graveyard and then summon them back off with allied Kotak or Adagnister.
Does that target?
But that might be tough to get there and not play through
not
Nibiru
sure if
is
it
the
target. I think
maybe
it
thing he's
just
thinking about.
You're right.
Correct,
It just banishes.
Yep.
So looks like we are going to go ahead and banish the Dormouse. And what is cool about that Malice P March here, not only are you able to add cards back to the hand for extended plays, but later in the duel, let's say you really need access to the Dormouse, it's just sitting there. You might as well add it to your hand so you can start off your Malice combo once more. So very powerful card and definitely seeing it.
10 minutes in and the turn isn't over. Dude, welcome to Malice format.
Is that a Dominus Impulse in the hand?
Ooh, that could be a really nice way to kind of top off this end board here, whatever Dean tries to go for.
Dude, I will say, Ghost Ogre here on the Code Talker goes crazy.
Question mark? Link 3 question mark?
I think he's looking.
Oh, they don't go for it. Okay, they go for that.
He's going to value the Hard Script Disruption a little bit higher than maybe the allied Code Talker here.
Okay, holding the Wizard Adagnister for follow-up, I suppose, or not. Never mind.
Cryptor can always just banish herself and dodge the Nibiru Tribute, which is pretty cool if he's thinking about that. So here we see the Wizard bringing back the March Hare. That's going to be the 2 bodies.
Might just be the Code Talker here with all 3. Ah, just to put the Cryptor in the graveyard, I see.
2300 attack point.
All right, Arrowhead's confirmed. I think we're about to Link 5.
Bro, Ghost Ogre on this would go so hard.
Talker, Adagnister, Malice? Is that also part of his name? I forgot.
No, Malice is not part of his name.
The cover card for Alliance Insight. This card essentially is an Omni Negate for Cyber's cards, and on summon it'll let him summon as many 2300 attack point Link 3s from his graveyard to the zones that this card points to. I believe that's 2 right now. Red Ransom and White Binder.
That is right. Now, certainly Code Talkers are what comes to mind when you think of Link 3 2300, but honorary Code Talkers, there's no Code Talker in their name, but they feel like it.
All right,
So
set Impulse Pass.
Of the Malice Dark type, but I feel like Dean might have left himself a little bit stymied here.
So I just to put this into perspective, I think the craziest part about this end board is not the immediate impact of it. Like, I think if you just look at it from how much is this, I think it's not that clear as to why this is broken, because this is like, I mean, on its own, this is a fair share of disruptions. Like, this is an Omni Negate. The trap can bring back White Binder, which banishes from the graveyard. We also bring back Heart Scriptor with that to banish another card non-target. Like, this is a very good end board. Like, this is like 2 non-target banishes, graveyard banish, and an Omni Negate and stuff like that. The crazy thing about this setup is the follow-up it creates. Like, the crazy thing about this setup is that the White Binder onto the March here is infinite follow-up, basically. Like, this deck will always kill you on the next turn if you don't immediately kill it. And that's why it's difficult to beat. It's not impossible to clear this. You can clear this. There is a chance, right? Like, it is clearable for some decks, but it is not beatable for most decks. That's the difference between the 2 things. You have to either kill it or you lose. Did he Fuva and then, yeah, Fuva into Prosp is crazy. I mean, maybe they were hoping that they would negate the Fuva. Oh, they use, or they negate the Prosp, I guess.
Not only will he not get to know what deck Avery's playing, but the reason he's doing this is because he needs to set up his YCS 6. Because
maybe back to Gravekeeper's Inscription. Gravekeeper's Inscription would be really good against this deck. However, they have an Omni Negate for it, right? That's the crazy part. If you find any one card that's good against this setup, they have an Omni for that card. So it's difficult.
Just like you said, here we go, YCS 6.
Interesting to see him choose to shotgun it on an open game state and not like in reaction to anything. But I'm not sure what he's trying to play around necessarily, but it could be interesting because he's kind of leaving himself open to getting impermed on the White Binder on summon, but let's see what happens here.
Now, I'm not saying Avery is down and out of the duel yet, but there is going to come a point where you have to consider.
I don't know why we're using this preemptively, the White Binder here, because we're losing the ability to banish one from the opponent's grave.
Watching how my opponent plays as long as possible, because the way they play their deck is almost more important to me than if they know what I'm playing or not, because how they use their disruptions can tell me a lot about the advantages I can have in games 2 and 3.
Looks like we're going to go ahead and banish the March.
Fear? But fear of what?
And then the White Rabbit.
Yeah, that's going to be super good. It gives him follow-up.
All right, so this is
Banish during this turn in case he wants to get even more value.
this White Binder is not fair, man.
This deck potentially MTPO7.
March Hare back to hand, White Rabbit back onto the field, Cryptor back onto the field. White Rabbit set a trap from deck. March Hare back to hand for follow-up.
Well, the Malice wars continue here.
Oh, I'm sorry, 5. March Hare is going to hand.
I'm not sure what that puts me at. I haven't been totaling it.
And then life points, he gained 23 just now, and he's losing another
1,500, right?
15.
9,
So,
and yeah.
So he gained 800 total.
Let's just go ahead and put the Heart Script over there.
This stays here. It'll add one back. This will summon.
Just such a strong field being established. Remember whose turn this is, right? It's our turn, but no, we haven't even seen a single dinosaur yet, so again, it'll be interesting to see how Dean reacts.
To set a Malice Trap.
Yep, so we're going to see the set of the Malice Trap card. My assumption is going to be MTPO7 for that extra non-target banish.
A copy of MTPO7.
There it
Feels
is.
good.
It is worth noting, too, that we haven't used Red Ransom or White Binder's effect when they're banished. So if we banish either of those, we can get even more value.
I'm telling you right now, the deck that kills over this board, you don't really want in the game. the deck that kills this board, you don't really want in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because the deck that kills this has to be insane.
Every turn that it goes unopposed. Not to say that the deck cannot be defeated, but as long as it can keep doing this, again, from start to bottom of a turn, that's pretty good.
Yes, if
Mr. Cube, thank you for the prime.
all the attack and defense.
So just confirming the effect of Red Ransom there. Of course, it does ransom your abilities, kind of has that inherent shield and sword-like ability to swap everything.
It is also worth noting, too, that all the Malice main deck monsters have abilities when Malice Link monsters point to them.
So 33.
So like White Rabbit, right now, if you did battle with Red Ransom, Dean would not
Combined creation attack all for game. There's still 2 non-target banishes.
we see the Archosaur!
On summon effect.
A lovely little level 1 light dragon with the on summon effect.
Bro is about to pop the baby.
Dinosaur from hand or field to add a pill spell.
The tiniest dinosaur. Wouldn't harm a fly, but it might harm his opponent's life points once it gets going.
I mean,
the popped monster.
Like, if we just get access to UCT this turn, do we just break this board?
Baby!
Maybe?
Right? Like
attack, 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 attack.
Like, all we have to play through is all we have to play through is 2 non-target banishes plus another trap card, and there we see the double evolution pill coming to hand.
We're doing it.
Okay, so the problem is, even if we can get to Misk,
He's just like, okay.
even if we can get to Misk,
Impulse, which can stop the pill, which is worth noting.
it's only unaffected in the main phase 1.
Tyranno is 3,200, so Red Ransom be darned. We getting in there.
True, Red Ransom does swap.
It swaps it, but what is it?
Because the Cryptor,
pretty high.
Turns out a big dinosaur.
the Cryptor is also just 5,000, isn't it?
So we see Overraptor going to be Overraptoring. Man, this card's been doing.
Because it came back from banished, so
Oh yeah, I mean the dinosaur.
Tyranno doesn't even beat the Cryptor.
In my official tournament store, because everybody just gobbled this up. It was such a great deck.
Oh, there it is. He's reading Miscellaneous.
He's reading Miscellaneous chat. Do you see what is happening?
which good on him.
And we're reading Misk.
That card's crazy.
It's in my hand.
It was yeah. Dean's like, well, obviously you're gonna do this, right?
Yeah,
So
not yet.
Let me just do it for you. Not yet.
Sorry, chat. We love Yu-Gi-Oh! So when this stuff happens, we just are here for the meme like you are.
I am interested to see how Avery kind of goes from here because he has the 2 monsters. We know he's playing Fiendsmith. Dean maybe doesn't know that. We could see.
Yeah, what's the
read?
You can't see that this is a Fiendsmith deck. This is dinosaurs.
Not
Clearly.
yet. Not yet.
First effect by sending to grave.
Yep, there we see the first effect of Mist being activated.
So
and now he's
Okay, he allows
That's why
the Misk to resolve.
Very specific effect.
So not chaining any of the non-target banishes here for the dinosaurs on the field.
Yeah, it affects an effect, including if it's a trap card.
So I'm saying, and we're gonna
Or oh no, they are chaining. Okay, they are chaining.
This will banish for cost. We'll banish the White Binder.
Banish White Binder, which means we draw another card.
It's more like allowing us to activate it, which I guess is a cost.
It is, but it is a very strange thing. Earlier in the duel, you know, they had that conversation. It's like, wait, you didn't banish. Like, well, I don't have to banish if it's the turn later, which can also be a detriment to Malice. Sometimes they do want to banish here.
Yes. So it is an interesting kind of a card, but yeah, he's able to activate it here, banishing the White Binder. He'll be adding and non-target banishing as Chainlink 2, where Misk is Chainlink 1. So he will be able to get rid of one of these bodies. In my mind, you get rid of the Overraptor because it hasn't used its other effect to summon yet.
Makes sense. You know, think about that cost. It's almost like it's on sale sometimes, right? Like,
All right,
yeah,
banish
we gotta
OV.
Malice, but for you, nah, we'll let this go.
It is worth noting that the Overraptor should be banished here and not destroyed. There we see the fix. That does matter for Pill.
And so this was done before.
Okay, so at this point, all we have to do is somehow get rid of the Cryptor, and then we can punch.
And there we Ash Blossom, yeah.
Wait, what?
Stops the White Binder because it's got.
Oh, we didn't ash the trap. We ashed the White Binder. Okay, fair.
Kind of stop that access easily.
Fair enough.
You could have also just done it to MTPO7 and stop.
That is usually pretty cool if you can trap the White Binder in the banished pile. That is something that can be good against Malice. The problem is they have ways to recycle it with Cryptor on the board. So that's not going to be a win condition here, I feel like. Because normally I think that is a win condition against Malice. Like if you can find a way to trap the White Binder in the banished pile, that is a way to clear the board. Like for example, if your opponent brings it back, draws a card, and then you SP Little Knight banish it, that can ruin their follow-up. It's like the one thing you can do. But if they have access to Cryptor, it just doesn't matter because they can just bring it back. Yeah, Impulse on the spell card is also going to be a huge problem.
Miscellaneous source when you banish it from there. Let me read miscellaneous source. Let's do this together, chat.
To my understanding, you could banish like it plus another number of dinosaur monsters and then summon a monster whose level is less than that. And so, like, because Arcus level 1, you can just, like, send Mist by himself and then summon it.
That's correct.
But
The set is Impulse. So Dean still has set Impulse and the Cryptor banish.
Say that between turns, but chat, we will officially read miscellaneous.
But here we see the link summon of Relinquished Anima. It is level 1. Oh, I was like, what can he link off into? Of course.
Now I will say, you know, the
Okay, Anima
Talker adding Mr. You know, 5 arrows it has. They don't point at that. Could you imagine?
takes the White Rabbit.
That'd be so wild.
That'd be insane.
That'd be so wild.
Effect banish 2 for cost.
Yep.
Ooh, 2.
Just press summon a level 2 dinosaur from deck.
Yep. So now he's gonna summon a level 2 dinosaur from the deck.
So imagine that's like Baby Sarah.
I don't feel like you Impulse this.
Or
Yeah.
T-Pterodon maybe.
Yeah. There's a lot of different level 2 dinosaurs, so we'll have to find out.
Petite Pteranodon.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
There it is.
Married.
Yes.
We're reading every dinosaur.
So we can SP Little Knight to force the back row, I guess.
There's no problem in asking your opponent just
Or just banish the Cryptor. At this point, if you SP Little Knight the Cryptor, and that successfully gets banished for good, it might be a win con.
Yeah, it's a spell, so it could be negated.
Right, exactly. So Dominus Impulse is a really huge
Uses Cryptor to shuffle back the White Binder here. Okay, fair enough.
Now, dinosaurs certainly are known for many things, and the reactions can be one.
Banishes the Anima, which is affected. The White Rabbit has to go to the grave.
Go up for 3 minutes. That's the standard time extension for a slow play minor warning.
Okay, it sounds like they gave him a time extension because Dean was playing it a little slow. Because, like, I mean, Malice takes its time, but the pace of play was also not the fastest. So it's fair enough. That is probably getting impulsed with the quickness. Yep. Is that cost to banish? I don't actually know. It is cost. Okay, yeah, it is cost to banish.
And Dean was so quick to flip that up. He's like, I'm not even gonna worry about this, man. It's not working.
That is making it difficult there.
It is once per turn as well.
From Avery. Honestly, UCT might have been enough to break.
Unless Impulse negates activation, I don't actually know.
He could have just waited for the battle phase and used it then. Or no, I forget. UCT's.
Oh, pass. Okay, yeah, go next. Go next. Go next.
Your dinosaurs will only be protected from their main phase.
Exactly.
Go next. Dude, go next with the quickness. They got time win cons. Malice has the full... Malice is a wonderful Yu-Gi-Oh deck that does it all. It also wins in time. So you really want to go next.
Ooh. Oh, this is getting real difficult there, Avery. Unfortunately, staring down a lot of monsters.
Let's see, how much damage do we currently have on the board? This Heart Scriptor was summoned using its effect, so it's currently 5,000 minimum.
Yeah, that's going to be enough.
Yeah.
How does it win in time? Yeah, GWC. Yeah.
I think so, yeah. But Dominus Impulse just really set the tone for this duel. And
at this point,
now we get the Chesapeake.
Oh, and there we see Avery just conceding. He's like, I don't need you to do the math for me, man. I got this.
And there we go.
We'll go to game 2.
We scoop it up.
Game recognizes game, but dinosaurs definitely see.
Not able to play through the Malice board.
They are cooked, but
even after they had to roll themselves.
Just the dinosaur side. Get this. Didn't show off a single Fiendsmith card, meaning meaning that technically he doesn't know that the Fiendsmith are coming and may not be able to appropriately side deck against it. Now, I will say, you know, when you're side decking here, you probably have
It did look like, I will say, it did look like from the cards we saw, Avery might be blinding second with just all the Charmies in the deck, I feel like. I don't know, maybe that's a wrong impression, but from what I saw, I don't actually know. I mean, Fiendsmith would help make a board going first, but I think there's a chance that's just blind second dinos things, right? I don't know.
I would not be surprised if Avery put those in against Dean playing his Malice deck. But
how did 25 minutes pass already? The first turn combo was not played at a very fast pace, and if I got the commentators correctly, they did say earlier that they got a warning for it and that there is a 3-minute time extension for the match. So I think they're gonna be playing 3 extra minutes, unless they've already added that minute to those 3 minutes to the timer, but I don't think they did. So I think we're gonna be having some extra time this round.
Oh, yeah. Ultimate Conductor Tyranno is just there to just attack. And if you're lucky enough, you can destroy a dinosaur, flip everything face down. That's not going to be something you can do against a well-established Malice board, right, since Link monsters can't get face down. But if you time it right, and if he takes an opportunity to go first, he might be able to use that to basically shut off like a Malice P Dormouse.
Yeah.
And then if that's face down, that may be the entire turn.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like, is there a world where Avery chooses to go second? Probably not.
No, I couldn't imagine that when you have such strong options going first, especially when you haven't revealed your Fiendsmith entourage yet, but I guess we'll see.
Yeah,
So here's the thing, right?
Very shocking for Dean to see. Like,
What does Dino do against Malice when it's going first? I guess Dolka is really good against it, technically, right? Because negating 2 monster effects and destroying them would be really good. It seems very difficult for Malice to play through Dolka. Especially if they play Fiendsmith as well, and they can make like Caesar or Caesar plus Lagia. Like Lagia to protect Caesar from any out would also be pretty dope. So like there is ways for sure. There's certainly ways how Dino can beat Malice going first. But then again, the big problem is there's going to be a game 3 as well that's probably going to start very close to time.
From Dean, and I bet you there's even more gas in the tank. Or
And Book of Moon. Oh yeah, Caesar. UCT is actually also really good against Malice. Basically, there's like this weird category of cards that are not super common, but any type of removal is going to sound weird, but like removal that does not actually put stuff into the graveyard is pretty good against Malice. Like, for example, booking a card, or stealing a monster, or attaching a monster to your card as material, or equipping it, or bouncing it back to the hand. Those are really good removals against Malice, because it's really hard to extend through those cards. Like, for example, another good disruption that maybe the Sprite deck from earlier was using is Sprite Double Cross, because attaching an opponent's Malice normal summon to it as material is really difficult to out, because the extenders don't work in that case, right? So those are pretty good interruptions against Malice. And Ultimate Conductor Tyranno is one of those, right? Flipping Malice monsters face down is a pretty effective way of stopping them from extending. Which, by the way, that is also one of the reasons why most of the hand traps are not good against Malice, because there is no hand trap that does that. There's no hand trap that like books a monster or something like that. All the monsters leave them with a body, like Imperm Veiler and so on and so forth. Yeah. All right. Fossil Dig.
What was that? Stampede that came out?
I think so, and it does look so gorgeous there. But let's see what dinosaur we grab. A lot of different
No material. I mean, but no material doesn't negate the effect. So.
Oh, Miscellaneousaurus. Well, I promised we would read it, so let's go ahead and remember. Again, during the main phase, quick effect, you could send this card from your hand to the graveyard. During this main
Arias plus Karma Cannon. Okay, so you're technically not wrong. At the same time, when I say there's no card that does this or that, or no hand trap that does this or that, you can't just respond with Arias plus whichever trap does the thing that I was saying doesn't exist. Because at that point, you're just naming trap cards that do the thing. It's not the same. It's like I'm saying there's no hand trap that blows up the entire board, and you're like, well, but there's Arias plus Torrential Tribute, you know? I'm like, yeah, that's not how it works, though.
there's a lot of information being exchanged here because, you know, if there was going to be a Mulcharby coming down or something like that, or a Droll and Lockbird, we obviously would have seen it by now. So, you know, feeling pretty good. I think we're going into a frenzy as Avery goes into his deck with that Fiendsmith Requiem.
Yeah, even though it is like game 2, almost always, besides Ash Blossom, the only real non-engine that Malice decks plays are Mulcharmies and Dominus Impulse. So you can kind of confidently go through a lot of the Fiendsmith plays without
All right, Lacrima sends Engraver.
Not even really playing Bestials anymore.
Which is so strange.
I think Dean has an infinite impermanence, but decided not to use it.
For that deck, for that, like, if you're part of, like, the Malice army, you're...
Dude, are we actually going for the Necroquip Miscellaneousaurus maneuver to draw a card?
You know that.
I love that.
And I'm a little hurt.
I want that.
Fine, fine.
Oh my gosh. Miscellaneousaurus can trigger Necroquip Princess.
I want that. Do that.
Oh, it can! Oh, wow.
Do that. I swear to God, do not overlay before you draw a card with this Necroquip.
Yeah.
I need you to draw a card with this Necroquip Princess.
Super awesome. Every time I get to draw a card out of Necroquip Princess, it feels illegal. Like I'm
Please.
I'm too good at this.
Feels right.
Avery, please. No!
No, we didn't do it. We didn't do Miscellaneousaurus.
No, I guess he wanted to save that.
I'm heartbroken.
That is
If you're using Misk next action, I'm mad at you.
Oh, that's a little sad. I was really looking forward to that draw. I hyped it up for no reason. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have got people's hopes up.
Okay.
But now we have.
I guess we're not doing that.
And that's a really good monster.
I'm still big mad.
If they don't have like an imperm or a way to out it beforehand.
You know, he's feeling very safe here as he uses the Solely
All right.
Raptor to go ahead and grab the baby Cerosaurus.
Add a baby Cerosaurus from deck to hand. Interesting.
No, you just discard it. You're fine. So maybe.
Because we're doing this. Okay. We're doing the thing.
Fair enough.
Pop it. Okay, sure.
Yep, there we see the Archosaur coming out.
Sure.
A dinosaur from hand or field to add a postman. That's good.
Yeah,
This was very weak to Ash Blossom on Misk.
2 for 1. Feels pretty good.
But it didn't happen.
We got double pill. Is this one going to resolve? And are we going to have Caesar plus UCT?
I think so.
Dude, I mean, that's already what I said earlier, right? That's already Caesar plus Lagia or Dolka plus Tyranno.
There we see Petite Pterodon.
That's all the good interruptions against Malice all together. That's pretty insane.
Yep, so we're going to go ahead and destroy that to bring back baby Cerosaurus.
Also my level 4 or higher dinosaur.
That's pretty sick, actually.
4 dinosaur potentially, and that could be Dolka if we want one. And then we'll have Dolka plus Caesar.
Oh, Xenometeor.
Oh, what does he do?
Oh, wow. Okay.
I forgot. You can summon higher with
What does that do?
You can. So Xenometeorus came out, I think, Wild Survivors, and you do not see this every day.
Level 6 tuner?
There's no way he's like, actually, this has got to just be...
If I see a Frost...
During your main phase, destroy a dinosaur in hand or field, then special a normal monster from your hand or deck.
I'm going to go crazy.
Normal monsters outside of a Primite deck?
Would we play that?
2025?
Oh my
We play normal monsters in our dinosaur deck?
So there we see the Xeno effect being activated, I believe, destroying the Archosaur, maybe? Question mark?
We don't have room for it though right now, right? If we pop the baby, we get a vanilla, and then we don't have room to summon something off the baby.
You just want to keep those moves going here.
I bet you he's like, I can't believe I got this far. Hang on, let me think really quick.
This isn't supposed to happen.
I guess you can make a Link 1 with the Archosaur first.
So yeah, again, take a look at the effect of Xenometeorus during
Just to make room down there. Yeah.
Dinosaur, normal monster. So I guess he's got to have it.
Yep, so here we're going to use the Archosaur to go back into...
Can make a Lars with 2 negates? Yeah, if you play, what is it, Frostosaurus or whatever, you can make Lars with 2 dinosaurs, which is actually very good, because then it's, like, then only has to detach 1 material for its effect. Oh my god, that's insane.
People have been playing, like, summon Skull and Fiendsmith decks.
Frostosaurus.
Frostosaurus. Is that Kyoptera? What is going on? This is so cool.
Sea serpents, worm, and I believe dragon.
What is the... Okay, don't show me Frostosaurus. That's a vanilla. What does the other dino do? The wind one.
But no, that was after. That was after he activated the Xeno effect, so that's why he was able to go Archosaur before into...
Thank you for letting me read the vanilla.
And there we saw the Kaitotera coming down.
It searches Poly. Hello?
Now we're cooking with gas here.
Hello? What?
And then we have Evilsaur Lars. I was talking Dolka up. I totally forgot about Lars.
Yeah.
Vanishing for cost.
This is...
Why is there Reprodocus?
Yep, so we're going to banish Anima and Kaitotera.
Well, set summon a level 7 or higher dinosaur.
I hope the Rex Raptors and Tyranno Hassleberries of the world are watching now because, oh, and yeah, there's the ultimate conductor. Oh, this is cool.
Title to special from Banish.
And even if we had Dominus Impulse, Lars could have just negated it. So he's
Yeah.
just like fully safe here. Also with Lars, with dinosaur monsters, actually, I believe can just get rid of one. Doesn't need to get rid of both. So he has double Lars.
Okay, what's the point of Reaper Docus though? Bro, why? Okay, you don't need Dolka there. Oh my god. Okay, why that? Yeah, okay, you won, bro. You won.
Oh my goodness.
Crazy.
So,
Okay.
You
let's
won.
do this really quick. We have 3 summon interactions. We have
2
Lars.
effect negations.
We have Reaper Docus, which I don't think he can do anything right now.
No, he doesn't do anything right now.
And we have UCT for a Book of Moon.
That's pretty good. Okay,
That's-
I get it. I get it.
And against a Malice deck, being able to stop their summons is huge. But there we see the Imperm on the Caesar.
Maybe the Lars says no.
Lars could, I believe, interact with this, yes.
Well, why is there 2 trap cards behind this as well?
Both duelists just putting
What
on great
the
performance.
hell?
But again, it's not every day that you see the dinosaurs. That's why we're particularly excited here. We're going to go and negate that infinite impermanence. It's not going to be another one dropping down, is there? No, it doesn't look like it.
There we see a Lore of Dark.
It looked like Dark Hole for a second.
And it
Not like that would have gone through, but
wasn't it an OTS promo?
Oh, that's the one it is. Oh, you're right. Wow.
bro drew Droll and
Did
Lockbird.
he just draw another Droll and Lockbird off of Allure of Darkness like he did in the first game?
Imagine if he had that during...
Oh,
Avery's
earlier?
turn,
Yeah,
yeah.
a little too late there. We are going to go and banish the Malice Beat Chessy Cat, pay some life points in order to special summon it, but there's a possibility here.
I mean, that's a nice dinosaur board you made. It'd be a shame if you lost in time after all that in the next game.
Useless.
It doesn't have like an all range. It doesn't cover every effect.
Yep, so that was a normal summon to back up.
One.
Yep, so we're just going to negate this. Yeah, so we're just going to negate the normal summon, I believe.
And Dolka is not just once per turn.
No, it is not.
Crazy.
I will concede this game.
Oh, and there we see
there's the concession.
To be fair, 10 minutes plus 3 minutes of extra time, maybe there's a world where it's not over.
Wow, wow, wow. Somebody call Weevil Underwood because Rex Raptors.
Okay, one of the traps they set was Fiendsmith in Paradise.
Power of dinosaurs in the year 2025. Now this is going into game 3.
Maybe, yeah, maybe a little quick, maybe a quick Lancia.
How strong this deck can be. We did
Maybe
get
a
to see how
quick
strong
Lancia.
Avery to play, but let's kind of temper how excited we are and think about it. There wasn't any Mulcharmies that Dean dropped down. There wasn't any.
Surely that's in their side deck, right?
At all, so that was just unfettered
Do you
going
think
first.
anyone is going to this YCS without Lancia in their side deck?
But now they're really going to have to make
Realistically, well, like rather, let me say anyone who is like not a casual player, like anyone who's trying to
In game 1, I was this
actually do well at this YCS. Not like someone who's maybe like going to their first YCS, not really in touch with the metagame. But like, I feel like out of the competitive player base, I think it's probably like it's probably close to one of the most played cards in the history of side deck cards
His game plan is to pull the plug
at
on
the moment.
Malice, so the download is only 50% complete.
Well, Malice is such a strong
Like the
deck,
play rate has got to be like close to 100%.
but
Like really close.
the most Dean can do is like a couple non-target banishes. I think Avery can easily break that board and go for game. And that's kind of what he's thinking. He's like, how can I give myself the best position to where my Dino card's going second or another?
Lancia was 95% in Austrian Nationals. Yeah.
You know, Chaos Hunter could be just enough.
Insane
to
numbers.
Kind of stymie Dean to the point where he can break through with dinos.
I love that both duelists are locked in. You know, jokes aside, this is a really heated and intense match, and both of them are just putting pedal to the metal in the side deck, trying to figure out what the right options are. But you are right. The right power card at the right time, preventing an opponent from fully establishing what their game plan is on the field, could give you just enough energy. And I feel like that's kind of the story that we're finding. I know we're still early in the tournament, so I don't want to make any broad generalizations.
Roll was 95, Lancia was 94. You know what? That's actually kind of surprising, I feel like. I mean, it's basically the same number, but at the same time, I wasn't sure Droll was going to be that popular. I thought it was going to be popular. I didn't think it was going to be 95% popular. I mean, I guess between main deck and side deck, I was expecting it. Because it was, what you're saying is 95% of people were playing Droll and 73% of people were even main decking it. I wasn't sure if it was that clear that people wanted to main deck it. But at the same time, I guess for everyone it was difficult to evaluate how popular Mitsurugi was going to be.
you know, if the scariest thing your Malice opponent is doing is setting Malice in the mirror with Red Ransom in play, you're like, I could probably beat that.
Yeah.
But if they have GWC, Whitebinder, all the names in the graveyard, I don't care what their board looks like, that's going to be hard to play through for any deck.
Well, hard of the cards be with both duelists. I have no idea what's going to happen. I am not a betting man, but I would not try to guess what the future of
It's terrible into Malice, but it's good for Malice to counter Charmies that they play it. See, the thing is, like, I wouldn't even necessarily agree with the fact that it's terrible into Malice. It's not good into Malice, but it functions now against some of their openers, you know?
And they're going to game 3.
It helps.
Excuse me?
No.
Hello?
You're lying.
Okay.
You're nice, but you're lying. But no, there aren't any lies here, fam. This is all real.
All right, here we see them drawing their opening hands. My assumption is Dean wants to go first because every Malice player loves doing that.
Just wild. Yeah, both of them are just like, they know, even they've got
What deck won Austrian Nats? It's a 2-day tournament. They did 7 rounds today, and they have, I think, 2 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow, and then top 16.
Woo, well.
And there's
if you like the first games, yeah, here we go to game 3.
That's right.
All right, game 3, Dean going first. There's 6.5 minutes on the clock right now, and I'm not sure if they have this time extension already added onto the clock or if we have 3 minutes of overtime later. That's something we're going to find out once the clock hits 0. I see a Mulcharmy Perulia at least for Avery. There might be a Fuvalos as well. That is going to be used in the draw phase, immediate Perulia. That is decent against Malice. However, we draw one of the ways to start playing without actually committing a monster from hand, and that's Gold Sarcophagus. Gold Sarcophagus for Dormouse is actually one of the best ways to start playing under Purulia, because that way you might not even have to give them a card at this point in time. So there's going to be Dormouse. That's going to activate its effect.
So we see Dormouse going to go ahead and banish.
It's also worth noting that Dean has chosen to play Allure of Darkness in the Malice deck, which some people have been doing. I mean, ever since Malice came out, some people were playing Allure, some people were not. In the specific case of Mulcharmy Perulia, Allure of Darkness is actually also a very good way to outplay it, because instead of normal summoning your Malice, you can just summon it from Banished. This is where, of course, Mulcharmy Meowls comes in. But, yeah. Just got the time added. Oh, yeah, they did add 3 minutes. So we are at 8:30 now. Okay, cool. GWC set off of the White Rabbit. So far, no card has been drawn off of this Mulcharmy Perulia. However, this is currently, I mean, I guess it's combo if you just Splash Mage here, right? You can just keep going. Or not. Okay, Lingaribo. It looks like they're trying to go for this backup Addignister that they have in hand, but that's interesting. I thought they weren't trying to give... Oh, it's Wizard. It's Wizard Addignister. That's going to give him a draw for the Perulia here, because that summons from hand. Draw 1. Risky play. I feel like we had plays already without committing into the Perulia. But it is good. Nibiru here would go hard, but it's not what we have. Nibiru here would go hard because it's very hard to extend through it, right? Because the Dormouse and the White Rabbit have already been used from Banish.
Looks like we're going in for a Link 3. So I guess we'll put that at that down and left.
That's why Nibiru would have been really good there, but it seems like we don't have it. Red Ransom, Joel in hand. Wait, Avery has Joel in hand? Okay, I think Joel and Lockbird is maybe good enough to be in your main deck against Malice, but I think you should never have it in your deck post side.
It's a really cool card, and there we see it for Dean going to his hand. Because he's adding it to his hand, he'll be able
Or does Dean have Joel in hand? Or Dean has it, okay. Oh yeah, he does.
By banishing your own Mouse
Okay.
monsters.
Which, you know, Malice Monsters, they hate being banished.
Oh, yeah, it's the absolute worst thing for them in the world, said no one ever.
Well, speaking of banish, let's go ahead and banish a Malice here. So we can
But like the Perulia just didn't affect them enough, I think.
And we're thinking pay 900 for...
Oh, it's worth noting that we're using GWC here without gaining life points. With 6 minutes on the clock. We are not gaining life points off of this GWC. We can reset it later with the White Binder, but still, this is kind of troublesome.
That'll let us use the Lingerable plus White Rabbit
because I mean the extra time has already been added. We are at 6 minutes left on the clock, and we are going down in life points here with Malice, and we are not done yet with comboing here.
I have a funny feeling we're going to see like an allied coach.
Banish Malice in the mirror for Chessy Cat. Draws
but it just seems to be like
that
the way
thrust?
this board is starting to clump itself
I
together.
think that was thrust.
But now we got Mouse in the Mirror's effect. We're going to banish Dormouse from our graveyard. And
I think
search
that
the
was
same
thrust.
Type of card. So we banished a monster. We're going to search for a monster.
Banish Dormouse to search March here with the Malice in the mirror.
Every name is in rotation now. Oh my god, I don't know if people saw it on stream, but I believe Dean has different dimension ground.
Yeah, we already have different dimension ground in hand, so it's just going to be an impulse that we set off of thrust. The thing is, different dimension ground might make it impossible for Avery to play for a long time, right?
It's also a little bit more...
Also, if Dean just resets the GWC, then it might just not matter.
The card, you just activate it, and there you go. Whereas Dimension Shifter obviously...
Kind of gotta hurry if you're Dean, though, at this point. Kind of have to understand that this needs to be a little quicker, I think. Because, I mean, second warning for slow play would also be a game loss, right? Because they got one in game 1. They already have a warning for slow play, so you can't be too slow about it here.
And here we see the Link 3 into White Binder using the Red Ransom as Link material.
I would disagree, but not.
So there we see White Binder on summon to potentially declare the effect. We're not going to use the effect.
Yep. We'll use the effect of White Binder.
To set from grave or deck.
Yep.
You're going to probably choose to set the GWC 6 again. Yep, there it is. We have all the follow-up we need to now to make sure we have at least one.
Disagree. I didn't quite catch what they were talking about.
We can go for here.
A lot of cards in hand.
Maybe they did tell him to play faster.
Interruption. I think 2 Droll and Lockbirds again. That may be enough to close this out on its own. No graveyard, no access to your deck.
I mean, this end board is not what they were capable of
I
doing.
think the thing that Dean is thinking about is like how worth it is it to play into this Perulia, because he's going to get another draw no matter what if I summon this March Hare. So it's probably just like the cost-benefit analysis of that.
I think overall he's not playing too slow, but there's like certain moments where he's definitely taking his time. Like this one right here. And I mean, to be fair, they are in a stressful situation, so I don't feel like he's doing it with any malicious intent.
Drops down its ability to do both a lot of battle damage
yeah.
and some effect damage, but I have a funny feeling we're never going to get any dinosaurs to the graveyard here. But speaking of the grave, it's Link 2, and we are going to make Splash Mage? Yeah, Splash Mage.
Okay, and that can probably get us into like Wicked maybe, to maybe get us access to backup Agnister, because fun fact, that is a tuner monster. But we're going to get Chessy Cat here, back using Splash Mage's effect.
Alright, that's Cryptor, I guess.
Think we might be considering banishing something?
Thing is, summoning more here just plays into the Perulia.
That's a pretty good way to kind of...
I'll cut for you.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and cut.
Yep.
2 cards.
That's not correct. Oh, Cryptor is only Malice monsters, right?
And we know we have the March Hare.
Oh, wow. Ash Blossom and Infinite Permanence draw and banishing the Malice March Hare. That's just free.
Yeah, I think at this point, if I'm Dean, I'm more than happy to give Avery the extra draw off this Perulia.
Oh, it's 3 monsters, including a Malice. Right, my bad.
Like, kind of lights out, almost.
Feels very strong. Gonna have to be a little careful. Remember that...
Did they just get another extra time?
The Droll and Lockbird to the graveyard
Okay.
may not be an issue, depending on the timing of the different dimension ground. All right, wow. Draw for turn. This is going to be rough for Avery, but let's see how he can...
Okay, hold up. Now, what does GWC say? Do you gain attack? Do you gain life points equal to the original attack or equal to the attack of a Malice Link you control? Original? Okay, so the maximum amount you can gain from GWC is 2,500?
I should have used all of them by now.
Yeah, so they're just making sure that they...
And they're paying 900 for the White Binder here, so they should be on 53.
Damage, which is a lot, not the easiest for him to kind of gain back with GWC 6 either, because it does have
23? Why 23? The Cryptor is 25, no?
We could be going to time here, which could be dangerous for Dean. That's kind of the, risk.
So the max is 25 because of Cryptor.
Guess we were just counting up the lost life points.
Which means that no matter what,
track of it, I think.
If this goes to time right now, he's not winning.
I've not used.
The problem is, how long can Avery play on their own turn if Dean has Imperm, Impulse, Ash, and different Dimension Ground? It is not that easy to actually even play for 2 minutes at that point. Right? Like, he's just getting stopped on everything. So it's just going to be activate, negate, activate, negate. Oh, dude, I mean, he's giving him so many cards, though. Holy!
We don't know what kind of cards were side decked in.
We've already used Wizard this turn.
Dude, we have, it's, he has Droll, Ash, Imperm, Impulse, different Dimension Ground. He's literally losing this game for himself by not being fast enough. This is an unlosable game of Yu-Gi-Oh! If you didn't pay this many life points and if it happened faster.
He has 2 Drolls, so it's always fine.
Right? Like, this is like, he cannot lose this game if he just does it faster and pays less life points. With this setup, there's no way he ever loses to any game, to any deck in the game. The only reason we're losing right now is because we did too much. We cooked too much. We gave too many draws. We played it not fast enough. I don't know, man.
We did.
Because at this point, like, we're gonna search for a trap here. We're searching for Impulse, and at this point, like, Avery has like 8 cards in hand after they draw for turn. And they have 2.5 minutes left or whatever.
Impulse and everything else that we know is in Dean's hand that Avery is
You have to set that. Your opponent has to know where you set it as well.
without knocking through a few opponents.
Yeah, okay. Good, sick. Wasted another 5 seconds on that clarification. Dude, roll Ash, Imperm, Impulse, or non-engine on their own, plus different Dimension Ground, I guess, is also non-engine.
Dark Ruler no more, Harpy's Feather Duster, let's go. Let's find out what Avery has.
But like you mentioned earlier, you know, if Avery can just get to a battle phase, that's probably going to be more than enough damage to kind of force this game in his favor, given how much little time they have.
All right, Fossil Dig, that's going to be the Droll and Lockbird immediately.
And Droll and Lockbird hurts a little, meaning that you still can use the send effect.
Thinking on response.
Thinking on response. Maybe we have a call by the grave.
Chain Link 3 question mark? Or sorry, Chain Link 2, because it's a new chain.
You're good.
Cool. Okay, so we're locked out with Droll and Lockbird.
And there we see DDG.
No graveyard.
Any monster sent to the graveyard this turn is banished.
Yep.
Chain miss.
Because fun fact, guys, the way that interacts with monsters, they would not.
Dude, he's under Misk. He can play for a little bit.
Yeah, and the crowd cheering for that one.
Is Misk still limited?
Hopefully in the chat. You better be going crazy. Come
Is that a crazy thing that just happened?
We're going to chain ally Kotaka Administer to the Misk to negate that effect.
Banished or it stays in grave.
Yes,
Yeah,
okay.
so the Misk's effect was not activated. The DDG has resolved. Therefore, any dinosaurs that are sent are still banished.
Gorgeous copy, by the way, of that different dimension ground. Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
We'll go GWC.
Bro, why are you doing the playing on his turn for him?
I mean, but like I said,
Why are you cooking more? Why are you activating?
Yeah, time is ticking.
So.
Oh, but I think.
But we only gained 2,300.
Yeah, 23. It's not enough.
Targeting.
It targets.
Yep.
So we are going to banish that Miscellaneous Saurus before it's able to do anything. There's plenty of cards, though, in the hand, so see what kind of moves we do have.
Do we have any time extensions?
No.
No time extensions. That is the real time on the clock. They're already accounting for the earlier slow play.
Bro knows. Bro knows what's up. Bro, at this point, you cook yourself, man. Look, time is annoying, but hey, we kind of did it to ourselves at this point.
Another trap card. We are under Droll.
Normal.
Sure.
Back to some.
There we see
Infinite Permanence.
Imperm on the Overraptor. It's not going to be activated, and I believe.
You're good.
I think we are at the end of this timer, which means
Oh, man.
we should just be going to the end of the phase.
I mean, it doesn't matter. My life's lower.
Oh, and Dean already saying it doesn't matter. My life is lower.
Just like the story of Icarus, I think, unfortunately, Dean flew a little close to the sun with all of his Malice effects.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I forgot you paid life. I literally saw you do everything, and I just...
Had he laid off like the second Link 3 effect on his first turn, he would have gained more life points than Avery and would have won. That's usually kind of what you do when you're closer to time with Dean. Oh, sorry, as a Malice player, but there it is.
And that's the game. Fiend Smith Dinosaur taking it. Avery sitting there saying, I forgot you paid life. He didn't even know he had already won. Dinosaurs, it may take a while for like the receptors to come in, but they have done it. And the crowd is just so here for it. We see Hearts, but not Hearts Cryptor because she may have paid herself into a loss there. So Dean doing a great job, though, showing how great this deck is. But Avery is your winner. Dinosaur Fiend Smith moves forward undefeated.
Yeah, and honestly, huge shout-outs to Avery. We saw him get a little bit overwhelmed with the Malice in Game 1, but he still fought through it and was this close to kind of breaking the board and getting an establishing winning position. But he was like, I'm gonna adapt, I'm gonna go first, and I know everything I have to do. I'm gonna lock you down with my dinosaur cards and go from there. And unfortunately, the games just went on too long. Dean went a little
New pricing tomorrow. Ooh, we're taking a look at that in a second. Yeah.
Avery to take home the victory.
Definitely shows you that there's a lot of room left to go in this format. Dean's got a little bit of a smile on his face. It's okay. You know, it's one of those things where you get caught up in individual rounds, but this tournament is Swiss. Dean could still be our YCS champion and did a great job showcasing all the new cards. So don't feel down. You'll be back before you know it.
Yeah, they just overcooked. Look, this is no different than when people make like technical misplays on feature, I feel like, because the feature match does cause people to play all kinds of worse sometimes. You know, some people make misplays, some people forget about certain activations, and some people just become slower when they're on feature. Like, I will say, just judging from the energy of this feature match, it didn't feel like they were maliciously slow playing or anything like that. It was just like, sometimes when you're nervous on stream, maybe it's your first feature match, it just takes a moment to figure out what you're trying to do, and like, you're just trying to make sure everything is good and stuff, and it just happens. You know, they got a warning for it in Game 1, they got a time extension, and then they kind of overcooked in Game 3 when it got close to time, and they lost because of it, which at the end of the day I think is fair, but I wouldn't like go as far as, you know, it happens.
That's the story, is that you really could play, you can play anything this format.
Yeah, sometimes I often think of the feature match for Yu-Gi-Oh events like YCS's to be about showing up or showing off. And in this round, Avery did both. He showed off the dinosaur decks, and he was like, I'm just going to show up, play the best game I can, and see if
Avery was smart to play out Game 1. It burned so much time. I would actually argue the opposite. But it's a funny moment where I think doing the wrong thing ended up with the right result, because normally, because Malice is actually supposed to win in time, it was not optimal to play out Game 1. If you play against Malice and you ever feel like Game 1 is not winnable anymore, or the chances of you winning it are super small, you should scoop. It is correct to scoop to Malice, because they have a good time win condition that is very hard to stop. So like, them playing Game 1 was not correct only because the opponent misplayed Game 3 and threw in time. That's not how it works. That's results-oriented thinking, and not really, you know, like, just because it worked here does not mean it was correct, basically.
This is working, so that's good. Just good stuff. Sorry if we're beside.
Normally, you should not be doing this against Malice. You should scoop if you don't think you're winning the game.
And be like, let me just make sure I don't play myself here.
It's one of those things where, like, take the time to do your homework. It's hard. There's like 10,000, I think 14,000 plus Yu-Gi-Oh cards, so it's okay to read it. We're not throwing shade. But you do want to make sure that, like, the first time you're seeing a card isn't on the YCS featured match stage. But speaking of the featured match stage, you know what time it is, right?
Yes, it's time to send it over to Stephen Kangas and talk to our winner, Avery, for this round.
Thank you very much. I'm live here with Avery. Congratulations on the feature match win. The crowd was going wild for the dinosaurs. You pulled them out for this event. We got to start there. Why'd you want to play this deck?
Dinos is my favorite deck. Chain Misk and.
Okay, y'all. The thing is,
yeah, I just love the deck.
Is Avery 15 or 30? I can't decide. Because on the one hand, I feel like the face is very young, but then there's this magnificent beard that I feel like I haven't seen on a 15-year-old, so I don't know exactly what's going on.
So I did have hope for one of my boys in the crowd, I'm not gonna lie, but I played this. Shout out to Johnny. I played this at YCS Orlando. I did pretty well. I didn't make day 2, but I knew the deck had potential. I just had to deck build it better. So this time around, I took a different approach with the deck building, and it's working out so far. So.
Maybe it's early 20s, yeah.
On the feature match stage, but you said before coming up onto stage, you're also a chess player, you're also a soccer player, you're a track player or a competitor. I want to go to chess because that's another thinking game, right? Do you find overlap between chess and Yu-Gi-Oh, and that you're able to get better at both because you play the other?
So I'm gonna quote my friend Billy, aka John. He says that chess is
Billy, aka John.
Because you really have to think.
Is it Billy or is it John? How does that happen?
With the pace of the game now, you really have to be thinking, okay, what do they have in hand? What are they adding? What route can they go if I stop this? If I shut off this, they can't have this. And you're really trying to think ahead of your opponent. In chess, you have to do the same thing. Otherwise, you're going to be behind and you might find yourself in a worse position. So it's very overlapping for that reason. A very dangerous game. So.
Gets the brain wired a certain way. Well, any final shout-outs you want to give? You already gave a couple, but anybody else that might be watching?
To my boy Toga right there. Shout out to Kelly. Shout out to that my boy Roman. Bacon, egg, and cheese looking self. And then shout out to...
There's everyone.
Shout out to Xavier right there. Just all my peoples, Marcus, Justin, everybody. Just everybody at home. And T-Neck, shout out to them.
I like the energy.
Crowd, everybody, man. They're making noise for you. Congratulations on the win. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
Woo!
I mean, hey, 4-0 with Dinos.
World-class winners. This is only round 4, and like every one of these speeches is just
4-0 with Dinos is not bad.
Love hearing about people's favorite decks, how they take the time, lab it out, and just figure out the ways they can compete at the highest level possible. And Avery's doing that with his boys. That's awesome.
I like that he went, like, we were in Orlando, he was in Orlando, he's traveling all over. It's so cool. But speaking of traveling and speaking of events, let's take a cool look at some of the other stuff you could do while you're at the YCSs if you aren't just here to showcase your dinosaurs.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We were talking about...
All right, so here's the thing, right? They are not announcing a ban list at this YCS, I suppose. But they were trying to think of other things they could announce that they would, like, basically they announced another thing they're going to announce at this YCS, maybe to boost viewership a little bit. It's not going to have the same effect as a ban list or the same hype as a ban list reveal, but they did just post, we are revealing new prizes for the upcoming WCQ 2025 tournaments and the new YCS season. Catch all the exciting details on the YCS Providence live stream tomorrow. So it looks like we are going to get a little bit of a pricing rework for the upcoming seasons and YCSs, which is something, of course, that the Yu-Gi-Oh community has been begging for, has been asking for forever. I don't know exactly what this means. I feel like if it's just a minor update, if it is just a minor update, I think this is... I don't think they would announce an announcement if they just add something small to it, you know? So what I'm hoping here is that we actually get something that is worth an announcement, you know? Like something like, we're adding YCS branded promos, like stamped cards to the top cut or something like that, which is not unreal. I don't think that's unrealistic because that did happen in Japan now. The YCSs in Japan now have top cut pricing, and I think for the first one it was an effect veiler with a YCS stamp on it. So that was that's a big deal. That would be a huge deal for Yu-Gi-Oh if they did that here as well. I could see that happening. That alone, like, unironically, what do you guys think? What do you guys think let's say they start with effect veiler for us as well. What do you think if you get top cut at a YCS, you get a YCS stamped effect veiler that's like a nice rarity, like Starlight or a Secret or whatever, right? Doesn't even matter. What do you think that would go for? Because from what I'm hearing, the YCS Japan promos go for around 4 digits per effect veiler. I think even if you argue like, okay, in Europe and in the TCG we have more YCSs than they have in Japan, right? I feel like in Japan there is not as many YCSs as for the TCG. So like, let's say there's going to be more copies of that card, so it's not 4 digits. Let's say it's half. let's say it's half of what it is in the OCG, right? Let's say it's 500. At this point, I feel like if you get 500 for the promo, if you're just topping the YCS, I feel like that because that basically means everyone that tops the YCS will like make their trip back plus a little extra or whatever, right? I think that at that point, I'd be happy with the pricing, you know. I think that'd be good. Alongside some other maybe minor upgrades, and then we're Gucci. I think. I'm just hoping we can leave this whole period of like YCS pricing just being bad behind, you know. Because I think that's the one thing that Yu-Gi-Oh doesn't have over other TCGs is we don't have good pricing, especially for the people that don't win. Because I think if you're winning a YCS, at least from my perspective, I don't think you care about the pricing. It's more about like the win itself that matters. But when you lose anywhere in top cut, anywhere close to it, like top 64, 32, 16, 8, I think that's where it should be better. I think that's where you feel where it feels unrewarding because you didn't get the win and you don't feel properly rewarded for trying your best. Because like top 64, 32, 16, whatever is a good accomplishment. It's difficult. It's very hard. You know, people work for that sort of stuff a lot. They put a lot of effort into it, and then being rewarded with like a playmat and a box or whatever I don't feel like it's rewarding. So I think the way other games handle it is just promos, right? It doesn't cost them a whole lot. Just make exclusive promos for YCSs. And that's exactly what all the other games or most of the other games are doing to make topping worth it, right? To make top cutting rewarding, you get promos. And if you pick the right promos and you make them look nice and you make them look fancy and they say YCS on it, those would be very sought after cards. I mean, look how crazy people are going over QCRs, right? And there's so many more QCRs out there than there would be YCS promos ever, right? Like there's so many more QCR ashes out there than there would be YCS ash blossoms, right? So like I think it's a no-brainer. I'm honestly shocked that it's taken us this long and we still don't have it. I mean, I'm talking about it like it's going to happen tomorrow. It's just I'm assuming that is my personal prediction. Based on what happened at YCS Japan, I think it's not unlikely that we get this too. But I guess we're going to see tomorrow. So in some ways, this is actually something that I'm looking forward to. Of course, as a competitive Yu-Gi-Oh player, this does affect me, and I would really like to see an improvement in pricing. Because I don't like seeing people like quit Yu-Gi-Oh because the pricing is not good enough. Even though I personally don't disagree, I don't agree with leaving the game because of it. I can understand where they're coming from. And I would like it just to be better because I don't like this beautiful hobby to suffer from just the pricing not being good. Because I feel like it's also such an easy thing to fix from the player perspective, right? Just like throw in some promos, everyone's happy. It doesn't cost them a whole lot. And then we're done. And then we don't have to have this issue for like year after year after year. But yeah, that's cool news. We have a backup feature as well. So we have Bestial Adagnister Malice versus Crystron here. Okay. The bad news is that Crystron seems to be going second here in game number 3, and they have made the foolish mistake of thinking that they can stop Malice from playing with hand traps, which is kind of a cringe thing to think, honestly. They have 3 cards left in hand. There's an Ash Blossom plus 1 other card in their graveyard. And they thought that was going to stop Malice from comboing off, which is kind of stupid. I mean, I don't know. That's kind of silly behavior. But yeah, Malice cooking anyways. Nefarious, thank you for the 10 months. I appreciate that. I mean, it is POC to see Christian on the feature match. However, I don't think you're going to be happy about the outcome of this match because I'm seeing the cards in their hand. They're not bad cards, but they're not breaking a Malice board kind of cards. So, I mean, I guess we'll see about it, but... I mean, we are not ending on the full board here, at least. It is still pretty impressive. It's still a Firewall bounce, a Hard Cryptor banish. I don't know what the set card is. A Boldrake in hand, so it's rough out here. Draw a card for turn. I believe that is Happy, the Horus. Which is not a bad discard for King Sarcophagus, technically. The problem is... actually, they don't have... Maybe they don't have Whitebinder. I don't know if they went through Whitebinder already before we joined. Non-target banish the Crystron Smyger. That was the normal summon of choice there. We did use the non-target banish on it, so we can no longer non-target banish the King Sarcophagus with the trap, but we still have Hard Scriptor for it. So as soon as we go activate effect of King Sark to this card, we can just banish it, right? I think that's the crazy part. That's also, I feel like, somewhat overlooked with Malice. But 2 non-target banishes is a pretty insane disruption. Like the quality of that interaction is kind of insane. Awesome. Thank you for the 9 months. Appreciate you. And congrats on graduating college. Kira, thank you for the Prime as well. First time Prime. Thank you for the support. Yup. Oh, the first card was a Meowls, actually. That may have been Ashed, or they played around it really well. Nano, thank you for the Prime. Welcome back to month number 13. All right. I don't think there's going to be much downtime this round because we've just seen a match that the main feature match went to time, and the backup feature was also there. So there's no way we have a long downtime here. Yeah. I also have news from fellow Raid and Trade team member Ryan Yu, who is currently undefeated, 4-0. He's posting updates in our team chat, so he's undefeated. Care to share what he's playing? Unless he appears on the feature or whatever, I'm just not gonna say what he's playing. I know what he's playing, but I don't wanna like, you know, just say it on stream. Is Ryan playing a serious deck? It is a serious deck, yes. It is not Sky Striker. All right, as you can see, the round has already started in the background. So it is indeed not going to be long until we get the next feature match. I'm just going to grab some water real quick. I'll be right back with you, hopefully before the feature match starts. Never mind, I think it's about to start. Okay, I'll run in a second after they show who's playing.
And we're so excited to be here at YCS Providence, Rhode Island. It's round 5 already. Can't believe it. We've had some exciting games, some surprising decks, and we just saw Dinos take down Malice.
I don't really know if he took down Malice. Malice kind of took down himself.
I mean, isn't that like the go-to for Malice? Like, we've seen them like in the finals kind of do the same kind of thing. Just
I mean, like, there was so much that happened that game that I don't want to even begin. So
I did see you like.
Okay, Asala just straight up roasting the Malice player. I mean, I will say the good thing about Malice, I feel like the only thing that is keeping Malice from winning YCSs is that the people that are playing Malice are primarily, I've looked into the statistics, the people that are playing Malice are most of the time Malice players, and I think that is actively holding back the deck from performing.
So let's go ahead and take a look at how they're doing. Looks like Nicholas has 12 points, and Tavion, our YCS Orlando champion, is also sitting at 12 points.
If you really think about it.
Bounty duels have suffered some losses, so that does mean some people have taken some packs away from them, but they're going to be able to still...
We got Landon Oliver on 2 and 2.
Throughout the tournament. This is only round 5, so we have a lot more of these Swiss rounds to go.
What does that mean? Think about that for a moment. Think about let it dwell. Maybe you'll figure it out. Maybe you'll figure out what I meant by that.
Day 2 and then eventually into that top 10.
That's very true. We're going to have to see if we're going to be able to see any of our bounty duelists as the day goes on. But here we see all of the players playing. We started with 1,522 players, and now there are only going to be a few left undefeated. As each round goes on, that gets cut in half. And yeah, we see that 92 duelists left undefeated. It's going to be a long day. Eventually, we're going to whittle down to maybe there's one or none.
What's your opinion on Gordian Slicer? I think Gordian Slicer is a good card, but not right now. It's a little weird. I think it's just...
Let's go and jump right into it. It's round
yeah.
5, YCS Providence.
It's a good card, though. I like it.
And in the blue chair from Union, New Jersey,
Mitsurugi
wants to salute his team Mammals. Also, shout out Grace, Jonathan Mota.
We have undefeated Ryziel Mitsurugi here for Jonathan M. And we are going up against White Forest. Okay, White Forest against Mitsurugi here for round number 5. We're gonna throw up a prediction between Jonathan on Ryziel Mitsurugi and Rayhan, I hope that's how you say it, on White Forest. Okay, I'm gonna run and grab some water real quick, and then I'll be right back, I hope before the game starts.
Is going to be playing, it looks like a Mitsurugi Ryziel deck, which we're expecting to see a lot of this weekend, but Rayhan on something a little cooler.
Yeah, a little cooler. He's going to take us down a trip on through the White Forest here, using all of those, really, the lore of the current set, the White Forest, the Azaminas, the Sinful Spoils, the Abel. We're using a mixture of all of those, and we're seeing what it does now.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a year-long story all accumulated, and every set, the White Forest strategy got more cards. The Diabell Star, the same kind of, line, and now they have so many different cards. They're actually, the deck is actually quite powerful, and we see someone like a veteran like Rayhan here using this deck. Pretty awesome.
Like, he has been asking for this feature match, I think, since last night. So it's cool that he's finally up here on the main stage. I think he really wanted to show off the strategy. So when he came to me and told me that he wanted to do this feature match specifically, he said he wasn't going to make it to the later round, so he wanted to have it done early. But he is here undefeated 4-0 in this tournament.
So maybe even performing a little better than he expected of himself. I mean, he is using a deck that's kind of an outlier, but maybe one the players aren't expecting, maybe not as prepared for. And it does contain an assortment of new cards from Alliance Insight. The main ones being like Diabell Star the Vengeance and Diabell's White Witch, the 2 level 8 versions of cards that we've already seen in the past. Now how they're in their final forms, if you will, in this deck.
Can't forget the Witch of the White Forest, a new field spell, which, I mean, field spells for this deck, I think, have really fit the theme as well as it can, because
some extra value.
Right, you get the search, but then you also get a card face up on the field to give up for their additional effects. The only thing is it locks you in a dark, or locks you out of darks, which is very tricky when you're trying to play Azamina cards, so you don't want to lead with it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting to see how it comes into play. Players asking how many cards. They're both playing, one playing 45, the other 46, so a little more than 40 for both of these players. It's not going to give away too much about information about their
they're
decks.
both playing this high of a count, what do you think they think?
Okay, not too late. Let's go.
I don't know what I would think, but they're going to have to figure it out fast what they think their opponent's playing, because it is going to be game number 1 here of round 5 of YCS Providence.
7.
Now you're
all right, 7 for White Forest.
Yeah. Y'all dueled with
Is that a 12 or a 6?
tested together back in that remote duel era.
Absolutely.
12 or a 2?
He was definitely an up-and-comer back then, and eventually throughout the remote duel series, we saw
Double Charmy.
Get to the Invitational, got second place at a remote YCS, and then
Double Charmy.
a WCQ.
Definitely, yeah.
So strong career there.
You're gonna see how
Double Charmy is good, especially if it's two different Charmies, because that's harder to play around. White Forest, the thing about White Forest is that, like, it's not super weak to Perulia. It's also not super weak to Fuva. It's just kinda weak into both. It's just kinda annoying to get hit by either of them, because normally you can still set up a decent amount. But yeah. Ash on Wanted.
Wanted is going to be met by an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Activate the field spell. That's a pretty good new card. It's an insane consistency card for White Forest because it adds on activation, which is crazy considering the fact that they need stuff to send for cost, because this card is going to stick around on the board and be a cost for the deck. It does lock you out of Azamina, which they are playing, so we're not going to be doing that. There is a Stellar, normal summon, draw a card from that. That was another Ryzeal monster. We got 3 Ryzeals. Send this for cost, get Fuvad on. You're going to be under Fuva and Perulia this turn, which is rough. It is not GG, I wouldn't say. It depends on the cards they have, because the thing with White Forest is, depending on the list you're using, you could be just getting hit with a lot of the traps. Like, you can set up in few special summons in this deck sometimes, because of all the traps it can access. Drew Night Sword Serpent. So far we've got 3 Ryzeals and a Night Sword Serpent in hand. Not the best for Mitsurugi Ryzeal. Is that Star Ryzeal in hand as well, or is it just 2 ice? I can't tell. One of them kind of looks like Star Ryzeal, but I'm not so sure. I feel like it is a Star Ryzeal. Okay, we're going for Sinful Spoils of the White Forest. I think that is the quick play fusion spell that can potentially make a Guardian Chimera on the opponent's turn, which I like.
Or summon a guy from hand.
So we're grabbing that. I think that means we're not going to keep going like crazy. I think we're not going to do much more. We're activating Foolish Burial Goods. Okay, what does that mean? What technology are we applying here? Black Goat laughs?
Let's see if he goes for it.
The new trap that adds a spell? Which one is that? Oh, that one. Yeah, it adds a Diabell, I think.
Yep, there's Curse of Diabell.
Curse of Diabell. Yeah, that one. Okay.
If it's sent to the graveyard, it's able to,
that's neat.
I believe, add any.
Yep, a Diabell spell or trap.
Yes,
You can add a Diabell spell trap from your deck to your hand.
Any of those to begin with. I think those are those all new?
Over the past couple sets, they've gotten more and more. I mean, it's just that the strategy that keeps getting more and more.
So that is going to be also a card from Alliance Insight.
This is a brand new going out of Alliance Insight that's going to help you access those brand new level 8 Diabell.
I think it's called Philia Diabell or something.
It lets you add one to your hand, but if your opponent controls the card, you just can special summon it out to the field.
If you're searching Vengeance, though, not really much of a difference.
Yeah, that's fine.
How much does that actually draw them, though, with Perulia? Because we're adding a level 8 or higher Diabell monster now, and if you want to summon that one, you give another draw. Or the Perulia. Because I think they just summon from hand.
During the opponent's turn.
Yeah, I mean, all these cards access each other. There's a lot of options.
Okay, we're not going for Vengeance, though. We're going for the new Diabells.
Brand new card out of Alliance Insight.
I gotta read almost all your cards.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, me too.
All good.
If we get it into the grave, we can summon it from there. Yeah, this is always treated as a White Forest card.
A strategy like this, right? There are a bunch of new cards in every deck currently that people are playing, but this is the one that no one's really tried to prepare for. And so
there's a lot of cards. Yeah, there's a lot of cards, a lot of different ways you can go about it too, which is why we're excited to have a veteran player here using this cool strategy.
This sends Vengeance. Okay, first off, we're gonna go into more extra deck stuff. Okay. Uh-oh.
Yeah, the Mulcharmies were huge here.
That's gonna be Arciela. They draw a Saji, I believe that is. We're sending the Sinful Spoils of the White Forest for cost. That's going to reset itself from the graveyard. And we are getting an ad here for another White Forest card or a level 1 spellcaster. We are choosing the level 1 spellcaster. So we're giving them one extra draw for the Effect Veiler ad. I mean, questionable, but not like strictly wrong. We are also getting the Estelar back. We have a trap in hand. We have the fusion spell set. Which we'll keep, okay, keep going. I don't know. I don't know.
He had some time to think about it. He just, if the board is enough, we're gonna synchro summon Dia.
One more. What was that? Another Ryziel, bro. Jonathan's draws have been abysmal for a Mitsurugi Ryziel deck. To be fair, this is a reason to not play this big of a Ryziel package in this deck, but like not having access to a single ritual monster in this 6-card hand is insanely unlucky, I feel like. I mean, I don't know the ratios they're playing. Maybe they play a very minimal Mitsurugi package and a bigger Ryziel package instead. That's what it's looking like.
Sinful Spoils of the White Forest is already in the graveyard.
Sinful Spoils is the one that's
that's fine. That's fine. I mean, Wanted already have been used this turn. Not going to really be able to do anything.
Activate Diabell, the White Witch in hand. Sending.
Sure.
Okay, we're going to be getting rid of...
Oh, that's Morian, right? Morian is the Book of Moon that resets, and now we draw Charmy. Oh my god.
Spell summon monster on the field and flip it face down. It's kind of like a Book of Moon-like effect.
And in the graveyard, as long as you control one of those high-level...
Diabellstar Vengeance is set.
Yeah, it's a really solid card.
I mean,
Morian will reset itself. That is a Book of Moon, essentially. Okay. I mean, the thing is, I like the fact that we have established a Diabells on the board. That is a huge disruption. I mean, both of them, actually. They're both Diabells, but I meant the Synchro right now. The Synchro is pretty sick.
If you control another Diabell monster...
As a disruption, like just to book the entire board with like the thing, or I don't know if they play Zapper Shrimp into a level 10 Synchro like Chengying.
Alright, so he's going to go ahead and banish the cards to summon the Diabellstar.
Banish a spell and a trap to summon Diabellstar Vengeance from the graveyard. We are also hard committing into Nibiru, I feel like, at this point. But this is not going to give a draw, actually, because it's from the graveyard.
Currently gain 500 attack, so these will all be at 300. 3k.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
They do Poplar into Vengeance. Oh yeah, true. They can do that now. The level 12 Synchro.
I believe 3 draws here.
Alright, so Jonathan is on 6 cards in hand right now, drawing towards 7. This board is pretty impressive to be under double Charmy and still end on this. It was a little risky into other hand traps like Nibiru, but for the most part, we're pretty good now. I mean, the thing that Rayhan doesn't even know is how bad Jonathan's hand is here. Like, the thing is, he's got like 4 Ryziel cards, but none of them are X Ryziel, which would be the actual good one to have into a board. The rest is kind of just like, eh.
You know that's the Book of Moon.
Okay. Yeah, so he does...
Imperm from the top here does kind of help. At the same time, we just have like infinite normal summons in hand, right? Because the problem is kind of like you'd have to start with, you kind of want to start with Saji normal summon to get your prayers. At the same time, that doesn't even get you. No, I don't think there's a way to get to a ritual spell without going through with Ryziels. Like you have to resolve King of the Feral Imps with this hand to perform a ritual summon. Otherwise, we just cannot get to ritual spell plus monster here. We have Saji that can potentially get us the spell, but we can't get the ritual monster right now.
This is the ones that came out the set before.
It's usually just all of them, yeah.
They have so many cards, and they're all really strong, and most of them have a couple of effects that you need to keep.
And there's also an Effect Veiler in hand here. Yeah, I don't think this breaks it.
Leading with that infinite impermanence here. Not sure what he's... I think...
Yeah, you're going to infinite permanence the Vengeance.
Yeah. A little awkward here if his goal was to chain the follow. Oh no, going after the Diabell.
Activate Imperm on Diabell. So they can chain that. That's an interesting one. They don't chain it though. Okay.
I definitely think we're going to be activating the Full anyway before we commit anything else. Maybe not. Okay.
Normal summon of Ice Ryziel. So the problem with this is basically, by normal summoning Ice Ryziel, you can no longer get this Saji out of your hand. realistically. You cannot get the search on the spell card here. So we are lucky enough, I guess, that the opponent uses Effect Veiler on the ice, and now we can just special sword to extend. This is what Ryzeal is really good at pushing through this sort of stuff if you have extra names. I suppose Reyhan was just like thinking, now that all of the good Ryzeals are semi-limited, it was good to just stop the normal summon of ice. We're using the Bellstar Vengeance here, which I'm actually not sure what that does. I'm gonna look it up real quick.
This is where the extra card from the Flow would have.
So now he's gonna summon a
It just destroys it, but it doesn't negate it, I think. The Bellstar Vengeance pays half your life points to destroy a card, and then if another Diabell is on the field, you special summon... Ah, the Poplar, okay. Yeah, it pops, and then it summons the... It summons the Poplar because you have another Diabell card on the field.
Force monsters in the grave and place them face up in the owner spell and trap zone.
So on summon, I can target 2 White Forest monsters and place them in spell and trap card zone.
Sure.
I'll target
Okay.
and I'll target a Stellar.
Okay. Really locking up those spell and trap zones there. Look, he has pendulum scales now.
So Poplar of the White Forest summons out, and that's going to put 2 monsters in the spell trap zones from the graveyard. And also has the effect to quick synchro on the opponent's turn. Can't he summon Silvera? He could summon Silvera, yeah. Could have done that.
The level 8 plus the level 4 Synchro Tuner, and then you can go into Snake Eyes Vengeance Dragon. That's the way I like to use it, but we'll see what Rahan has here.
I do think, for what it's worth, the White Forest deck in the TCG is a lot cooler than it is in Master Duel because of no Baron existing.
We'll see how useful those extra cards
The interactions it creates in the TCG, I feel like, are more fun. Even though, of course, Azamina still provides Omni-Negate potential. But I do quite like the White Forest internal interactions are pretty cool, especially the new stuff.
I will go Chainlink 3. Diabell, Queen of White Forest.
Diabell's going to send the Sylvie as cost to summon from the extra deck.
So he sends the Sylvie for cost here, which is not going to resolve anything because it is negated by Imperm.
Definitely wants to get the Vengeance Dragon. That'll give him another.
But maybe we just want to free up the... We want the Sylvie in the graveyard, essentially, because it has a graveyard effect.
Sure.
The interactions are cool, it just spits out too many. Yeah, I would... That's where I'm at with it. Like, I think the White Forest interactions are fun if it just had a little bit less, right? It has just so many... Because the thing is, at a certain point, if your deck creates too many things, it doesn't even matter how fair they are.
What is the reason to do that?
Because we're resetting it, Isala, because it was
because
Imperm.
it was negated previously by the impermanence, yes.
So we make Vengeance Dragon, as well as resolving the Diabells for the Silvera book. Boom.
But we're going to see the Silvera come down. Vengeance Dragon come down. X is going to resolve to add. Lots of stuff happening.
The Morian, I believe, banishes itself because they reset it from the graveyard, if I remember correctly, from playing it in Master Duel. I don't think that stays in the graveyard, otherwise that'd be pretty insane if it could reset itself over and over and over again. I think it's banished. I don't think that's going to matter this game, but it is... Yeah.
The node can be special summoned now that Aggregator is in the graveyard.
It should be banished.
I think the thing that's on Jonathan's mind that he's going to have...
Imagine a card that could do that? Yeah. Imagine there was a spell or trap that keeps resetting itself from the graveyard without banishing itself. Imagine if it also negated a card and banished it. That'd be crazy. Here's the thing, we still have the quick effect of the Snake Eyes Vengeance Dragon to put this Node Ryzeal into the spell trap zone. Put him to jail. Up.
So just like Flamebirds, he's going to push the node into the spell.
And that's going to force a concession. Because that's the thing. Mitsurugi Ryzeal, I think, could have played through this if they just had more Mitsurugi cards. I don't know what they did. Maybe they were just unlucky. But, like, this is where just playing a lot of Mitsurugi... Like, activate one pre-prep there, and you're cooking, right?
Would have been really useful here. He had no idea what the interruptions would be from Rayhan.
Activate one pre-prep, and you're off to the races.
Had this game to learn.
After all that.
It'll definitely use Flawless on his own
But
turn
I mean, like,
next
yeah.
time.
I don't want to focus on that, but like, just
But the thing is, you can't really complain about drawing too many Ryzeals, because it does look like they put a lot of Ryzeals into their deck. They even went to distance and put Star Ryzeal in there. It has to be a huge Ryzeal package. It might be more of a Ryzeal deck than a Mitsurugi deck. It honestly, it looked more like a pre-ban list and pre-alliance insight Mitsurugi Ryzeal with a very small Mitsurugi package. From what we've seen, it may have just been unlucky, but at the same time, not everyone I've seen on Mitsurugi Ryzeal is playing like Star Ryzeal and such.
the amount of layers of interruption here, it's a very well.
Didn't Fuwa on his own turn and threw away some draws? That is also true. Yeah. Maybe didn't realize how often the White Forest deck was gonna summon from the extra deck there.
I mean, I got lost as soon as I read the first one, so.
But it's really cool to see like a deck like this in action. I mean, every time we get White Forest as a Mina strategy like on the feature match stage, it always impresses me what they can do and where they go, and it's always different a lot of the times. There's a lot of different ways to navigate it. All the cards kind of access each other, but that seemed like it was piloted really well there by Rohan.
I mean, yeah, he knew where he was trying to go. He still had.
I like that game. I like that game because it showcased the power of White Forest into some of the Charmies. I think White Forest definitely has its problems this format, like Droll and Lockbird is a huge one, I think. But the Charmies is something you can manage, I feel like, with the deck, which was pretty cool. Because it definitely was like the end board was layered enough to the point where even with giving them, what was it, 3 draws? Or 4 draws? It was still a pretty strong board. So, wow.
Mitsurugi Ritual, just any of the spell cards, really.
Because also, remember what we talked about earlier? I said against Malice, a book effect is a really powerful disruption. Basically anything that removes Malice names from the field without putting them in the graveyard or banished is really good. So everything that puts them face down, puts them back into the spell trap zone, all that sort of stuff is really, really good disruption against Malice. So I think White Forest, if you get charmied by Malice, you might just be fine even if you give them 3 extra cards, as long as you have like multiple books, multiple pushes to the spell trap zone available, because then what are they gonna do? The thing with Malice is going second, even though it has a lot of extenders, the extenders do rely on Malice names on field or graveyard, right? Like you have to be able to turn your normal summon into a Lingeribo to be able to summon backup Ad Ignister, for example. You have to be able to link off your Malice to put it into the graveyard to extend with March Share or Abyss Steel, right? Like that's the kind of thing that the deck relies on a lot. So if you can stop that from happening, they don't actually have that many extenders.
We're going to have to see what this deck can do going second. I already see...
I see a great hand for...
Standby phase, main phase.
It's got 3 going second cards, and we definitely have Mitsurugi cards coming down this time for Jonathan now that he's going first.
Okay.
He's got some of the new ones in his hand.
Not some Mitsurugi this time.
We have the new one potentially, name of the game. Okay, we're going to start with... Oh, that's a powerful. I didn't even see that one in there. Ice Ryzeal. Going to be met with the Motor Fuelos of Rehan's own.
That's annoying.
Strong card to chain here to Ice Ryzeal, as it already has...
That's annoying because of they have Habakiri in hand.
Card for his troubles.
And Habakiri is the worst starter into Fuwa
That's actually like
in Mitsu.
really, really rough.
That really sucks.
For Jonathan?
Yeah, because if you are going to follow up with the Habakiri, that one, it's unassuming, but it does summon from deck first and then tribute it.
Yeah,
so it is another draw that you would have to give.
One of the downsides to the Habakiri, but it looks like he is going to still go and activate it.
Can't they use better quality cameras to show the cards better? Bro, you don't know what we've been through in round 1 or 2. You don't want to know.
Allow your opponent to draw for a profit.
You do not want to know.
Habakiri, no Mitsurugi. Ah, man, no. I can't help myself. I told myself I wasn't going to do it, but I just can't help myself.
Yep, that is a draw.
It's okay, Billy.
That is a once per duel effect, so we won't be able to do that again.
Realistically, you never need to do it again, but there is an Ash Blossom on the effect of Saji as well. That is pretty brutal here.
So he gets the draw and stops the search.
This, by the way, is, I think, the best place to Ash Blossom the Mitsurugi deck. Because if they go for Saji, it does kind of show you they need a spell card.
I mean, if it is duo drive and like if he's trying to make
And if they do that, they typically don't have the ritual spell, so ashing Saji is really, really good.
well worth it for White Forest.
It's really good.
I mean, at the end of the day, Detonator is still a strong.
Because they still have so many ways to get to their monsters.
One card to stop it.
They do not have that many ways to get to the spells.
We'll figure out
Which is also why I would always play pre-preparation in the deck. I don't know if they played it in this game. Like, I don't know if they have it in their deck. It looks like they don't. Because they play a lot of Ryzeals.
Underneath as a material. Now he's going to try and use the effect that attached to add, but effect failure is going to shut it down.
And still
Okay, where is the bro? Where is Star Ryzeal in this line?
Already has the Node Ryzeal.
Node and X are going to be used as material for the Detonator, giving one more draw. And we're going to be attaching...
All right, it's just Detonator, Imperm, Pass. The problem is, that's still pretty good against White Forest, depending on how this goes.
Habakiri has now used
And this is where the once per duel really matters. Because now, their hand, which normally would be insane follow-up, is no follow-up whatsoever, because it is once per duel to use the Amino.
But like, because of the follows, there wasn't any real cost to it.
Yeah, that Mulcharming follows came in clutch here for Rahan.
All right, triple Detonator pop and an Imperm is still not too shabby for this matchup.
See if he has an actual answer to this Detonator, though, because as you mentioned earlier, the White Force
spell card
are pretty weak into a singular Detonator. Looks like we're going to start with Lightning Storm, I guess, going for spells and traps, because on the Detonator doesn't really mean much. The infinite impermanence here.
You can at least get a material out, and if they had like another card to destroy, it'd be worth it. But yeah, infinite impermanence is what he wants to look for.
Ooh.
All right, Foolish Burial Goods.
Black Goat laughs.
Let's see if this is going to send that Cursive Diabell.
Call Detonator?
Start everything.
Dino World Blessing one time. Get access to take tops.
Depending on what I'm sending.
Yep, you're good.
Rainbow Bridge.
Rainbow Bridge. What an era.
Hey, Rainbow Bridge and White Forest, you get access to the
Still
Witch of the
pretty
White
bad
Forest.
into Detonator.
True. Field spells notoriously not strong in the Ryzeal Detonator.
Surely you played Black Goat, right?
I mean, Rehan has all the cards, but
We're going
he
second?
deal with that Detonator.
Gotta be.
And it's not even just about dealing with the Detonator, it's about dealing with the Detonator.
No, okay.
Either winning the game that turn or making sure the duo drive is also
Looks like they don't play it.
That's a great way to start the next turn.
Curse of Diabell's going to let him add
one of those.
Fill a Diabell. And this is going to get him the monster he needs. Oh, he's going to next he's going to use Wanted.
All right, Wanted can be a little costly, but we're able to push ourselves through. The only issue is, like, I mean, going for the Azamina line here, I think, is not something you want to do. That is exceptionally bad into Detonator.
Send Drone Lockbird. Special Diabell Star.
Drone Lockbird for the Diabell Star.
That's fine.
No Detonator activation here on the Diabell Star
I
yet.
think it makes sense. Not really any threat.
I mean... Ooh!
Yeah, Sinful Spoils.
Ooh, Subversion!
First Sinful Spoils card released.
That's clean! Yeah, that's just game, dude.
Detonator to try and send it into
I mean, he didn't respect it. He did not respect it. Like, give it. I don't think it would have made a difference.
He could not have respected it. There was no way around that.
Interaction that Jonathan had is now isolated in the spell and trap zone.
All right, and with 3 ritual monsters in hand, Rayhan doesn't know it yet, but this game is over. There's no interaction left, and White Forest has nowhere left to go but for game here. It's just going to be a 2-0 victory for Azamina White Forest. Even though the deck has gotten incredible support in Alliance Insight, I still think it is one of the sleeper picks of the format. It is not widely expected or respected as one of the powerhouses of the format. I think it did showcase some of the things it does really well this game. You know, made a pretty powerful board under Perulia and Fuvalos at the same time. And yeah. Azamina where though? Yeah, I mean, I guess you just play like, I think they play just one Deception and one Hollowed. I don't think it's a big Azamina package. I think it's more so like you're trying to access, because you do play LZ Azamina of the White Forest, right? And that card is really good, so you trying to search those cards. We didn't see it in game 1 obviously because they were under Uva. And they used the field spell to get going. So like that's yeah. I think it's different. The Azamina cards are different in White Forest than they are in what they were like in Snake Eyes. Like in Snake Eyes it was mostly they used it as a starter. In White Forest it's more of a like something you access within your combo. You don't use it as a starter.
It's allowed to resolve here, so Wanted goes back to the hand, and then LZ will be adding.
Deception of the Sinful Spoils. We're gonna see some Azamina.
Is the field spell for the rest of the turn at least?
I like the way they look.
The White Forest field spell, does it lock you for the rest? Can you summon Azamina beforehand?
Being able to go for
Yes? Okay.
not so often used effects to
That's
destroy
good.
cards from the Azaminas that just don't get summoned ever.
We're going to see if that's going to be the case. So the Sylvie's going to be sent to the graveyard with the Deception of the Sinful Spoils so he can add Hollowed Azamina from the deck to the hand.
I imagine we're still going for some amount of safety because even though we know that Jonathan's hand is all blue, Rahan doesn't know that.
He does not.
If there's anything else I want to send.
Oh, you can consider more here?
Oh, he could summon like Murasal. Yeah, you can send more to summon more. He also plays Saint Azamina too. He does have a win condition to go into Saint Azamina and attack a bunch of small monsters.
Dude, he plays Saint Azamina?
It reflects the damage. I really like Saint Azamina, so it would be cool if we get to see it.
There are so many options within the White Forest category.
Send the Wanted as well.
He is going to send.
Ooh.
So this is going to be 2. So he's going to be trying to.
Saint Azamina hits the field. Boom.
Saint Azamina.
Do you think they play Azamina as well? Like the card that's just called Azamina?
That's going to let him summon another Azamina monster from his extra deck, but it has a really unique effect that doesn't
Probably not, right? It would be pretty cool though.
Anywhere, so they can't target cards in their graveyard.
Because what is the summoning condition on that as well? It's like you tribute Saint Azamina plus one of your opponent's monsters, right? It'd be pretty cool if they did that now. It's not like they need it to out this duo drive, but it'd be cool.
It's probably the coolest.
It is the coolest. So now he's going to use the Hot Azamina, sending Sinful Spoils of the White Forest to the graveyard.
Boom, there's Ilya Sylvia, the Omni Negate.
All right, now we have some insurance.
This is just insane, right? Because you do double battle damage and you reflect.
Yeah, we can summon a level 9 or lower Azamina from the deck or extra deck. It looks like he's going to summon from the deck. He's going to get that LZ back, so that's 2 monsters with 0 attack.
2,800?
Correct.
And he's at 28, so he just needs to get 1 more monster with 0 attack to attack into that duo drive.
Where does it normally come from?
I think that's game already, right?
Attempt to enter battle phase.
Maybe he has enough here.
This is game, right? Because 5,600 when you crash the LZ.
I will go ahead and attack with Saint Azamina into your 2,800.
Yep, the damage is reflected.
It's funny, Rehan.
Wait, can Saint Azamina be destroyed by battle?
The Ilya Silva does double damage.
Oh!
Yeah, so it's just going to be able to attack with the Saint Azamina, and that's going to be enough. The 56 attack with the LZ, and the damage is just reflected, just like the World Championship this past year when we saw Ruben win with Ubel.
Okay.
Undefeated with the sweetest deck we've seen
So,
this weekend.
if they attack with the Saint Azamina first, wouldn't that be destroyed by battle?
Yeah, when you're going second with the White Forest deck, that is a legitimate card.
And then...
And yeah, the subversion on the detonator. Like, oh wow! It just we're talking about the one card.
Am I the one who's mixing things up now? Am I tripping? Or was it not game because they attacked with the wrong one first? Like, because this is only game if this double this cannot crash first, right? Or am I tripping? He attacked with LZ, but then the LZ should not be there anymore, right?
He's at 28, so he just needs to get 1 more monster with 0 attack to attack into that duo drive.
Where does it normally come from?
We're about to find out.
attempt to enter battle phase.
Maybe he has enough here, just attack, and then attacking over and attacking directly with Ilya Silva.
I mean,
In
yeah.
battle phase, I will go ahead and attack with Saint Azamina.
Okay, the LZ did not attack. The LZ did not attack. Just the Saint. So the way this goes, right, is Saint Azamina crashes, gets destroyed, is gone, and then there's no more reflect damage happening, right? That was not game.
Your 2800.
Yep.
I mean, to be fair, they probably even win if like they probably win even regardless because there's no follow up for Jonathan anyways, and they have an Omni negate. They can make like Chaos Angel out of these two in main phase 2, banish the duo drive, have an Omni on the field. It probably doesn't matter. I'm just like trying to see if I'm missing something here.
It's funny, Rehan also liked playing Yubel. I believe he got second place with Yubel.
The Ilya Silva does double damage.
Oh!
Yeah, so it's just going to be able to attack with the Saint Azamina, and that's going to be enough. The 56.
Well, anyways.
And past that point, given in the situation, if he did happen, or if Jonathan happened to have a Mitsurugi Ritual in that position, that would have closed out the game, but Rehan put him in the position of better have it.
Yeah, better have it. And he did still, even if he had the Mitsurugi Ritual, he had some other follow-ups to play, but the Ritual would have definitely helped him progress his plays on top of that as well. But, you know, my hat's off here to Rehan, you know, because I'm wearing a hat. But if I did, I would take it off because that was excellent. Pretty much every time we're, like, picking feature matches, always around this time in the tournament.
Yeah.
Round 5, round 7, we find, like, that undefeated White Forest player. They almost never disappoint in the feature match because the deck is really cool when piloted correctly.
Yeah, it takes a lot of decision-making to play White Forest.
Is the reflect damage actually doubled? I asked the same question when I was playing Master Duel last week. Most people in chat said yes, it is doubled. I am not I have not tested it on Master Duel. I think it is, but I'm not 100% on it. In Master Duel, it is not. Okay. See, even right now, chat is like 50-50 on it. Some people are saying it is doubled. Some people are saying it is not doubled. I am not sure. Someone now is saying in TCG yes, in OCG it works differently. I do not know. I do not know, and I don't want to say something that is not, that might not be correct. I have no idea.
I know Kangas is probably excited, so let's go and toss it to Kangas. He's standing with our winner. Take it away.
Thank you very much. I have Rehan here on stage. Congratulations on your feature match win with the White Forest deck. A very unique one. We had a lot of expectation for Malice. Ryziel, what made you want to play this one today?
Honestly, I think obviously Malice is the best deck, but I didn't get that much time to test the deck, and White Forest is a deck that I've been playing a lot on Master Duel for the past couple of months. I played the deck on the TCG like pre-support as well. So it's just one of those things where, like, you know, you come to an event and you just want to be something, you know, be on comfort rather than learning a new metagame. And especially because, like, it's release weekend, there's like so many new cards to the deck. It catches a lot of people off guard, especially because it's a lower deck. So you have.
It is something I want to clarify though. Especially if White Forest is now more of a thing.
There's just so many different cards for different purposes.
With Saint Azamina, you really want to know that type of interaction.
Knowledge base required when it won't be one of the most popular decks. But you said you've been playing it kind of on Master Duel. You've been playing a lot since release. What about this archetype?
It is not, and there's a ruling on it. Okay, why don't you link the ruling?
I think I gravitate a lot towards like lower decks in general. Like Brandon is one of like.
Why, if there's such an easy solution to it?
It's something about the fact that you have so many different lines that, you know, you learn the lines while you're playing, and it's really difficult for your opponent to counter.
We'll read it in a second.
If they don't know what's happening. And so it's something that, you know, is something in, like, it's in the spur of the moment, and you know, it's something you capitalize on because there's so much.
Okay, we have some rulings we can check out after the interview. Nivska, thank you for the raid. You're giving up already on the watch party, or what?
You've been playing for a while in a lot of.
What's up, everybody?
Like being up on stage for the first time.
It was fun. There's a lot of lights up here for anybody that gets a feature match.
Yes. Okay.
A lot of
makes you sweat, right?
Yeah, it makes you sweat. It's a lot harder than I expected, but overall not that bad. I think it's a really fun environment to be, you know, part of.
This ruling looks like a dissertation. Yeah, dude. We're just, to all the people coming in, we're trying to solve a mystery after this interview on whether the reflect damage is actually doubled if you have Saint Azamina and Ilya Silva.
Congratulations on the win, Rehan. We're gonna throw it back to the casters.
We're gonna check it out in a second.
Maybe his first in-person feature match.
Yeah.
I've definitely featured him remotely, but I guess this probably feels a little different when you're.
Julio as well. Thank you for the raid, dude. All the Germans giving up or what?
But his first time on stage under the bright lights, it can be, you know, stressful to say the least. But he's under
Germany, we go to bed at 10 p.m. 10 p.m. sharp.
Both, and they can help you out either way. You're just still playing Yu-Gi-Oh!
10 p.m. sharp bedtime.
The same. But we have some exciting stuff we want to talk about before we jump into our next round of Swiss, and that's going to be the rivalry of World
All right.
Tournament.
Let's solve the mystery of this ruling. Okay. Bro. All right. How is damage calculated? Dude, lawyer game AF. How is damage calculated if Ohime, the manifested Mikanko, equipped with double-edged sword, battles in the following situations? When attacking directly, when it's in defense, attacked by Blue Eyes Chaos Max, when it battles... Dude, what the hell? Battle damage is determined by considering different types of effects in the following order. 1. This card inflicts double battle damage. 2. Battle damage is taken by both players. 3. Battle damage you take is also inflicted to your opponent, or your opponent takes any battle damage you would take instead. Battle damage is treated as effect damage. The player gains life points instead of taking battle damage. Battle damage becomes 0, battle damage is half, battle damage is doubled. Battle damage becomes X, X being a predetermined value. You do not take battle damage if it's more or less than X. Which means that well, what does it mean? Because so Ilya Sylvia is 1, right? This is the correct one. Wait, this is a wrong one? Oh my god. What happens if Succumbing Song Morganite is applying while Ohime or Recital Starling, whatever? I have resolved Succumbing Song Morganite this turn, and therefore, if your monster battles an opponent's monster, any battle damage it inflicts to your opponent is doubled, is applying. If one of these monsters battles my opponent's monster with 3000 attack, what happens to the damage? Ohime, when your opponent is applying, all battle damage is also inflicted if applying. Your opponent takes 3000, both players take 3000. Whoa. But okay, you guys are saying this is the wrong one, but this is the same. They both mean the same. Because this is just a more generic answer that you can apply to different scenarios. This one is just a specific example, right? Because the way it would work, and it would, in fact, if we go by this logic, it would mean that you do not take double battle damage from Saint Azamina if there's Ilya Sylvia. And I'll tell you why. So the way these apply would be in the following order, right? So this one applies first, which would mean that the Saint Azamina's battle damage is doubled, right? But the problem is at this time, this one has not applied yet. So at this point of the damage calculation, right? When one happens, the game still thinks that the Saint Azamina is not inflicting any battle damage because it's weaker, right? Right? So it applies while they still think the Azamina is inflicting no damage, so nothing is doubled, and then your opponent takes the damage instead. Which would mean, ultimately, it is not. Saint Azamina is 8, not 1. Battle damage is doubled. This card inflicts double battle damage. Bro, why are these two different? What is Saint Azamina? Saint Azamina. Your opponent takes any battle damage you would have. Oh no, Ilya Sylvia is what we look at. Oh my god, Ilya Sylvia. Any battle damage inflicts to your opponent is no. This is this. I think this is 1. Any battle damage is doubled. I think this is 1. No, it's 8. Oh my god. But in that logic, it would have to be doubled. 1 is just discard? Okay. Well, so this is outdated or what? This is from 2024. This is why there's different opinions. This is the annoying part. This is the annoying part. Okay. Note, 01 is Blue Eyes Chaos Max Dragon. 08 is Garura. These are different kinds of doubling. My god. These are different kinds of doubling. Okay. Blue Eyes Chaos Max says, if this card attacks, inflict double piercing battle damage. Any battle damage your opponent takes from battles involving this card is doubled. You're telling me that's different? Okay. Right, at this time, dude, why? Okay, can we talk about something else? Can we talk about how, why is this one a 1 and this one isn't? Why are they at different, completely different points of the calculation? Why is this one the first and this one 8? Who thought of this? Who was like, we're gonna make 2 different types of battle damage doubling effects. We're gonna make them almost identical, and then we're gonna make a chart. We're gonna make a flow chart of how to calculate battle damage, and we're gonna put those 2 slightly different doubling kinds of effects on the opposite end of the calculation chain, whatever, flowchart, so that it, like, maximum confusion is achieved. What the heck? So I guess the answer as to whether the battle damage inflicted by Saint Azamina is doubled or not while you control Ilia Sylvia depends on where you think Ilia Sylvia is on this chart. If it's a 1, it is not doubled. If it's an 8, it is doubled. And this here says that Ohime, this implies that Ohime is an 8, right? This ruling here, because Ohime does not double, right? For Ohime with something, whatever, it is not doubled. Ohime is 3. Yeah, Ohime is a different one. Oh, man. Okay, so why are we looking at this for reference? Because... oh no, this tells us what Succumbing Song Morganite is, right? Because this means Succumbing Song Morganite is a 1? This also applies to the following cards. Your opponent takes any battle damage you would have taken affects Saint Azamina. Yeah, but the thing is, this... I mean, we are not confused about the position of Saint Azamina on this flowchart, right? We know Saint Azamina is a 3. We understand that Saint Azamina is a 3. It's about the other card involved in the equation, right? It's not about where Saint Azamina is on this flowchart. Saint Azamina is always on the 3. We know that because it says your opponent takes damage instead. That's the thing. Saint Azamina is a 3 on this flowchart no matter how we're looking at it. The question is, where is the card that you are pairing with Saint Azamina on this flowchart. If the card you're pairing with it to double is a 1, then it's not doubled. If it's an 8, then it is doubled. And so what's the other card here? The other card is Succumbing Song Morganite. For the rest of this duel, apply the following effects. If your monster battles an opponent's monster, any battle damage it inflicts is doubled. Any battle damage your Azamina monster inflicts to your opponent is doubled. I don't know. I feel like they read kind of similar. I feel like Ilya, Sylvia, and Morganite read kind of similar. It uses it. Yeah, okay. It uses it. What does that mean? What are you trying to say? There's the word it in that sentence. The word it makes it a 1. But this does not say it. This does not say it. This does also not say it. Man! It applies it to one card. Okay, so what you're trying to say... Okay, hold up. What you're trying to say is that if there is an effect happening that applies a condition to the monster, specifically the monster battling right now, it's a 1. But if there is like a global effect that is doubling battle damage, it's an 8. Yes? Sylvia is not global. The word inflict is the key. The word inflict cannot possibly be the key because the word inflict is on both cards here, and you're saying Ilya Sylvia is not the same as Morganite. Or actually, okay, are we saying it's the same? I am so lost. Is it the same as Morganite or not? It's not the same. It's the same. I don't know, man. Saint Azamina isn't dealing any damage. It's the opponent's dude. Everyone understands that. You are not being helpful at all. You have just answered the one question that nobody had. Congratulations. You have not been helpful in the slightest. So, my problem here is that this first one reads as like, this can only be cards that have that effect for themselves, right? Like a card, the card that like, a card that says, I inflict double battle damage, right? It feels like. But then the same thing is like, Garura is an 8. Which makes no, like, so Garura is not a global effect, right? We've been saying, like, I'm confused. I am confused. Bro. I think the reality is that no one could give me an answer right now that I would be happy with. There's no answer to this there's no potential answer to this entire thing that I would be satisfied with. Coder testing it right now. I mean, I guess the thing is though, the problem with this sort of stuff is, yes, you can test it at Master Duel, but there's always a slight chance that it's different between OCG and TCG, which I don't know if it applies to this example or not. But there's always a slim chance of you're doing it in Master Duel and it works a certain way, and then a head judge in the TCG can still say, no, it's the other way. But I don't know, man. The only thing that I do know, the level to which I have deciphered it, is that it fully depends on whether the card is a 1 or an 8. Because the Saint Azamina is in category 3 here. So if you are going in order, if you double before reflecting, then you are doubling 0, basically, right? And if you are doubling after reflecting, you are doubling the actual damage that would be inflicted, right? So if you have a 0 attack monster and you're attacking a 1,000 attack monster, like say Saint Azamina is attacking a 1,000 attack monster, if the doubling effect is a 1, then you're doubling 0 and then reflecting 1,000 later. Whereas if you're reflecting first and then doubling, then it's doubled. It's the other way around? There's no way it's the other way around. Why would it ever be the other way around? Because before you've reflected any damage, what the hell are you doubling in 1? If you're attacking with a 0 attack monster into a 1,000 attack monster, what are you doubling? If you're calculating damage, right, at that point your damage is 1,000 to yourself. I don't know, man. I'm cooked. Why is there a pack opening on stream? The difference between Garura and Blue Eyes seems to be who deals or receives the double damage. Blue Eyes says itself deals double damage, but Garura says your opponent takes double damage. I mean, the thing is that could be the deciding factor, but we have no like confirmation that that's what differentiates 1 and 8. This is just very vague, right? Because this says like, oh, this card inflicts double battle damage, 8, and 8 says battle damage is doubled, but none of the cards actually use this phrase. Right? None of the cards actually, like, none of the cards in this equation say this. Right? This is like not specified what kind of wording means what. And look, this is specifically why double-edged. This is also why I'm right on the ordering thing, right? Double-edged sword is a 2, and Ohime is a 3 in this chart, right? This is why it's not doubled in the example that we read earlier with the double-edged sword and the Ohime. I don't know where it went. Here? Yeah. I don't know, man. So you're sending me a post to a Facebook group, the Judge Lounge, where someone's asked this question, and you think you're helping, but they're arguing in the comments about it. So your opponent would take double battle damage, in this case 6,000. Edit, I was wrong, other answers are correct. No, it only does 3,000. Saint's effect is to reflect damage, therefore the card is not dealing battle damage, so Ilya's effect doesn't apply. See, this, in my opinion, is the logical answer, okay? Any flowchart aside, this is the logical answer, right? Because it says your opponent takes the damage that you would have taken. If you're attacking, if you have something that says your opponent takes double battle damage, that is not damage that you would have taken. Because when I'm attacking with an Azamina monster, I would not be taking double damage. So if I'm reflecting the damage that I would have taken, I don't feel like it should be doubled. I don't feel like it should be doubled based off of raw logic. But that's not exactly what this is, right? This is trying to just solve it with like a flowchart. And the flowchart is making things more complicated than it maybe needs to be. Because when I think about it just logically, I think it's clear that it shouldn't be doubled. I think just logically, it's clear that it should not be doubled. I can't tell you a reason based on this thing, because this thing is hella confusing. But alas, apparently it's been tested in Master Duel and it does not double. But how this helps in determining this is beyond me. I have no idea how this helps determining whatever. Like, I guess this would help determining it if you had a better understanding of why these categories work the way they work. Like what card goes into this category and what card goes into this category. I think that's the most confusing part. Just got here, what's happening? I think it's better. I think it's better if you're not too worried about it. Saint Azamina does not reflect damage until the end of damage calculation. The flowchart does not matter. That is quite possibly one of the worst things I've read so far. Of course it matters. It's been referenced to multiple times. It's even in this document that it is part of the flowchart. It's insane you just said that. After all the things we've talked about, that's a crazy thing to say. Like, we're talking about the steps of damage calculation, and you're like, yeah, this doesn't matter. Anyways, apparently the damage is not doubled. Which, the way I interpret this chart, and it's crazy that we even have to talk about interpretations about things like that, but the way I interpret it, that would make Azamina Ilya Sylvia a 1 type card. Because if it's not doubling, it means we are doubling first and then reflecting. Because if we're reflecting first and then doubling, we would be doubling the damage. Other than that, it just does not make sense to me personally. Let me know if you disagree, but I feel like if we are doubling first and then reflecting, that would make it not be double overall. Because at this point, if we're at flowchart 1 and our weak monster is battling their stronger monster, if we are doubling my effect damage, my battle damage, we are doubling 0. Because at that point, I am not dealing battle damage because my monster is weaker. My monster is weaker than their monster, so if I'm doubling my battle damage, I'm doubling nothing. And that's 0 times 2 is 0, and then we are later on reflecting the damage that we would have taken, which is whatever the difference is between the monsters, and so we're reflecting the normal amount. That is how I interpret this. So that would make Ilya Sylvia a 1. That's all I have. That's all I have. Moving on.
Mirror, another ritual spell here. If Ame no Murakumo, Futsu no Mitama, or Ame no Habakiri you control is tributed while this card is in your graveyard, you can shuffle this card into the deck. Come on, Secret Rare, please.
Holy lawyer game.
So we're getting 6 Samurai stuff. We got Legendary Lord, 6 Samurai Kazan. Regulus Fairy Beast, Spore, Wicked, and we've got another little Poplar of the White Forest here. Eternal Sunshine.
There's just a pack opening on stream. Let's go.
Lot of trap cards.
Refs cards.
Purple cards. Purple or pink.
Taking over the YCS stream.
The purple light, man. Regenesis Warrior. We got Tensei, Regi Anva, Prima, Materiactor Code, Igniter, and Secret Rare. Let's go. D.
Diabellstar Vengeance?
D?
Oh no, Dark Magician, Girl, the Magician's Apprentice.
Magician's Apprentice. This is Millennium cards, right? Shining Sarcophagus? Yeah, that's a Secret Rare. Dark Magician Girl, man. That surprised me for a sec. Aspis Cool. Alright, come on, quarter century Secret Rare.
There's no way he just said Aspis Cool.
Cyber, Brain Controller, Steamed. We got Firewall.
in a Konami sponsored video, bro said Aspis Cool.
Yeah, art is like Dark Firewall Dragon. Evil Firewall Dragon. Still potentially looking for like one Ultra and a Secret Rare, I think. Bomber Place, Code Igniter, we got number 69, and a backup at Ignister. Ultra Rare. If you control Cyber Monster, it was special summon from the extra deck, you can special summon this card from your hand. Cool. But if this card is normal or special summoned, you can add one Dark Cyber Monster from your deck to your hand. Then discard a card. So yeah, pretty good. Pretty good indeed. It's an extender, but arguably also a starter. We got Kizan. Kuribon the Fairy Spirit, Philia Diabel, Kuri Kurinku, and Philia Regis.
Is this the Dragon Maid support?
Like Prima Donna, like Deep Sea cards? Deep Sea Synchro? But it's a Dark Dragon fusion. Is it going to be like Dragon Maids? I don't know.
Has Dragon Maids done anything in OCG?
A little dippy, little guy in a bottle. Moving swiftly on, we have Moisa White, Kizan, Prima Materiactor Heraldic Beast, and another World of Spirits. Field
I'm kind of excited for the Ancient Fairy cards.
Going to be anything spicy. Steamed Sabersaurus, we have Malice in the Mirror. Ooh,
Is Steamed Sabersaurus the rank 4 Exceed, like the Sabersaurus retrain? And they've actually managed to, I think they did something incredible with the Sabersaurus retrain, which is the fact that they've made a retrain card like 15 years after the original print of the card, or 20, I don't know at this point, and they've actually managed to make it worse than the original card, which is a crazy thing to do considering the original was a vanilla. That's insane. Think about that for a second. They made a retrain 20 years later and it's worse than the original card, and the original card is a 1900 vanilla. That's actually impressive if you think about that for a second. I could not do that if you gave me that task, I think. I don't think I could.
You can extend further. That seems pretty good, man. Continuously putting bodies on the boards. It's pretty strong. Seems pretty strong. Code Igniter.
Igniter.
What? We have Gordian Slicer. This card's activation, in fact, cannot be negated at the start of your main phase 1 or 2. Target any number of face-up cards on the field. For each targeted card, banish 1 card from your hand or 6 cards from your extra deck face down, then return those targeted cards.
This card's cool.
It does have to be face-up cards you're targeting, so you can't target like back rows or anything like that, but very nice board breaker there. Gordian Slicer. Possibly a very strong card. Also, is that Artifact Durandal? No, I don't think it is, right? Alright. Final pack of box number 1, we have Mitsurugi Magatama, a super rare quick play spell. Tribute 1 reptile.
Is the new Mitsurugi ritual monster like a expensive super rare? I think it might be, right? It's like kind of a, because it's kind of like, it's not quite a Magnamood situation.
Box number 2, see if we can beat it. Let's just skip to the holo.
But surely it's
Ancient Fairy Life.
I mean, it is the top 1 seller on cart market right now. If you open the site, it's the immediate first card on the thing. It's not a Magnamood situation for sure. It's not a cheap super rare though. For super rare standards, I mean, this is not bad. Over €1, not the worst. Only very few under €1 here. Not bad.
Yoink. Kind of like Crackdown.
Hydra was 10. I do think that's a little weird, yeah, for Pydra to be like 10 times the value of the Mitsurugi. At the same time, I mean, Tenpai was more popular, I think. Even if Mitsurugi is popular, I think Tenpai was more popular. I don't know if it was 10x more popular.
Yep, that is an Azamina card.
Maybe it's also about the set. I feel like this set overall is pretty good. Like it's a pretty impactful set, and it has a lot of pretty good holos you can pull from as well. I don't know exactly what happened with the Pydra set.
Claws Dragon. You can activate Metamorph.
Legacy of Destruction. Oh yeah, was that Legacy of Destruction? Oh yeah, then the set was just that. It's definitely a set reason then, because the Legacy of Destruction just did not have even close to the chase card density that this set has. Which is just, it's a natural thing in Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, the worse a set is, the higher the good cards from that set are gonna be.
Dragon Ruler of Auroras. Light. Rank 7.
And in Legacy of Destruction, it's just like Hydra was almost like the chase card from that set. I feel like I don't know. I don't even know what else was really good in that set.
Dude, Eclipse Dragon Ruler of Catastrophes.
I'm still mad about the fact that they printed Eclipse and Chasma in different rarities. It's criminal behavior.
Just the one main deck monster currently.
And I did go ahead and protest against it. I really showed them. I bought QCR versions of both, so I just have them in the same rarity. That'll show him. That'll show him.
You know, it's not very crazy, but it'll do. It will do. All right. What other secret rare can we expect in here? We got Fulia, Regis.
Got him good.
We haven't had a single duplicate yet in the higher rarity slots. Replicard, Lad. We got the Lad, bro. Light and dark. No. What does the lad stand for? He's just a lad, bro. We have another Azamina. Azamina. Kind of like the artwork color scheme. For some reason reminds me of Mysterion, the Dragon Crown, I think its name is. The fusion monster. We have Cyber Dark Worm. I forgot.
How are we feeling about the Cyber Dragon support in this set? I'm actually wondering, because that's one of the few things I haven't looked into yet.
I forgot it was in here, okay. We have...
Is it any good?
I think that's our play set. Still no quarter century secret rare inside. Very, very...
Because, like, the White Forest... not White Forest. The Life Twin and the Eldritch support, which is the other two, like, new player decks, tactical tri-decks support. Even though they're not, like, completely, like, overturning the metagame or whatever, the Life Twin and Eldritch support are quite solid. I haven't really heard anyone excited about the Cyber Dragon support by too much. This is another weird thing, to have the one super rare, the other one secret rare. I don't know. This one you can't even get both in QCR. You just have to live with it. Regenesis Lord.
The ultra rare, dude. 2500, 2500. That is the theme of Regenesis. You know, 2500. But can we pull a quarter century secret rare? I Connect. AI Connect. Super rare. I don't even know what quarter century secret rare I would like. There's so many good ones. Replicard, Lads.
I wonder when they're printing AI cards with really good, like, playoff words. Like, I should have never been printed or something.
It's not a quarter century secret rare, unfortunately.
Or I was a mistake.
Regenesis Birth, Mitsurugi Sacred Boundary, Regenesis Dragon, Code Igniter, Here There Be Dragons, Filia Diabel, and we have Mitsurugi Nomikoto Aramasa. If this card is normal or special summoned, or if this card is tributed, you can add one Mitsurugi monster from your deck to your hand except Aramasa. If another reptile monster you control will be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can tribute this card instead. Bro, the deck seems so consistent now. There's so much consistency. There's so many, like, additional search pieces. There's protection.
Did bro only pull 3 secrets? Oh no, there's a Gordian Slicer there.
Well, Alliance
Wait, 1, 2, 3. No, it is. Oh, it's 4. Yeah, it's 4. It's 4.
We got a whole bunch of Dragon Ruler stuff. Very, very cool. Very excited about that. Let me know what you are most excited about in this set. What do you think?
I can't take it anymore.
And yeah, thanks once again to Konami for sending these over. Always a fun time opening up early boxes. Thank you for watching, and
that's good. That's good. Like that one.
And welcome back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championships here in Providence, Rhode Island. We caught ourselves just kind of watching through the box opening, just seeing all the great cards Alliance inside. It really does show the impact of the set. A lot of great pulls in that one, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I inflict double battle damage to my opponent is the name of the card. I wonder what bracket that goes into.
Gotta say, speaking of
if that's the card's name.
A lot of great stuff here for sure, but we've also got great duelists that we're going to be showcasing, huh?
Oh, 100%. Round 6 is looking like to be a treat. Let's go ahead and throw over to Stephen Kangas over on the table to talk to our duelists.
All right, next round, let's go.
Up first,
Ooh,
sitting in the
Shunping.
blue chair from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, with over 10
Ryziel Fiendsmith, okay, is the deck of choice. Interesting.
and a UDS belt holder, Shunping Zhu. And his opponent today in the red chair from Hialeah, Florida. He judges every Florida regionals, but don't mess with him.
Adagnister Malice. Okay, now I wonder if the production team just throws the first Adagnister card they find on the database onto the picture, because that is Achichi, which is the red Adagnister, which they typically don't play in Malice. If they just put that in the thing, or if they're actually playing us a bigger Adagnister package, which is technically possible, right? You can technically do that, because I think Achichi Adagnister is probably one card combo, right? Because you normal summon it, you get backup Adagnister, you make a link 1, you special backup, you search a Malice, discard a Malice, make whatever to bring it back or banish it, and then you're good to go, right? So you can technically play the Achichi. But we will see if they actually play it or if it's just here because it's representing Adagnister.
Probably going to limit a lot of the grind game that Shunping has, and Fiends with Ryziel is one of the most interesting versions of the deck because it kind of does lean a bit more into that control-y aspect thanks to the inclusion of the Fiendsmith cards.
Makes sense. So, I mean, you kind of solve the deck just in that sentence, in the sense that, well, you only have one Ryziel detonator. That means you have less grind. What deck is known for grinding? Well, it's Fiendsmith. So hopefully that is able to keep.
All right, well, we are reaching the later stages of the tournament right now, which means that we are probably seeing a lot more Malice from this point on. Even if they manage to spot a little bit of a sleeper deck in the field, it is not actually unlikely that it's just going up against Malice. So we are going to see a lot more of that, I think, maybe even today and definitely tomorrow. How much Malice has it been today? This is just the second one. So far, they have not featured a lot of Malice. I think so far they wanted to showcase a lot of the new stuff from Alliance Insight that wasn't Malice. So we've seen like Mitsurugi, White Forest, even Dragon Rulers, which was my favorite so far. All kinds of stuff from Alliance Insight all across the board, but not much Malice yet. I kind of like that logic, I think, because the logic I think they're using here is day 1 is where there's a lot of different stuff they can showcase, and day 2 is where a lot of the Malice is going to happen, because I think Malice is going to be by far the most represented deck this tournament. We don't have an official breakdown, I don't think. But yeah, no Regenesis. We did see a Regenesis, actually. I forgot about that. Yes, there was a Regenesis. It did not look super good on stream. They lost, but we did see one. Yeah.
20 Tulsa, Oklahoma, I believe, is where his belt came down. And we're gonna see, because
and here, I mean, actually, yeah, let me throw up a prediction real quick. We have, oh, there is already a prediction running. There's a prediction. It happened.
It is going to be fun.
Is Ryan still undefeated? Let me see. Hold up. Ryan is...
But speaking of YCS Championships, let's go to game 1.
Ryan did not post after round 5. The last update I have is 4-0 from Ryan in the team chat.
We got Alex rolling 8 above average. We'll have to see it. And then we got
Jamie the Kid, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Thank you once again. If you're planning on watching more this weekend, we're going to be here today. We're going to be here tomorrow. It's a long time left watching Yu-Gi-Oh! So if you have a Prime, it is free and you're not going to have any ads for the rest of the weekend, and you would support the streamer and make me very happy. All right, Ryziel Fiendsmith, funnily enough, a month ago, we would have not really batted an eye at this deck. I think after the ban list and after Alliance Insight, this is definitely a little bit more of a sleeper pick. Not something that you expect a lot of people to play anymore. But Shunping here is trusting in this Ryziel Fiendsmith strategy, draws Lurie alongside Fract, and is going to bring that Lurie back uncontested. Now, I will say, Fiendsmith, despite not being hit on the most recent Forbidden and Limited list update, has not really seemed that impactful today, because there's just, you know, like a lot of decks are in the meta right now that don't really play Fiendsmith or don't care about Fiendsmith that much.
so just getting
which
started
also
here.
leads to some things happening that actually benefit Fiendsmith. Like I don't think there's nearly as many Bystials as we used to see in the past. All right, so this Ice Ryzeal is getting infinite impermanence on summon, and this means actually it doesn't mean all that much yet, because we can still go for Lacrima and overlay for Duo Drive, but the Ash Blossom on the Requiem here is going to stop that in its tracks. But there is a Cult by the Grave, and that is a massive deal here. Ash Blossom being negated by Cult by the Grave means that we're resolving Lacrima, and unless there is another interruption on the side of Alex here, that is also just a Duo Drive.
But it is true that Alex is committing a lot of cards to the field here, and Shinping is about to jump into this duel. Having 2 level 4 monsters feels pretty good, even though it's not exactly the way you were hoping it would work out with that.
Phantom Visgod and everyone else, thank you guys so much for the primes. I appreciate that. The YCS has been fun so far, I would say. I think it's been a lot of diversity so far. They've been trying to make... They've been doing a good job at picking different decks, especially new stuff from Alliance Insight. I always like when they do that. And now we are getting... The later we get into the tournament, the more serious it gets usually, and now we're seeing some more meta stuff here in another Malice feature match, but looks like Ryzeal Fiendsmith actually has what it takes here to pull up a pretty good combo in game 1, and I think Detonator is still a very good card against Malice, because like repeated removal is a good way of dealing with the deck. But we're not going for Duo Drive here. We're going for Sequence. There's another hand trap, and that's Dominus Impulse, and that pops it as well. That destroys because we have Imperm. That could not have hit Duo Drive. Interesting decision to go for that. Maybe we have a Sword Ryzeal in hand to keep going. Sword Ryzeal would probably be the best extender, or X Ryzeal. But otherwise, that impulse is nuts.
Okay, I'm 30 steps ahead, but now I've got to do these 30 steps. So we're gonna go ahead.
I wonder about that decision not to make Duo Drive.
No, maybe not. Sequence? Yeah, Sequence is going home. Maybe one.
Sequence back to extra to bring out Engraver. That does eliminate X Ryzeal as a potential extender, but not Sword.
Princess here.
Necro Quip.
Defense mode.
We still have the Engraver in hand that we haven't used the effect of yet, so we can get an extra draw as well as a search of another Fiendsmith.
Use the other Engraver in hand that we added off of track. We're going to get one Hail Mary draw off of this Necro Quip. Trying to find a Ryzeal extender here. It has to be Sword Ryzeal, otherwise it's not going to do anything. X cannot search here. It has to be Sword.
Great card hands there. You can tell this is a duelist who has been playing game after
not Sword. Set one. Pass. I mean, of course, Alex also down to 3 cards in hand here.
There we see a set 1 and pass. It looks like that Dominus Impulse was more than enough to stop Shinping from kind of extending past where he was.
Node wouldn't have. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're playing on the opponent's turn too. Please, not White Rabbit. White. Oh my god, this is disgusting. This is disgusting. Oh my god. Bro, he's won the game. He hasn't had a turn yet. The game is over. Pack it up.
Using up the effects during it. That's wild.
100%. Like, and I see him eyeing up TB11 right here. Something he could do is he can automatically use TB11, banishes March here.
Pack it up, dude. The game is over. Go next. Go next.
Which normally it can't do.
Now we've had Malice up here on the stage.
Your opponent had Imperm, Impulse, Ash, March Hare, White Rabbit.
Card, but it seems like Alex has decided to keep it, and those extra resources are definitely going to pay
Your
off.
opponent has drawn Exodia. You lost the game.
Your entire turn 1 combo on because it kind of leave you open to things.
How about
you lost the game.
Combo?
I was gonna say, like, here though, I like it a lot.
Looks pretty solid.
I mean, he could honestly save it for his turn and just get the free body that way. He doesn't even need to burn it right now. If he doesn't.
He should use the trap in the end phase. He definitely should. Use trap in end phase, banish March Hare, summon Dormouse. Next turn you can immediately use the Dormouse, but okay.
And potentially we know one of the cards in Shinping's hand is tracked, or did he do the awesome protract move and set it face down to put the fear of Ra in Alex?
It may have. Taking a quick look at the graveyard, we do have Lacrima the Crimson Tears in the graveyard, so there could be some special summon shenanigans at a moment's notice. Alex taking a look at the face down card. Of course, that TB11 doesn't have to banish any cards to be activated this turn. It has been set for a full turn, believe it or not.
And we're actually going to lead off with that TB11 to summon. Notably, Shinping does not control.
I think this is a lot weaker
Can't summon a Link monster,
than if we
but
did this in end phase, to be honest.
I mean, would you allow your opponent to summon 3 monsters just to get the extra search? It's good.
That'd be funny. But here we get this Stormmaster's Sword. The Stormmaster's effect will not be able to activate, but all you gotta do is get in the graveyard and then banish it and then summon it back out, and then you'll be able to do it just fine.
Something pretty easy to do with March Hare, who has not used its effect this turn. Again, really great sequencing of plays from Alex.
Yeah, the only amount of life points that Alex lost.
I think this is where the Fiendsmith in Paradise is being set up to take away one of the Link monsters if they are summoned here.
Putting the Lacrima back into the deck, and on an open game state, we're going to use the Requiem and summon back out the Lacrima, and now we're going to send a Fiendsmith card from the deck to the graveyard. It's going to be that beautiful trap card, Fiendsmith in Paradise.
Any Vanquish Soul? The support isn't out yet, no. So I don't think we're going to see any Vanquish Soul in this tournament.
That is a face down Fiendsmith track that maybe
That still takes a moment.
interaction he is relying upon.
Which could be more than enough because it can answer the Link 3.
It's popping off in the OCG at the moment, though. We looked at a breakdown earlier. In the OCG, it's doing pretty well. Vanquish Souls, I think it's the 4th most represented deck,
Let's find out
which is
how
pretty
good
cool
of
to
a
see.
job Alex does. So he takes a look at the extra deck, considering his options, has plenty of monsters on the field to use as Link materials. Looks like we're going to start with 2. Say goodbye to Dormouse and March Hare, and say hello. Oh wow, Ghosh going for the old combo here of Haggard Lizardos.
This feels like a very good Fiendsmith in Paradise.
Haggard Lizardos is an ignition effect, so we can automatically get this Link 2 off the board, but
The thing that I don't understand is that Alex was not weak to any disruption if he used the TB11 in end phase, right? Because if you use TB11 in end phase, banish March Hare, summon Dormouse, add the March Hare back to your hand, your starting position on your turn is so, like, it's infinitely better, right? Because you have a Dormouse on the field that can actually activate, and you have a March Hare in hand ready to extend.
Actually, this one's a reptile, hasn't fully evolved yet.
something he maybe could have gone for instead was like Splash.
I feel like we have turned the Exodia hand into a hand that is no longer Exodia.
That's right, you're right.
Yeah. So
Unless we just top deck backup at Ignister, like we are the freaking god.
Backup at Ignister here.
Yeah, that's definitely enough extension.
So Alex's strategy seems to just be take the hits and keep walking forward. It's working out so far.
Like, we're forcing everything out. Like we said, we know one of the 3 cards that Shinping has access to isn't going to do anything here, and the likelihood that the other 2 can stop a full Malice
So now it's just SP Little Knight, banish one from the grave, right?
Well, it does help to have the Lingaribo out
But this
now.
is still something that Shunping could
You
counter.
can use Lingaribo to stop it. But take a look at the graveyard here again. A couple of traps, a few Cyberse monsters, a reptile for some reason. The best Malice, of course.
I think you put a Chessie Cat in grave here.
Yep, so here we're just going to use the backup to search and then discard whatever we search because we don't have any.
Because just Chessie Cat in grave is another option for White Binder. Unless you only play one, then you might not.
Taking a look, looks like we're going to go ahead and get rid of Chessie Cat.
Yeah, this way if we set up like a White Binder later.
And then probably SP Little Knight, your own Dormouse.
Pay 300 life points 3 times. That's a lot of monsters on the field.
The unfortunate thing is I don't know
The crazy part is that it still is winning for Alex, I think. Unless Shunping has...
fully stop his turn now.
Shunping needs a good trap and a good hand trap. Like, it needs 2 live cards.
We won't be able to go for game because we're going to stop ourselves from, attacking our opponent directly, but we can just banish Dormouse with this. And if we respond with something like a Veiler or an Imperm, we can just use SP and dodge that.
Ooh, Effect Veiler.
Speak of the angel, and he
Yeah.
appears.
Target.
It's a yes.
There's even impermanence.
And this is the craziest part about all of this is Alex cooks this. Alex cooks this if he uses TB11 in end phase. He beats all of that. No problem. No problem, he beats all of
I
that.
like how Alex did to him on his first turn.
No, this is an incredible duel. Again, very familiar cards, but these duelists, being familiar with them, that's a good thing. You get great gameplay just like this.
Yeah, but we're just going to go battle phase. SP attack the Lacrima, but that's not going to be enough. Alex ends his turn. It's over to Shunping.
Like, you're being dealt a custom hand that normally only gods draw, and you just keep the TB11 face down.
And just a lone SP Little Knight, and we knew Shunping had this tracked. He's going to use it and get, again, full access to the Fiendsmith combo. He put the Lurry back into his deck during his turn anyway.
mad respect too, because I think I would have fallen for it. I would have thought the Fiendsmith
Chooses the wrong link to go into. If he goes SP first and Lizardos, he wins. Yes, summoning the Lizardos into the Fiendsmith in Paradise was also pretty mid. Yeah. Because you know the Fiendsmith in Paradise is there, which is the perfect counter to Lizardos. And Lizardos is like the one you should be using last in case of Imperm Baylor, yeah.
And just a reminder for everyone watching at home, Shunping is playing a Ryzeal deck.
yeah. Believe it or not, it's in there somewhere.
So I believe we've taken a total of 400 plus 600 and 300. So we've taken 1,300 damage as Alex, coming in at 6,700.
It's funny how these two decks smash together, right? Earlier we had Fiendsmith Dinosaur, we just saw Dinosaur. Now we have Fiendsmith Ryzeal, and we're just seeing.
So don't let the feature matches fool you into thinking Malice is not a great deck because it is losing these feature matches. Malice is losing these feature matches because of the Malice players, actually, that have been on, like, it's just both. This is not a losable game for Malice, or it shouldn't be.
Sequence, and now that we know Alex has 0 cards in hand and 0 cards in board, we can just go for a regular Desiree. But we're just gonna get the scoop over from Alex. He's like, writing's on the wall.
Value the time, and that's something Malice players really do have to keep a track of. So Alex conceding that duel, Shunping the victor there, and there's nothing wrong with calling in your chips, because that just means you got 32 minutes left on the clock for 2 more games possibly.
Yeah, I definitely think the only thing Alex maybe could have thought about more in this game was trying to play around the potential non-engine that Shunping had access to, because you knew he had.
So Malice is a skillful deck. I mean, I never said Malice didn't take skill.
Stuff that he could actually use. So maybe going for a bit of a greedier play and using that TB11.
I'm not hating Malice because it doesn't require any skill. That's never something I said.
Your Malice monsters on your turn.
We'll have to see.
I think Malice is too strong, especially if it's played well. Any deck, if it's not played properly, will not look like a broken deck. You can play the most broken deck in the universe. If you're not playing well, you're gonna make it look mid. But their hand there should not have been stopped by Imperm Baylor, because what should have happened is we summon March here on the opponent's turn, banish White Rabbit. White Rabbit set TB11. Opponent's end phase, activate TB11, banish March here as cost to activate it. TB11 summons Dormouse. March here pays 300 to return itself back to the hand. You draw backup Ad Ignister for a turn. You have a Dormouse on the field that can activate its effect. You have a White Rabbit on the field that can be used as link material and can still return. You have a March here in hand for extension, and you have a backup Ad Ignister that you just top decked. You are never losing to Imperm Baylor Paradise with those cards. Never.
Definitely an upsell for the Fiendsmiths, right? Like, okay, this deck still works, and a lot of duelists still considering, various mismatches. I still like Ryzeal, and I'm glad to see it up here this high. I know there's some duelists who are like, oh, cringe, why did you mention Ryzeal in a good way? But remember,
at that point, you don't have backup because you shuffle. I mean, sure, the backup wasn't even the point of the entire thing. I think you don't even need any playable card there to beat those cards.
Oh, yeah.
But once you deal with them, you're like, oh, I can now interact with these cards in a really cool way.
It certainly feels like a much more manageable matchup.
Because, like, look, you start with Dormouse, activate effect of Dormouse. If they Imperm or Veiler it, whatever, link off White Rabbit, banish White Rabbit for March here. Like, it's just not stoppable.
So maybe you just play ahead of it.
It is not stoppable. It's mostly about having the March here in hand instead of on the field without even losing a card for it. March here in hand is what makes you play through Imperm Veiler, because you just link off the White Rabbit, banish that for March here, and so on and so forth. Like, your opponent cannot keep up with fair interaction. There's no shot.
All the monsters you're special summoning either from the graveyard or the hand.
There's no shot your opponent does anything about it. Like, they just cannot win it from that position.
Yeah, we saw all those like 1-for-1 interactions like Ash Blossom, Imperm, and Dominus Impulse kind of not get Alex there in game 1, but having one card like Fualos that forces Shunping to play differently might do the same goal, but give him also the resources he needs to play more on his turn.
But yes, even a deck that is as broken as Malice does require you to pilot it well, which I don't think they did there.
Oh, well, activate the Fualos plan. Let's go and see what happens from there. But yeah, Alex,
at this point, if you're not gonna use TB11 in the opponent's end phase, you shouldn't even be setting TB11. I think at that point, TB11 is the worst out of the 3 trap cards to set. if you're not going to use it immediately. At that point, TP whatever was better, TP07, and GWC was also better if you're not going to use it immediately. Because of the drawback of not being able to activate the monster effect on that turn, you should have not gotten that trap if you're not going to use it immediately. Like if we go for, if we don't activate it right then, we can also just set TP07 and that also just wins.
My assumption is Alex is going to choose to go first.
Or whatever it's called. The one that searches.
The answer is potentially yes, as they pick up their cards. And we go into game 2. Will Alex cut on top this time?
Thinking. Yeah. And what phase?
Standby.
Okay.
Quick standby phase is fine.
Standby phase, Lancia, playing around any potential tactics cards that Alex could have in his hand, even though there's only one
All
talent.
right, easy clap.
Always smart to play around it.
Main phase.
It's going to be very difficult to set a card.
And that's the thing with Malice, right? You got to play your game 1s perfectly because your game 2 and 3 is going to be so volatile due to this card.
Even though we have the brand new Adagnister cards, which can play through Lancia really effectively.
It's literally that easy to lose a round. If you throw away one game like that and then you get Lancia, it might just be it. I mean, it's not over yet. There's still a world where Shunping can lose this, but
What did we say last format?
you know,
really hard to finish the duel in one turn. There just wasn't enough damage there.
it's not the type of deck that just forgives mistakes easily, which is the one good thing about Malice, is that like I keep seeing it on feature matches and people keep not realizing the full potential of the deck. Because that's the thing I'm criticizing with Malice, right? I'm criticizing the full potential of the deck being too high. But if people continuously fail to realize the full potential of the deck because they're not playing it optimally, then it actually looks a lot more fair all of a sudden. Which is what's happening in these feature matches a lot of the time. Is like people are making Malice look fairer than it is because they're not playing it to its full potential.
I do love that card in Malice. I think it's
But I do see the potential, and that's what I'm scared of, right? I'm scared of sitting across someone who knows what they're doing with this deck to a really good extent, and then this just like not winnable games, right?
We still got 28 minutes on the clock, so we should be okay.
But there we see Shunping passing his turn. The strike wasn't enough.
Oh, yeah, because the normal 7.
All right, strike on Requiem. Shunping passes back, and gold sarcophagus.
Oh, that's huge.
No Lancia this time? Question mark.
Another Lancia. Easy clap. Do we have another strike?
Lancia, we don't wait for standby. We let main phase happen, and this actually makes Alex go -1. But
We do have another strike. That's broken.
Second strike on the Lancia's effect. We've taken 3,000 life points as Alex, but we have fully resolved a gold sarcophagus. If this Dormouse's effect will activate fully, this will be more than enough damage.
Yeah, I'll take that trade any day of the week. And so speaking of trades, we're going to trade 300 more life points into Malice P. Dormouse.
I'm starting to have like a little bit of a headcanon. I didn't see Alex's hand when he opened up. I truly believe he just top decked that Gold Sark, and even though Shunping Lancia, he had no card, like he had no Malice engine. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like, I don't even think the first Lancia mattered.
Well, we went ahead and used Malice P. Dormouse to go ahead and get Malice White Rabbit. Malice White Rabbit's going to go ahead and set a card. It looks like we are choosing GWC 06.
Yeah, if I'm Alex, the only thing I'm thinking in my head is Cryptor. If I could summon Cryptor, that's more than enough damage. We go 3,100, then we go back, boom, 5,000.
We'll hit the Fualos
Ooh, okay. The thing about Fuva here is because they have a battle phase, there's no way it's that hard to kill here.
Especially on this.
There's no shot. It's not like
He's smelling blood in the water. You know, he's going.
Cryptor OTK isn't like super easy, right?
Win the game.
Oh, yeah, you got to strike while the iron is hot. This is an opportunity right here that you may not get again.
Can't be that many draws, right?
Is that AI Meet You in his hand? Yes, it is. This is a really fun inclusion that
I Meet You
support lets you do. Where basically you can reveal Cyber's cards that have 2,300 attack or more, and then add a card to your hand that's the same attribute. Really cool. Fun fact: if you don't summon that monster this turn, you'll actually take that monster's attack points as damage.
Ooh, we can't do that with Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring dropping down.
So no reveal.
All right, we're ashing the I Meet You because we don't want to allow them access to the Ignister portion of the deck.
But going for Splash Mage here is a little risky.
Did Shunping misplay using Lancia first? I don't think so. I think when your opponent activates Gold Sark, you Lancia it every day. Just how it goes.
So there's the Splash Mage.
That'll give the draw to Shunping, and then we're going to use the effect to target White Rabbit.
I mean, the thing is, if this Splash Mage resolves for Heart Scriptor, I think we're pretty much done. So we have to Veiler it.
Ooh, I wonder if that was drawn off the Fualos or not. I wish I knew.
To be a fly on the wall for that one. Setting a card. Ooh, I think Alex may be locked up. think I saw Nibiru the Primal Being, though, in the hand.
Which honestly could save him getting
Crypto's three. Oh yeah, Crypto's three monsters, right?
Card in hand. That Fua
6944.
maybe just drew more non-engine at this rate.
I'll set one.
So set an additional card there.
So my turn?
Yes.
Alex out of this turn. Ping draws.
It is worth noting that Mage can work on Alex's turn, so if it passes
All
back
right,
to
so no Fiendsmith access right now for Shunping because we only had Lurie. We did not have Engraver. Also, Requiem is in the graveyard and was Solemn Strike, so it cannot come back
at least one more turn.
even off of Lacrima.
Draws here.
You know, coming into the format, we were asking ourselves...
Wasn't this Haggard instead? No, right? Because Gold Sarcophagus banished Dormouse, banished
That's definitely the kind of game
the thingy, so none of the things could still come back.
So favorably into a lot of the non-engine
Right.
in this format. So we're going to shotgun the 06 to be able to use the White Rabbit's effect to set. Maybe trying to play around any potential tactics, because I believe we're still in standby phase.
What phase, I guess?
Don't think we've gone any further than that.
Yeah, I think
Plays
should be
two
clarifying
Requiem.
when this is happening.
Did we see two Requiem in game one? We may have.
One in hand, right?
Correct, one in hand. Yep, one in hand. We don't know what that card is. I mean, we do,
That's
but
MTP.
I don't think Shunping knows.
So moving into main phase.
It's going to be pretty rough here with those additional trap cards.
Main phase, normal summon Ice Ryzeal. That's pretty good, but oh, it's Malice in the Mirror.
The Malice in the Mirror on field
Back at you and it's going to say no,
is like a
because that means an
imperm, I
ignition
think.
effect and a banish.
That's right. So we can go ahead and use the
Target a face on monster you control. Banish a Malice from hand or field, and if you do, negate that monster's effects. Yep, so that's going to negate the Ice Ryzeal, but I think the last card in hand for Shunping is Sword Ryzeal, which is the perfect extender here.
You might as well put the monster back on the field in defense mode.
So 40,
There it goes.
41. 41 to 69.
And that is potentially devastating here for Alex.
Just had the sword.
Ooh, that is
The Sword Ryzeal extension here is kind of cracked.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because there's no way you don't just summon Ice Ryzeal by sending one of your cards, using its effect, and then summoning.
The only thing here is I think that card in hand for Alex is a Nibiru, so if Shunping does not carefully play around it here,
Now we just like, all right.
might have some trouble, but I think there's like easy ways to play around.
At home now, Alex has Nibiru, so if Shunping is not careful, he could play into it.
So count it with us, chat. 2.
The thing is, if Shunping has it in his deck, he should easily be able to go for Duo Drive into Cross. However, going second, I've seen some people side out Ryzeal Cross and Node. Like those kind of extenders that you get off of Duo Drive. Sometimes people side it out going second, which is something that may have happened here. So like, I think he's playing Duo Drive. I see it in his extra deck. He's probably playing the cross, but he might have sided it out for going second, which is honestly understandable. It's not a great draw when you're going second into Malice. So, but here it is, if that's the case, we have no way of playing through Nibiru.
3, by the way, chat. 3.
Oh, actually, you know what? No, I think I'm lying to you because Detonator will be summon 5, right? No. The summon of whatever the second level 4 will be summon 5.
Yeah, you got to be really careful here.
Yeah, it's looking like, okay, Node is still there.
Oh, and it looks like
Node is there, it seems like, but I don't see Cross. Yeah.
Node, and our next card appears to
So the hand at this point is going to be Node, Ice, and X'd. Node, Ice, and X'd. I don't think we can push through this Nibiru, and at this point, Alex is going to take it next turn, I think, with the follow-up from the Malice trap that we have set.
Well, I also want to point out, Shunping did not get Cross. And so we can just wait for Detonator and say, Nibiru?
Yeah.
No, you can't wait for Detonator, can you? Because then it pops your MTP7.
The nib token.
Yeah, that's going to be a little rough. And that'll be pretty decent-sized Nibiru token. All right, so we've got the Eclipse Twins. Maybe...
He could chain the MTP to the Nibiru. Yeah, that's right. That's true. By banishing the White Rabbit,
Not
yeah.
getting Cross here does leave Shunping open to the card that we know is in Alex's hand. It's just a matter of how long he's going to wait. And here we see the
Special Node.
This is pretty huge here. Because we can totally wait until after Detonator gets summoned and after the Ice Ryzeal's effect activates to Nibiru at this point.
Yeah.
Ice. Okay.
Yeah, the only summon effect we haven't used yet is Ice Ryzeal.
He has Detonator no matter what. I mean, it's at 1 though.
Taking a quick look over at Alex's graveyard. Nothing too
It's at 1. You just nib on Summon of Detonator and you MTP07 for follow-up. And then what's happening? No, I think he wins.
I think Alex is gonna go like chain link 1 GBC06.
I think Malice wins. I think next turn is gonna be like the follow-up is a train wreck here.
Oh boy, if we see that happen, then I'm gonna go crazy.
That's pretty good. That's some good Yu-Gi-Oh.
Shunping could do a sneaky twins here, then make Detonator.
100% sure Nibiru's in Alex's hand.
I mean, the problem is he could just decide to Nibiru here, right?
Okay, so I'm not crazy.
And then how are we getting to Detonator from this position? Because we have an ice in hand and a sword.
But that's still wild. Nibiru, the problem will be
If you want a special ice, you have to send the sword, which does not work.
You could be a rock.
And Alex knows this. He knows both cards in Shunping's hand. He knows this is not Detonator. And now there's a March here in hand, and the follow-up from this one card is literally game next turn.
Really heads up play from Alex there. Just having this
It is literally game next turn. The game is over.
Beautiful to see.
Even though Alex only has, and this is the crazy part about Malice's follow-up. Alex has one card in hand, and the game ends next turn if he does it properly.
There's that token.
Yeah, and he just scoops. He just scoops because he knows there's a March here in hand.
Second duel is over. Shunping concedes. Yep. Alex has walked it back. We got ourselves.
Is the crazy part.
That was honestly super close. Like game 1, talk about a game of non-engine. This was a duel of side decks right here.
Yeah.
Double strike plus a Nibiru potentially. Oh my goodness.
It's definitely the 50-50.
And so this basically was we have 2 games, which technically Malice has won both of them. How somehow the score is 1-1.
Yeah.
So we're going into a game 3.
Decided out of cross, or he might not even main deck it. You know, I've seen some Ryzeal Fiends players choose not to main deck it because it's considered a quote-unquote brick unless you draw specifically all your Ryzeal's cards, and you'd rather go into Fiendsmith stuff first anyway, and that makes cross harder to use.
It's definitely difficult to figure out, you know, which cards to include. I know when I get back to the lab, I'm going to start working on pure Ryzeal again, and I still haven't seen a single star Ryzeal at the tournament.
Yeah.
So
I'm Manuel. Thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate that.
Non-pure variants.
No, absolutely. Like, playing pure is its own vibe. So, as I'm getting roasted in the chat in real time, it's its own vibe.
No, it's yeah. It's definitely a super cool deck, for sure.
But Shunping in the driver's seat here. Both duelists coming into round 6 with 5.
What happened game 1? He opened 3 hand traps, and then Shunping passed on basically nothing except for Paradise setup and like some non-engine, and he had March here and White Rabbit as the last 2 cards in hand, and then went March here, banish White Rabbit, summon White Rabbit, set TB11, and then did not use TB11 in end phase, banishing the March here and summoning Dormouse. He just left it on the board.
You know, straight from the beginning, like, what's your favorite duel? And they'll be like, it's that 5-parter with Yugi and Kaiba. Well, why is that though? Because they've been playing each other so many times.
It was Ash, Imperm, Impulse, Hair, and Rabbit.
That's exactly what we got. Shunping and Alex have gotten a couple of games, and now they know what's
The
going
God
on.
Hand.
It's like if a game of Yu-Gi-Oh is like an elastic band, game 3 is us just pulling and pulling and pulling and pulling until it snaps, and we see the climactic winner.
Now, if you're hearing time being called on the round in the background, don't worry. That is not applicable to these 2 duelists, and they know that. They're locked in. Shunping just kind of thinking idly to himself. Alex staring at his cards as he gets ready to do a big old shuffle there.
Oh, yeah. Both players, both in this, like, it's been a war of attrition, this match. No one has been an outright favorite. It's all just been about finding the right moments and striking when the iron's hot. But now we could see finally the battle of engines, the battle of...
Which archetype is stronger, Ryzeal or Malice? At this point, Malice.
Either one of these
I think at this point it's not even a discussion anymore.
Only crown 1. Only about halfway through today.
Malice is the stronger deck at the moment.
Yeah, they are
No questions
reconsidering
asked.
their side deck options here. Like I said, they probably have plenty of time, north of 10 minutes plus.
What to do, what to do. Obviously, Shunping going to take the opportunity to go first there. Certainly a strong position for Fiendsmith Ryzeal.
It can always be really tough as like a Malice player when you're side decking because you're like, how many of your Malice trap cards do you take out? I've definitely been punished by siding out MTP07 going second, but then realized we're in a grind game and it would have been very nice.
Yeah. You don't know, though. You try to make your best guess, right? It's easy when you're sitting back, if you're in our seats.
What about Mitsu? Mitsu is pretty good. I think the quality of Mitsu is kind of independent of Ryzeal, though. Like, you might play Ryzeal cards in the deck, but the quality in Ryzeal Mitsurugi and other Mitsurugi variants, I think, comes from the Mitsurugi cards.
Man, I can't,
at the moment.
You just got me thinking about what Yu-Gi-Oh would be like in 2027, and I'm thinking a lot of
I never played combo, but this format it feels needed. I agree. You guys know I'm not a combo player typically, but like I think if I had nationals next week, I might just be running Malice or maybe Mitsurugi. But like I don't have a mid-range solution to the format at this point in time. I'll try to experiment with some stuff, but like depending on which nationals I'm going to, I would just be playing one of those decks at this point in time, and I would just hope that I would activate my I would activate the my TB11 in the end phase if I even played it, and that would be phenomenal.
And by the way, look, they're both sporting those beautiful deck boxes, so we know these gentlemen are both champions. And speaking of champions, let's get back into our championship. It's game 3. We got ourselves a match. As Alex and Shunping are going to duke this out.
Mermail worth looking at? Oh yeah, I think Mermail's worth looking at, yeah.
For round 6.
This round started with Shunping going first, and it's probably going to end with Shunping going first. But will it end in his favor? Let's find out right now.
Alright, we have Molcharmy Perulia, which is pretty good against Ryziel Fiendsmith. That is pretty nasty, actually. That is a very, very good card to have. Of course, the Fiendsmith portion of the deck does not really care about that, but we basically will probably not be seeing any Ryziel plays unless we want to give him 2 draws at least to make a detonator. And that is typically not something you would want to do. It depends on how much non-engine you have in hand. There is a world where we could just be going for a Caesar with the Fabled Lurie into the Requiem, and then just make Caesar with Fiendsmith in Paradise setup, and we just hope that that's good enough with some solid non-engine. The worst position here for Shunping would be if his hand is a lot of Ryziel cards into this Perulia. You would not want to be in a position here where your hand is a lot of Ryziels, because then you're kind of forced to commit if you don't have any non-engine. Because otherwise, if you just go Caesar pass, you risk just losing to a single Imperm. If you don't have good non-engine to back it up. Like I think at least 2 non-engine I would need to be comfortable on Caesar here. Stream start tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna be starting an hour earlier than we did today. So depending on what time zone you're in, just take a look at the when the stream started today, like 7.5 hours ago, an hour earlier than that. And that's a massive Druid Swarm. Ooh, the bell is good though. Oh my god, he got destroyed. Oh my, this man has a gift. This man is gifted to the point of no return.
Banish Engraver, Bell on the Druid's Worm.
Jesus Christ.
Back in the deck. Magnamut on summon effect and search for a dragon at the end of the turn.
Wow.
Okay, Jesus Christ.
That was a lot of stuff.
We are going to see Magnamut's effect activate here.
Oh, Alex is asking, because he has no more dragons in his deck that he can search, is he allowed to activate Magnamut's ability?
You can, yes.
He should be, because
it doesn't target. It doesn't add from the graveyard, yeah.
It can add from the graveyard.
You can activate Magna even if you have no target in the deck at the moment, because in theory there could be one in the grave later.
I guess we'll find out.
It may be mandatory, and because he doesn't have a target currently available, it sounds like he won't be able to use it. I'm not sure how it would actually resolve.
That's an interesting question. We'll have to hit our head judge up after.
By the way, you know what this confirms? It confirms he's playing 1 Druid, 1 Magna. And he opened both, bro. Unless he has like Baldrake in hand too.
Oh my goodness.
I tell you, it's just good Yu-Gi-Oh!
And also from the sound of it, Alex only plays 2 Bestials, the 2 that he had in his hand. So really impactful then.
Well, Druid's Worm and Magnamut to search Druid's Worm still feels good.
100%.
Dual drive without the search.
Ooh, but the dual drive is good. So
Duo Drive resolves. The problem is Duo Drive only searches cards that give them more cards on their Perulia. And I don't know. I mean, there's probably a cross in the deck for going first. Yep, there it is. Which confirms that it was sided out last game. We're going for Ice and Cross. Wait, Ice and Cross?
And then, but if you're
not Node?
Play into this Perulia still, because all the Ryziel monsters are going to do that.
Really are, but you need to have some position.
Why are we not going for Node to play around Perulia?
I won't be able to stop him if I don't make Detonator.
Yeah,
Ash Blossom off the top there.
We're gonna send the Eclipse Twins ? Set that up for
I don't understand the not adding Node here.
You added Ice?
Yeah, Ice and Field.
Ice is in hand. 4 cards in hand for now.
We're going to Ash Blossom the X effect to search to deny access to Node, I believe.
Ash the X Ryziel.
I think that almost flags that there isn't a Nubier the prime.
Okay, no node.
Yeah, you could set that out going second. Or no, I think you could keep it in. It depends on how scared Alex was of Cross.
At least the idea is if you didn't Ash Blossom, your opponent would keep playing, they'd keep summoning, and then you could Nubier putting yourself in a very strong position.
Ice send the duo drive to summon itself. Another draw off of Perulia. Opponent is on 5 cards in hand. 5 cards in hand after using Magna and Ash Blossom. There's a detonator. Attach a Eclipse Twin.
Unfortunately,
and that's the end of the turn. We can draw with Cross. We can draw one with Cross here. Hail Mary for a non-engine, I suppose. We also have Lacrima and Requiem in the graveyard. We can set up Fiendsmith in Paradise, but it is going to cost us our Cross Negate to do that, because in order to set up Lacrima into Requiem, we have to stop the Druid Worm with the Cross, so that's going to not be free, basically. It's going to cost us 1 material on the detonator, and we can't use Cross on anything else.
100%.
Twins would be live. Oh yeah, we don't even draw with Cross because we would take out the last Exceed from the graveyard. Oh, that's even worse. That's even worse. Metal Tronus, please. Bro, that'd be the chosen move right now. If they just activate Metal Tronus right now, they are God.
But you'd be giving up your battle phase, so your kind of ceiling of what you could do with this turn just because you're staring down. Ryziel Detonator goes down. So maybe there's something else. There's a lot of new cards that have come out this format, so we'll see if there's any secret.
The thing is, we might just lose to a single Typhon as well. If we have to cross the Druid Worm, we just get cooked by Typhon, no?
Going for game turn looks very different than a not going for game turn. Is that a battle phase crash Magnamut into detonator?
Put the dark in the graveyard.
Are we going to imperm this detonator and then?
Oh, it might be imperm.
Maybe.
Imperm's pretty good.
Detonator? I don't care about Eclipse Twins. You're never getting it back.
It is imperm. Okay.
There it is.
Okay.
So we're gonna have to chain detonator here.
It's a little low on time though to be crashing into this.
Impulse.
We'll see. It might be what we have to do. I mean, detonator is a huge problem. It can pop itself here.
So they are going to go ahead and detach and ping, taking the heads up there, or at least you could hear us from here.
You do not chain the Druid Worm here because it would just be a free cross negate. That's going to be Eclipse Twins activating.
And we have the chain of impulse because we control Ryziel Cross. We can activate it and stop the Eclipse Twins effect.
That's crazy.
Bro is God.
So Ryziel Cross.
Bro is actually just God. Bro is God.
But giving the opponent the ability to Dominus Impulse because there is a card on the field.
Okay, the only good thing here is that we cannot Bestial this Lacrima now. We cannot Bestial this Lacrima because there's no monster. It's not a quick effect.
You are cheering for. This is pretty cool. Now there could have been some different routes in hindsight 2020. We get that, but both duelists giving it their all.
And Shunping here is playing around, of course, Bestial Druid Swarm. But
I do not know why we're shuffling like this because we're going to activate Requiem.
Yeah.
Anyways.
We never use the effect of Magnamut. Ooh, if I'm Alex, this Druid Swarm could be huge because it might deny the Light Fiends that Shunping needs to go for a Desiree play.
It's battle phase. Yeah, he could still summon the Druid Swarm and attack because it can only tag out in the main main phase. I mean, not doing that though.
Recycles that detonator because it's the only one he has.
That is true. That is another throw, right? From both sides, right? Shunping should not have brought back the Requiem in the battle phase, and Alex should have realized that we could have attacked over it.
Maybe Fiendsmith Requiem to the graveyard, get Lacrima send Fiendsmith in Paradise to the graveyard, and then
Impulse was legal because Cross is there.
Yeah, but unfortunately that would resolve. Right, so it'd be Chainlink 1, Dormouse, Chainlink 2, Lacrima, dump. And then on
Impermed in main phase 2? Oh, that's possible. It's possible he went battle phase crash and then main phase 2 imperm, which was also technically a mistake in that case. I suppose, but it's possible.
Go for it anyway, maybe just to cycle past the Druid Worm, force it.
Alex double checking. I don't see any Light Fiends in there besides Requiem, so if we just chain Druid Swarm, this could be it.
Yeah, if Requiem is the only Light Fiend,
because if
it is the only Light Fiend, right? This does not mean anything if you just Bestial it.
see what we got here.
Yeah.
There it is.
It cooks.
There it is.
It cooks.
Just like Alex wrote it up.
Not trying to play the duel for these two duelists, but the best moves seem to be very visible, and both of these duelists are just making some of the best moves possible.
And you got to give respect to Schmidt here. He's pulling out all the stops trying to stop Alex, but he was able to draw 3 cards off Perulia in a Malice deck. That's all the gas you need.
At this point, I hate to say it, but I think the only win con is time here for Shunping, because we're in main phase 2 for for Alex, and
because my plan is just to have another.
I don't think he can win this game off of just playing Yu-Gi-Oh.
You never know. There are blowouts for sure.
It's only winnable if there's... Okay, Effect Veiler is the last card in hand that we don't know. The other card in hand, I think, is Ice Ryziel. We're linking off for Lingaribo. Do we have an extender in hand? We do have an extender with the quickness. That is a backup at Ignister. This Shunping cannot even be thinking about anything anymore. We know all the cards he has available. He cannot be thinking about anything. Technically, right? There's an Ice Ryziel in hand, a Lacrima on the board, a Cross on the board. That is all the cards they have. It's everything we know. And this should just be game, right? This Druid Worm should send the Lacrima. The White Binder should banish everything out of the graveyard. And the game is definitely ending here.
Useless for now. It's a great card otherwise. But this is kind of where the floodgates have broken. And the water's just pouring through.
Yep, and here we got a Link 2 using 2 Cybers here to go into the Splash Mage. This will give us a red.
Can you Splash Mage? Yeah, you can Splash Mage, right?
More than enough for Alex to potentially go for game here.
So much damage.
It is worth noting that if we link off this Druid Swarm, we'll just get rid of the Lacrima. It's pretty cool. Yep, so we will not be able to summon back out that Dormouse by banishing it, but we can just banish the
Detonator.
Oh, that's critical. Losing Ryziel Detonator and Fiendsmith Engraver.
And Dual Drive.
The thing is, depending on how much life points he pays this turn, he also might just be winning the game off of GWC anyways.
Here we can get TB11 too. Okay,
there's GWC.
That'll bring back out that Dormouse that we need. Give us an extra draw.
Now we haven't banished the White Binder, so
Shunping has 1 card in hand. Shunping has 1 card in hand.
During the battle phase, and then using its own effect to special summon it for another attack.
100%.
Uh-oh. That may not be good for Shunping.
Wizard bring.
We have not used Dormouse yet, right? Because it was sent by Fiendsmith in Paradise. We could use Dormouse unless Wizard negates it. I'm not sure. That is not summoning. You don't have a zone, right? Yeah. Okay, we are in the territory where the only lose condition here is throwing. Indeed. The only lose condition right now is throwing the game, and we are apparently.
I'm gonna commit to a Link Summon.
But he can't use those monsters. He has to include White Binder in this Link Summon. Yeah, so basically he like sent illegal targets to the graveyard, but he's not illegally summoning a monster yet.
Or he can't Link Summon with those 3. He doesn't have a zone. What are they trying to make him do?
No. Not to my knowledge.
Yeah, so like they're just asking, is there a monster you can legally summon using those 3 cards? And
Bro, how? What are you supposed to summon?
It would have to be some sort of contact fusion of some core.
I'm going to commit to a Link Summon anyway.
Yeah.
But
I'm going to commit to a Link Summon anyway. I just picked them. Okay.
Yeah, so to my knowledge, the ruling is like, if you have a legal target and you send those things to the graveyard, you got to summon that. But he just doesn't have a legal one. And so he has to redeclare the targets to send.
Okay, so now we gotten rid of those, and we are bringing out Heart's Cryptor.
And then we're just going to link these 2 off into like, it doesn't really matter necessarily. Oh, Access Code Talker.
Wow.
Bro, you're in main phase 2. You're in main phase 2.
That in his deck.
Anything else? I like the Access Code effect.
5,300.
I'll destroy Cross.
It would destroy
I guess it's still good.
Pay 900 to summon back out White
To just clear the cross. I guess it still works. Draw a card of White Binder. At this point, we haven't even paid enough life points to lose to the
What'd I say?
to lose to the time, right? We can still gain more than be paid.
Not a spread. But I think they're calculating the math up now.
Dormouse was negated. I'm so sorry.
Oh, that's right.
Dormouse was negated, so it is just 23. But
so
we
it's
have
no 600.
But we have 06, so
that's true. That's
true.
true.
Use that and.
Can this make the Allied Code Talker Topologic Bomber Drag?
Whoa!
What episode of Brains?
That's spicy.
That's kind of awesome.
I'm a 63, correct?
Interesting.
Is there something I don't know about? Why didn't we go?
Special effective.
Oh, I think we just. Oh, this was the main phase 2.
So, just as an update for players at home, Alex is getting procedural and minor for that illegal attempt at Link summoning. Again, just a warning, friends. Not a big deal. But you do have to keep track of that. And he did.
Aggregator.
So, good on him.
One search, 2 target bomber.
But yeah, we're going back into it. Okay.
Sure. So aggregator, target bomber. So now there's not going to be any Raigeki type effects.
No way he's losing, right?
I can't believe he summoned Bomber Dragon. That's awesome.
There's no way he's losing.
Really cool. I think what he figured out is, in the same way that you did the math and you realized that it wouldn't have been enough, he probably wanted to do just a different kind of setup and thought he might be able to do it. Maybe there's a Bestial Sarnier in his hand to keep things going. Not sure.
Yeah, but I mean, like you said, he had the 06, right? Is there... Maybe it wasn't allowed to be activated or something? I'm not sure.
Exciton Knight is live because of the field spell.
Exciton Knight, our evil swarm friend, is going to go ahead and remove a material here. It's a light fiend as well. Clear everything. Going to have GW.
But doesn't Exciton Knight say you can't take any damage?
I'll gain 20. Hard scripter. I mean 25. Yeah, so we're just going to gain the 2,500 life points off the hard scripter here, but it'll still be destroyed because of the Exciton Knight. And there we go.
So they use the effect. They won't be inflicting damage.
Not expecting that outcome.
Was there something keeping Alex from attacking? I don't think so.
Okay.
Right?
I'm not sure.
Battle.
Oh, okay. He doesn't take any damage, right? Because of Exciton.
Yeah. Oh, he's just doing it as a sign of.
Dominance, oh,
and that's the handshake.
Because it was time in the round.
Oh, I see. And because the Exciton Knight, I see. Okay, so Shinping, class act, showing some cool combos there at the end. Definitely some creativity. But Alex is your winner due to the life gain on the GWC 06.
Yep, really had to play there from Alex, recognizing that he could do that.
What happened? Malice won in time because Shunping had to go through Exciton Knight to even have a chance in this game, and Exciton Knight says you do not inflict any damage for the rest of the turn. So if you resolve Exciton, you cannot actually do damage, and so Alex just gained life points off of the Malice trap, went up to 8,800, and then yeah.
Cranking out advantage, not necessarily these micro 1-for-1 trades, but when the 1-for-1
Shunping was scoop baiting for sure.
Oh my goodness, when the
possible, yeah, I don't know.
By the grave came down, just crazy stuff. So, well, maybe there's no right answer for this format. Maybe it's just whatever good moves you can make at the time.
And all those really like tension grabbing plays, you know, you're like, oh, activate ice, oh, activate imperm.
Cowboy would have tied? No, Cowboy would not have tied because Cowboy would have been banished by the thing, right? The hard scripter. Because if you make Cowboy, they can't,
in the game of Yu-Gi-Oh!
Like they can just GWZ and banish it.
Taking a moment now. He is still 5-1. There's the smile. Took a second to process that, but he's back in. He knows he can do it. Alex with the
That was great Yu-Gi-Oh! To me. It was, all things considered, a pretty good round. Because I will say, out of all the things that we've seen on stream today as well, Alex made a mistake or two that we've been talking about a lot, but overall, their play was not bad. You know, like they played it well outside of those one or two things. And it was an interesting match because there was a lot to talk about, a lot of different lines that people could have taken, a lot of different interactions that happened. So it was a good round for that. I feel like that was fine. It showcased a lot about Malice, where like a lot of the things that Malice is good at, and but it did showcase that even if you're playing a very broken deck like Malice and you're being dealt a very broken hand like we did in game 1, a single misplay can still cost you the entire game. So like Malice by no means is a deck that doesn't require skill. That is also not something I ever said. Like that deck, it is still a combo deck, and combo decks require skill to pilot. And that is definitely true. Yeah. So like my critique of Malice is never that it's not like Tenpai or whatever or Stun, where it feels like people aren't earning their wins because they're not playing well or anything like that. It definitely does require skill, and you got to see the lines and know the lines and everything. But still, if anyone pulls it off, the deck is still too powerful, I think. If someone plays it properly, the deck is just crazy.
Let's go ahead and send over to a really swell guy in Stephen Kangas to talk to our winner, Alec.
But it was a good match overall.
Thank you very much, Steven. I have Alex here on stage with me. Congratulations on your
Master Duel player here. How does timer work? In TCG at the moment, if time is called, you don't play until the end of the turn. You play until the end of the phase. So if you're in main phase when time is called, you only play until the end of main phase, and then the player with more life points
He's one
wins.
of the goats. Throughout the entire game, I wasn't prepared for him to be on Bailey.
In Swiss rounds, yeah. In Top Cut, it's different because a winner has to be determined, because in Swiss, if it's the same life points, it's just a
I could have
draw.
won that game, but I misplayed, and me and him talked about it. It was more of just making lizard dose before acting TP11. And,
Stun requires skill. Oh, I'm talking about like the in-game skill, not the skill of like being able to shuffle your deck and draw cards and stuff. Like the physical skills, yes, but like I meant like in the game.
Honestly, not that much. I did like 2 days of testing, and I mean, we're 6-0, so.
Hey, not too bad results. But you, outside of a competitor, you're also a judge. You mentioned that before coming up here, so I want to get your thoughts. What's your favorite part about judging?
Honestly, just keeping everyone honest and just like hanging out with people.
You know, that's a good answer. Was Schmidt being honest on stage today?
He was honest.
All right, love to see it. Any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home, Alex?
Shout out to everyone back home in Florida. Shout out Julie. Yeah, all the judges in Florida.
All right, shout out to the judges. Shout out to you, Alex. Congratulations on the win. Let's throw it back to the casters.
Ah, beautiful to see another humble duelist just showing, hey, I'm here, I'm doing the best I can. Got a few days of testing under my belt, but when you're up against...
Have you seen the top table breakdown yet?
2 years of testing. That's a stressful match. So great
The
job,
funny
Alex.
thing is, I actually have not checked whether I can access the written coverage this time around, because last time and the one before that, it was not possible to access the written coverage from Germany for whatever reason. I don't know, but let me see. Konami blog.
That's right, you can play it via
ECG event. Nope.
the brand new selection pack on
We cannot access it.
You can construct a whole new slew of
You do
decks
not
to
have
ensure
permission to
most
access this
current
resource.
YCS Terror in Memento.
Oh, I know. Think about this, back-to-back Memento wins, right?
It's been
YCS
terrific.
Mexico City was won by a Memento duelist, and YCS Houston was won by a Memento duelist. So, just showing how good the additional testing you can get out of there really pays
Use a
off.
VPN. I haven't set it up on my computer. We have one, but only on like the TV.
And just having a grand old time on ranked.
I don't even know my password for it.
And for me, Memento is such a cool deck. So I think, you know, when I get back to the
So if there actually is a top table breakdown, would anyone be kind enough to screenshot it and send it to me on Discord so we can take a look at it? That'd be wonderful.
In case you gotta get out there and judge, we'd love to have you up here in uniform.
Unless you're from Germany, in which case you're excused.
Before we come back to round 7, gonna have a little break here, but as always, don't go anywhere. We got lots of dueling action to come.
There's a chance they might not be giving us a backup feature this round because this match was pretty long. So there's a world where we just don't have enough time for a backup feature. Can you access it? No, I cannot access any of the Yu-Gi-Oh blog. I don't know why. I just sent it to you. Okay. Thank you. All right. Hold up. YCS Providence, top tables, round 5. Ignister Malice, 30% of the top 20 tables. Mitsurugi Ryziel, 27%. The interesting part about this graph, let's combine the Mitsurugi versions and let's combine the Malice versions. Okay, so we have Mitsurugi Ryziel, Octodic Mitsurugi, 34. Beansmith Mitsurugi, 39. And Pure Mitsurugi, 42. 42% Mitsurugi in total versus 30% plus 5%, 35. Plus 3, 38. So, actually, if you combine them all together, we have a slight lead for Mitsurugi.
Whether you're here to play in the main event or public events,
Hold on, Billy. Slightly more Malice than Mitsurugi here at the top tables in round 5. Of course, round 5 is relatively early into the tournament, but a picture is definitely starting to form here. Where Mitsurugi and Malice, as to no one's surprise, these two decks are the top dogs with quite a large gap, right? Like we're talking 42% Mitsurugi variants, 38 or whatever it was Malice, which is a total of 80% between the two in the top tables. In the early rounds, top tables, we have about 80% between Malice and Mitsurugi. And then the next biggest thing has a whopping 5%, and that's Memento. And then we've got Blue Eyes also on 5. And then we've got like basically all the others are one-offs. We've got a Horus Christian, a Mathmech Ryziel, whatever. An Azumina White Forest. I think we saw that one on feature. A pure Ryziel deck, and that's basically it, right? So I mean, so far for the first tournament of the season or Duelist Alliance format or whatever, this is very much as expected. I think this is at least from my knowledge, what everyone was expecting this format to be is a lot of Mitsu, a lot of Malice. And then Memento, the next biggest, essentially. Not a single water deck here. So water apparently currently at least a little behind in terms of the combo decks. Even White Forest has more representation in top tables at the moment than water. This should cover all the undefeated duelists pretty much. So at the moment, it seems like there is not a single undefeated water duelist. And undefeated, I mean like no loss or draw. Well, we'll see. Actually, this was in round 5. I don't know how many undefeateds there were going into round 5, right? Because we've just finished round 6. So it might look a little bit different at this point. But this is definitely what we're going to see. A decent amount for the rest of the tournament and tomorrow as well when it gets to Top Cut. It's going to be very dominated by Malice and Mitsurugi, for sure. Do you find it interesting that Ryziel Mitsurugi is still the most popular variant of the deck? Interesting, yes. It's definitely a little shocking to see almost no pure. At the same time, it doesn't specify how big the Ryziel engines are in these decks, because I've seen everywhere from very large Ryziel packages to very, very minimalistic Ryziel packages in Mitsurugi. Like, I've seen people play like, I don't know, 12 Ryziel cards. I've seen people play like the minimum of like 5 as well. It's very, and they do function very differently depending on which one you go for, right? So I don't think it's even like necessarily correct. I mean, of course you're going to group them in the same category, but it doesn't really tell you that much. I do think from what we've seen so far on the stream and what my first impression of the format was, I think Dominus Impulse is a banger card at the moment, and the fact that pure Mitsurugi can potentially use Dominus Impulse, I think, is a huge benefit for the deck. So yeah, I think that's something to consider. One Ryziel gets you full Mitsu combo. I mean, yes, of course. We understand the synergy. We understand why they're being played together. Do you think Mitsurugi can push Ryziel while in the OCG Ryziel is nowhere to be seen? I mean, yes, but at the same time, I think Mitsurugi Ryziel is a very different deck from pure Ryziel or Fiendsmith Ryziel. Like, I think it's not really that much of a Ryziel deck, at least from what I'm feeling about it. It feels more like a Mitsurugi deck. At least that's the one that I prefer. The one that has more Mitsu cards and less Ryziel cards at the moment. I think that's better. But, well. Why is Mitsurugi not performing in the OCG? Because they don't have it. It's a TCG exclusive. great question. I mean, if you don't know it's a TCG exclusive, it is a realistic question to ask, right? Like that's a fair question if you don't know that. So is Mitsu the best TCG exclusive since Burning Abyss? It might very well be. I mean, Dangers, I think Dangers also take a spot there, because Dangers were also insane at the time when they came out. Like nowadays, you might not think Dangers are this crazy, but Spiral does not count. Spiral does not count, and I'll tell you why Spiral does not count. Spiral was absolute dog water ass until they got the OCG support, which was double Helix. Spiral did nothing as a TCG exclusive. It did absolutely nothing. It does not count. But I think Burning Abyss, Danger, and now Mitsurugi are probably like the top 3 TCG exclusive archetypes in the last 10 years. Or 11, I guess, with Burning Abyss. Odeon? Odeon is good. Same with Cosmo. Both of those decks were good, not to the level of those others, I think. I think Odeon does not compete it's not in the same bracket as those others in terms of meta relevance. Even Cosmo. I think Cosmo is just worse than BA by a lot. But Cosmo was good. Cosmo was a good deck. For sure. Gold Pride got some YCS wins. I feel like you're making that up. There's no way Gold Pride won a YCS and I don't know about that. I feel like that just made up. Especially the fact you said some YCS wins. Oh, you meant tops. Okay, well, there is a significant difference between those two things. But yes, I mean, Gold Pride wasn't terrible, right? But I think I think no one would argue that Gold Pride is in like top 3 TCG exclusive archetypes or whatever. No shot. Which YCS location in Europe has had the worst food options? Ugh, I don't know, man. I can't answer that. I didn't pay that much attention to it. There's definitely nothing that comes to mind right now where I'm like, that the food there was not good. I don't know.
All right, hello and welcome back, everyone. Billy Break and Asala back at it again here for round number 7.
I usually bring a lot of stuff to YCSs these days.
Here to bring you the most exciting, the most wonderful, the most spectacular duels that we have here at the Yu-Gi-Oh!
I have the pie chart after round 6. Just send them over whenever they do a new one. Just send me on Discord and I'll see it.
And last round, that was some excellent gameplay between 2 really good duelists.
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be a lot of that going forward, though, because I'm really looking forward to this round right here. We have 2 incredible duelists facing off.
Definitely. We're always looking forward to the future, but this tournament has been a long one. As I mentioned, we're already in round number 7. We started with so many players in the tournament, over 50.
I still find it crazy that at American YCSs, they have 11 rounds of Swiss, and they split it 9 and 2 between day 1 and day 2, instead of 8 and 3.
I mentioned over 1,500. Actually,
it is crazy to me. Do not go 8 and 3. Every time I stream them, I'm like, please, why don't we stop after 8 rounds? Why can't we go and have a break?
After the few rounds of Swiss we have left, but we're gonna take that top 128 or whichever one have 19 points or more, something like that, that are able to come back for day number 2. All the X2s, as it were. People with 2 losses will still have that opportunity to come back in the morning.
They need the extra time to re-sleeve everyone's decks in Konami sleeves on day 2. True.
Let's go ahead and find out who we have dueling
True.
in the 7 feature match. Kangas, who's on the stage with you?
All right, who do we have?
And up first in the blue
Ooh, Carl.
from Elmont, New York. Wants to
Pure Ryziel.
Pascal, who just won YCS Houston. Carl Menegat. And his opponent today in the red chair from Knoxville,
Ooh, okay.
your YCS Orlando.
Pure Mitsurugi.
Shout out to Goo Gaming.
Pure Mitsurugi versus Pure Ryziel here. With two pretty successful players. Let's get a prediction in here. Who wins? We have Carl versus Tavion. Well, I'm always too slow. Prediction is already running. Pure Ryziel versus Pure Mitsu. Two decks that you usually see combined, going at each other on the opposite side of the table here. Pure Ryziel, not a very well represented deck at all in this format. Of course, having lost a lot of consistency from having all of the names semi-limited alongside Bonfire limited, now basically relying entirely on 7th Tachyon and whatever the other spell is called, man, I forgot the name. 7th Ascension, to grab their cards, and but did get some help from the recent set. Star Ryziel still has not made an appearance on the stream today. I mean, we've seen it in hand, I think, earlier once, but we haven't seen it summoned, actually. We have not seen a Star Ryziel hit the field, if I'm correct. So, that's something that the Pure Ryziel deck is definitely banking on, right? That card is a decent bit of help for the deck. It's a very good card. Hasn't really seen spotlight so far, but maybe it will in this round. On the other side, we have Pure Mitsurugi, which is a pretty cool and interesting deck. Definitely has a lower ceiling than the Ryziel variant, but I appreciate that. I like the gameplay a lot more of the Pure deck. It's more fun to watch, I think. It still has some pretty good options when it comes to the extra deck. I've seen different approaches by different players of what you can do with those. I mean, of course, you're going to summon the ritual monsters, but there's always the question of what do you do with the other bodies you have, because you have some level 4s that you can turn into some stuff. People have been doing IP Masquerena. You can make any rank 4. You can make, like, I've seen people do Gallant Granite to add Nibiru from the deck to the hand. I've seen people do 3 level 4s into the Satellar Knight or whatever, the Ptolemeus into Infinity, all that kind of stuff. We'll see. Dynamondo is an option. Gusto Emerald to draw more non-engine, I suppose, yeah.
But it's been working out for them so far, and we'll see how they prepared for each of these matchups. I think both these players are going to be well equipped to face the other strategy that they're facing down, mainly because these are some of the most popular decks going into this meta.
Yeah, maybe not like the most popular variants of these decks, but definitely popular strategies in general. Like, people were prepared for the Mitsurugi cards. They are prepared.
Darkor, thank you for the bits. Yeah, it's very unusual for a TCG support to be this powerful and this affordable at the same time. What's the most expensive Mitsurugi card? Probably the Ritual spell at this point.
He doesn't just play what the norm is. There's always going to be something that can catch his opponents off guard, and we're going to see how those cards are going to come into play here. Yeah, his deck is cool.
The Ritual is at 30 right now. Yeah.
There's definitely choices in Carl's deck.
So many choices that I can't wait to see if he draws. But Tavion,
all right, we have a 7 here from Tavion and an 8 from Carl. So Pure Ryziel going to go first here in round number 7. Game 1. And I see a couple of Charmies in the opening hand already, as well as, I think it's 3 Charmies for Carl. I see 3 Charmies for Carl. Going first. Man, I can't even with all these Charmies in these main decks, man. Uvad in draw phase as well, which is typically not a problem. Oh, he's gonna get murdered for that deck placement. Yep. That's how he. That's 4 Charmies.
I saw a lot of Charmies.
That's 4 Charmies.
Not what you want to see when you're going first, but the extra seal will be nice.
What the? Oh my God, bro! Won the dice roll and opened 4 Charmies.
Both players have knowledge into the opposing.
This is your format, everybody. This is your format.
Known players, it's very frequent that one gets around, right? I think a decision could have been made if you have a stack of Molcharmies in your hand and you got.
Oh my God, bro! Bro is probably main decking 9 Charmies. unironically,
But
at this
if
point.
you know you're playing against Pyramid Tsurugi, they will give you minimal draws. And
Oh, boy.
He can put a lot of damage out very quickly, that is for sure. But now he's going to follow up the special summon of X and Sword with a summon of Ice Ryzeal. That's going to special summon a monster from the deck, and this is going to give Tavion his first card to be drawn.
Is there an argument to just pass with that hand? Unfortunately, I think the answer is no.
He didn't have to
Because
to extend at this point, but we can set
if
up the
you
Star
do
Ryzeal
that,
now.
you probably just die against most meta decks, even if you double charmy them.
Set a Ryzeal Speller Trap on. Once it was special summon, he's going to set Ryzeal Cross and activate it.
Yeah, he's just going to flip it up immediately. No point setting it down here.
All right, let's see where he goes next. He knows he's going to have to at least give Tavion one more draw. Let's see if he goes for Duo Drive or Detonator. Looks like it's going to be straight into the Detonator, so another draw here for Tavion.
Detonator with an Eclipse Twins. With the Eclipse Twins is not live. There is no other Xyz monster that is usable, so we're going to have to give another draw here. Is that going to be Baguska? I imagine Baguska is the one if you're trying to survive the turn.
Oh, 4 charmies, man.
No, it won't be Duo Drive here. Okay.
4 charmies!
But I do like he is showing off what Alliance Insight did to change the Ryzeal strategy. A lot of times you're going to be able to access that Ryzeal Cross from the new Ryzeal, Star Ryzeal, with before you even go into Duo Drive, so you can almost guarantee that you're going to get to be able to resolve that effect.
Dude, at this point, it's so late that I just can't do anything else but just friggin' cackle at 4 charmies in their opening hand. I got nothing else.
So yeah, it really extended the plays with that Star Ryzeal.
I mean, this gives you a little bit more flexibility, right? If you have access to Cross outside of Duo Drive and you can still resolve Duo Drive, that means you can search some, you know, potentially win more cards like that.
Node and plugin.
And Node Ryzeal.
Node and plugin. Interesting. No Star Ryzeal once again here, anywhere in the combo. I'm actually surprised by that.
Back at YCS Houston, where Carl's brother passed
No
out
Star Ryzeal to grab the trap card.
because it had such a good matchup against Ryzeal. I wonder if he got all of
Bro, Tavion's hand is insane.
So he knew all those key
I see
points.
pre-prep.
Oh, definitely.
I see a bunch of Mitsurugi cards, dude. It's actually insane. We're using Bell here on the Node Ryzeal, because why not? Worst case, it's just gonna take one material off this Ryzeal, of this detonator because of Cross. So we chain the plugin to just bring back the thing. Anyways, which is pretty good. And then we just get material number 4 onto this detonator. Set Plasma Hole. Why are we attaching to the Duo Drive? Why not to the detonator? Why is that material better on the Duo Drive?
Because you have the flexibility while having just more access to Cross.
I am confused. I guess maybe because you want to split out the materials for the Cross Negate, so that if they deal with the detonator, you still have it on the Duo Drive, I suppose. It's a little safer into something like Metal Tronus, sure.
This was already all decided by him a long time ago.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of players are actually just choosing to play into the Charmies.
Oh, actually, I mentioned the pre-prep earlier, but Tavion has the ritual spell in hand that is your target for pre-prep, and you need that in the deck to be able to use pre-prep. The card has an effect to shuffle itself back into the deck, but it does have to, like, you do have to be playing somewhat to be doing that.
But you were right, Baguska was on his mind, and that was where he was going to end up going in the end. Baguska really strong against Pyramid Tsurugi.
Baguska just kind of strong against everything. Like, it's like, even if Malice is like
Roland Lockbird for turn here for Tavion. 8 cards in hand. 8 cards in hand.
Yeah, he's terribly tired, but he's hanging around. So Tavion with
Neo Temporal, thank you for the 14 months. I would imagine you still play like 1 Big Jaws and 1 Armored Shark, whatever it's called. Maybe not, though. Oh no, I think it's worth trying.
have some cool tech choices, and this is Pato Extravagance here in the Pyramid Tsurugi deck.
I mean, the Mitsurugi deck does.
Extravagance is another reason to play Pyramid Tsurugi, I guess. It makes the deck even weaker into Droll Lockbird, technically. But the fact that you don't need your extra deck that much is pretty cool about it.
Pot of Prosperity, Gordian Slicer, Ultimate Slayer, you know?
Yeah, how do we beat Baguska, guys?
I wish how many cards are in his hand? So many. He's spreading them out, looking at all. I mean,
How are we beating Baguska?
And now I mentioned that there is a new Mitsurugi ritual spell, and that's going to be Mitsurugi Mirror.
That's a ritual summon from hand.
It's basically just a normal ritual spell. from the hand or grave, but
Dynamondo could answer it, yeah.
But I mean, not
But the problem is there's a Ryziel Cross.
coming back from the graveyard by
So
themselves.
if we're trying to out it with a monster effect, it might not work.
But Mitsugumi are just going to be used here like a traditional ritual spell.
Surely we play the Kaiju. Literally no one at the moment is playing the new Kaiju Mitsurugi card. No one is playing that. Which is not, I'm not too surprised by it because it doesn't really do anything going first. It is a pretty cool card though. I do think it's quite good when you're going second, of course. But no one is main decking it. Maybe some people are side decking it. Wait, you're using your cross negate?
Yep, he is going to use the Ryziel Cross.
Using cross to negate a graveyard effect is kind of bold, I feel like.
Already in his hand.
Okay, now we can.
Because now you just open yourself up to outing the Baguska. Even something like SP Little Knight, if they still have it in the extra deck, can now just out the Baguska.
Cards that came out in Alliance Insight.
We talked about custom cards before. I mean, that's probably the most custom card I've ever read.
It's a good one. Does a lot for you. You're able to get access to a search for a summoning of Mitsurugi.
Magatama will out it. Oh, you think they're main decking Magatama? I've not seen a lot of people main deck Magatama.
Tribute off the field, you're going to get another additional card to your hand.
But yeah, I guess that's the thing, right? That's the thing with a deck like Mitsurugi. The more...
A lot of people are making sure to include Droll and Lockbird in the
Who dat?
here this weekend.
Is that they're main decking it?
When he opted for Wosu,
Oh!
it's essentially like a pseudo kaiju.
Ooh!
I mean, that's a very easy out to Baguska.
Dude, that thing goes in here. I was not expecting that. I'm not gonna lie, I did not think that was there. I did not think that was in their deck, but that's sick right now.
The opposite of what Carl wants to see.
That's great.
When your opponent has 13 cards in hand.
So you can now tribute whatever you want, plus you tribute a monster from your hand, which is actually not even a downside. As long as you have something to tribute, that's just another free ad.
Alliance Insight, you have to know that there is something there, because he definitely tested and prepared for this event. And he's already 6-0.
That's nice.
I played in a lot of YCSs. I didn't go 6-0 in a lot of them, so you definitely a good feeling once you get that many wins under your belt. You don't have to live life on
Special, tribute the Habakiri. The problem is here. Do you tribute the Baguska or do you tribute the Detonator? Because the problem now is the Detonator is now live again. And the Detonator also has an Eclipse Twin under it, which means that you could at some point bring back the Baguska, right? Like you can go Detonator pop, and then Detonator pop itself with the Eclipse Twins, and then Eclipse Twin can bring back Baguska.
Yeah, there's nothing protecting them, but Amino Murakumo does have an effect on the field that
technically
can, respond to almost negate a card effect as long as you don't discard a card.
Yeah, and I think he has plenty of dead Molcharmies.
Bro, no, Carl's forced to discard a card. No, the Charmy.
Interesting. He had so many.
Not my Charmies.
Four Molcharmies going first.
Okay, look. Here's the thing. You cannot possibly lose the game to 1 Ice Ryziel and 4 Charmies when you have Molcharmy Fuvalos in your hand. That cannot be legal, right? That just cannot be a legal sequencing of things. Like you cannot.
Make it live again. There is
How does that?
Hole in the graveyard. I'm not really sure what it's going to be able to do in this position.
I think you gotta quit.
We're gonna have to see if it's gonna be helpful, but Carl is definitely low on cards. Tavion with a plentiful hand, gonna be able to add Mitsurugi prayers here from the deck to the hand.
A lot of resources finally being used now. Now we're back to 5 cards in hand.
Finally, just down to 5 now. Maybe is it 6? No, it is 5. Okay.
Normal summon.
Normal summoning.
I don't even know what the name of that one is. It's the one that adds back from graveyard.
It's not Sanji.
Kusanagi hits the field.
Kusanagi. Yeah, that's the one.
Graveyard.
Yeah. Kusanagi.
Looks like he's thinking about the Mitsurugi ritual. Nope. He's gonna go for Fitsu.
Interesting choice going for a monster in this position.
Target. Thinking on target. Yep.
It's gonna be chain. That's gonna be Baguska coming back. Baguska is gonna come back. Because this is gonna pop itself, and then Baguska will return under the Eclipse Twin, or they just bring back Detonator. But I think it's Baguska. I think it's probably better to bring back Baguska here.
Summon Baguska.
He could summon Baguska back. Looks like we're gonna be chaining prayers here, opting to. Looks like, is he gonna tribute? I guess is the real question. We are gonna be tributing as oh, well, not sure.
This is like the first like break in like.
What does Mitsurugi Mirror exactly read like?
So he's gonna tribute the food.
It says if one of them is tributed, you can put it back to the deck, right? Does it have to be tributed from the field?
He's able to add a card from hand and then pay 800 to special summon back.
Can Tavion add it back to the deck now?
Likely going to be reborning the Murakumo here.
Tributed from anywhere. Okay. Okay, so we can.
You mentioned that being a custom card is a powerful effect, but it is.
Ooh, this is sick, right? Because the way this plays out,
We'll see about that. We'll see about that. But yeah, the Ame no Mura come back, and he is gonna summon back the Baguska with a detonator on it.
Oh no. Okay.
Cool. See, like the way like Carl plays, like he knew that like he's not thinking, he's like guiding himself. Like it becomes like second nature.
Yeah, this goes back into the deck now. But now it's just Dynamondo, right?
I'm a big Carl fan. If you didn't know that, like,
Or can we not Dynamondo?
He earned so much respect from me.
Are we locked from the what's it called? Woso? Hold up.
I gotta admit, Carl beats me every time too.
That's what I'm saying. He's tough. He's a tough opponent.
Mitsurugi no Miko Woso.
They always
you cannot special summon nor activate monster effects for the rest of this turn except reptile monsters. Dynamondo is not a reptile.
For Tavion.
SP Little Knight is also not a reptile.
Back in the deck because a monster was tributed. He's able to add the mirror and then a monster.
Okay.
Hand, or sorry, or deck that is listed on the mirror.
Never came up. It's
not.
Why are we reading pre-prep right now?
Surely, like either Tavion can't read or it's not in English. Yeah. I would go with probably a foreign language card there, so you want to make sure you look up the text.
Yeah. The ritual monster.
Yeah, so pre-preparation of rites is effectively the opposite effect of preparation of rites. Preparation of rites can add a monster from deck and then add the ritual spell from deck.
The thing is, we can still ritual summon a decent stuff here, but like, what are we doing to this Baguska? At the same time, in order for Carl to win, he has to be turning this Baguska into attack position at some point, right? Like, we don't have to necessarily.
So many cards, but he knew he was the Ryzel Cross, the double.
But I mean, at this point, he might just be winning this turn, right? That's great. It's crazy, dude. We lost to. I mean, we haven't lost yet, but we are about to lose to 1 Ryzel card and 4 Charmies.
Still has to deal with the Murakumo, which is not.
How did this happen? How did we get here?
I think the real important thing is he has to somehow avoid getting Nibiru, because that is where everything can go horribly wrong, because it will trigger the Murakumo.
Yeah, the Mitsurugi does get some bonus effects from Nibiru attributing off all those monsters on the field.
Okay, Droll Lockbird is good here on the follow-up.
Many materials that attach here for cross.
Roland Lockbird is a solid card to have on this follow-up turn, I think. How much defense does the Mitsurugi Ritual have? I know it's got big attack. I know it's got big attack, but that one's only 800 defense. Okay, 800 defense. The weakling. It's a weakling in defense mode. But you can protect it once with the Kusanagi, right? If they try to destroy it, you can actually tribute the Kusanagi instead and also get an add back. Okay, Baguska is in attack mode now, so that means the ritual monster can now force Carl to discard another card. But we're using. It looks like, is that aggregator or is it a second Eclipse Twin? I couldn't see.
I just want to point out, Billy.
Using
what we saw happen on Tavion's turn was add mirror, add ritual monster. I'm pretty sure
it wasn't another Eclipse Twin.
Yeah.
Boom.
If he gets another turn, he's going to start ritual summoning all over the place. But that's a big if, you know.
Yeah. So the Eclipse Twin is going to summon.
The thing is, we can do this again, right? We can bring this Baguska back in defense mode on the opponent's turn.
Good old meows.
Eclipse Twin is just crazy like that, right? Like, you can go Detonator, Detach Eclipse Twin, pop Baguska,
Pretty good.
and just bring it back in defense mode.
Let's see if he has anything in his extra deck to handle a situation like this.
Kind of
Because he
crazy,
has
actually.
been in positions like this before. Normal summon the Fuelos, level 4.
Making use of all these.
We've actually made use of like 3 Charmies already, or 4.
Excellent.
I think we have discarded 1 for Node. We've normal summoned 1, and we've discarded 2 to resolve our effects through the Ritual Monster. It's actually nuts.
But it looks like we're going to be going to the Ragnar Zero.
Okay. Ragnar Zero is a cool card. Can destroy any monster that doesn't have the same attack as
Ragnar Zero.
Draw a card on top of that. We're going to discard the Nibiru to
Special Ice. This is game.
I think we're just trying to go for damage.
And I think Tavion has Nibiru, but there's Cross.
Has no material.
Actually, no, there's no Nibiru. There's not even a Nib.
Is it like 18, I think?
Not enough.
I know it's small. Okay, so that's 25.
He took 800.
And he took 800 from the prayers.
That is enough.
No, Carl, that's just insane. Like the way he played it. The thing.
4 Charmies and a Bonfire.
The place he came to was how fast.
4 Charmies
like, it wasn't like,
and a Bonfire.
He was prepared.
Yeah, he was prepared. That was awesome.
Like, that was not a choice in that moment to play into the Fuala.
And the opponent had Fuba.
He knows he played.
They had like 8 or 9 cards.
But he's trying to get his motions in check. You don't want to get too sad.
I will say that Baguska play was clean.
Sure, even if you are up a game. But
The Baguska play was clean.
Choosing to use a Fuala in the draw phase there, not allowing a triple.
This had to be a deck building mistake. No way Tavion is supposed to lose that game. I wouldn't say deck building mistake. I think sequencing mistake, right? Because hold up.
Was the second Baguska coming out from the Graveyard of the Eclipse, and that was all
This thing, right?
intended plan.
This thing it was the problem and the solution at the same time, because it let you out the Baguska, but it locks you into reptiles for the rest of the turn. Rest of the turn is the key here, right? We used this out first. We had so much gas in the tank, so many things we could do. We should have definitely tried to get to an SP Little Knight or a Dynamondo before we're locking us into reptiles, because then we were way too weak to the Baguska being revived off the detonator. Because I feel like that was like, it was not super obvious, but at the same time, like you could spot that possibility, right? The other thing is, we don't know for a fact that that was possible, because there was a pot of extravagance that resolved, right? And we don't know the extra deck. We don't know if there's multiple copies of those cards. They may have been banished. Not information that we have at this point in time, so it's not guaranteed that we had other options to out the Baguska. If we banished SP and Dynamondo and we only had 1 each, then maybe we didn't have another way of dealing with it, right? But if we did have something in the extra deck, we definitely had to do that first, I think. And I think with that amount of cards in hand, that has to have been awesome.
That plan and came out with that game 1 victory. But you know, he's up against YCS Orlando champion Tavion Crowley. He's an excellent duelist. I'm sure he's lost game 1 some point in this tournament, so he knows he needs to just shake it off. He'll be going first in this game.
Possible they're not running SP at all. I mean, it depends, yeah, I guess. If they're not relying on IP Masquerena going first, then there's a chance they're not playing SP Little. Yeah. But Dynamondo is in there, right? Dynamondo is in that deck.
In this Raziel deck. And I'm sure there's even more interesting picks in the side deck that Carl's going to be able to put in here against Tavion, but Tavion's going to be able to bounce back. Going first is...
They did use extravagance, yeah. They did use extravagance in this game.
Players are about to draw their opening hands, and we're minutes away.
Just confirming moments. Yeah, hopefully moments.
Moments, not minutes. Yeah, please don't make us wait for minutes, guys. Just moments away from game number 2 getting underway here.
All right, I think we're going to see the pure Mitsurugi deck going first here in game number 2. They're definitely hoping to not get hit by Droll and Lockbird. Looking at even the spells they're using, right? They're playing a lot of powerful spells that all play into Droll, like pre-prep and extravagance.
Go ahead. And there it is.
Game number 2, round 7, YCS Providence. Will Tavion be able to even out this match here?
what do you think his optimal field is going first against the pure Ryzel strategy?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, being able to set up like Amino Murakamo to going to be able to summon it and board wipe during your opponent's turn is going to be key. Since he is playing like the pure Mitsurugi strategy, he might be playing like the quick play Mitsurugi ritual spell as well. I don't know. I don't
Game
know
2.
well versed in
Mitsurugi going first. Pot of Prosperity, not the pot you want to lead off with, but still good. I see, once again, Molcharmy's in Carl's hand, but this time he's going to be way happier about them. There's a Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood in Carl's hand right now with 25 minutes left.
I don't think he cares too much what's in here.
Yeah, it's focused heavily on the consistency. He wants to make sure he's able to play the games at the bare,
which is something.
One of the most consistent building cards that you can include in your deck.
I suppose you're gaining a lot of life points potentially if your opponent is like summoning the if you summon the big ritual and then tribute it from the field, that technically summons twice, so that's a lot of life points, I guess. I don't know.
And he has a selection here from the top 6. Solemn Strike, Pot of Extravagance, Ash Blossom. Probably won't be getting the trap or Mitsurugi.
I outgrind Mitsurugi with 2 battle phases. I mean, yeah, maybe. Maybe it's just like if you make full board, your board does not actually threaten game.
Does Tavion have Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring?
There it is.
Yep.
Ashes the Fuva.
Does Carl have another Molcharmy? He drew
Does not chain Dogwood here.
Another option here.
Okay, enlighten me why we're not chaining Dogwood if we're siding it in.
So he's going to summon Sanji.
Because this Saji, they're putting it immediately into the graveyard, but it was technically summoned, right?
But Carl's going to Ash Blossom that. Not going to hold off on the Ash Blossom for some of that Mitsurugi prayers. Just going to try.
Okay, Ash on Saji does hurt this deck a decent amount.
Pot of Prosperity, and he grabbed the one starter card and then used it right away. That could telegraph that there's nothing else in Tavion's hands that'll allow him to continue to play. But he is moving to normal
summon Kusanagi. This adds back Saji. This is not a good sign. Set 1 pass.
Yep, definitely. Carl saw his moment of opportunity and took
Alright, I think the set is a Solemn Judgment. I think I saw it. And Carl has, what is that? Sword Ryziel, Meowls, Dogwood, and a spell card.
Ryziel cards on the Forbidden Limitless. There's not that many to work with anymore.
Called by the Grave, I think. Activate Meowls.
You can activate Meowls just in case he does know that there is a quick play ritual spell that Mitsurugi could potentially have.
I mean, yeah, just having prayers in this situation.
Oh, whoa, 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 what?
Icy stuff I was talking about. Arch Nemesis Ishatos is going to banish the 3 different type of monsters. And then
I thought that was a Ryziel monster.
Destroy all types on the field and won't be able to be summon those types until the end of the next turn.
Pretty good against reptiles.
Especially when Tavion left the reptile on the field. But you cannot expect the Ishatos coming down. Oh, Solemn Strike. Solemn Judgment. So it's going to be a costly one to stop it. But that could be game-saving here for Tavion. Like you mentioned, going first with your side deck included, there's a lot of good cards you can have.
That was a Solemn Strike.
Saving him here in this matchup.
All right, now able to normal summon the Saji, trying to force
the funny thing is, the funniest thing about the situation is if you ask Tavion right now to make a read on what the last card in Carl's hand is, there is a 0% chance for no world where he ever guesses the last card in Carl's hand. Never. Not in 1,000 attempts, I don't think.
Are we talking about need?
Not in 2,000 attempts. He guesses that this card is Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood.
There's a difference between want and need, and that is the case here.
There's no shot. No shot he ever gets that.
Carl doesn't have too much in terms of defenses. 1 card in hand, 1 face down spell.
Probably thinks like another Charmy or any other hand trap. I mean, it can't be a starter, right? It can't be a Ryziel card. Maybe Star Ryziel, I guess.
Going to use the effect to summon from deck.
But even Star Ryziel, I think, is bigger than Kusanagi, so it would be. See, he has to like take. He has to double take what card that is.
I think the entire game
he has to like take a gander at what that is. That was just discarded.
Making your opponent give you another turn. And that is why
this is so funny, man. It's like whatever, man.
Habakiri in hand to summon.
Whatever, man. That's fine.
Carl's going to gain 3,200 life points, and then Habakiri is going to be able to trigger because it was tribute to add any Mitsurugi card. We're just going to go ahead and grab prayers.
Yeah,
and I think we're just going straight into the battle phase here, not committing anything else.
Battle phase.
Bro, I mean, at this point, you don't even have to do anything. Just attack him, set a strike, and a prayers and pass. There's nothing.
Yep.
There's nothing. We're just going game 3.
Carl, too many life points, but the Dogwood did the job.
Yep.
But give him another turn.
Go next.
Nothing off the top there. We're going to
Good job, Dogwood.
Again, even though Tavion was the one that was able to win this game, the cards that Carl are playing, like
unexpected.
Yeah, like I don't know how more surprised.
Guys, maybe Dogwood just fulfills a very important niche typing for Arc Nemesis Eschatos. It's just very hard to get zombies these days.
Survived, called Reptile. Like the game could have been over, but
Very, very hard to get zombies. What type is Eschatos?
I believe it's weird.
When you go first, can you like call Reptile on
I
it?
don't believe that's in his main deck, and if he's
It's a dragon.
opting to use them, I think they're
Okay.
only for going.
And where's the? Why is that? Okay, if it's in your main deck, what are we calling with it when we're going first? How do we like win?
It can't be destroyed. So it's very easy to stick on the field
Make
and then
Feral
after
Imps
that,
call
whatever
Reptile? I
dragon
mean,
is,
yeah, I
you
guess
know,
there's
strategy
probably a
on
rank
the
4 for any meta deck, right?
there
You
is
can
a
play a
bonus
rank
that
4
you can
that's
pick that will
Cybers.
determine the game.
You can make a rank 4 that's Reptile. There's probably something for everything, right? You can make a rank 4 that's Pyro, I guess, for the mirror.
So you can call like Dark since it's on the field, it's himself, and it's.
I guess it does work. It takes a lot of extra deck space, but it does work.
Type that they're actually playing. While you can do some cool things like maybe Reproducus and Ashatos and like go way out of your way to cut them off before they have a chance, which players have tried to do in the past. That probably won't be the case here, so I imagine those cards will be going back into Carl's side deck. But
I mean, we had that Dragon Lord feature match round 1 where you were talking about how you get the maximum value of your Mulcharmies, and he's doing the exact same thing in his Ryzeal deck.
it certainly is, and it's so cool, and probably why he's sitting here at 6-0. But, you know, this is a match, like, once you get to that later stage in the tournament when you're undefeated, you know you're going to be playing against some of the best duelists around, and these are 2 of them. And they're going at it at the elite level here.
I can't believe Carl said yes to the feature match when he's playing cards like this.
Hey, I mean, it's good.
I appreciate it.
He wants to put on a show. He wants to show us how good of a duelist he is. You know, his brother just won the YCS. You mentioned Carl's
He has something to prove now.
Yeah, he has something to prove. Like, maybe
Dude, I've been sitting for way too long. I've been sitting here for 8.5 hours. I have a standing desk. I should make use of it in a second.
As well, and I'm sure that's on Carl's mind. Not to take anything away, I know he's very, very happy for his brother. He even gave him that shout out before this round.
I always have to be a little careful it doesn't knock anything over.
If Pascal wins Houston, and then here this weekend in Rhode Island, if Carl's able to take it as well.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything like that happen since 2017.
I was like, yeah, there were a couple brothers who did that a while ago. Shout out to the cons, but it's been a long time since we've had back-to-back brothers win YCSs.
Tavion back in the position of he has to face down whatever Carl's opening board is going to be. We'll see if his game plan has changed here as we start game number 3 of YCS Providence, round number 7.
Let's do it.
Something has been knocked over. Hold up.
I'm really excited for this. The last time
What was that?
was quite the game, so we'll see if he's going to have to play into something like Mulcharmy Fawaz again. Or
What if Carl just chooses second? I could see that happening. He did. He chose second.
Oh, something broke.
Never expect the unexpected from Carl. Yeah.
It makes so much sense, like from what we've seen.
Incredible. So Carl choosing to go second. Tavion starting things off with
Something broke. Where's this from?
Because yeah, Tavion thinks he's going first. He's going to side out the solemn judgments and stuff. And like we're talking about, what is the turn 1 board that you're looking to make with Mitsurugi? No matter what you do, it's still not like going to be as overwhelming as something like that Adagnis or Malice deck can make.
Yeah, he's playing cards like Ghost Sister, Spooky
Oh, he's blinding second against Mitsurugi. Okay.
He has all the cards necessary to really crack the field. There's more for him to lose going first. I think this is a great decision.
All right, so he's going to use Habakiri,
and then double Fuwalos.
Oh no!
I mean, double Fuva is not the biggest deal here. They're making it sound crazier than it is. But I think the Ash on the Saji here is the bigger deal.
Luckily, he doesn't really need to special summon from the deck anymore. Or from the extra deck if he so chooses. He could just find a way to summon Murkum from hand and stick with that. which effectively doesn't really mean Carl benefited at all. Like, he traded 1-for-1 with both those cards. Gonna be with a 6-card hand, which is fine. Like,
it feels like you benefited a little bit.
Yeah,
But
you stopped your turn effectively.
Yeah, it's not a net positive quite just yet. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
Still
I will have to find out at some point what the thing that I knocked off thing was. I hope it didn't look like it broke off though.
He's set up to ritual summon already.
Anything around?
Oh.
He's not going to want to use Mitsurugi Ritual to summon from deck, that's for sure.
Oh, I see where it's from. Okay, I get it.
Ooh, okay.
I think that's a pretty confident way of showing that you're not gonna go.
No, it's from the thing that that holds my camera. The top-down camera is the thing that you twist to tighten it. But it didn't break off, it just fell off. So it's okay. I have determined it's okay. I'll just put it back on later.
The X, but I think Ash is just so powerful in this position. A lot of the cards here.
Why did we not Ash Saji? That is a good question. I was a little distracted. But if we didn't Ash Saji, that is definitely interesting.
Especially if you're going to need prayers to resolve in this position. Looks like we're going to be activating the prayers now, tributing the Habakiri in his hand.
It's funny because we ashed Saji in game 1 and it proved to be so good, right? Maybe it's because we know there's pre-prep. That does change things, right? I was a little distracted by destroying my desk, but if the thing about ashing Saji that makes it so good is you're trying to keep them off of a ritual spell. And if your opponent has resolved pre-prep, then it's like more difficult to keep. You know they have a ritual spell, right? So like.
There is the Mitsurugi Ritual.
He'll be using that to summon the Ameno Murakamo from the hand.
Yep.
And then he'll tribute from the deck.
Going to be able to get another free resource here. I imagine you're just going to tribute away a Futsu.
Yeah, try and get access. Right now his goal is to get Mitsurugi Great Purification, have the Ame no Murakamo set up to where you can tribute that off to summon it back during the opponent's turn.
I mean, Great Purification or just another copy of Prayers. Both would be solid in this position. Prayers giving you a little bit more control, of when you want to use Murakumo's effect. And then we're going to use a Mirror to summon back Futsu from the graveyard. Murakumo is able to summon himself back from the grave as well.
Yep.
And this will get you access to Great Purification.
Yep, so he has everything he needs. Despite that double Fuwala. So there's a deck that can play through double Fuwalas. It is going to be this one.
Yeah, this was the benefit of playing pure Mitsurugi that I mentioned earlier. You will play into the
So-
Mokamis a little bit, but you can play into them well.
Charmies are actually not that good against pure Mitsurugi, I don't think. Like, pure Mitsurugi is one of the decks that plays best into Charmies right now, which is one of the advantages of playing the deck. Which is why I don't love Carl's decision to blind second here. Especially seeing how well the Baguska thing worked in game 1, I don't actually think it's... I mean, the thing is, Carl might just not be prepared to side deck for going first if the plan is just always to blind second. But it is a rather weak plan against this deck. This is definitely a nice play. I don't think you have to do this. I don't think you have to show your opponent your entire hand after they talents it. But it is nice of Carl to do that.
Yeah, I'm really liking the Mitsurugi Pure deck here from Tavion, the way he's playing it too. Yeah, low, not crazy combo.
X-Triziel is the perfect answer to the Mitsurugi Ritual monster. The Murakami.
Sending Mirrological Aggregator from the extra deck to the graveyard as it is special summoned from the hand.
Yep, it's going to be likely Chainlink 2 Aggregator targeting...
Monarch, thank you for the Prime. And Azure, thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate the support.
There's no reason to activate the Murakumo there. If he opts to negate it, he will just allow it to be negated. When
the thing is, like, if you negate the Murakamo or whatever it's called with the aggregator, it can just come back later.
Oh no,
he could use the Futsu to summon back.
It looks like we're going to be targeting down the Futsu instead with the aggregator here. Not
Futsu, I think, is the right target. Gonna target Saji with the Futsu here. The Mitsurugi board is just very hard to deal with. Because it's just a lot of stuff that protects each other. They have huge stats too. 3,200 attack, 3,400 defense. They summon a lot of stuff for follow-up.
the field is going to get extremely wide.
Why is there a set monster? That is a question that I cannot answer. I don't know the answer to that question. I don't know why there's a set monster. I don't know. Bro is about to flip a cyber jar. I don't know.
Looks like when a Tavion's sleeve split, so anytime you're like mid-match
It's
like
Fuva set. It might just be a Charmy, because after all, I think Tavion was expecting to go second here, right? So there's definitely Charmies in the deck, and so might just be like a matter of, I'm just gonna set this Charmy because it might block some damage, because there's not infinite time left on the round. You know, 10 minutes is not forever, so like maybe.
Opting to use the Murakumo, and then yep, there's the Niv.
Discards the Nibiru to dodge the Murakumo from negating the Sword Ryziel. And now the question is, will we blow up these 2 level 4s or will we not? We are using prayers. We are tributing the ritual monster to bring it back to blow up these 2 level 4 bodies. Now the thing with Ryziel is they can extend through this, but they don't have infinite bodies, right? So losing 2 at the same time does kind of hurt still.
Immediately to add back the prayers here. That's like
You can Ash the Murakumo resummon. You can if they don't chain block it. But this is the wonderful thing about the new ritual spell, is you can go Chainlink 1, you can go Chainlink 1 Murakumo, Chainlink 2 Mirror, to chain block it. I mean, in this case, this doesn't matter. They can chain block it anyways with the Kusanagi, but either way. That is going to blow up these 2 Ryziel names. And that is X'd and Sword out of the way. We still have a normal summon for Ice, though, so it's not the end of the world. We can negate the Ice, though.
There's only 1 mystery card in Carl's hand.
And yeah, Tavion has almost perfect information on Carl's hand because of that Talons looking at the hand. They know everything but the card they drew for turn.
Okay, looks like we're going to be leading with the Node here, keeping the Ice in hand. Node is going to give up that Star Riser that we did also know about, so the unknown is still there.
Okay, so this Node Ryziel being hit with the Purification here is going to leave Carl with an Ice Ryziel for a potential play, though.
We got to get another search here off of the Futsu, as well as summoning itself.
But the thing is, like,
that's going to grab.
Thing is, this Mitsu board is just really hard to deal with.
And the last card was Nemesis Flag.
Oh man, if Carl wins because of this, that would be crazy.
Saving the normal summon, wasn't even planning on using the Ice.
Because he knows his win condition is still that arch nemesis is
Bro.
Shantos. What is Tavion's
Bro, if you lose this to Eschatos...
Oh yeah, because he knew all his cards. Because of the triple tactics talent.
But that's Protoss, though. I mean, Protoss for Dark kind of works, too.
It's pretty good.
It's still good enough. Just calling Dark.
How does he do it?
How does he do it?
And the thing... Oh my god, this works, right?
Getting 3 different attributes here. We have light, wind, and we're gonna get the.
I don't think you can protect the ritual monsters, because the way that this stuff works, the way that protection effects work in this case, is that you need to tribute it instead. And a card that is being destroyed already, you cannot use it to protect instead. It's like how Hugin cannot protect a Hugin cannot protect from Raigeki, for example. You cannot destroy a card instead that is already being destroyed. So Tavion...
It's every time. I always think it's like over for Carl, and somehow...
I mean, he made those card choices that puts him in this position.
Indeed he did. Indeed.
And he's locked out of everything this turn. Draws a Droll and Lockbird. That would have saved him last turn. That would have saved him last turn. But not this turn.
I'm surprised. Oh, he could not use the effect of Saji or Kusanagi to protect in that position, right? Because they're all being destroyed?
Yes,
okay.
yes.
I needed to make sure on that real quick.
I just can't special, right? I can normal.
That is correct. You can still normal summon dark monsters, you just can't special summon them.
Normal summon.
But that's the thing, right? When you're playing an all dark deck and pros on the field, you can never summon again.
Because you can just keep calling.
If you normal summon a Dark, it's just going to be another Protoss target, I guess.
Tavion's going to find a way to get the Protoss off the field. That's his goal right now.
Also, Protoss can just always call Dark, because itself is a Dark.
If he can deal with Protoss, he'll be in fine position. So it looks
I wonder if we could have played around this. I mean, this is a crazy thing, and I don't blame him for not playing around it, but I think the set card is Dominus Impulse. And I feel like we could have used Dominus Impulse on the Node Ryziel instead of using our Omni Negate on it, so that we force Carl to have an extender that we can then Omni Negate. So, like, I'm not this feels like a really hype moment for Carl, but it feels like that was preventable. I'm not sure if you're supposed to play around it, but...
Listen, we're going to be just setting a monster, and we're going to be calling Dark every turn. He's going to normal summon Ice after this. That is the last card we know in hand.
How does he do it?
A game we thought it was completely over.
Bro, I think Carl just won two almost unwinnable games. That looked, both of these games looked pretty unwinnable.
We have the Great Purification. This allows him to tribute here, or to special summon back from grave and tribute a monster.
Okay.
Kusanagi is going to be able to add back the Great Purification. And then he could choose to search off of... Is he choosing to?
Yeah, that's GG.
Oh, no, it doesn't seem like it.
It is Impulse. It is Impulse. I think he had it.
Back the trap, so it will not destroy
I think he had it. I think Impulse on Node and then keep the Omni for the flag.
Oh, that is one for turn. That might
Bro.
be the game. That's game.
This isn't just Raziel. This is Arch
Bro got...
Nemesis Raziel. Nemesis flag adding
What the hell?
His brother is Shantos, and it's gonna be enough.
Carl's my goat.
Yeah,
Carl's my goat.
Insane. It's insane. He's unbeatable. He's unbeatable. I don't know how he does it, but it's just, we were telling you going into this tournament, yeah, okay, it's Raziel, but there's a lot more to it. He let Davion go first in game 3 with the Arch Nemesis game plan in mind. I mean, sure, he had to believe in the heart of the cards.
The top deck Nemesis flag was crazy.
Oh,
he just looks unfazed by what happened. It is light.
This is all according to plan by this man. You can see the amount of thinking is so minimal. Like, I mean, he is thinking, but it's like he's been
the amount of thinking is so minimal. Is a crazy roast.
This is what preparation gets you. Like, he knew.
That's a crazy thing to say.
Like, down to like the game 1, the Baguska, the double Baguska play. Oh,
I mean, this answers the problem that I thought pure Ryziel had. What Mitsurugi Ryziel allowed for Ryziel to do was able to clear fields by putting Murakuma on the field. This answers that problem because you're able to access the Nemesis cards through cards like Infernal Banshee.
The amount of thinking
and then you're able to
is so minimal.
Which is really what you need to do against a deck like Malice. And then it still also deals with them being able to play on the next turn because it locks them out of that attribute or type in this situation. And it's just perfect. He found an answer to the meta here, and he's moving on to the tournament.
Oh, God.
7-0, and then taking on, one of the most recent, outside of, his brother, one of the most recent YCS champions. Tavion can't be upset because, he didn't see that coming. And you kind of touched on more of the synergy.
Insane, man.
The Infernal Flame Banshee. He didn't even have to use that, but that is kind of
you don't just have to draw these cards. They are accessible.
Any gifted subs. Do not reward that behavior, chat.
Absolutely awesome, but
do not reward it.
As well, but
Yeah, true. But yeah, Tavion's got to shake it off. He is 6-1.
You can't just ask and receive.
One of these rounds is going to be Swiss. There's still 2 more rounds to play today before the last 2 rounds of Swiss in the morning, but man, we were lucky getting this one as a feature match. Yeah, Carl just doesn't disappoint.
Absolutely.
I mean, or his brother Pascal did like the same thing. Like watching Pascal's matches in the top 4 and the finals playing against Pure Ryziel, like he knew what he was doing because like when your playtest partner is just one of the best to ever do it, it sharpens the blade.
I think the Manigans have really shown what practice can do. They are just constantly playing. When they have the opportunity to playtest and they practice for an event, they do so efficiently, so meticulously. It's with purpose, right? And then you end up with strategies like this where they found an answer to the
Dude, I was afraid for a second. I looked over and I was like, there's no shot that's a gifted right now. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate you.
Certain interruptions, right? You know that Duo Drive is going to eat up an Infinite Permanence, an Effect Veiler, maybe a Nash Boston. All that's going to happen, and then you stick one Nemesis card, and if it resolves, the game is over.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible. Yeah, you think about it like, okay, Mitsurugi is all like one attribute, so yeah, the Protoss lines up really well. Well, there happens to be another deck in the room that a lot of people are using that happens to be just one attribute that Protoss can take care of.
And they all just, that's the biggest problem. You can deal
I mean, yeah, right now, unironically, blinding, like when you go first, blinding Protoss Dark
the follow-up is gone.
seems pretty good.
Just call Protoss.
Dark. Yeah, and the Shatos also for Reptile calling like the type Cybers. Like, oh, it's cool to see the Arch Nemesis cards in action and being piloted by such a great player. You know, the brothers of legend now, Carl and Pascal, their time is now.
Just some nerd. Thank you for the 15 months. And congrats on the gifted sub.
I mean, he's in good shape to make the top
I'm
32.
sure we'll see him in Top Cut. This was insane.
But I know Kangas is standing by with Carl right now, so we'll see him right now. So Kangas, go ahead and take it away for our winners interview.
Thank you very much. I have Carl after your feature match win. Congratulations. What a final duel that was. The arch nemesis Protoss pulling it off. You had the Eschatos in hand also. Talk me through the deck and why you're playing some of these cards that we have not seen so far today.
So the nemesis cards, they can't be destroyed by card effects. So against Mitsurugi or Ryzeal, Eschatos, obviously it's not as good as Protoss. Protoss was the banned one, but Eschatos kind of serves a similar purpose, and being able to call like Reptile or Pyro, and then obviously Protoss calling Dark or Light, and then stopping my opponent on their following turn. So yeah, that was the theory behind it. I didn't get to test it that much. Everyone called me crazy. Now I'm just riding.
Now they're the crazy ones. You're the undefeated one.
Yeah, still got some stuff to prove, but yeah.
Well, what about the Malice matchup? Was this specifically for, because you mentioned Mitsurugi and Ryzeal.
Oh yeah, excuse me, Malice as well. So Protoss calling Dark, there's a lot of times I just get to call Dark for free. But going into their board, I get to call Dark, and same thing with Eschatos, call Cybers.
Well, hey, it worked in the sample size we saw. How much have you pulled it off so far at this event?
Every match. I think I lost one game so far.
I mean, yo, Protoss is a hell of a card.
Well, hey,
People forget about it sometimes, but
because you mentioned before coming up, your brother.
it really is a hell of a card.
The last YCS winner here. So I got to ask, let everyone at home know, are you bringing it home for the family this time?
We're trying. I'm not going to try and jinx it before it happens, but that's the idea. So.
All right, hey, 2 back-to-back would be pretty
It'd
good.
be crazy if they won YCS's back-to-back, because his brother was the one that won Movimento.
Pascal, he's over here watching. He didn't do too well this time, but he'll make it next time, I'm sure.
All right, shout out Pascal. Thank you very much. Congratulations on your win. Let's throw back to the casters.
All right, thank you so much, Kangas. You can't win them all, but you definitely can.
OER, thank you for the gifty. Wait, was that? No, wait, that's the one that asked. Hold up.
You're not going to always go undefeated. You're not going to win every YCS, but he's definitely
Okay, it wasn't. Good. Okay. It was not the one that asked.
Because family is important.
Thank you for the gifty, OER.
But what an excellent game. I was feeling a little tired, but got Carl up there in the feature match doing some cool things. And
Wait, there is something that broke. No, I did. I broke my desk.
Before we go to our next feature match, and that's going to be Yu-Gi-Oh!
Well, not the desk. I broke the thing that holds my camera.
It's going to etch a new name into the annals. Behold the lone victor. You're going to be able to find cool things in here.
Dude,
like
Exo Sisters are in Duel Links?
Exo Sister, Spirits, Sky Striker, and everyone's favorite, Sulfacord. Lots of cool cards. Key cards.
Sulfacord is not everyone's favorite.
Odd Eyes Venom Dragon, Exo Sisters Magnifica, Sakatama, and many more. So you haven't played Duel Links in a while. They got a lot of cool cards coming, so you're going to want to make sure you check out this new mini box. Duel Links still going strong. You're going to want to make sure you download it. Rush Duel for Duel Links is also a lot of fun. If you want to play an English version of Rush Duel, Duel Links is the perfect place to do that. But we are not going to rush too much into our next feature match. The day's almost over. I'm so sad. We've had some incredible feature matches, whether it was Rahan, Carl, all the other guys that we also
Do we have another breakdown?
The past 2 feature matches that we got to commentate were phenomenal. Yeah, absolutely great to see some good Yu-Gi-Oh! In an awesome format. I hope you at home are enjoying it as much as we are.
I need to hook up.
Here. But stay tuned. We're going to be right back with our next feature match. So don't go anywhere. We got to finish out the first day 1 of YCS Providence. Stay tuned for some more awesome Yu-Gi-Oh! Action.
Ooh. We have Ryan Yu on the feature match, backup feature match here. And he is on Malice, going up against Fiendsmith Mitsurugi, going second here. We are Ash Blossoming the Saji. But they have prayers already, so that is going to combo, I think, regardless. Ryan is a trader. No, I mean, yes, I talked to him about it last week. He was very convinced Malice was just the best deck by far. So yeah. The sponsor banner is covering Ryan's record. I mean, he's 5-1. He's playing against the 5-1. They're the same record. I do think it's fair enough to play Malice at this point. I'm considering it for nationals. Despite not liking the deck, it is looking very, very strong right now. It is what it is. Sometimes you're playing to win. And Malice is most likely the deck if you're trying to play for the win. This point in time. Do you have a nationals you can get to yet? I haven't decided yet, but I do have. I actually have tickets to multiple nationals. So I'm just gonna have to choose one. One of the things I did was I panic bought a ticket to Dutch nationals, and then I realized I can't go after, which was unfortunate. Oh yeah. I just sold my March Hare playset to buy White Forest QCRs based. Alright, Nibiru on the closed moon to stop Fiendsmith access, but there will probably be some amount of Mitsurugis coming back here. I don't know which ones exactly have been used yet and which ones haven't. Ryan is playing Malice, but not Malice Adagnister. I think there's Adagnister cards in his deck, I'm pretty sure. I think it's just inconsistency in naming the deck on stream. Maybe on the backup feature, they don't like look at the deck list. They just ask the player, hey, what are you playing? And he said Malice. Something like that. All right, we still face quite the board here. I mean, the board is not actually that scary, but like 3 back row is kind of scary. 2 cards in hand as well. Set 1. Normal summon Chessy Cat. No response. Do we have a Malice card to activate it? We do have it. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Infinite Impermanence, Chain, TB, TP7? MTP7. Whatever. I always mix up the names. MTP7, I think. So that's going to dodge the Imperm. That's pretty insane. And we're going to get a cert. We're going to search March Hare off of this. Then we're resolving our Chessy Cat to banish the March Hare. Okay, so it looks like that was just what we had. Wait. We had March Hare but searched another March Hare? Maybe it was like Malice in the Mirror or something. No, even Malice in the Mirror would have been a better banish, I think. Well, I think it was Malice in the Mirror. Yeah, there's Malice in the Mirror in hand. All right, so the The Futsu brings back the Saji here to add another spell from deck. Follow-up is going to be crazy for Mitsurugi, no matter what. Disco, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate the 10 months. Welcome back. Once again, y'all, Prime subs are free and are much appreciated. We're live for 9 hours now. We still have probably like 2 hours to go tonight, as well as an entire day 2 tomorrow. So if you want to reward Streamer Man for hanging out the entire weekend, that'd be a good way to do it. Mini Grolls, thank you for the 2 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. And Peefcake, thank you for the Prime. Fresh to the boy, the B-boy, thank you for the Prime as well. Follow-up, are they able to live this turn? Undecided yet. The thing is, like, holy Giberaldi, thank you for the 10 gifties. That's not what I asked for, but so much more. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Roja, thank you for the 20 months as well. And Ral, thank you for the 9 months. Very kind of you guys. Thank you. Thank you. The crazy thing about Lingeribo, as a little bit of a side fact here, Lingeribo is actually an insane card sometimes at playing into boards because it stops all kinds of powerful trap cards like Imperm, Impulse, and the Mitsurugi trap card, because it's actually not a counter trap. I actually wonder if that was one of the reasons to make the Mitsurugi trap not a counter trap, to make it slightly more interactable. I think it probably was a balancing act. Luke, thank you for the gifty. Eater Camper, thank you for the Prime. Danger Yugi Mudo, thank you for the 9 months. And Ugu Fugu, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you guys. Also, Peeps, why are you in this chat? What's your score at the YCS? I thought you were attending. Are we out, or did we just finish the round very quickly? Hey, man. Okay. Okay, yeah, all right. Yeah, no, we don't have to talk about it if you don't want to. It's all right. There's the second Lingeribo now, which is, by the way, pretty standard at this point. If you're Malice, most people are playing 2. I mean, the follow-up is getting crazier and crazier for Mitsurugi here. The more you summon into the Futsu, the more stuff they get. However, Malice also could just kill here, depending on what else there is. I thought Raid and Trade was EU. At the moment, we have one player that's not from EU, and that's just Ryan. He's just chilling with us. What's that last set? No Impulse? Maybe it's just prayers, but it doesn't do anything. It'd be really unfortunate if all we opened was one non-engine in a pure Mitsu deck. I mean, not pure Mitsu, Mitsu Fiendsmith, right? Which technically has a lot of room for non-engine. So this shouldn't really happen, but so far it's only been Imperm, which, shocker, not enough. He cannot be playing Impulse if he's on Fiendsmith. I mean, maybe it's just one engraver to pivot into. And so you still play Impulse because Impulse is really good this format. But yes, there's also a chance there's no Impulse. Awesome. Okay, how do we finish this? Access Code Talker is a great card, but if there's only one attribute in your grave, because everything is dark, it might not actually work. Also, popping the big stuff here is not that easy. You cannot protect your face down prayers. E-Rock, thank you for the 2 months. Want to get back into Yu-Gi-Oh! Just don't have the money for it just yet? Take a look at Crystron, I think. Is that a good suggestion, chat? Is Crystron the most budget meta deck at the moment? It's either that. I mean, Mitsurugi is a little. Mitsurugi has some expensive cards in there, but I think Crystron's is a good guess. Memento as well. Oh yeah, Memento. I forgot about Memento. With the reprints, Memento is also looking pretty good. I think for both of those decks, you're looking at, even including some staples, you're looking at less than 50. It's just a rough estimate. Of course, not all of the staples, like not all the best staples. Like if you want to include like Molcharmi Fuvalos or something, that's going to be a little more. Because I think even the cheapest version of Molcharmi Fuvalos is still like $12 or something. But other than that, I think Memento and Crystron are your best bets. City Ignite, thank you for the prime. Appreciate you. Huva being cheaper than Perulia is crazy. I mean, it's almost like the price is not only determined by the card quality. It's almost like there's another factor, like which kind of rarity a card has and which kind of prints it's available in. Dude, how often does this Bomber Dragon mess up Mitsurugi? Wait, so Bomber Dragon on attack does like pop and do damage? Topologic Bomber Dragon. Topologic Bomber Dragon. After damage calc, if this card attacked an opponent's monster, inflict damage to your opponent equal to that monster's original attack. Okay, so why were we this low? Why were we this low on that attack?
Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, Supreme Darkness. Duelists, heed the words of the
What did we pay all those life points for?
A new hero has arrived on the scene to carry out my will. All monsters shall
Access code ran over a guy. Why was Saji in attack position?
Supreme Darkness available now. 9 cards per pack, each pack sold separately.
Oh, Wizard can change it. Oh my god, dude. Okay, I think because of time reasons, before the next round starts, we are skipping game 2 here, which apparently Spencer won. And we're going straight into game 3 here in the backup feature. We're not going to see how we won game 2, but we did win game 2. Called by the Grave onto Fuva, but we have another Fuva. The thing is, Ryan has a Droll and Lockbird in hand as well. So I think what we are going to see here is most likely a Droll yourself moment. The Mismatcher, thank you for the 14 months. How will this affect Ryan Yu's legacy? What? The fact that he chose Malice for this tournament? I don't think this affects his legacy at all. I don't know what you mean. Droll yourself and play through it. I love Malice. Yep. And you are definitely not sarcastic about it. mean, Droll and Lockbird is so good against Mitsurugi, though, that you might consider holding it here, depending on how bad your line is into Fuba. Droll and Lockbird is a very good card against Mitsurugi, so... we are not committing it here. The thing is here, Spencer has a great way to outplay this Droll and Lockbird, which is only possible if you open Prayers. Prayers in draw phase is insane. Against Droll and Lockbird, if you have something to tribute. But you have to do a heads-up play and actually use it in draw phase with something to tribute. Which, I'm not sure, they are not doing that. Oh, they're not doing that. Uh-oh. Dominus Impulse onto the Habakiri, which is going to destroy it as well. Yep. March here in Ryan's hand is basically guaranteed insane follow-up. That's going to add a monster. Oh no. Oh no, it's doomed. The Droll is gonna completely... Why did we not Prayers in draw phase? This hand was insane for it. This was an insane Prayers in draw phase hand. Well, you can chain... The thing is, yes, you can chain Prayers to Droll here to still get the add. The problem is you have no way to get to a spell card now, because Prayers searches a monster and you can't Saji because you're under Droll. So you will not be able to perform a ritual summon because you're just missing the ritual spell now. Which, if you're just using Prayers in draw phase, tribute the monster searcher, you're good to go. You get everything. The fact that he's playing Fiendsmith is very good here, though. The fact that we still have at least a play under this, especially Fiendsmith, is very good here because it means you can go and make Caesar, which is pretty good against Malice, at least. Right? So, like, you're gonna go Lacrima, if you play Lacrima, even. I don't think they play Lacrima. Do they? Oh, there's Lacrima, okay. Lacrima, send the Engraver, then make Necroquip, then bring back Engraver. There's a Lancia in hand for the follow-up turn as well. This is actually not looking too bad for Spencer here. And this is showcasing the value of Fiendsmith in this deck a little bit. Of course, giving up Dominus Impulse for it is a rough decision, but it is showcasing a quality of this deck, because under Droll and Lockbird, all of a sudden you have a line. That's actually pretty good against Malice, right? Like, Caesar, all things considered, we're not seeing a whole bunch of Fiendsmith this weekend, but that's more because there's a lot of decks that don't play Fiendsmith. Not the engine being bad, it's more so the decks that are meta don't play it as often. And Caesar is still a really, really good interruption against Malice. And especially if you're playing Fiendsmith in Paradise, Caesar plus Paradise is super solid against Malice. Super solid. Is March here only main phase to summon? Because then we can do first action Caesar in main phase too. Yes, okay. That's really good. That's really massive. Wave Hiking Caesar. Lancia in hand. That is a difficult spot to navigate for Malice here. We have no follow-up in the graveyard. We have a March here in hand. I Meet You in hand. But how does that help? I think we drew another Droll and Lockbird. I don't think we can beat the Caesar, to be honest with you. I don't see it right now. I don't see it. I don't know if Malice plays Typhon, but even then, I don't think that would solve it. YS Hipsters, thank you for the 25 months. So far, we've seen a lot of different decks. We are starting to get to the point where it's a lot of Malice and Mitsuru. In the early rounds, they've tried to feature a lot of different decks. We've seen Dragon Ruler, we've seen Regenesis, we've seen some Ryzeal, we've seen a lot of different stuff. But now we have seen, like the last couple of rounds, it's a lot of Malice and a lot of Mitsu. Alright, March Share gets negated by Caesar. Can't really do much about this. The I Meet You is not good under Caesar as well, I don't think. And I think you're just gonna lose to the follow-up here. Lacrima for Requiem. And that is going to be it for Ryan Yu here. I think we're going down to 5-2. Unfortunately, the Malice strategy not paying off in this case. And we scoop it up. All right, 5-2, unfortunately for Ryan. But gotta give it to Spencer. Outside of the fact that we didn't use prayers in draw phase, which I would have really liked to see to play around Droll and Lockbird, I think this was a pretty clean game for Fiendsmith Mitsuru.
Fans to round 8 of YCS Providence. My name is Steven, and his name is also Steven, and wow, that round 7 match was truly impressive.
Just some incredible stuff. It shows you the power of Arc Nemesis Protoss. I could not believe the stuff we were watching.
Oh my gosh, it was super awesome to see. In fact, we have some Bounty Duelist updates for you guys as a result of that round. Let's go ahead and take a look at it right now.
All right, so Nicholas still rocking out 18 points. Tucker has 9 points hanging in there. Jose, 18 points. Pascal, 12 points.
Ooh, Landon Oliver on 3-3. That's not pretty. We got Dominic Couch on 5-2. We got Mario on 5-2. Tavion on 6-1. We just saw him lose round number 7.
Duelist has 9 points, and then Kenneth has 11 points. So Duelist still hanging in there. And no, why not? Because, you know, you are being able to give those packs away or keep those packs. So there's no reason to drop out of that tournament earlier.
Oh yeah, 1000%. This day 1 of Providence has been so exciting. We've seen so many fun storylines introduced. Previous YCS champions, UDS champions, brothers, and the millions of other people, and of course that overarching community story of Malice and the effect it'll have on this tournament is ever present in our minds.
Really is, and there's a lot of future that we could have. Imagine if Carl happens to win this YCS, having brothers win back-to-back YCSs. Man, Kaiba and Mokuba want to watch out.
Talk about having 2 awesome points of note. Being a brother YCS duo champion, plus resolving Escalos and Protoss in the same match.
Oh my goodness, that was just so wild because Protoss is such a cool lock because even if they didn't have any monsters,
all right, we're back down to earth.
Dark and they can't do anything. It's insane. Really cool card. Glad to see it off the Forbidden List and shows that there's some real changes that are happening.
Is Pac not playing this YCS? He is. He was playing. He was on the top tables as well, I think.
With us that are X and 1, meaning if they win this round, they can kind of guarantee themselves a spot in day 2 and get ever closer to that YCS top cut.
Now you're definitely feeling pretty good if you're going in. Remember, it's 19.
All right, I am starting to get tired. I'm starting to feel these 9.5 hours almost that I've been live. We have 2 more rounds. I think I can make it. I think I can make it.
Up first in the blue chair from Monroe, New York. He wants to shout out his OTS
Mermail.
games and teams.
Mermail Atlantean, huh? For round number 8 here. 6-1 record, not bad.
And his opponent today in the red chair from Newport.
Oh, that is just that's Spencer from the feature match we just had, right? So that is Mitsurugi Fiendsmith. Okay.
Once again, Spencer Colwell.
Start a prediction. We have Spencer versus, I forgot what the other name was.
Thank you, Steven, as always.
Santiago.
Spencer in rare form. We saw Spencer in
all right, there we go. There's your prediction. Mermail Atlantean against Mitsurugi Fiendsmith. It's an interesting one.
After the Forbidden Limited List no longer has access to cards like Abyss Dweller and Bahamut Shark. That has changed the format unto itself, but those cards, well, at least the Abyss Dweller was also a natural predator of Mermail, so Mermails are still doing well in the tournament so far.
Yeah, it's interesting. People kind of consider Mermail both a really big winner of the last Forbidden Limited List, but kind of a really big loser too, because losing access to Bahamut Shark, like you said, that Toad access was super important.
All right, so Spencer just coming off the back of defeating Ryan Yu in the previous round. That must be feeling pretty good. Must be feeling pretty good about yourself for beating Ryan Yu, and now onto the feature match main stage in the next round.
Don't think we're going to see any totally awesome here because the Vermeil deck doesn't exactly have a lot of room for level 2s.
Don't worry, something tells me if we see things like Moulin Glacia, Barrier Setter of Torrent, or any of the really powerful Abyss.
Is that not fair with Spencer's? Aren't those cast matches more difficult? I mean, they were on the backup feature beforehand, which I think is less stressful. But there's also just the chance they asked him if he was okay with being on the feature match, because technically in the Swiss rounds, you are allowed to decline a feature. Like, there's a list that you can put your name on if you don't want a feature and so on and so forth. So, like,
And he was playing Mouse, I believe, so San Diego,
maybe they just don't have an issue with it. Maybe they want to be on stage. Who knows?
This pays off, and you have to, you know, eventually you start to get to know duelists, right? The same way they're like, oh, that's Ryan Yu. We know exactly who that is. These duelists likely kind of have some familiarity with each other, and this could just be a practice match for a top cut match that we're going to have tomorrow because you're both doing so well so far.
Right. While both players are technically playing a win and in for day 2, neither one of them are in risk of not getting day 2. They still have the next round, and if they win, they'll be able to make it.
Is declining Swiss features the secret tech, or do pros don't mind? I know people who don't want to get featured in Swiss rounds. I know people that don't care. I personally don't really care. I've never bothered declining it. But there's some people. I mean, technically, it does give you a slight disadvantage if people see what you're playing. At the same time, all the people in the tournament are usually also playing at the same time, so they don't have time to check out all the matches during the day. And also, like, I think most people at the end of a long day of the YCS, they don't, like, go back and watch all of the stream back, you know? So I don't really care about it too much.
Yep, it looks like San Diego has very happily declared that he's going first.
Great sportsmanship. You love to see it.
Because for the most part, for known players, the info of what they're playing is going to get out there anyways. No matter if you have a feature match or not, right? Like, people are going to say what they played against and so on. Okay, so we have Neptibus here, kicking things off.
The effect of Neptibus is basically... sorry, the cost of Neptibus might as well be its own effect.
I mean, I remember...
Is that Swap Frog? Ah!
Traveler of the Burning Abyss was released. And
In the deck? I didn't see it. Maybe there's technology here to make Toad.
You're just automatically getting resolve all this stuff. So we're going to start with sending those Dragoons to the grave.
Yep, we had the Shadow Squad being sent as well, going to be activating right here to get the Dragoon summoned from the deck. So now we have access to 2, 1 in hand, 1 on the board.
Minstrel, discard Dragoon.
Minstrel in hand, gonna go ahead and take
Brother, go next. Brother, go next. Don't show him your deck.
Engine you thought you were going to use?
Yup.
Have you not used it? And we're just going to get an instant concede from Spencer. Honestly, very heads up. I really respect his deck from
Dude.
right here. It looks very grindy.
Some things just don't change, man.
And he's definitely not in the mood of trying to play from behind.
Who said Mermail was a long-winded combo deck, huh? 1 minute and 20 seconds. Just roll a high number and place Neptibus on the table.
Don't know each other, and Santiago getting a very quick win there, and obviously was going to...
What a great showcase.
Combo. But Spencer was just like, nah, I can't show you any of this. These are my cards for me.
Oh, 100%. If I'm Santiago, I'm definitely happy about this because I have a really good Game 1 win, but like you said, I'm now losing the information warfare, and from the calm collection of Spencer, I think he's more than happy to utilize all the information he has, because if you've seen one water deck, you've probably seen all of them and all the tricks and shenanigans they're going to be up to.
Absolutely. Santiago, very smiley before he won the duel, but now that it's actually won game 1, very locked in, so not taking the early bait, understands that his opponent is just really good at understanding just the nuances of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game.
Oh, yeah.
Again, giving up a game means you get to go first, sort of win the die roll again, and be able to set up a board of very powerful cards. So, and
Mitsu Brick Game 2, let me see it. It'd be funny because it would make for a very fast feature, but I think the chance that Mitsurugi breaks now with Alliance Insight is very small. The deck should be very consistent at this point in time.
But if I want to be able to have a good, like the strongest deck possible against Mermail, I need to go into my side deck. And I'd rather have 2 games with plenty of time with the strongest version of my deck than, you know, 3 games where my deck is kind of weaker.
Yeah, starting off with Neptibus felt great, and it got him to that first win, but now Santiago's going to have his work cut out for him as Spencer goes first. We'll see exactly what it is that gets put into Spencer's deck, what sort of side deck spice.
We did see a really heads-up play from, I believe, Carl earlier, where after, you know, kind of conceding in the 3rd game, he made Tavion go first, thinking that Tavion sided out of all of his really powerful going first cards. So there could be a world where we see some, you know, actually, you can go first again, but this time I'm ready for you type deals for Spencer, which could really throw Santiago for a loop.
I think that really determined the tempo of our last featured match, and that might be exactly what's about to happen here.
I can see the tired on your face. I mean, yeah, I'm tired. I'm tired, dude. It's 1 a.m. I've been live for 9.5 hours. I'm a little tired.
We had a nice
I'm holding on though.
We have all the time in the world for these next two. Let's get some good dueling action and decide a winner for round 8.
I know sometimes the duelists in the chat like
Yeah, Deep Sea Minstrel is definitely a Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Is Tenpai. Apparently fire's not the shortest duel, it's water. But let's go into game 2 and see how many seconds this one lasts. Seconds, by the way, not minutes.
Yeah, it's always fun when you're going to game 2 and you have 40 minutes on the clock.
Feels pretty good. Right, so let's go.
All right, I see a trap card in Santiago's hand. Is that Imperm or is it Dominus Impulse? It is Dominus Impulse. And there is a Charmy as well. And Sfuva.
The Habakiri, and then of course we can just change.
Sfuva on the Habakiri is annoying. And that is also going to shut off Spencer basically from going for the Fiendsmith part of the combo entirely. I don't think we're going to see any Fiendsmith on their Fuva.
Like to think you don't get this far.
Ash Blossom off of the Fuva is crazy for the Saji, by the way.
So we're gonna go ahead and see
Not ashing it though.
Special summon the field, tributed immediately in the resolution.
That is
effect of the Habakiri.
not correct. I think ashing Saji is the way to go.
The Fuwa takes away the most powerful part about the ritual. Being able to ritual summon from your deck directly is just so powerful of an effect.
No, sir.
But giving up a card to your opponent doesn't feel that great, especially when it's water.
Absolutely. I did see what appears to be a dominant.
Normal summon the Monster Searcher.
There might be some surprises coming Spencer's way.
Oh, that's very interesting to see, actually. Like I said, all day, if your deck can play Dominus Impulse, it looks good for this event.
Oh, it definitely does.
This is your Impulse target?
Summoning from hand with this ritual.
I guess, okay, one thing you can do with Mermail or with any deck that plays Impulse and Ash Blossom, you can use Impulse and Ash on both halves of the Mitsurugi ritual spell, right? Like you use Impulse on the one that specials from hand and Ash on the one that specials from deck. So no matter what hand your opponent has, they're not gonna resolve the ritual spell, right? The only thing that ruins that equation is if they have like pre-prep for Mirror or Talent. But they tried to draw with that Talents, so you just got ashed on that, I suppose. Bro, their hand is, what is that? Theist? Ike?
I think I see a Minstrel plus an Abystius.
Oh, 2 Theist. Ooh, this hand might not be the greatest. It kinda works, but it's very fragile. Right? You go Pike, discard Theist to try and get Shadow Squad here, but it gets Solemn Struck. And I don't think one Theist is combo, right? Theist is not...
There's anything more here. Obviously the Minstrel's there, but we're
gonna what does Theist do? Not enough.
Yep, we're gonna use the second Abyssius that we had in hand, pitching the Minstrel here to go ahead and summon.
So what does that get? This one?
Yep. We're gonna go ahead and get
and this
like from Santiago. Spencer just clarifying how powerful this card is.
Add Shrine? Yeah, but then Shrine, what does Shrine do? Shrine summons one from deck?
Yeah.
Can Shrine get Neptibus?
And also has an effect during Spencer's turn as well, which I'm sure he's taking note of.
Poseidra.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and tribute the Abyssius on field.
Please.
I opened 2 twos. Okay.
Yeah, people are just wondering.
It does play, yeah.
It was in my hand already. Was his answer. So they received Poseidra, the newest inclusion.
Send Shadow Squad for cost. Bounce this thing.
Rage of the Abyss, still relatively recent.
This card will allow
And that gets you Neptibus.
I believe he was able to properly summon it.
And I think this feature match is going to be sub 10 minutes.
Definitely got a couple of a preview there from Santiago's deck. Seems like we featured the Meows and the Nibiru, so great options.
Dude, if only round 8 was the last one for today, I could go to bed so early. I mean, early, quote unquote. It is 1:15 a.m., but 7.5 minutes.
Atlantean Prince Neptibus is just too strong. Santiago is the winner of this match in lightning quick.
7.5 minutes.
There's definitely a rage.
Jesus Christ.
And I mentioned that before, you know, Spencer giving up a chance because he wanted to conceal that information, maybe not necessarily the right thing, but also just game recognizes game. You know Mermail well enough to be like, yeah, this isn't going my way. I need to get out of here and go take a breather. So Santiago, your match winner in maybe the fastest live streamed featured match I've seen in quite some time.
And that's why decks like Mermail or like Malice are just always at the forefront of
Is this the fastest feature match ever? I don't think so, no. I think the fastest feature match ever is still the one between Eugen and Alpay. From, I think it was YCS Utrecht, like 2020 or something. And it's like, the entire feature match is, the players are sitting down at the table. Because it's a feature match, the commentators get their deck list. And they notice that Alpay rode Shaddoll Construct instead of El Shaddoll Construct in his Shaddoll deck onto the deck list. So he's getting a game loss for it and has to swap out the El Shaddoll Constructs for Shaddoll Constructs. So that's game 1, ends immediately. So they start the feature match with game 2, but without siding, I think. And so game 2 is like Eugen activates Mystic Mine, Alpay does not have an out in his main deck and immediately scoops. So it's like 2-0 in like 3 actions or some shit. It's like, I think that's all probably never gonna be beaten as the fastest feature match.
There's a lot of Mitsurugi Rizal. I love that Mitsurugi,
because it's game loss game 1 and then literally scoop on first action game 2. The Mystic Mine.
Habakiri is just incredible, but it's not necessarily enough to go through the onslaught of just all those card effects. We're seeing these combo decks are kind of wiggling around Mitsurugi.
And I was a little unfortunate that we weren't.
Who was it? I want to watch it now. Hold up. I'll see if I find it.
You know, we've seen Ryzeal, we've seen Pure, but seeing the Fiendsmiths I thought was going to be a really cool thing to showcase for all of you. Hopefully, I saw plenty during his pre-recorded match against Ryan Yu, and he's still currently X2 and has more than enough contention on day 2.
Oh, yeah.
So stay tuned. He's going to do great things in the Yugo community, I'm sure.
Speaking of great things, why don't we go ahead and throw it over to the stage? We can hear about the great things that Santiago got to do in that very short duel.
Thank you very much, Santiago. Congratulations.
Yeah, I found it. We can take a look at it in a second.
You got somewhere to be after this?
Dinner with you later.
You know what? If you're able to win out for the rest of the night, maybe we'll all grab some food. But first, I got to say, the deck choice, another unique one. We got to see a really cool thing with the Mermail, Atlantean stuff. Talk to me about why you chose that one.
Yeah, I think it's a really good meta call. I think it can go second pretty well. It doesn't lose to Beastials. I think it has a really good tempo matchup against a lot of other, like, you know, maybe Ryzeal Pure or Fiendsmith Pure, but like together I struggle against it. But some of the times, I mean, you know, I won the dice roll there. I played 2 Minstrel, so 2 Minstrel was able to help me out there.
Yeah, winning the dice roll with the water deck is always super powerful. How has your experience been across the field? Because obviously we're a couple rounds into the tournament now.
So 8 rounds, I won the dice roll. That was my 3rd win dice roll, and believe it or not,
Maybe we're done by 2:10. I don't think so. Because this feature match being very quick doesn't matter, because we're still going to wait for the rest of the players.
I had to win through like hand trap manipulation, but that was the first time. I mean, he opened like, I opened really well. He lost the dice roll. It is what it is sometimes, you know. But I respect that guy. He's a good player.
Yeah, a fantastic player. Thank you for giving that shout out to him. But you also give a shout out before coming up here to your team. I want to give you another opportunity.
Yugioh, thank you for the raid. Appreciate that. Hope you had a good stream.
Yeah, of course. Shout out ZCG Games. Shout out Team Theory. Shout out some close friends of mine. Artan. Shout out Mount Rona. Shout out Roger. Shout out the crew here in the front row. You know, they got me here. They inspire me to be my best version of myself every day. So, you know, we'll go from here.
All right. Congratulations, Santiago. Thank you so much. We're going to throw it back to the casters.
Whew, Santiago coming on strong there.
All right, we're just gonna wait and see if they have a backup feature. In the meantime, this, I think, even though this feature match was pretty quick, I don't think there's ever been a faster feature match than this one. So even though it says 0-0 right now, the score is actually 1-0 to Eugen because Alpay made a deck list error here. I don't think it's reflected correctly in the overlay, but this is already game 2 with Alpay being down a game. And it starts here, basically, right? It starts here. And so the reason Alpay has lost 1 game so far is because he wrote Shaddoll Construct on his deck list instead of El Shaddoll Construct, which is the Shaddoll Link monster instead of the Fusion monster. So we got a game loss for a deck list error. And then we're going first in game 2. Activate Shaddoll Fusion. Think about what to fuse, you know, do some things, make a Winda here, which is a pretty good card. I mean, Shaddoll Winda, pretty good card in this format. Ended up auto-winning a lot of matchups, but we're going to go ahead and draw a card with Beast, activate Wendy to set a Shaddoll from the deck, hoping to just window lock our opponent out of the game. You know, back in 2020 when not all the first turns were super long, and it's just going to be... I mean, the match started at around the 2-minute mark, 2 minutes and 10 seconds, so we're like 50 seconds into the match. Maybe a minute at this point. We're setting a Shaddoll Beast from the deck. We've drawn a Danger Jackalope, but I don't think that's going to do much here. We're setting Shaddoll Hedgehog here, I assume. We pass over to Eugen. Eugen draws a card for turn. Lightning Storm for turn here. And activates Mystic Mine, which I think Alpay realizes in a second has no outs to it in the deck. Because, yep, he just passes. Looks at his extra deck with the 2 Shaddoll Construct. I gave him these Shaddoll Constructs, by the way. I don't know why I had them on me, but he had to find replacements, of course, for the El Shaddoll Construct. And I gave it to him. And he just scoops it up here. And this, I think, is the fastest feature match of all time. And I don't think there will ever be a faster feature match. It's literally 2 minutes. It is 2 minutes. And I don't think this record can ever be beaten. How can they ever beat that? Look at the... It's so funny that the Shaddoll Construct makes an appearance here too. So funny, man. So yeah, I think that's the funniest, the funniest and shortest feature match of all time. Back to the main tournament here. We have Anthony versus Henry with Memento, actually. The first time we're seeing Memento on the stream today. Going up against Henry on Mitsurugi Ryziel. Currently up a game with Memento and playing into a board going second here. Not looking too hot, to be honest with you. We have a IP Masquerena, a Ryziel Detonator, a Ryziel Cross, alongside a Solemn Judgment. This does not feel super winnable for Memento. Well, hey, where there's a Memento fusion, there is a way, I suppose. Because we can take the materials from the graveyard, so that's pretty powerful. We are allowing the fusion. We are fusing with a horse from hand and a horse from the graveyard into Mementolan Twin Dragon, attempting to pop and search. The problem is, if you just go Detonator on this, or Imperm, no way to dodge it. Okay. Try to use Fusion to add. Or no, we go IP into SP first. Yeah, this is game. Yeah. All right, so Memento, usually a deck, depending on the hand, that is pretty good at breaking boards. Not able to break what looked like the full combo of Mitsurugi Ryziel there. I mean, we got to the Detonator, we got to the Cross, we got to the IP Masquerena on top as well, and the Mitsurugi Interruptions, and the Solemn Judgment. So that's not a very breakable board for any deck, to be honest. Not a very breakable board for any deck in the game.
You're just sitting there going, guys, I think this guy's too good.
Yeah, because Memento, it just does so much, and I think people are starting to...
Can we rewatch some iconic feature matches at some point? I mean, probably. I can probably collect some at some point, and then we just sit back, relax, and watch some features. That sounds fun, yeah.
Jonesing for that specific Memento card to come up because they know its power, and Anthony is no stranger to that.
How has day one been? Planning on watching back the VOD, but just got here. It's been fun. The early rounds had a lot of interesting, diverse decks, with like starting with Dragon Rulers. We've had Regenesis, all that kind of stuff. White Forest. They showcased a lot of Alliance Insight stuff in the early rounds. However, the later we got into the tournament, and the more we also looked at some of the breakdowns for the top tables, it became clear that, you know, even though they're showing a lot of different decks on the stream, Malice and Mitsurugi are very, very dominant. And so we're seeing more of that now in the later rounds. Because I think it's getting harder and harder for them to find, like, sleeper decks or rogue decks that are not paired against Mitsurugi or Malice, because we saw a top table breakdown earlier that had 80% between Mitsurugi and Malice in different variations, right? Like Malice Fiendsmith, or no, not Malice, Malice Bestial, Malice Ignister, Mitsurugi Ryzeal, Mitsurugi Pure, Mitsurugi Bestial. Together, Malice and Mitsurugi variants had 80% of that top cut breakdown, the top table breakdown rather.
Useless cards now. That's great.
So it's hard. It's getting harder and harder for them to avoid featuring these decks over and over because they are pretty dominant, it looks like.
I'm glad it's such a popular deck. I mean, it is really, really cool, but to see Reptiles being played so fervently when, you know, back in my day, all we had was Sinister Serpent, and we liked it.
I mean, how many variants of this deck do you think of this tournament? I know we have Ryzeal Pure, we saw Fiendsmith, and there's also Ogdotic I've been hearing about.
Yes, and they are floating around the tournament. I think there's probably some that are going to make it to day 2. So if
all right, we do get a game 3 here though, and since Memento just lost game 2, they will be able to go first, which Memento is pretty good at. I think one of the main reasons to play Memento in this format is the fact that it goes first pretty well into most of the cards that people are using. I mean, Memento is the kind of deck that has no silver bullet against it, right? Like, all of the Charmies and Droll and Lockbird and Nibiru are all like okay against Memento. That's the downside. All of these cards are okay against it, but none of them end your turn basically. Like they're all you can deal with them, right?
We're gonna start off with the Bone Party. Gonna be destroying a card for mana. It's gonna be the combined.
All right, Memento and Bone Party resolves here, destroying combined creation, summoning Anguish to try and add. There is an infinite impermanence, but we have the dodge for it. We have the Goblin Biker Grand Breakout, which I think there's no reason not to chain here.
Being activated from Anthony here. But there we see the Grand
Yeah,
Breakout.
that is massive. And you do see the disappointment in Henry's face there, because he knows this is a problem for him, because it means basically you're dodging the imperm and you're creating 2 new choke points here for the turn, right?
Effect to summon itself because the card has been destroyed this turn.
Oh, I guess maybe, yeah, okay, so we did get that. Perfect. So I think
Sleepy effect from hand, summons.
Another Twin Dragon.
Yep, Sleepy being able to go into Twin Dragon is super huge.
Goes for Twin Dragon, destroys itself. Adds 2.
And he used it for such great effect with things like Guardian Chimera, so we'll see if that comes up.
And this is where Memento becomes really hard to stop. If they open a starter plus quick play spell, it's really hard to deal with it with these kind of hand traps like Imperm.
So we're going to go ahead and grab the
Mementolin Horn Dragon, I believe.
That's correct.
That's a really cool sort of interaction as well. Just a free pop too. It's pretty good.
Any Ogdotic still in? I mean, the last time we've seen Ogdotic is like in round 5 top tables. There was some Ogdotic. I don't know how many of them still made it, because we are 3 rounds later at this point. Like we're currently in round 8, heading into round 9. There's a good chance there's some left. They were undefeated in round 5.
Memento being another one of those great decks that you can sort of practice by yourself just to make sure that you know all the combos and sort of explore, kind of get into the training lab.
Any live twin? We have not seen a single live twin deck, unfortunately, today.
But right now it looks like we're gonna go.
I thought that was more likely than Dragon Rulers, but we did see Dragon Rulers, so I don't know.
Mm-hmm. The squiggliest of lines, but we're gonna go ahead and send Organic and a copy of Mementolan Fusion to the grave.
Ooh, having one already in the graveyard is really cool, because we already have one in hand, which means we can bring it back later with Memento Miklon if we get that in rotation with Creation King. That could be sick.
Well, we've added the Fusion to the hand. Looks like we're going to go and burn one of those now.
Oh, if Anthony does this just to hide the fact that he has a second one from Henry, that is a really powerful way to win the information warfare that can be Yu-Gi-Oh! Sometimes.
I definitely telegraphed that I needed...
No response here to the Mementolan Fusion, so we're gonna use 3 monsters from the graveyard here to make the Creation King.
And every time I see this card, I just go, wow, this is the best card ever made. I get to send 3 more names.
Send 1 from extra deck and 2 from the deck. We already have combined creation in rotation.
Get a field spell. Plus, I can pop during my opponent's turn if I wanted to.
Yeah, Memento is pretty insane, and I'm glad duelists are realizing that, because for a long time, it was just missing. And I'm sure somebody in the chat is typing right now, I was playing Memento when it started. Well, hey, chat, I know that too because I was doing the same.
You watched Sunny's K9 video? I did see it, yeah.
Full potential of a deck and
Unfortunately, it's full of DB, so we're not going to watch it on
If
stream.
you would have told me whatever any deck
But I did
become,
see
like,
it, yeah.
crazy strong is a triple foolish burial, I'd be like, oh yeah, I think that would work.
It's not just a triple foolish barrel. You can even mix and match. Like, 2 from the extra and 1 from the deck. 3 from the deck. 2 from the... It's so customizable.
If that was all I did, I feel like I'd still play it, for sure.
Oh, yeah. Multiple copies.
So there we see that Micklon like I was talking about. And so now what we can do is we can go for the really cool thing at the end of turn to put back Bone Party face down. That's pretty cool. And then still have the hidden fusion that we have from Henry.
Definitely gives you a lot of different options there.
I wonder how Memento was played pre-support. I mean, Memento pre-support was just, it felt like, I've played it actually. We tried learning it on Master Duel at some point. Before it got the support, it just felt super incomplete.
He was looking at it.
It just felt super incomplete as a deck. The support is actually, the Memento support was actually really good in the sense that like it really felt like it was exactly patching the holes that the deck had. I think like it fixed exactly the issues that Memento had, I feel. Which is pretty cool in a way. But yeah, before then it just had too many issues. Like randomly some of them were just they wouldn't combo, but they were necessary. Like you were required to play a lot of those different names to summon your combined creation, but like a lot of them were super bad. Like Goblin wasn't full combo and stuff like that. I don't think Goblin was any kind of combo. Before they got Yatic, for example. I think it was like just Anguish that was like any kind of real combo, to be honest. I don't remember exactly.
For the most part, Memento uses every single card of the archetype, which is always a good sign.
Especially in their side deck, you know, having things like Cranium Burst.
So Mitsu is getting new cards when it gets imported to the OCG. What are you hoping they're getting? I don't know if they feel the need to give them broken support because the cards have already proven to be pretty strong. And I think especially in the OCG, Mitsurugi would be a pretty good deck already right now because it doesn't seem like it would be super weak into Max C. So I don't think they have to add something broken to it just to make it good. It's going to be good regardless.
And didn't we add Tatsuno Toshigo as well? Or
but if they want to, they can give it some crack. I mean, look, Mitsurugi is at the point where it's already a super meta-relevant deck for us right now, right? So any card, any support card that's playable is going to make it even crazier.
But we've gone through all of our low.
Anything that's remotely playable is going to be very good in it.
Anima coming down by sending the Mace to the graveyard. Now we're going to link to
for an SP Little Knight?
For a Herald! Oh my god.
What? Oh,
okay, we got a Herald of Mirage Lights here. SP Little Knight as well.
Like you said.
Cross-out Designator, it's kind of crazy.
I believe is the way Mirage Light works. Plus we have an SP Little Knight, which is just a great card. And we're going to end on, I believe, double Memento spell card, Lust Combined Creation, and a known
Yatic back to the deck.
And
probably trying to keep Anguish in the graveyard for the combined creation. I think there was 2 Anguishes.
Then combined creation will be able to special summon a card, and it could be Anguish. And then Anguish could go ahead and bring another card to the hand, such as Mace, in order to take.
We're gonna have all the quick play spells available. We have SP, we have Mirage Light, we have combined creation. Very hard deck, very tough board to crack. Well, we will see.
Forms of interaction, like let's say Henry goes Raigeki, and it can't be negated by Mirage Lights. You just destroy everything in your board. And you're like, okay, cool. I still have all my spell cards. I still have a Horn Dragon, and I
Horn Dragon as well.
The Creation King anyway.
So you're saying you like decks that say yes many times instead of one deck that says no once?
Oh, 1,000%. Yep. So there's the Horn Dragon, like I talked about. We're gonna reset a Bone Party here using the effect of Memento Micklon during the end phase. And we're just double checking here how Mirage Light works. To my knowledge, it'll just tribute itself and then negate whatever card you want to go for.
No, that's Arc Light.
That is a lot of interaction. Dare I say
Arc Light is the one that tributes. Mirage Light has to discard a fairy, I think.
Is Mace a fairy?
I think it's a spellcaster, but
no, it's a fairy.
Definitely a fairy.
Oh, I see. I was like, how did we get the fairy to summon it? I forget. Yeah, because all the mementos have like different types and stuff. So
they do. Works well with there could be only one.
Yeah, there are some funny extra deck monsters you can go into, like Mirage Lights here.
Anguish is the dark spellcaster.
So Mace must be the fairy then.
Mace is the light fairy, you're right.
Super cool. But here we see Henry
Special
starting off
X
with
is
X
good though.
Ryziel.
That's a
If you want
good
grade
start
4,
as per usual. We know how powerful that can be.
Going to be sending, of course, the Meteorologic Aggregator here. Chainlink 1X, Chainlink 2 Aggregator.
Well, but what card do you negate?
Because the problem is this SP can at least get a level 4 off the board. The Mirage Lights is really scary. And then Creation King just says, oh, by the way, this Creation King comes down and can pop multiple things on your board if I want it to.
Oh, it's insane. All right, so it looks like we're going to try to go. Yeah, we're going to go SP Little Knight, target X Ryziel and SP Little Knight.
Okay, we're using the SP Little Knight to get rid of the X Ryziel, just trying to keep bodies off of the board, I guess. This is a tactic you can go for, I think, with Memento here. You can just keep popping all of the Ryziels. So you're going to throw a lot of your disruption at them. But, I mean, X Ryziel can only search a fire, a Pyro Ryziel, so Sword Ryziel cannot be special summoned right now.
We're in on the joke, he is not.
Because we don't have the X on the board anymore, so this SP Little Knight is actually quite good.
Anthony has access to on this turn is just, I think, like 5 pops or something, if I did my math right?
That's
maybe
wild.
more.
Well, let's see the Amino Hapakiri no Mitsurugi get activated, that once per dual effect.
We've been seeing it all weekend long, and every time I just keep going, wow, wowie, wow, wow.
What a great final piece to their puzzle, right? We all kind of speculated, okay, there should be a third...
Special Saji, Tribute Saji off of the Habakiri. Get access to the spell card.
It's done so much for the deck, being able to special summon immediately Tribute. So Saji go into the graveyard here, and let's grab another copy of the Mitsurugi Ritual from the deck.
And that's going to be really huge here.
Of course, Mirage Light able to negate that.
It's like you said, you don't
We
stop
go
it,
in with the Bone Party
Okay,
here.
that was a nice thing you did. It's now going to... I'm just going to get rid of it now.
Interesting.
Party time.
If I'm Anthony, I'm saving this Mirage Light.
Destroying the negated combined creation.
I mean, just with the advantage involved, so we are going to use...
But this means we cannot use the... This means we cannot use the... What's it called? The mace to take a monster?
Less than the destroyed Memento monster.
Which I believe is...
Everything.
Interesting.
It's
11.
Like, yeah, level... Yeah, is it 12? Level 11, 12? I think it's really big.
It's big. It's big.
Ooh, but there we have
Called by the Grave. Wow.
That's pretty big, because I believe you target with Mentor. Like, oh, there we see Crossout Designator coming.
Do you know
down,
why
but
that's so unfortunate? It's because that crossout was most likely a dead card. Like, that crossout was not very likely to be live. Called by the Grave might be the only card that this could hit.
And that means Henry does not know what that last set face down is.
Except for maybe like the one of talents, if they had it.
Mace, but we don't have Combine Creation anymore. So Mace doesn't do anything in the hand.
That is correct.
But we did get the Creation King, which can, like I said, pop multiple cards.
Negate with the Herald here.
Using Mirage Light. Oh, sorry. Mirage Light discards fairies.
Yeah.
He doesn't tribute himself.
And now it does not look like Henry has a way to keep going, right? I mean, we can tribute the... We can tribute for the prayers and get a level 4 onto the field. We also have not normal summoned yet, so I guess we can make a rank 4 by normal summoning Sword. It's not like over.
Plus the set face down. And here we get to see the overwhelming
Problem is, how do we play through the Creation King just popping everything? Don't think we can. I don't see it, at least.
At his disposal.
I do not see it, because if we have to normal summon Sword Ryziel, that's going to be a bad situation.
The next 12 minutes.
Oh, yeah. This is where the rubber meets the road in Yu-Gi-Oh!
Oh, we're going to slither on
I don't see it. I don't see it. I think there's too many pops. I think it's too many pops, dude. We can pop with Creation King, we can pop with Horned Dragon, we can Memento Fusion into something. There's just not enough cards to play through it.
That might not be enough. Ooh, he does have the Kusanagi already in hand, right? So he can just bring back prayers with that and use it again. And then he can go into Murakumo, right? And then he can board wipe.
Well, let's let Henry do the talking here, but he does go ahead and tributes the Amino.
No, I don't think we can really get to... I guess we can summon Kusanagi to add back the ritual spell. At this point, it depends. It depends which effect of the ritual they have announced previously. Which we don't know, because you can only use each of the halves once. And one half has been negated. So
we're gonna use the
Because technically they could have announced both sides earlier. They had the ability to do
like
both.
I mentioned earlier. But how are we going to summon this card without a ritual spell card? That's what I want to know.
Well, I think Henry's about to show us. Take a look at the Trihorn Dragon. Now remember,
This does mean we're going to commit our normal summon to the Kusanagi though, meaning we can no longer normal summon the Sword Raizio.
And then we get the ritual spell back that way. That's pretty huge.
Almost forgot this was a Ryzel deck since we have only been making reptile-based plays for a while, but he does have 2 level 4s on the field. Could be a
They
duo
talk
card
about the
coming
new
his way.
pricing yet? No, that's going to be tomorrow. For context, for people that weren't here earlier, they have made a post on Twitter saying that they have an announcement for tomorrow. It's not going to be quite a ban list, but they are going to announce the new pricing structure for YCSs and national and WCQs soon.
We're going to use, I think, Anguish.
So they're going to announce that tomorrow.
And then Akihiron on summon will go ahead and add back.
Okay, well, Akihiron is summoned.
It's got 3 very scary effects.
And now it really matters which half of Mitsurugi Ritual we activated earlier. If we can still tribute from deck, this is huge. Ooh, we used the other one earlier.
And this
That's really good, actually. Hold up.
Effect, which could be pretty huge for the program that is Henry.
Hold up.
All right, where he might be loading the code here. Takes a look at the field, takes a look at his hand, takes a look at his card.
Would you be down with YCS Jailers? Oh yeah, absolutely. That's what I'm hoping for.
Plus Aramasa, that'll allow him to add another monster to his from his deck to his hand, plus summon back out the Night Sword Serpent because it was tributed.
Guardian Chimera still does it. I mean, Guardian Chimera. Can you go for Guardian Chimera here? Because the Murakumo is just going to destroy the board, right? Boom, blows it up.
Can't quite make it out from here.
Mitsurugi is such a fun deck, man. The pure just the Mitsurugi plays make me happy.
They are the biggest snaky boys.
They make me happy.
I
like
get
it.
that Raigeki-like effect clearing Anthony's board, so all the interruptions have now been played through. If you're Henry, the ones that he knows about.
We've talked about this before, but Memento is a weird deck because it loves destroying, but unlike decks like Fire King, it doesn't really get anything if it's destroyed. There's no positive interactions there.
Yeah, so we went ahead and used Akihiron's effect, I believe, to add back there. I believe we added back a Bone Party. And there we see the Momental Infusion, which can fusion summon from the graveyard.
All right, let's see what he returns.
Okay, we can fuse here, but Guardian Chimera is no longer an option.
Just going for the Memetalon Twin. That's wild.
But I think we've played through whatever Henry has, so he's just gonna go use the
Problem is, I don't think Henry can do a whole lot with the rest of these cards.
Gonna get Gaddock as well.
Twin Dragon.
And Sleepy can still fuse. Anguish can still add, or it already did add. Okay, we have a lot of follow-up here for Memento. Crazy amounts of follow-up, actually. Insane.
Just a wild time. You know, we saw a really quick duel when we jumped into Santiago at Spencer's Mermail versus Mitsurugi Rise.
Attacks the Anguish, that's all.
This one game alone.
No, not really much going on there defensively as well. That's just going to be an overrun next turn, I feel like.
And now it looks like we're in main phase 2.
Not quite able to go through this. This was an enjoyable game to watch, actually. This was like a good showcase of like Memento pulling off a combo and the opponent still able to play into it with a solid hand. And it actually ended up being a pretty good game, and they were pretty close to actually doing a lot here. Like they actually almost had it, I feel like. Maybe like one pre-prep of rights away from doing it.
You have on your mind is
pretty nice.
7,200 damage. 7,200 damage. How can we do this? And the answer is Akihiron.
If you can attack directly with your level 9 or
I feel like a lot of the game's been interesting today. I mean, yes, I would tend to agree, and I want to say that even though I'm not super hyped about combo decks, I still think this format is still miles ahead of everything we had last year. Like, you know, I'm not the biggest not the biggest Malice fan out here, but it still is more enjoyable to play against than Snake Eyes by a lot.
Henry
I
needs
think.
to watch his gestures there. That did look like a concession to me too, right?
He's like,
offering the handshake.
He's probably like, "Oh, come on, man, you drew Goblin as well," which I've been known to say as well, many times.
Thoughts on Droplet and Mitsurugi? I think it's okay.
Let us again add back from our graveyard to our hand. I believe we have Tatsuno Toshigo, so we can get him back too.
Are Ryziel variants actually playing pre-prep? I mean, maybe not. Yeah, maybe not.
Fusion from the graveyard.
Just debating here what we want to destroy, it looks like.
Thoughts on Mitsurugi Fiendsmith? I think it's good because it lets you play through Droll and Lockbird more. We saw that earlier in a feature match. However, I don't like how it does not incentivize you to play Impulse. I think Impulse is pretty good this format. At the same time, I mean, the same is true for the Ryziel cards. You don't want to play those with Impulse as well. The thing with both Ryziel and Fiendsmith engines in Mitsurugi is I think it's making the deck weaker into some cards that you're normally not weak to. Like if you get, let's say you get Molcharmi Peruliad or Fuvalos and you play some of those engines, it just makes your deck unnecessarily weak into them. So I think it's also worth thinking about just playing pure Mitsurugi with like Impulse. But yeah, I mean the Ryziel cards, as we see here, they add a lot of like, they add a lot of power to the deck, right? When you're going second,
it's always a toss-up.
the ability to push into boards that X Ryziel provides is pretty crazy.
Correct, especially when there's only one to speak of now.
So I think it's an interesting spot to be in for Mitsurugi in particular because the deck really does not like build itself. There's a lot of options you have and they all have their own pros and cons. I think that's I think that's interesting. Alright, that's going to be the end of the backup feature. Pretty enjoyable one, actually. I like this one a lot. Pretty cool. We have Memento moving on to a 7-1 record here for Anthony. Pretty nice. And that means we are now 10 hours into the stream at this point, dude. I'm starting to get really tired, but there's only one more round, so I'm trying to hold on. I'm trying to hold on for this last round of Swiss.
Somebody across the table that loves Yu-Gi-Oh, but as we said, there can only be one King of Games, only one YCS Providence champion. And maybe it will be Anthony. Could be Henry, but he's got his work cut out for him, right? Still eligible for day 2 likely, but has a long road ahead.
Yeah, you're right. He was not our enemy.
Also, reminder, I'm going to be live tomorrow for day 2 as well. So if you've been enjoying the stream today, make sure to join tomorrow. Make sure to follow the stream on Twitch. If you enjoyed the watch along so far.
So shocked by being like, oh yeah, every single card has 18 effects, and they're all amazing.
Oh yeah, it's such a cool deck because, you know, Memento Miklon, I think, really encapsulates...
Does it fuck up your sleep schedule when you do those YCS streams? A little bit, but I usually bounce back relatively quickly.
It doesn't really do any of that. It's got the ancient Gear Golem style effect. It sets cards from the graveyard. It's able to recur stuff. So Memento is kind of weird. Doesn't fit into any nice...
Because outside of these weekends, my sleeping schedule is fairly consistent. So like, it's not the end of the
I don't
world.
know. Are we going to be doing an interview with Anthony or no?
Don't think so on this one.
Yeah,
so I'm not hearing anything from production on that.
Yeah, I think we want to get ready for round 9 and showcase some really awesome duels for all you guys in the future as we wrap up day 1 of YCS Providence.
What a day it has been so far. I hope you are here for it.
There's one more, yes, one more match for today. Round number 9.
Impact to the Forbidden Limited List, Alliance Insight, and there's duelists around the world who are competing. Maybe you're sleeving up your cards. Maybe you're watching us on the VOD, like we said, in 2027 for whatever reason. It's been a good time, though, right, Steven?
Oh, 1,000%. Nothing's better than watching duelists duel at the highest level possible, and that's what you get here at YCS's.
So the sad part is, if you love Stevens, unfortunately we're about to subtract 2 of them from the broadcast because we're not going to be back for tomorrow until tomorrow.
Until tomorrow. We will be here tomorrow, I promise.
We'll be here tomorrow, I promise. I promise.
Team Max Steve will not get broken up.
No. But we do still have 1 round left.
Yes.
So don't go anywhere. We're going to go somewhere, but you're going to be right back here. We'll be watching with you.
You're taking a day off on Monday. Actually, I haven't talked about this, but I'm actually off the entire week because I'm gone. For some pretty cool stuff, though. I'm gone for some. I'm gone for work-related stuff. But I am gone. So yes, I will be taking Monday off as well. Yeah. I don't know which part of it I'm supposed to talk about. But yeah. Random thought right now. I'm afraid of the answer to my next question, but is the Animation Chronicles trailer longer than the actual episode was? Because I have a feeling that might be the case. The answer is yes. I was afraid it would be that. Yes, I was afraid of the answer, but I asked the question anyways, and that's what I got. Well, I mean, the little episode that we got was cool. It was just so much less than what we hoped for, I suppose. It's crazy how hyped we were when they first dropped this. Dude, is there anyone who thinks Typhon is cooler than Zeus? There's no shot, right? No one thinks that. I do? I don't believe you. I think you're just saying that because that's how Twitch works. You say something and someone will always say the opposite. Typhon alt art goes crazy too. I'm still confused by the Life Twin archetype. Streamers by day, criminals by night, and their only crime appears to be running over rooftops. Dude, this is longer, right? This just is longer than the episode. That's crazy. Check DMs for most used text for YCS Providence. Ooh. YCS Providence General Tech Update. Alloy of Justice Psycho Reader. Monsters with effects that you can activate from the hand during your opponent's turn are extremely important. Even when going second, these cards give you a chance to try and stop the opponent. Okay, I didn't think Cycle Reader was going to be this popular at this YCS. It was very good before Alliance Insight, but sure, Cycle Reader, Dark Ruler, and Molcharmy. I mean, okay, I guess. Okay, I guess. Dude, what a crazy teaser for the Sky Striker anime, dude. The episode is gonna be so insane, right, guys? Right? Imagine we get an entire anime out of this. It's gonna be nuts.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to YCS Providence. We're getting ready for our next feature round. But while we have some time, I figured let's get some duelists up here to play some trivia. But first, let's get to know them a little bit. What's your name?
Diego.
Diego, how's your YCS experience going?
It's pretty good. It's my first YCS ever, so, I mean, YCS is the greatest thing in the world, no? Yeah.
Fantastic. So, okay, this is the end of the day, essentially. Are you still in it? Do you think you're going to make day 2?
No, I'm X3, so sadly I am not making day 2, but I had a great run, so I can't be sad.
You know what? I'm happy that you're having fun. Hey, there's public events tomorrow. Are you going to try any of those?
Yeah, I'll be trying some Attack of the Giant card, try to get bring one of those home, so that should be fun.
All right, sounds good. All right, let's get to meet our other competitor over here. What's your name?
Ariel.
Ariel, how's your YCS experience going?
Absolutely incredible. I just went X3, and I'm so happy about it.
You're happy about it?
Yeah. It was a great run. I was not confident with my deck, but the fact that I got this far and just became X3 is incredible feeling.
So wait, what were you playing then?
Mitsurugi Raizio.
That's a good one. It's a good one. We've seen a lot of that in feature matches so far. But you know what? Are you going to do public events as well?
Oh, absolutely. Edison all weekend going forward.
Love the Time Wizard events. But you're not competing against each other then, because I caught the two of you together, so I assume you're friends. You're not competing tomorrow, but you are competing today on this stage. I got a couple of questions here that have to do with Alliance Insight. Now, the way it's going to work, we're going to play rock, paper, scissors to see who goes first. Whoever goes first, I'm going to ask you the first question. If you get it right, you get the point. If you get it wrong, there's a chance to steal from your opponent, and we're going to keep going through until we get through all of the questions. Does that sound good? All right, square up. It's going to be on shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot, okay? I want a fair game. And whenever you're ready.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Double rock.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Double rock.
Paper, scissors, shoot.
There we go. Somebody had to make the change. Diego, that means that you're going to be up
just
first.
hold us all hostage until the end of time by
What
always
level
picking rock.
Is Dark Magician Girl the Magician's Apprentice?
Oh, what level? What level?
I don't know. Probably 6.
Level 7?
That's crazy.
That is incorrect, Diego. And I will say before coming on, I was like, I think the first question's pretty easy. What do you think, Ariel? Is it an easy question?
I think that question's super easy because it's level 6.
Ding, ding, ding. That is correct. It is level 6. That means a point stolen. So, Ariel, congratulations.
The thing is, like, if
and
you
it's
have
over
no
to you. You get the
idea,
next question.
just answer the original level of Dark
Regenesis
Magician Girl.
theme focuses on monsters with how much attack and defense?
2,500 attack, 2,000 defense?
No, bro.
That is incorrect.
Bro!
We have a chance to steal over here. Diego, what do you think?
2,500 attack and 2,500 defense.
Ding, ding, ding. That is correct. All right. Wow. A point stolen both ways. Dead even game. We're going to go to question number 3. Diego, finish the card name. Nebulous, Dragon Ruler of Blank.
Mishaps.
Oh,
Mishaps.
Nebulous, Dragon Ruler. I don't know. Of Chaos?
Not a bad guess. Not a bad guess, but that is incorrect.
Oopsies.
Now, Ariel, do you think
Nebulous,
that you can steal
Dragon
this
Ruler
one?
of Oopsies.
It is once again Nebulous, Dragon Ruler of
Calamities?
No.
Unfortunately, this is the little one. It's Mishaps. Dragon Ruler of Mishaps. Just you know, a little oopsie. That's that one.
A little mishap from both of us there. A little mishap there, so.
Couple. Well, hey, even game state still. Now, that was Diego. Ariel, we're going to go back to you.
Do they know they're
Question
supposed to
number 4.
answer the question correctly?
What is the name of the monster on the cover of Alliance Insight? I need the full name.
Allied Code Talker.
Oh my god. Allied Adigneister Code Talker?
I'm not going to give it to you, but I'm not going to give too much of a hint because there's a chance for Diego to steal this. Diego, you have to say the words in order, the full name. Go.
Allied Code Talker Adignister.
That is
Malice
correct. You
player
were
spotted.
close. You had the words off.
Ask him what deck he plays.
What deck do you play?
I play Malice Ignister.
Told you.
That's a rigged game
told
right
you.
there, but that is a point. I'm going to allow it. That is 1 point over to Diego. So, Diego, you get the last question here. If you get this, you win. If not, it goes over here. We have a tie game between the two of you. Diabell Star Vengeance is always treated as a what card?
It's always treated as a Sinful Spoils card.
Ding, ding, ding. That is correct. Congratulations, Diego.
Yeah, the other one is always a White Forest
well,
card.
Do you have any victory speech you'd like to give the audience, or maybe any words for your competitor over here?
Shout out Yu-Gi-Oh! And
Shout out Yu-Gi-Oh! is crazy.
Tag of the giant card. Everyone's
Shout
going to be
out
looking
the
for you.
Pharaoh,
Ariel,
dude.
do you have anything to say in your defense? It was a good effort.
I don't play Malice, so those names are complicated. My bad.
And your Regenesis excuse?
No excuse.
You know, fair enough, fair enough. Everybody give a round of applause for our two competitors up on stage. I'm sure you're going to be playing against some of those.
All right, Park Champion. We have another breakdown here for round number 7 from the coverage. Top tables round number 7. Let's see if something significantly has changed. We still have about 40% Malice. We still have 20, 30, 35, 37, 40% Mitsurugi. So we're looking at still about 80%. 80% between Malice and Mitsurugi versions. We have Primite Blue Eyes, Mermaid Atlantean, Odeon, Azamina White Forest is still there, a Memento is still there, Chimera Fiendsmith, and Pure Iziel. Some of which we've already seen on feature. I'm pretty sure the Memento is the one from the backup feature. Ryziel is probably Carl that we had in the feature match earlier. Azamina might be the one from the feature match earlier as well. And the Mermail is probably also the one from the feature match that we saw. That's the thing with these sort of breakdowns where certain decks are just there once. It's very easy to tell the ones that we saw on feature, because it's probably the ones that are, you know. Okay.
Banish it, and if you do, add a 1 Malice card of the same type, monster spell.
They're just playing another Revs cards video.
You can only use each effect once per turn. That is a lot of advantage for the follow-up, or even just the grind game. Yeah, Whitebinder target this, goes hard. Next up, we have our first secret rare of the video, and that is Malice P March Hare. Yeah, we got a negate and a new main deck monster with the effect your opponent cannot target Malice Link monsters that point to this card with card effects, and you can only use each of the following effects of March Hare once per turn. During the main phase, if this card is in your hand, quick effect, you can banish one other Malice card from your hand or graveyard, and if you do, special summon this card. It's basically doing the same job that the Bestials were doing, where it's an extender that allows you to play through interruptions, but it's also a Malice name. And then if this card is banished, you can pay 300 life points, then target one of your banished Malice monsters and add it to your hand. So it's a little different from the other.
How much is March Hare right now? Last time I checked, I think it was around 60.
It's not necessarily a starter.
Don't know if it's gone up or down since. It's gone down a little.
And it's shiny, so have fun with
It's gone down a little. It's currently, in Europe at least, it's 50 euros each, which is still a lot. But I mean, it was expected to be an expensive card. They did Ryziel dirty with this card. Ryziel Mass Driver is not great.
For the rest of this turn, all Raziel monsters you control gain 1000 attack. If your one detonator gets negated and then can't protect itself from battle, I guess making it big can help. Unless you have Eclipse Twins attached, then maybe you want it to be destroyed by battle. But yeah, if this card is sent to the graveyard, except from the field, you can target one card in your opponent's graveyard, banish it, and you can only use each effect once per turn. So you detach this from Detonator to destroy your opponent's Lacrima, and then Mass Driver can banish their Engraver. Something like that, you know? You can get access to Mass Driver through Duo Drive, of course, but Ryziel also gets a new way to pivot into their spells and traps. Star Ryziel, secret rare, level 4 light pyro. You can special summon this card from your hand.
Haven't seen this guy at all, really,
monster you control.
this weekend.
If summoned this way, you cannot special summon from the
Where is
extra
Star
deck
Ryziel?
turn except rank 4 Xyz monsters. Also, you
Nowhere
can
to be
special
found.
summon Star Ryziel once per turn this way. The juicy part is that if this card is special summoned, you can set one Ryziel spell or trap from your deck. You can only use this effect once per turn. Such a simple effect, and oh no, Ryziel crosses hit the board. Interrupting Ryziel on the duo drive has always been one of the key places to interrupt them, but now with Star Ryziel, it doesn't hurt as much. Spooky stuff, man. But moving on, let's give all the archetypes and crossover breakers a little bit of love, because Yugioh also gets some new cards. Are you tired of your field spell getting ashed? Well, say hello to Tensei Yugioh Anva. This is a level 10 Dark Dragon Pendulum with a scale 11.
That's gonna definitely
really
fix
nice scale
Yugioh.
effect as well. You cannot pendulum summon except Yugioh monsters. This effect cannot be negated, and you can negate your opponent's card or effect activated in response to the activation of your Yugioh spell card or effect. Then destroy this card. You can only use this effect once per turn, of course. This makes the deck a lot more immune.
It is a cool looking card, yeah, it is.
Because resolving the field spell is very, very important, and that's the reason I love Artifact Lancia against this deck, man. This card is also very easy to summon, and it's pretty decent going second as well, because you can tribute one Yugioh monster from your hand or field except Anva, special summon this card from your hand. And if this card is special summoned, you can target one card on the field, destroy it. Pretty good. If this card is destroyed, you can place one Yugioh continuous spell or trap from your deck, graveyard, or banishment face up on your field. You can only use each effect once per turn. But Revs, Yugioh don't have a continuous trap card. Well, now they do. Your opponent cannot target Yugioh monsters you control with card effects. You can only use each of the following
Necros trap when?
If a Yugioh Pendulum monster is in your field or face up extra deck, you can shuffle two Yugioh monsters from your hand, graveyard, and or banishment into the main deck, then target one monster on the field, destroy it. And if this card is destroyed, you can set one non-continuous Yugioh trap from your deck, graveyard, or banishment. All this talk on continuous spells and continuous traps, man, you know who loves all that? This guy. Alright, moving on, a whole bunch of classic and fan favorite archetypes are also getting support, and that includes...
I'm actually disappointed we didn't see any life twins on feature. I'm sure someone must have played it. The deck's not bad.
Spellcaster, ultra rare, with a really nice effect, actually. I was surprised when I read this. When your opponent activates a card or effect in response to your live twin card or effect activation, quick effect, you can discard this card, negate that opponent's effect. It's like a defensive hand interruption, man. It's like a searchable called by the grave. If you control a kill monster and this card is in your graveyard, you can special summon this card, but while it is face up in the monster zone, you can...
They had a written feature? Ooh, I would love to check that out.
You can only use each effect once per turn. So not only are you stopping...
I would love to check out the written feature if I could.
You're also getting a free body out of it.
If I could. Satoshi K, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Appreciate that so much. Thank you for the late night support. I'm sorry I can't cheer much. I'm getting very tired, but I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Very kind of you.
You can only link summon Kill deal once per turn. You can send one Lila monster from your deck or extract to the graveyard. Apply this effect this turn.
Dodged. You already have a sub. You are a sub. Why are you saying dodge? I can see the sub badge next to your name.
So both of these cards are extenders in their own way, and both of these cards are punishing your opponent for interacting with you. Live Twins eating good, man. Holy. Cyber decks are also getting support in Alliance Insight. I don't know about you, but I think any day that Cyber Dragons receive support is a good day, man. Here is Cyber Jormungandr, level 5, Light Machine, cannot be normal summoned or set, must be special summoned by card effect. If your opponent controls a monster, you can special summon this card from your hand, then take one Cyber Dragon from your deck and either special summon it or equip it to this card as an equip spell.
They should have put on the Curry Bandits video. They should have put on my tier. Next time I'm gonna ask them to throw my tier list on in between rounds.
Cyber Dragon Nova into infinity. But this card does have a lot more applications and another effect.
They could have done that. That would have been nice.
Cyber Dragon you control to the hand. Add one polymerization from your deck or graveyard to your hand. You can only use each effect once per turn. It's not quite as Unga Bunga.
Is this card okay in Edison? I don't know, man. This is the Cyber Dragon support. I feel like has missed the mark the most. Out of the tactical tri decks, I mean, the Life Twin support is decent, and the Eldritch support is decent. The Cyber support,
Level 5 Dark
I don't
Machine, and this card's name becomes Cyber Dragon while on the field or in the graveyard. If this card is in your hand or graveyard and you have another machine Cyber monster in your field or graveyard, you can send one Cyber Dragon monster from your hand or deck to the graveyard, special summon this card, and then you can add
why is this being shown during a YCS stream? Isn't the target audience competitive Yu-Gi-Oh players? I think you would be surprised how many people check out YCSs that are not super competitively, you know, involved yet. And I think you want to appeal to that audience. So I actually don't think this is a bad move whatsoever to bridge time between rounds. To like have an introduction video to your set that came out like 2 days ago. I think that's okay. You gotta bridge the time between rounds somehow.
Warrior with the effect gains 700 attack and defense for each Argostars monster with a different name you control.
I think this is okay.
You can only use each of the following effects once per turn. Quick effect, you can reveal this card in your hand, return one Argostar's continuous trap you control to the hand, and if you do, special summon this card. And then the other effect is you can banish this card you control, set one continuous trap from your hand, it can be activated this turn. It's a nice little extender once you have your continuous traps in rotation, but they also get a quick play spell as well. Argostar's Giant Slaying. This actually has two really nice effects on it. So, add one Argostar's monster from your deck to your hand.
This card's pretty nice, actually.
After this effect resolves, if a continuous trap is in your monster zone or a continuous trap with an effect that special summons.
But even with the new support, it's not looking like Argostars. And like, I don't mean the new Alliance Insight support, I even mean the further support, I think, from Duelist Advance. It's not looking like Argostars is doing anything in the OCG at this point. It just feels like a concept that's not that good, but I still like it. I still think it's a fun concept. And I will stand by that. It's not a good concept, but it's a fun concept. St. Mashu, thank you for the first time sub. I appreciate you. And Pabo, thank you for the 11 months of Prime support. Thank you.
The art, it goes hard. And this is Fallen Angel.
This art is cool. This art is actually really cool.
Zombie fusion requiring Eldritch the Golden Lord plus a zombie monster, but it does have another summoning condition. So, must be either fusion summoned or special summoned from your extra deck by tributing one light zombie monster while you have Eldritch the Golden Lord in your field or graveyard. So off the back of Conquistador or Hequero, you're able to just bring this big boy out for free, essentially. This does enable some rank 10 plays with Eldritch the Golden Lord himself, but there's plenty of other things you can do with it as well. Of course, you can also only special summon this monster once per turn, regardless of which method you use. If this card is sent from the field to the graveyard,
Delta of Invitation, yeah. If you play, I think it's just Delta of Invitation and 2 Eldritch the Golden Lords in your deck, you can make a 1 card rank 10. Basically Varudras, right?
It's not. It's Eldritch. We have Eldelixir of the Glorious Golden Land continuous trap cards. You can pay 800 life.
But I don't think that's a good ratio, right? I don't think 3 field spells plus 2 Eldritch, because Eldritch is probably going to be a brick in most decks. So that's not ideal, I don't think. I mean, like, at least Eldritch can be like a solid discard because it has a graveyard effect, I guess, and it can help going second. But
Golden Land or Eldelixir spells or traps. It's interruption or it's recursion.
You can play 1 main and 1 mad. Okay, sure. Okay, that's a little bit better of a deal, yeah. That's true. Yeah, I forgot it can summon from extra deck.
And maybe I'll see you for some box openings, baby.
Guess the card. Malice in the Mirror. Satoshi with another 5 gifted. Thank you. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the late night support. What time is it? It is 2:15 a.m. 2:16 a.m. Pretty tired, but there's only 1 more round to go, so we'll get there. This is the new Ancient Fairy. I don't know what it's called. Ancient Fairy Life Dragon? No. I don't know. Oh, it is Ancient Fairy Life Dragon. Nice. Patty with the 1 gifted coming through. Thank you so much. All right, give me more guess the cards. I like those. Give me more. Oh. It's another Malice. Malice P. March Hare. Yup. So far, it's all been Alliance Inside cards. There seems to be a theme. I've spotted it. Ooh, there's the Dragon Ruler player. They're still in? Dude, that'd be so sick. They are there. Woo! Patty with another gifty. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. This is Star Ryziel. You're hiding half the card. There you go. It's Star Ryziel. Maybe now you can tell. Out of pure curiosity, what do you get for winning a YCS? It's about to change for the better, hopefully. They are announcing the new pricing tomorrow during the YCS stream. At the moment, winning a YCS gets you an ultra rare prize card. I think it's a console. I think at the moment it's a Steam Deck. You get like the playmat, the dice, and so on and so forth. The picture frame, and then you get paid travel to your like WCQ, like travel plus accommodation for your next big tournament, and some other like smaller stuff. Can you get an invite to Worlds? Not from winning a YCS, no. Winning a YCS does not give you an invite to Worlds. Not so bad, to be honest. I mean, it is not that bad. It is still not good compared with other games, but I think the main critique point, we've talked about it earlier, the main critique point was never about what the person winning gets. It's about what the other people get, right? The people that lose in top 32 or whatever, which making top 32 out of like 2,000 people is still a very good accomplishment. And those are getting like way less. Because at the point where you win such a big tournament, I don't think you care about what you get. At least I didn't. Because it still feels very rewarding no matter what. But when you lose in top 32, that's when like...
Everyone, it's Billy and a Solid. We're here to bring you the final round of Swiss.
Wait, we're getting an announcement tomorrow of the new pricing, so maybe it's going to get better. Who knows? I'm excited for it.
The day has flown by. We've seen some really cool decks piloted by some really excellent players.
All right, one more round.
I think a lot of just crazy games, a lot of upsets, I want to say. Situations.
One more round. Okay, let me know.
like moments.
I
of the game
have
that I would not have seen them.
I have
Normally, when you see a game
2:21
like that, you kinda
a.m.
just know where it's going, but
What
we've seen
time is it
so
for
many
you guys?
surprises
Anyone
here.
later than
And
that?
There's still one more round left to play here in day
Anyone
number
later than
one.
2:21 a.m.?
Quick match. The last one really showed you the power of Mermail Atlantean. They don't
They
need
didn't really
bomb.
show you, but like it was there. It was implied.
Yeah, it was definitely awesome to see that deck still in action. Sans, the Bahamut Shark, since it was added to the Forbidden list on that last
10:21 a.m. Oh, okay. So 10:21 a.m. Are we still here or are we already here? What's the deal?
We had 1,572.
We pulled an all-nighter or we just woke
This
up?
weekend after all the
What's the
VIPs in number
situation?
one were counted in after round number 2. We started. They were all undefeated at the beginning, but now only 7 undefeated duelists remain here in round number 9. The top
7
players
a.m.
will come
Same
back
question.
tomorrow to continue to play, and then eventually we might have 0
It's 7 a.m. and I'm still here. Well, I appreciate you for hanging out.
But what deck is going to come out on top? Who's going to be piling it? Are still going to be the questions we need to answer, and we're going to answer that here in round number 9. Kangas is standing by with our feature match players. We're going to go ahead and meet who they are. Kangas, take it away.
All right, show me something cool.
Up first in the blue chair from Syracuse, New York.
Mitsurugi Raiziel, 8-0, undefeated with Mitsurugi Raiziel. All right.
And his opponent today in the red chair from Miami, Florida, your
Ruben with Malice. Okay.
World Champion, Ruben.
We have current reigning Yu-Gi-Oh! World Champion, Ruben, on Malice here. Both of these duelists undefeated. So even though this is the two most represented decks in the tournament, I still think this is a pretty good feature match. At least expected to be, right? We have a world champion going up against Mitsurugi Raiziel, both undefeated.
It's not about me bell, it's about you bell. Is that the phrase?
I mean, it's a bit of a David Goliath matchup, like Zero Tops versus the reigning world champion.
But both these duelists are 8-0. They will be coming back tomorrow. But winning this game will pretty much guarantee their spot in top 32. So this is an important match because if they don't win it, you know, they still are going to have to win the 2 rounds tomorrow.
We saw there a bit, the bounty duelists. There are only a few remaining with that bounty, but there are still some where you can come collect. I don't think, is Ruben a bounty?
I do believe Ruben was one of the bounties. And being on 8-0, that means if his opponent, Jacob, is able to take him down here, he will take 2 packs for every round. That means there's going to be 18 packs waiting plus 2 for the round. That'd be 20 booster packs for him if he manages to win this matchup.
Ruben never trying to lose.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, because he'll also be able to walk away with those bank packs. He's able to finish out
The fact that Archichi Adignister is on the deck image does not mean it's actually in the deck, at least so far. It's always been the image for Adignister Malice. It's always been there. We have never seen it being something. There is a chance they play it, but we haven't seen a single one yet. It might just mean Adignister Malice, whatever.
You know,
they should use backup Adignister, I think.
Can't always be bounty duelist.
Can't always, not every time. You're not going to get it.
They should just use backup Adignister, but whatever.
Ruben. I guess that would make sense. We would have seen it before earlier in the day on the cast, so nothing to worry about with the booster packs. But you know, he has a bounty on his head for every player in this room that gets an opportunity to play him because he is the world champion. It's not every day you get a chance to face off against a Yu-Gi-Oh! World champion.
I mean, yeah, when you're in this position as Jacob here, you know, you're maybe potentially feeling the pressure already being in the feature match stage, but you're 8-0, right? You've done everything you need to get to this point. Perhaps the pressure's off, and if you're just playing another opponent now.
Definitely. Just another duelist. That's the way to go into it. You don't ever want to defeat yourself mentally before you even get into the game because of the person sitting across the table from you. So Jacob, you know, he clearly knows that he's in like maybe a little bit of a lucky position, a first-time luck, but we're going to see if it's going to pay off here in game number 1. As he
I mean, bro's off to a pretty phenomenal start to just call it luck. I mean, 8-0.
You know, it feels like, I just remember, like, just the other day when Ruben got his first YCS.
Ooh, a 10.
We were there, commentators from, it was a team event.
That is going to be Malice going first here.
I remember telling you, I was like, wow, like, this is
all right.
Deserved a YCS.
Let's see it. Golden Lockbird and Perulia. Not the best pairing, but alas.
Every single time.
Definitely, and now
Draw phase Perulia here.
Adignister Malice up against Mitsurugi Raiziel. And it looks
No
like
response
Jacob
from
will start
Ruben.
things off with a Mulcharmy Fualos.
It's a Perulia.
That is a pretty good card against Malice, but we once again see the gold sarcophagus. I think this is the same thing that happened earlier when someone had the Perulia. Is the opponent just opened gold sarcophagus and plays through it like it's not there.
From his hand to draw 2 cards.
Just another, I feel like another frustrating minigame fact against Malice is that sometimes they're weak to Perulia and sometimes they just play through it like it doesn't exist. Banish Dormouse for Chessy Cat, draw 2 cards.
Let's say you impermit here, they don't banish the Dormouse, they don't draw 2 cards, but then they can follow it up with the normal summon of Dormouse.
Very annoying.
If you do waste your imperm, but you can hold it for that Dormouse or maybe something like a White Binder, a potential more pivotal moment to imperm the Malice.
I mean,
Ruben off to an
the Perulia might still come in handy later when they decide whether they want to go for some backup lines or not.
Monster from the deck, and it does look like it resolves. No infinite impermanence here from Jacob.
Another effective White Rabbit. There is the White Rabbit. White Rabbit's able to activate once banished, pay 300. This will add up. So you got to pay attention to the amount of life points you pay if you're not getting it all back with GWC.
Yep. Definitely already at 900 life points down. Malice, White Rabbit's going to be able to set a Malice trap on summon here. He's going to set GWC 06. That's special summons from the graveyard or banishment.
No, you're good. One of the only ways to get your life points back after you keep paying for all these Malice effects.
That's right. It does have that bonus effect that if you have a Link 3 on the field, after you use it, you get to gain the attack to your life points.
Dude, I haven't even noticed Jacob's extra deck sleeves.
Looks like we're going to be linking all 3 away here. Potentially into Red Ransom.
What do you mean? Those are definitely official Yu-Gi-Oh sleeves.
Ransom has gotten a lot better since the release of Alan's Insight with the introduction of Malice in the Mirror. Not only is it another spell that you can potentially search with Red Ransom, it also makes Malice in Underground a little more viable because you can use Malice in Underground to banish that Malice in the Mirror, then banish a Malice monster from your graveyard, and you're able to access Malice March Hare.
And then Dormouse.
Yeah, March Hare existing already just gave you so many more levels of how to play this deck.
Resolution.
Yeah, I always like to look at it like kind of like the Fire King Kieran, as it's able to help you dodge things potentially, gives you some interactive play during your opponent's turn, but also has like so much more that it can give you. I mean, even that the fact that it can add back when it's banished makes Allure Darkness free sometimes. But we do see him activate GWC06. He has to banish the Malice monster in order to special summon back that Chessy Cat. And now the Red Ransom, since it's banished, he'll be able to pay 900 life points, special summon it back to the field, and then banish the Cyberse monster from his deck. So right here, he could also banish a March Hare if he wants to add it to his hand.
How has Mitsurugi performed on stream? Pretty decent,
To go after that
I would say.
I mean, he has...
I would say pretty decent so far.
That will be what happens.
Yeah, Dotscaper not as popular in Malice decks now. They really kind of like Steamline for
Not like 100% win rate, but it looks like a strong deck.
slim down some of those cards that they used to
Same
play.
with Malice though. Malice has lost matches on stream as well.
Now, GWC was used, and because Red Ransom was banished for cost here, it was not there at resolution, so will not be gaining any life. It's been an expensive turn so far, but we're likely going to be trying to reset that GWC with the effect of White Binder later in this turn.
I'm going to go Allure Darkness.
All right, now we're going to see Allure of Darkness come
This is
down
the
here for
scariest
Ruben.
part about Malice and why it's also hard to board break is because if you let them combo, they just draw so many cards, man. And they play so much non-engine that there's just, it's so likely that Ruben at this point has like 3 or more non-engine in hand.
How he decides to combo further.
Bro,
There's
this
whole
Droll and
lot of
Lockbird is
I think every single
insane.
card that could be added has been added at this point.
Yeah, Droll's gotten a little
This
bit
is the
better.
most demoralizing Droll and Lockbird I have seen in my life. Bro, you Perulia'd in draw phase.
Backup adding this there. It lost the
They
second
didn't summon from hand a single time, and you drolled them on like step 25 of their turn.
to play here. He already has so many cards in hand. It looks like
At this point, just don't bother, man.
Did a card get summoned from
Just don't bother.
point to give him a draw off Perulia?
No, I don't think so.
Because
No,
now he just does this. Yeah, why would you allow him to do that?
Droll and Lockbird now, so he won't be able to draw any cards.
I was wondering what was the point of waiting for the Droll up to this point. I think he was just potentially waiting to see if he was going to be able to get a card off Perulia. But now it's just far too late for it to ever be necessary, which is unfortunate for the immediate play after to be backup Agnister.
Yeah, at least he won't be able to add the Wizard Agnister with backup Agnister's effect.
I think the way the Perulia and the Droll played out is only hurting Jacob here. Anything here?
No.
Yeah, it does not feel good. He has 2 cards that he used from his hand for defensive options, but Ruben is not slowing down in the slightest. He's going to link those 3 monsters away for Heart's Cryptor. Now we'll see if these 2 are linked away for something like Firewall Dragon, or if he's going to get another monster on the field and trying to go into White Binder. But it does look like he is going to link them away, and it is going to be Splash Mage. So he is going to try and find a way to get to White Binder.
Yeah, we'll be able to climb back up here. Flash Mage will target the March Hare, summoning it back to the field. Likely going to immediately link.
It felt pretty weak to Nibiru. But at this point, they probably don't have it.
Summon out Binder. White Binder will likely not use this effect to banish anything from graveyard here. Not really a reason to.
Sometimes you just gotta take the L and use the draw on the first search. Maybe, yeah. Because, I mean, Ruben opened like the perfect hand into Purulia as well. It was just Gold Sark into Chessie Cat, indicating that there's another Malice in hand that you can banish. So at that point, yeah, maybe it was just roll after the Chessie draws.
That's a lot of life points, but he's building an impressive board along the way. Now this is where the Firewall Dragon is going to come down.
Nice
Beautiful,
Ghost Rare.
yeah, beautiful Ghost Rare.
Not one you see very often.
All right, so he got to reset the GWC, sets another card face down.
You have 4 cards, dude. You hand looped yourself for 2.
He has a March. Well,
Nice.
We might have another copy of March.
Drop Purulia for turn.
Works
Bro,
on
go
GWC
next.
06, potentially. Being able to banish a Malice.
Go next so I can go to bed.
Right back.
Yeah, the same as any Bestial, essentially.
Please.
Habakiri is going to be activated first to start things off here for Jacob.
Summoning Saji, tributing Saji. New chain Saji effect.
I'll chain Ash Blossom.
Ooh, an Ash Blossom on the Saji. Could be brutal here.
Activate Ritual.
Oh, no, we already have Ritual in the hand.
From the hand.
Strong start.
Looks like he's going to be trying to summon from his hand. Let's see if this prompts a response here from Ruben.
GWC.
He is going to chain the GWC 06 to special summon back a Malice monster. He's going to go after the White Binder. Now White Binder is going to be co-linked with that Firewall Dragon.
Or 73.
So
this was a very rough chain, I think, for Jacob to go for here, because he's trying to. He said he's summoning from hand, which means he's going to be tributing the monsters from the deck here. If he's trying to go for something along the lines of the Serpent, okay, no, he's just going for 2 tribute effects here, which is fine. But otherwise, if he was trying to summon a monster from the graveyard, the White Binder would have been able to banish that in the chain.
Yep, definitely Jacob.
So, you're still gonna banish the Kusanagi target here with White Binder?
To add back from the graveyard, potentially. He still has Firewall Dragon online. Malice White Binder is going to have the effect on someone to banish 3 cards from either player's graveyard.
So it's gonna be White Binder banishing your own, like probably 2 of your own Malice cards alongside the Kusanagi target, and then also Firewall to bounce the Murakame.
Your ritual spell.
Interesting, going after the ritual spell.
Yep.
Not really a point in doing that, because Kusanagi can add back from banished as well.
Response.
No, but Kusanagi targets,
Why not?
so...
Maybe.
To force me to discard.
Correct, otherwise the effects.
But he's just trying to get some more monsters. Go link.
Interesting. Okay, opting to use the infinite permanence instead of discarding any of those cards in hand.
That gets banished.
I mean, it also stops the thing from destroying.
And then my board doesn't get destroyed.
Correct. And Firewall is just a bounce, correct?
Correct.
I wonder how important those 2 cards in hand are that you're choosing to keep those instead of infinite permanence. They both have to be pretty good.
I mean, it looks like we're not going to.
All right, we're going next.
But he only had 1 card in hand since he had those defensive options.
Like you played around Purulia so well. It's like.
And you know,
Shout outs to the people that said this is just Firewall Pass, not understanding how Malice works.
I mean, if there's a deck that can play around Purulia,
How much it actually was.
Gold Sarcophagus. Because Gold Sarcophagus is really going to help you navigate.
Pretty high level analysis right there.
Having to summon from your hand.
Yeah, especially when the one that you go for is, in fact, that Chessie Cat. You get so much value out of that.
Yeah, Ruben is a signer. I saw that cool tattoo there on his arm. That's pretty sweet. But you see him winning game 1 swiftly, starting 8-0. He has not lost a round in this tournament, and he's trying to finish out with a clean sweep for the day of our first day 1 of YCS Providence. But Jacob, you know, 8-0 for a reason. He's been here. He's probably been down a game at some point in the tournament, but he's going to have to bounce back, stay level-headed, stay focused, know that he's going to be diving into his side deck and have the opportunity to go first this time, because really Malice shines brightest when it's going first.
Absolutely. And now Ruben has to make the decision in siding whether Jacob even plays Ryzeal cards, because all he saw was the Mitsurugi inside of the engine, right?
All right, well.
It's a bit of a gamble to assume it's pure.
How do you like Gravekeeper's Inscription in this format? I think Gravekeeper's Inscription is a good card in theory. The problem is that both top tier decks have an Omni Negate for it. Mitsurugi has the Trap card, and Ryzeal Malice has the Code Talker. So I think relying just on power spells is never going to work for you. But it is, in theory, a pretty good card. If you can find a way to resolve it. Basically, you have to like pair it with hand traps that stop the opponent from reaching the full potential of their board. Then also have Inscription, and then also with the rest of your cards be able to play through your opponent's non-engine that they have left, right? Which is rough. It's a rough thing for a deck to accomplish, right? Drawing the right hand traps to stop your opponent from doing everything, then have Inscription, then have a strong engine hand as well. It's just possible, but not that likely, depending on the deck you're using. It's not bad.
It doesn't feel good, but when you're 8-0, it doesn't feel as bad.
Yeah, it's not that bad, right?
It doesn't, like, once you're 8-0, you're kind of like being like,
You have to swap cards when you side deck? Yes. You cannot just add cards, you have to swap them.
It's bound to happen. Sometimes you're going to run into a tough wall, but he's only lost game number 1. The match isn't over. We've seen some comebacks throughout the day. We're going to have to see if he's going to be able to mount a big comeback with his Mitsurugi Ryzeal strategy. Both of these are like, it's not a
Enraged Peacock, thank you for the 12. Welcome back. Appreciate the full year.
Top deck going into this weekend, and this is game number 2. So let's jump into it. The duelists are ready. They all drew their hands in the exact same way, which is kind of funny to see. But Ruben, I see at least a Mulcharmy and an Ash Blossom.
Draw's good.
Made it all the way to main phase 1. Nothing's been activated just yet. Pass? Did you say pass? I heard
Oh
pass.
my god, dude.
I guess that can happen sometimes.
Oh, no, not like this.
All
Not
right,
in
so
the
when
last
Malice
round.
goes first, it's pretty good. Oh, but there's a Lancia. I mean, if he passed before, you're fine to just pass back now.
I think that is an option, but if he has
Bro, I mean, your opponent bricked last turn,
You said that he has
and you have like 4 non-engine in hand. You just pass back, I think.
Say, like, you better draw something good.
I think you just pass back. He's got like a Charmy, an Ash Blossom, a Droll and Lockbird. Just pass back, man.
Nope.
Oh, he looks like he might commit.
Normal summon?
All right, he is going to normal
Interesting.
summon back up at Ignister.
Lets him add a Dark Cybers to hand.
I know he can do things with that. I don't know if it's worth it though.
Gonna grab the Dormouse for follow-up here.
Don't know if it's worth it.
The other card
Well, okay.
will get him to the next turn anyway.
I guess you can look at it from another perspective, right? We have like
Backup will
other non-engine in hand. It's unlikely we're going to need Fuva because we have like 3 other non-engine. So we might as well develop a Cybers monster on the field and search the Dormouse for follow-up, I guess. I kind of get it.
well anyway, because his starter was backup at Ignister, so this worked out pretty well for him.
That is an Ice
The
Ryzeal.
best he could is bad hand, but it does look like Jacob drew a card that he can summon, and that's going to be Ice Ryzeal.
Wallace would have been really strong into that, but because you pretty much know, yeah, I was going to say.
Gain
He
Impulse.
played before, Dominus Impulse here, essentially being effect failure, but that could be good enough.
Go to battle.
Yeah, but it looks like we're going straight to a battle phase. We have a quick one here. Jacob's going to take down the backup Ignister with his Ice Ryzeal.
68. Correct.
All right, we'll see if it's an immediate pass back here.
We got an honest game on our hands.
I mean, yeah, I got a peek at Jacob's hand. It is pretty abysmal.
Not great, but now Ruben has made it through the Artifact Lancia turn. Malice P Dormouse is on its way down. It's going to banish Malice Right Rabbit.
My Rabbit's able to activate its effect here, paying 300, summoning itself back from the banish as long as there's no interruption.
Effect away, Rabbit. To set.
Effect on field will be setting.
Dude, what we need,
Malice trap from the deck.
hear me out, is is reverse DD Crow as a hand trap.
Pretty telling of
We
what
need reverse DD Crow. We need a hand trap that puts a banished card
for sure, right?
like back into the deck. Or even better, we need a hand trap that takes a banished card and just turns it into a face down banished card. That'd be sick.
And they're doing well, so you can't really
Target a face up banished card, flip it face down. Just flip that thing face down. That's what we need. I want that.
Wicked is a cool one, so if you special summon a
Make that.
monster to zone up points to, you'll be able to add them.
Make that card.
Monster from your deck to your hand.
But there is a Ghost Bell chained.
Do you think Ghost Bell's
You need to sleep? No, dude, I'm cooking right now.
Yes, absolutely. I think it is a card that sees a lot of play right now, and it was really crucial in this moment right here. If Ruben
I'm actually cooking. I got it solved.
Was not expecting that.
That's what we need.
Yeah, so Cyber's Wicked is kind of a new card they've incorporated into Malice. I mean, it's from Savage Strike. It's not a new card itself, but new to the deck.
Not even new to Ad Ignister, if you really think about it. So if when you're playing your Ad Ignister strategy, Cyber's Wicked is going to be there.
So while it can pay off huge and help you access more Cyber's monsters from your deck, including those brand new Ad Ignister monsters out of Alliance
ED
Insight,
Crow of Moon.
something like Haggard Lizard Dose here wouldn't have been stopped by Ghost Bell and been able to get to in Link 3. It did play into some of those cards that can interact from the hand here. And now we're seeing another battle phase here from Jacob. It doesn't look like he drew into another level 4 monster, so he's going to try and take down the Cyber's Wicked. But it's just
it can't be destroyed by battle.
But it's just gonna do damage.
Cyber's Wicked cannot be destroyed by battle?
You still take the damage.
That's relevant against Mouse, I'll give you that.
It is. It adds up.
What the hell is happening, man?
Now, does a monster have to be special summoned specifically for Cyber's Wicked trigger effect?
Why not?
I would have to look.
Oh, well, if we're normal summoning Dormouse anyway.
Who thought that was a good idea?
I do think it has to be special summoned. But yeah, Dormouse is going to resolve.
Going to be able to banish Chessy Cat.
What the hell? Why?
Because I imagine the Dormouse was also drawn for turn.
Yeah, Chessy Cat with if they're cutting.
Why does it do that?
Amount of Malice traps that are using Chessy Cat becomes a little more valuable than White Rabbit. But yeah, Cyber's Wicked is going to banish White Rabbit. Now he's going to be able to.
I've been attacked by 3 monsters for 8,000 damage over the same Cyber's Wicked before. Yeah. Yeah, but you deserve that.
Pay 300 to special summon itself to the field.
Have you ever considered that?
All right, now it's just about efficiently going for game because you don't really want to play into anything. You don't have to. You've only summoned 3 times here. Go ahead and link with these 2. Yep, that could go ahead and make White Binder here if he so chooses, or just going for Red Ransom to keep the combo going. Looks like we're going to keep it going.
It's going to search for a Malice spell.
It looks like Jacob is contemplating. He is going to use an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring.
Okay, Talons for look at your hand. Well, guess what? There are
There's
2 of them.
Nibiru's. So he's already summoned 1.
Jacob, make it end.
3, 4 times.
It's only 4 times.
Let me sleep,
so
bro.
He can just stop here. He can put back the
Let me sleep.
Combo. Yeah. And just leave him with the 2 nibs.
I mean, he's
Jacob, I'm begging.
I'm pretty sure. Oh, let's see how much damage he needs to do. He's already resolved Dormouse. He can attack, activate MTP to banish the Red Ransom. Red Ransom will come back and...
No, but did he... Oh, banish it with the effect of MTP07, right. That makes sense. I was like, it was set last turn, but he can actually use the MTP07 to banish his own card.
Yeah,
as we learned in a previous YCS.
It matters here because there are names he hasn't used yet.
Yeah.
So he can banish another one from the deck as well.
True.
I'll enter battle phase.
Yep, he sees it. He's going to go into the battle phase. Red Ransom's going to attack over Ice Trizeal. Jacob's just holding on to 2
attack with Chessy Cat for 21.
Nibiru's in the hand. They're not going to do anything in the battle phase.
At 35, and then attack with White Rabbit for 18.
Yep.
Puts him down to 17, and then the MTP07 can banish his own Red Ransom.
You know which card this is.
So I'm at, sorry, 18.
You're at 17.
17.
Correct.
Yeah.
He's at 1700. I'm at 5700. Main phase 2.
Oh, he's not doing it. He knows both cards in his hand.
Main phase
I guess he
2?
didn't see the option.
Yeah,
Why are we in main phase 2 right now if there's an MTP set?
For White Binder.
Anything on summon? Nope. Factory set.
I might have Nibiru'd that on.
I begged the wrong person. Ruben, let me sleep.
I feel like if he remembered that he could do that to banish itself, that he would.
I mean, it doesn't matter, bro. What are you going to draw?
I mean, this is a fine position to just pass in potentially.
Yeah, I mean, there's still no card here that Jacob can draw to win this game.
Yep. If he wants to nib, go for it. Eliminate.
Congratulations. You have Nibiru Malice.
I'm gonna link right off.
Yeah, Link Spider. I was waiting for it. I was like, I know he runs it, and then I'm waiting for the backup and everything.
Oh, and now we can continue with the backup.
Yeah,
Essentially,
like,
honestly, this makes the board bigger.
I'm cooked.
You have given your opponent a bigger board.
Sees the writing on the
Because
wall.
now they don't have to be afraid of Nib anymore.
This is the last round of the day. No reason to scoop here.
Thank you, Jacob.
And then you are playing on a big stage against the reigning world champion.
We are. Is he choosing to add? Oh, he did add the wizard. Okay.
Wizard effect targeting.
Wizard Agnes are going to special summon itself and a card from the graveyard.
I'm gonna go.
Looks like he's considering just using 07 to get rid of the Nibiru here.
You could just go into Heart's Cryptor. There's a million things he can do here.
I imagine at some point the Cryptor will hit the board. There is Splash Mage once again.
The Nibiru was more of a green light than a stopper here for Ruben. Then all three, that's 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yep,
or just Cryptor.
Go MTP, search, and I'm gonna banish the nib.
Grabbing the Marcher.
Because when we saw the play, like at the last YCS, or it was 2 YCSs ago, with the MTP 07 banishing its own card, it's not something that's super obvious.
I guess this is the one I questioned when it would make sense then. I guess this is the situation where it would make sense, where you're trying to do some battle phase tricks.
Right, exactly, yeah. But, I mean, he is in a commanding position. His opponent spinning that last card in hand. It is just a copy of Nibiru, the Primal Being.
You know what's funny? We still would have lost if Nibiru was not once per turn.
I think he wants to.
It's still Jover, man.
Is going to threaten the battle phase.
Nib him again.
Might as well get rid of it, but I didn't want to open.
Nib him again, I dare you. It don't matter.
45.
I don't think X will be enough even still. Yeah. He's going to be able to go into Firewall. He might be able to go into Allied Code Talker Adagnister as well. He's going to banish some Malice cards, so he'll have some fuel for the Heart's Cryptor.
And I'll banish a Dormouse.
Getting those names banished for the Cryptor, as you mentioned, being able to recycle them as well. Now it looks like we're going to be making a Link 2 in IP Masquerena.
Attempt to leave the main. Pass turn.
All right. This should be enough. Let's see what Jacob's last card of this duel is.
Stand by.
I guess that's technically X'd. If
Yeah,
you
I
think
mean,
about it.
Okay. Awesome Enjoy Spring's going to end it. And Ruben is going to move on 9-0, winning every round of day one, all but guaranteeing his spot in top 32. So we might
well played.
see our reigning world champion.
Well played by Ruben. Didn't expect anything less. Missed that one line where we could have had game a turn earlier with the MTP banishing your own red ransom in the battle phase, but it is what it is.
Yeah, and I think
yeah.
matches, it seemed a little bit harder for it, but
Look, guys. I know there's a chance there's probably a winner's interview, and then there's a chance that they have a backup feature. I don't know if they do it on round 9. But I've been live for 11 hours. It is almost 3 a.m. If there's a backup feature and it's interesting, we might just check it out tomorrow. So I'm gonna head to bed. I gotta be live again in like 12 hours for day 2. So I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you all so much for hanging out. Thank you for supporting the stream as per usual. I hope you had a good time watching along. I certainly did have a good time. Thank you all for hanging out with me, for watching the YCS together. And I will see you guys tomorrow. I wish you a wonderful night or rest of your day, wherever you are watching from. Thank you for tuning in. And I will see you guys tomorrow for day 2 of the YCS, which starts in pretty much exactly 12 hours from now.